When I learned the female CEO wanted to drain my sister's blood to save her pretty boy fiancé, I rushed to the hospital immediately. I kicked the main door down. I saw that my sister had lost too much blood. She was on the verge of fainting. I couldn't help but get angry. The doctors all looked towards the door in unison. A young man in black was standing there. His whole body exuded an aura more terrifying than even Liu Sidao's. The department head was just about to open his mouth to kick him out when I sent him flying with a kick. The nurse drawing blood widened her eyes. She instinctively tightened her grip on the syringe. The next second, her wrist snapped with a crack. Her blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the blood donation room. I quickly pulled out the needle and connected a bag of fresh blood to my sister's vein. My sister weakly opened her eyes and called out, "Brother." My hand paused for a moment. I gently stroked her small head. My 3 trusted subordinates at the door were dumbfounded. They had never seen the boss show such an expression. Suddenly, more than a dozen bodyguards surrounded the blood donation room. Liu Sidao walked in with a dark expression. Seeing the blood flowing back in, her face immediately turned ashen. "It seems I've been too merciful lately." She coldly ordered the head of the bodyguards to deal with them. The bodyguards had just made their move. When they were immediately subdued by my 3 subordinates, Liu Sidao narrowed her eyes. "Arrogant. An annual salary of 10 million. Work for me." The 3 of them sneered. Disha was toying with a small knife. "As if you're worthy." Liu Sidao suddenly attacked. She was cut by Disha's knife. Disha mocked. "Is this all the skill you have? And you want to fight me?" Liu Sidao gritted her teeth. "Who are you people?" Disha tied her hands. "You're not even worthy of knowing how the boss will deal with you." I chuckled. "Doesn't she want to save her fiancé? Go find him first." Half a minute later, Yan Feng was thrown in like trash. I sized him up. "This is your fiancé." I thought he'd be some big shot. What a disappointment. Liu Sidao's eyes were sinister. "You're courting death." I laughed coldly. I am exactly the type who likes to test limits. I signaled for Disha to make her kneel. Liu Sidao was forced to her knees. I threw her an empty blood bag. "Don't you want to save someone? Use your blood." Disha skillfully drew her blood. Yan Feng tried to stop him. He was sent flying with a slap. Liu Sidao watched her own blood continuously being drained. I instructed Disha. "Doesn't her fiancé urgently need blood? Saving a life is an urgent matter. Give her blood to her fiancé for a transfusion." Disha headed towards Yan Feng. Liu Sidao was in a complete panic. She yelled, "You dare." Disha grinned. "In this world, apart from the boss orders, there's nothing I don't dare to do." Yan Feng backed away in terror. "No. Our blood types don't match. It will kill him." Disha grabbed his arm tightly, making it impossible for him to move, and started the blood transfusion. Liu Sidao's face flushed. "Let him go. If anything happens to him, you will all die." I smiled faintly. "Since you've already said so, it seems I can't let you leave here alive today." Liu Sidao's heart clenched. "If I die, you can't bear the consequences. Is that so?" I smiled more meaningfully. "I'd like to see. Who is it that I can't kill?" I threw the largest blood bag onto the floor. "Keep drawing until she's dry." As the needle pierced his skin, Yan Feng broke down, yelling, "Save me. I don't want to die yet." At this moment, a woman with a powerful presence appeared at the door, leading more than a dozen bodyguards. "Auntie." Liu Sidao cried out joyfully. Yan Feng, as if grabbing a lifeline. "Auntie, save me. They're transfusing Liu Sidao's blood into me." Liu Ziyan coldly scanned the room. She ordered me. "Let them go." I asked unhurriedly, "What if I say no?" Liu Ziyan's expression changed abruptly. She strode forward. Just as she was 3 meters away from me, a silver needle suddenly flew out, piercing her chest accurately. I said flatly, "I only want to take these 2 people's lives. Get lost now, and I can let it slide. But if you scare my sister, the entire Liu family will be finished." A murderous intent flashed in Liu Ziyan's eyes. "In Yunsheng, to dare to oppose the Liu family, you are the first." I curled my lips into a cold smile. "Then I'd like to see the consequences." Yan Feng had already received half the transfusion. Blood, moaning in agony. "Auntie, save me." Liu Ziyan considered for a moment. Finally, she lowered her stance. "Let them go. You can name any condition." I shook my head and chuckled softly. "It's too late." Liu Ziyan angrily shouted, "You refuse a toast. Then you'll have to drink a forfeit." With a flick of my wrist, 2 silver needles made her fall straight to her knees. Then, dozens of silver needles flew out at the same time. All the bodyguards collapsed to the ground. Seeing the aunt and niece of the Liu family go limp, Yan Feng suddenly screamed, "It's all Liu Sidao's fault. I already advised her against it." Liu Sidao widened her eyes in disbelief. I looked at him with interest. "Did you hear that? Do you still think I was wrong to call him a traitor?" Yan Feng nodded frantically. Yes, I am a traitor. I beg you, spare me." He thought I would spare him. I let out another cold laugh. then I have even more reason not to spare you. Why Yan Feng's face turned pale. He was still in his death throes. Murder is against the law. If he dies, you'll have to pay with your life. My gaze was ice cold. The law? When you were drawing my sister's blood, did you think about the law? Suddenly, a stern female voice came from the door. What a bold tone. I saw a female inspector in her 40 seconds, charging in with her subordinates. Seeing the bodies of bodyguards everywhere, her expression changed. Yan Feng, as if grabbing a lifeline, yelled, Chief Zhang, he wants to kill me. Quick. Shoot him. Chief Zhang aimed her gun at my head. Liu Ziyan immediately ordered, kill him, I will bear the consequences. I smiled calmly. Zhang Lin. 5 years ago when I left Yuncheng, you were just a prison guard. You've been promoted now. Chief Zhang trembled all over. She couldn't even hold her gun steady. Sir, you're out. She turned her head and said to Liu Ziyan in a low voice, head of the Liu family, I can't handle this matter. You should still try to reconcile. Liu Ziyan looked at me, shocked. Finally, she lowered her voice. Let Sidao and Yan Feng go. The Liu family is willing to pay any price. I said coldly, destroying the Liu family is just a matter of one sentence. They must die today. Liu Ziyan gritted her teeth and threatened. Sidao's mother is a 1-star commander of the military department. You dare touch her daughter. I thought for a moment, considering her mother's contribution to protecting the country, I can spare Liu Sidao's life. Liu Ziyan just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard me continue. But the living cannot escape punishment. Break her legs. Crack. Crack. 2 crisp sounds. Liu Sidao's legs broke on command. She let out a blood-curdling scream. I watched as Yan Feng stopped breathing. I turned and left. Within 3 days, the Liu family must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will pay them a visit myself. After Liu Sidao was dragged away, Chief Zhang hesitated before helping Liu Ziyan up. Liu Ziyan said coldly, well, meet tomorrow at the peak of Qingyun Mountain. I will give you an explanation. And a big gift. I raised an eyebrow. All right, but let me be frank. If the gift disappoints me, even if the Liu family has a great leader, I will still make you pay the price. Liu Ziyan looked at me as if I were a dead man. The doctors and nurses trembled in fear. Disha asked me how to handle them. Kill them. Disha advised, boss. Killing people in Siago is too messy. I picked up my sister and said gently, then break their arms and legs and throw them out. Amidst the screams, I went to the next room, gently placing my sister on the bed. A staff member quickly approached and said, boss, that treasure has been found. Where? At the Li family's house. I smiled. What a coincidence. Even without this treasure, I would have had to make a trip to the Li family's house anyway. If it weren't for that old man Li forcing the previous owner to marry that old woman from the Lin family, I wouldn't have been reborn in this body. I walked out of the hospital room and said, let's go to the Li family's house. The Li family's main hall. The family head ran over excitedly. Father, Commander Jiang is coming to celebrate your birthday. The old man dropped his prayer beads. Prepare the highest standard banquet. Bring out the ivory chair. Call everyone here. Whoever can win over Commander Jiang, I will give them 1/10 of the family fortune. The head of the Li family nodded repeatedly. The old man trembled with excitement. Heaven blesses the Li family. Not long after, the head of the Li family rushed back to report. Father, everything is arranged. But the eldest sister-in-law is in home. The old man slammed his hand down. Didn't I tell her not to go out? The head of the Li family reported. I heard her son is getting out of prison today. She went to wait at the prison gate before dawn. The old man's eyes flashed fiercely. Bring her back. Send someone to watch the prison gate. If you see that bastard child, bring him straight here. I will deal with him personally. Half an hour later, the entire Li family was lined up. Outside the main gate, Lin Shuang quietly asked his mother, Tang Qi, is Commander Jiang really coming? Could it be fake? When her trusted subordinate came to inform us, I was there. Tang Qi lowered her voice. Son, you must perform well, if you can get close to her. Commander Jiang. Li Xiang suddenly interrupted her. How old is she? Don't tell me she's ugly. 28 years old. A total beauty. Tang Qi rolled her eyes. As they were talking, a military SUV drove up. When the car door opened, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. The old man was the first to recognize me. You beast. Why is it you? I scanned the crowd. Finally, my gaze fell on the old man. I am back. Am I not welcome? Tang Qi immediately jumped out. You murderer, if you hadn't killed Mrs. Jiang, the Li family would have long been a first-class family. Li Xiang echoed her shouts. Grandfather told you to serve her. Mrs. Jiang took a liking to you. A bastard child like you should have killed yourself in prison, he said, then took out a few bills and threw them at my feet. Kneel and pick up the money. Then get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, slap, Li Xiang was sent flying 3 meters by the slap. The whole scene fell deathly silent. Tang Qi screamed and hugged her son. The old man was trembling with anger. Someone come and beat this beast to death for me. The bodyguards didn't move an inch. Don't you understand human language? The Li family doesn't pay you to be useless. The bodyguards remained completely still. Old Master Li yelled, "Are you all deaf?" Before he could finish, a young voice rang out. "Stop yelling. These are bodyguards from the military department." Jiang Ziqi slowly stepped out of the car. Old Master Li was instantly like a duck being strangled. His face turned purple. He didn't understand. Why was Jiang Ziqi in the same car as me? But he soon suppressed his shock. His old face plastered on a smile. "Jiang. Commander Jiang, I am Gu Chen's biological grandfather. What I said just now was all for his own good." I let out a cold laugh. "If it's for my own good, then I don't mind repaying you." I walked towards the old man step by step. With every step, the color drained from his face. The first slap landed. 3 of his teeth flew out. "This slap is for your greed." The second slap followed immediately. "This slap is for being old and disrespectful." After 9 consecutive slaps, the old man's mouth was full of blood. He sat on the ground. He mumbled curses. "You beast! I am your grandfather." Suddenly, a trembling voice called out, "A Chen." I turned my head. A frail woman was crying. "Mother!" I called out softly. Mother approached, trembling. But when she saw the old man's vicious gaze, she suddenly grabbed my hand. "Hurry. Let's go. Mother will take you away from here." The old man laughed sinisterly. "Break his legs. Otherwise, you mother and son get out of the Li family." Mother's face turned pale. She was about to kneel and beg. But I stopped her. "Mother, you don't need to beg him." When the old man heard me say that, his confidence faltered. But then he remembered how weak I used to be. Just out of prison today and already coming to the Li family to beg. He regained his confidence. He looked at my mother and ordered, "Your son. You discipline him yourself. I order you to break his legs. Otherwise, both you and he will be kicked out of the Li family." Hearing this, my mother gasped. I was just released from prison. She still hoped I could go to the academy to study. I have a criminal record and can't find a job. She also has to take care of my younger sister and can't work either. If we were kicked out of the Li family, the 3 of us, mother and children, would probably starve to death. Moreover, with the old man's cruelty, he wouldn't let them survive. Thinking of this, mother hurriedly let go of me and pleaded with the old man, "Father, it's all my fault. You can punish me however you want. A Chen's life is just beginning. Father, please spare a Chen." Mother was about to kneel before the old man. However, before her knees touched the ground, I held her up. I coldly scanned the crowd. This Li family, we should have left long ago. As for breaking my legs, at this point, I curled my lips. I raised my hand and snapped. My fingers, crack, crack, 2 crisp sounds. Old Master Li's knees broke on command. Old Master Li let out a pig-like squeal. "You beast! What did you do to me?" I looked at him coldly. "Didn't you want a leg broken?" "Whose leg is broken doesn't matter." Stepmother Tangqi was the first to react. She pointed at my nose and cursed. "Gu Chen, he is your biological grandfather. How could you?" Li Shang, covering his face, chimed in. "Cousin." Grandfather spoke a little harshly, but it was all for your own good. The Li family immediately burst into criticism. Old Master Li suddenly looked towards the corner where Jiang Ziqi stood. He cried out, "Commander Jiang, you saw it. This unfilial son wants to kill his own grandfather." Jiang Ziqi, who was trying to stay inconspicuous, heard this and her face stiffened. Even if he wasn't his biological grandfather, breaking someone's legs is a jailable offense. The more Old Master Li spoke, the more excited he became. Sentence him to life in prison, or even the death penalty. Jiang Ziqi's heart pounded as she listened. I turned my head and smiled faintly. "Jiang Ziqi, you heard all that?" Old Master Li roared, leaning on his cane. "Bastard, how dare you address Commander Jiang by her name? Arrest him quickly." Jiang Ziqi took a deep breath. Suddenly, she shouted, "Men!" The Li family members showed expressions of joy. Mother quickly shielded me. "I beg you. Mother, leave it to me." I helped her into the car. As I closed the door, I heard my stepmother's fawning voice. "Commander Jiang, don't be angry. Please, come in." Bang! Jiang Ziqi kicked the stepmother down. The soldiers immediately subdued all the Li family members. Jiang Ziqi suddenly saluted me. "Commander Gu, please give your orders." The entire scene fell deathly silent. Old Master Li stared wide-eyed and called her. "What?" I walked up to him. "Who was it that wanted to sentence me to death just now?" The old man was like a madman. "Impossible. I am your grandfather. I order you to release them immediately." I backhanded him to the ground. "Order me? Are you worthy?" Looking at the old man collapse on the ground, I laughed coldly. "Now you're scared. Back when you sent me to prison, did you ever think of this day?" Old Master Li glanced disdainfully at me, then turned to fawn over Jiang Ziqi. "Commander Jiang, he's just a bastard child. He's not worthy of you. The Li family has many fine young men. Lin Shuang immediately interjected. Commander Jiang, I fell in love with you at first sight. I wonder if you could give me a chance. Jiang Ziqi was dumbfounded. The bodyguards also looked at each other. This family's train of thought is truly bizarre. I interrupted with a cold laugh. Give it up. Commander Jiang wouldn't be interested in trash like you. I turned my head and ordered the bodyguards, take them all to Yuncheng prison. Charge them with the crime of insulting a high-ranking officer of the military department. Old Master Li panicked. Commander Jiang, we wouldn't dare insult you. This bastard child isn't qualified to represent the military department. Seeing Jiang Ziqi's indifference, the old man quickly changed his tune. We are willing to offer the Li family's heirloom as an apology. My eyes lit up. I raised my hand to signal a pause. To think it would be this effortless. The Li family members became agitated again. No, that is the hope of the Li family. We'd rather go to prison than hand it over. The old man yelled. Fool. Do you think prison is a place that will take my life? He turned to Jiang Ziqi. Please allow my son to fetch the treasure. Soon, the head of the Li family brought a white jade box. His face was full of regret. No one in the Li family can control this treasure. I hope Commander Jiang can unleash its value. Commander Jiang took the jade box and handed it directly to me. Inside lay a silent, crystal-textured red card. In the center was carved an ancient fire character pattern. Everyone present held their breath. This was the legendary star card. In all of Xie Guo, there were no more than 10 spirit envoys who possessed a star card. Each one was a national treasure. I tried to suppress my excitement as I took the star card, but the moment I touched it, I frowned. A lock symbol in the bottom right corner made this star card temporarily unusable. It seems the path to collecting all 5 elemental star cards still has obstacles to overcome. I looked at the Li family members and asked, this star card has been sealed. Did the Li family ancestors mention how to unseal it? The head of the Li family frowned and asked, what seal? Hearing the words of the Li family head, I already knew the answer. My gaze swept over the other Li family members. In the end, though reluctantly, I had to believe it. The Li family had no idea this star card was sealed, let alone providing a way to unseal it. Old Master Li looked at me with dissatisfaction, but because he was wary of Jiang Ziqi, he didn't dare say anything more. He said carefully to Jiang Ziqi, Commander Jiang, consider this star card a gift of respect from the Li family. Can you spare us? Jiang Ziqi was still looking at me, not daring to answer. Then, under Old Master Li's anxious gaze, I spoke flatly. You should thank your Li family ancestors. If not for this thing, none of the Li family members would have escaped imprisonment. I directly instructed the members of the military department, Old Master Li, Tang Qi, and Li Xiang insulted a high-ranking commander of Xia Guo. Prosecute them according to Xia Guo's law. The rest of the Li family is under house arrest before I leave Yuncheng. Don't let them out to be an eyesore. Old Master Li and the Li family were stunned. According to Xia Guo's law, insulting a high-ranking commander of the military department is equivalent to insulting the country. It's a serious crime punishable by life imprisonment. As for the other Li family members under house arrest, the huge Li group would also face bankruptcy and closure. Old Master Li was furious. Slander. You beast. You are slandering us. Then he looked at Commander Jiang and pleaded, Commander Jiang, this old man, from beginning to end, never said a harsh word to you. Jiang Ziqi heard this and looked at Old Master Li with nothing but pity and sympathy. Old Master Li and the Li family saw her gaze. Their hearts leaped into their throats. The next moment, Jiang Ziqi looked flatly at the Li family and said, Old man, you probably don't know. The person you just kicked out of your family is the youngest high-ranking commander in Xia Guo. Jiang Ziqi's words were like a bomb, exploding in everyone's minds. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their impression of me was still that of a pushover who got bullied by others and didn't dare to even fart. However, this useless person was sent to prison and came out as someone they could only look up to. They couldn't accept this reality. I glanced flatly at everyone and looked at Jiang Ziqi. Why are you talking to them? Jiang Ziqi's heart trembled. She immediately waved her hand at the soldiers. Quickly, take them away. The soldiers hurriedly responded. Old Master Li and the Li family watched as the soldiers quickly restrained them, finally accepting the truth that I was a high-ranking commander. Instantly, endless regret welled up in their hearts. A high-ranking commander before the age of 20. In the future, he would definitely stand at the pinnacle of Xia Guo, one of the great figures. Even now, I was just among the high-ranking commanders, the lowest level. A 1-star high-ranking commander could have elevated the entire Li family by several levels. It's a pity they were blind. Not only did they fail to curry favor with me, to make the Li family soar, but they also offended me, completely sending the Li family into hell. This huge contrast made Old Master Li and the Li family feel an impulse to die. However, soon, Old Master Li's regretful expression was replaced by fear. He looked at me with a pleading expression. Chen, grandfather was wrong. Grandfather apologizes to you here. Think of all the years the Li family raised you. Spare grandfather. Spare the Li family, okay? I looked at him flatly, like watching a clown perform. Old Master Li saw the soldiers about to drag him away, but I had no intention of stopping them. His pleading instantly turned to scolding. You beast. I am your biological grandfather, sending me to prison. That's unfilial. You'll be struck by lightning. I remained unmoved. The old man was completely panicked. Then he suddenly thought of something. He yelled at me at the top of his lungs. That commander from the Lin family is now a 3-star high-ranking commander. Mrs. Jiang died because of you back then. He knows you're out. He will absolutely not spare you. If you let me go now, I'll go plead for you. Jiang Si Qi heard this and revealed a mocking expression. You should know, although Go Chen is young, his accomplishments on the battlefield are unmatched in all of Xiaoguo, although I, along with that high-ranking commander from the Lin family, are both 3-star. But if the two of them were to face off, the one who would suffer would definitely be the one from the Lin family. Most importantly, the higher-ups still want me to be promoted further. The meaning of taking one more step. Suddenly, Jiang Siqi's special military phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Jiang Siqi gasped instantly. She carefully answered the call. Hearing the voice from the other end of the line, she looked at me. Her respect and admiration deepened by several degrees. The great figure standing at the pinnacle of the military department, unexpectedly, for my sake, was already on his way from D-City to the Yuncheng military department due to the instructions from the other end. Jiang Siqi hung up. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and hurriedly bid me farewell, then rushed to the Yuncheng military department. I helped my mother into the car and went straight to the hospital where Guan was. But unbeknownst to me, at this time, Lin Shuang, who was being taken to prison, managed to contact the Lin family. The Yuncheng military department airport, Great Commander Feng Shen slowly stepped off the private jet. This head of the 3 great commanders of the Xiaoguo military department exuded an aura of authority without being angry. Great Commander Jiang Siqi greeted respectfully. Commander Gus' matter has been resolved. Feng Shen sighed softly. I've invited him twice to be the 4th great commander. This time, I was hoping the High Council could persuade him. I didn't expect this to happen. If I get rejected again this time, where will I put my old face? Jiang Siqi silently clicked her tongue. A position so many people dream of. And the boss has rejected it 3 times. The difference is too great. Tomorrow, the Liu family has challenged him. Commander Gu, you will observe the battle with me. Jiang Siqi suddenly remembered how old Master Li had threatened him with the 3-star commander from the Lin family. If he knew the great commander had invited him 3 times, had probably collapsed on the spot. Not to mention Liu Sidao's mother, that 1-star commander, Liu Fanxing, is on her way now. The Liu family. She couldn't help but worry for me. The hospital parking lot. I had just gotten out of the car when I received a call from Di Qing. Boss, we've found a clue. In the history of Xiaoguo, there is only one unsealed star card. It's located in D-City, but the specific location still needs to be confirmed. My eyes flashed. As soon as possible. Also, Di Qing's tone became excited. We found the woman you were looking for. Right at the D-City Academy in Xiaoguo. There are traces of her. My breath hitched. That exquisite face appeared before my eyes. The woman who hid her brilliance for my sake. Get ready. I am going to D-City. One more thing. Di Qing continued to report. The Liu mother and daughter are gathering forces. They're preparing to ambush you at Qingyun Peak tomorrow. Liu Sidao's mother, Liu Fanxing, as a 1-star commander, is on her way to the Liu family's house. It seems she doesn't know your identity. I replied flatly. If she knows her place, I can let it slide. If she insists on interfering, don't blame me for being disrespectful. While I was on the phone, I had already walked with my mother to the door of Go Wan's hospital room. Mother saw Gu Wan's pale face on the hospital bed. Her eyes immediately turned red. She quickly went to the bedside, wanting to touch her daughter's face, but afraid of waking the little girl. Mother's voice trembled as she asked me, Xiao Wan, what happened? I briefly explained what had happened. After Mother heard, she turned her head stiffly to look at me, and said, in a hoarse voice, the old man really agreed to let Liu Sidao drain Xiao Wan's blood. How could he be so cruel? I gently patted my mother's shoulder to comfort her. Xiao Wan is fine now. She'll recover after some rest. Mother nodded, using the excuse of needing to go to the bathroom. She left the hospital room. She took out her phone, her eyes determined, and dialed a number that had been collecting dust for years. Noon the next day, 2 people arrived at the VIP hospital room. The man was named Lin Fan. He was the grandson of the current head of the Lin family. He originally intended to go to the Li family's house to handle matters, but hearing that Gu Yu was coming to the hospital, he came along. The 2 of them walked into the hospital room. Mother Gu was preparing lunch for Gu Wan. Steamed buns, stir-fried vegetables, and 2 boiled eggs. Gu Wan hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time. You are. Mother Gu looked at the visitors suspiciously. Auntie, I am Gu Yu, the young girl said with a smile. Grandmother sent me to help. Mother was a bit flustered. Then she showed a relieved smile. It turned out she had contacted her family last night. Gu Yu was the one sent to help. Standing there, Lin Fei Fan sized up Mother Gu. He felt she looked vaguely familiar. When he saw the food on the table, he immediately frowned. Even beggars wouldn't eat this stuff. And you have the nerve to serve it to us. Gu Wan stared blankly at Lin Fei Fan. She didn't understand why he would say that. To this little girl, this was already a rare delicacy. I spoke coldly. This food is for humans, not for dogs. Di Sha. Throw him out. Lin Fei Fan suddenly swung his arm, sweeping all the bowls and chopsticks on the table to the ground. Gu Wan quickly jumped off the bed, wanting to pick up the food that hadn't spilled completely. Seeing Gu Wan reach out to pick it up, Lin Fei Fan raised his foot to stomp on it. There were porcelain shards on the ground. If that foot came down, it would definitely injure Gu Wan's hand. Just as I was about to act, slap. A crisp sound. Gu Yu slapped Lin Fei Fan hard. Apologize to my aunt. Gu, you said in a cold voice. Otherwise, get lost. Lin Fei Fan looked at her in disbelief. Gu Yu, don't think you can act recklessly just because I like you. I'll say it one last time. Guh, you enunciated each word. Apologize. To my aunt. Lin Fei Fan's face was full of anger. He glared viciously at Gu Yu. Gu Yu, Lin Fei Fan, will make you regret what you said today. After saying that, Lin Fei Fan turned to leave. Just as he turned, Daisha blocked his path. His expression was extremely ugly. Lin Fei Fan suddenly lashed out, wanting to send Daisha flying with a slap. Get lost. However, he hadn't even touched Daisha. A force he could hardly resist suddenly struck. Lin Fei Fan was sent flying directly. Whether it was a coincidence or not, his body landed right on those broken shards. His body was instantly cut open in several places. Fresh blood flowed from the wounds. It soon stained his casual clothes red. Lin Fei Fan seemed to feel no pain. He looked at Daisha in disbelief. A warrior. He never would have thought. In this tiny Yuncheng, another ultimate warrior has appeared. Daisha just looked at him coldly. Not opening his mouth, he was waiting for my command. Killing someone here will be very troublesome later. But, as long as I order it, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. I didn't say anything to Daisha. I just looked at Lin Fei Fan indifferently. Lin Fei Fan was in an extremely wretched state. My tone was cold. Eat everything on the floor. Anger surged in Lin Fei Fan. You think you're protected by a warrior and can act lawlessly? Let me tell you, for my Lin family from D City to kill you guys is easier than crushing an ant. Before Lin Fei Fan could continue, I looked at Daisha. Help him eat. Daisha said yes and immediately walked over to Lin Fei Fan. He bent down. He grabbed Lin Fei Fan by the hair. With his other hand, he grabbed the vegetables on the floor. He forcibly stuffed them into Lin Fei Fan's mouth. Lin Fei Fan struggled desperately, wanting to spit out the vegetables in his mouth. However, under Daisha's control, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Daisha's grip. Let me go. Gradually, he stopped struggling. He looked at me with hatred. Soon, all the food on the floor was almost entirely stuffed into Lin Fei Fan's stomach. I pulled Gu Wan over. I caressed the little girl's small hand that had almost been injured. I looked at Lin Fei Fan indifferently. Break the hand that broke the bowl yourself. Lin Fei Fan's pupils constricted. He never would have thought that a country bumpkin from a small city not only had an ultimate warrior, but was also so ruthless. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. What do you want? I can give you anything. I am begging you, spare me. I remained cold. If you let someone else help you, it won't be just one hand that's broken. Lin Fei Fan was completely terrified. 100 million. I'll give it to you. Spare me for 100 million. I started counting down. 3, 2. Before I could count to 1, Lin Fei Fan's eyes widened. He screamed, "You bastard! Don't push it!" The moment he finished speaking, the sound of 2 bones breaking rang out almost simultaneously. Lin Fei Fan couldn't help but scream in agony. I just gave him an indifferent glance. You should be glad this isn't the outer domain battlefield. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just broken your 2 arms. Then I turned my head and instructed Daisha, "Take him away. Don't scare my mother and sister." Daisha quickly replied. A few seconds later, Lin Fei Fan disappeared from the hospital room. I contacted Di Qing. I called the person in charge of the hotel. They brought food. Gu Wan had the most delicious meal. After eating, I took out a golden bank card. "Mom, take this. If you need anything, just go to the bank and withdraw." Mother Gu quickly refused. "Keep it." "I don't need it," I continued. "Wan Wan is still growing. If you won't think for yourself, you must also think for Wan Wan. Don't worry. There's not much money in it." When Mother Gu heard me mention Gu Wan, she hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still took the card. In the blink of an eye, it was 4:30 p.m. I instructed someone to protect Mother Gu and Gu Wan well. Then I took Daisha and Gu Yu to Qingyun Peak for my appointment with Liu Zian. Gu Yu roughly understood the situation. Thinking about how Liu Sidao almost drained Gu Wan's blood, she wanted to personally end that beast. But Gu, you didn't expect that when we arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, we would see Lin Feifan again. His two hands were wrapped up like pigs' trotters. Gu Yu frowned. What are you doing here? Hearing this, Lin Feifan suddenly laughed. It was just that his laugh was a bit strange. Why am I here? I came here. To Yuncheng, precisely for this bastard. Gu Yu was slightly stunned. What did you say? Lin Feifan sneered. You still don't know, do you? This bastard is the one who murdered my grandmother. For my grandmother to have taken a liking to him back then was an honor for his entire family, but he despised my grandmother for being old. He killed her on the night my grandmother was preparing to consummate with him. At first, I just wanted to send this bastard back to prison, to let him live a life worse than death in prison. But since he's unrepentant, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Gu Yu heard what Lin Feifan said, her heart instantly leaped into her throat. If Mrs. Lin died because of me, the three-star commander of the Lin family would definitely not spare me. What should I do? How can she help me? I looked at Lin Feifan. A murderous glint flashed in my eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Before Gu Yu could continue thinking, a group of people suddenly appeared not far away. As those people approached from a distance, a powerful aura washed over us. Sensing the presence of the first three people, Gu Yu's eyes widened. 3 ultimate warriors. No, not just 3 ultimate warriors. There are also 10 junior warriors and nearly 200 regular experts. At this point, Gu Yu gasped. Then she turned to look at me. The Liu family is just a small clan. Hiring 1 ultimate warrior is already their limit. How could there be 3 ultimate warriors? Disha glanced at her with disgust. It's just 3. What's there to be scared of? Those people were getting closer and closer. Gu Yu spoke worriedly. We're no match for them. Go. Hurry up and go. Disha saw Gu Yu's worry and was clearly a bit helpless. Go where? If we're really no match for them, do you think you can just run away? Hearing what Disha said, Gu Yu's expression stiffened. The next moment, she dropped her hands helplessly. That's right. With so many experts against us, even if we run, we can't get away. Lin Feifan heard Disha's words of resignation. He couldn't help but sneer. At least you know your place. He looked at me with hatred. Because time was too short, the clan couldn't temporarily deploy experts to help him get revenge. But he found out what the Liu family prepared for today's appointed battle. How they prepared. He came this time, just to see this commoner act like a dog, kneeling at Liu Xian's feet, begging her for forgiveness. At that time, he will reveal his identity to Liu Xian. He might use the marriage proposal as a condition, to have Liu Xian hand this commoner over to him for disposal. The Liu family members stopped 10 meters away from us. I remained calm and composed. Liu Xian's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I glanced over Liu Sidao in her wheelchair and the Liu family members. My gaze finally rested on Liu Xian. Just to deliver an apology gift? Was it necessary to bring so many people? Liu Xian heard me. A mocking expression appeared on her face. Apology gift? Hee. I did indeed come to deliver an apology gift. But before delivering it, I want to see if you're qualified to receive it. I sighed. I gave you a day to prepare the apology gift, but you used it to prepare to deal with me. The Liu family head doesn't keep her word. You'll have to pay the price. Liu Xian's eyes suddenly turned ice cold. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Either break your own legs now and apologize to Sidao, or die. Hearing this, I smirked. I spoke unhurriedly. If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I can spare you this time. Otherwise, it'll show you what regret is. The moment I finished speaking, everyone gasped. They had seen people who weren't afraid of death, but never someone so arrogant when about to die. Liu Xian spoke coldly. It seems there's no need to talk further. In that case, just then, a phone rang. Liu Xian took out her phone. She frowned. If it's not something earth-shattering, no one would dare call this number. She hesitated for a moment. She still answered the call, hearing the voice from the other end. Liu Xian's mind felt like it exploded. Her whole body froze. Her hands suddenly went limp, and the phone fell to the ground. Everyone present heard it clearly. The people behind Liu Xian were all stunned. Looking at the phone on the ground, they couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of call could make Liu Xian lose her composure like that? Liu Sidao sat in her wheelchair, looking at Liu Xian's stiff body. A bad feeling arose in her heart. Auntie, what's wrong? Liu Xian didn't answer. She slowly turned her head to look at me. Her gaze was murderous. You did this. I smiled faintly at her. I told you I'd show you what regret is. Liu Xian clenched her fists. A creaking sound came from between her fingers. Liu Sidao's heart panicked even more. Auntie, what on earth happened? Liu Xian took a deep breath. Her voice was hoarse. The corporation is gone. Liu Sidao's pupils constricted. She instinctively took out her phone. She saw an incoming call. She took a deep breath. Her trembling finger answered the call. The corporation is finished. Liu Sidao's heart clenched. She hurriedly asked, what on earth is going on? Before she came, the corporation was fine. In less than an hour, how could the corporation suddenly be finished? The other end said, The corporation's database was attacked. All the documents have been completely leaked. As you know, many things in there can't see the light of day. The relevant departments have already begun to intervene. Our corporation can't withstand an investigation. Hearing this, Liu Sidao, her eyes widened involuntarily. It can't be leaked. How could those documents be leaked? Didn't the corporation hire top-tier programmers? Are those people getting paid for nothing? The other end sounded a bit helpless. They said, the one who attacked the corporation's database is a world-class hacker. Our firewall, in the opponent's eyes, is no different from wallpaper. Liu Sidao took a deep breath. She directly interrupted the other person. Is there any way to salvage this? The other side was silent for a few seconds, then spoke carefully. The corporation is bound to go bankrupt. Unless you beg the Liu family head to re-establish the corporation. In extreme fury, Liu Sidao threw her phone to the ground. Her years of hard work vanished in just a few short minutes. No matter how strong-willed she was, she couldn't accept this reality. She suddenly turned her head to look at me, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Auntie, kill him. Kill him for me. Liu Ziyan nodded slightly. She looked at me and spoke slowly. I didn't intend to kill you at first, but you've crossed my bottom line. I was suddenly a bit helpless. Liu Sidao said the same thing at first. In the end, I still broke her legs. I spoke directly. My patience is limited. Give me the apology gift now. Otherwise, I don't mind making you lose a little more. The killing intent in Liu Ziyan's eyes grew stronger. She stared at me. She said, well, have to see if you have the ability. Although the Liu Corporation is gone, and the Liu family will be greatly weakened, the Liu family doesn't just have one Liu Corporation. The foundation of the Liu family's foothold in Yunqing is the underground force, the Yun Gang. Under her, Liu Ziyan's control. I laughed coldly. Since you've already said so, if I don't do anything, it would be a bit of a letdown for you. After saying this, I put my phone to my ear. You can make your move now. Liu Ziyan frowned. Liu Sidao suddenly cried out, Auntie, kill him. Quickly kill him. This man is too sinister. She was really afraid something else would happen. Liu Ziyan didn't want to waste any more time. Just as she was about to order her men to act, the phone rang again. She and Liu Sidao simultaneously held their breath. The next moment, they both suddenly looked at me. Their eyes and faces were filled with shock and unease. I smiled faintly. I raised my hand in a gesture of invitation. The unease in their hearts was infinitely magnified. After hesitating for 2 breaths, Liu Ziyan bent down to pick up the phone from the ground and pressed the answer key. Boss, it's not good. Just now, someone suddenly attacked the Yun Gang headquarters. The headquarters has suffered heavy casualties. The brothers probably can't hold out much longer. The moment the voice fell, Liu Ziyan's body became unsteady. She suddenly staggered back a step. She quickly forced herself to calm down and asked, the opponent only has 12 people. The other side said, they're all warriors. We're no match for them. Liu Ziyan asked, how much longer can you hold out? The voice on the other end suddenly trembled. We can't hold out any longer. Before he finished, a blood-curdling scream came through, followed by a boom. The person on the other end fell and couldn't get up. But the call hadn't been disconnected. Soon, a voice came from the phone. Help me report. To the boss, mission complete. The Yun Gang has been eliminated. The moment that voice fell, Liu Ziyan felt as if her head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Her mind suddenly went blank. Half a lifetime of her hard work was destroyed by someone in a few short minutes. The Yun Gang is gone. The Liu family has lost its greatest asset in Yunqing. Liu Ziyan was on the verge of collapse from the blow. Liu Sidao was also stunned. She stiffly raised her head to look at me, as if looking at a demon. After a while, she turned her head to look at Liu Ziyan. Her voice was hoarse. Auntie, if he doesn't die, my Liu family will never be at peace. Liu Ziyan snapped back to her senses. She looked at me, her eyes filled with immense killing intent. You're very smart. You knew that to deal with you. I gathered all the experts of the Yun Gang, but now it'll make you understand. In the face of absolute strength, your little tricks are useless. After speaking, she ordered the people behind her. Attack together. Kill everyone in front of you. Everyone responded in unison. Lin Feifan was so frightened by this aura that he trembled. He quickly stood up. Family, head Liu. I am Lin Feifan, from the Lin family of D City. I am not on the same side as this commoner. Liu Ziyan's eyes suddenly narrowed. From the Lin family of D City? Lin Feifan nodded repeatedly. Yes. 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 I am the biological grandson of the head of the Lin family in D City. My uncle is a 3-star senior commander. Min Shuyan Huyan Kong D. Vo Dan Huyan Nut D Kong Fei Ki. Anonymous D. Not a single person took a step forward. The surrounding aura grew heavier. The moment TNC finished speaking, Di Sha, behind me, suddenly took a step forward. A powerful aura rolled out in all directions like a tsunami. He looked indifferently at the crowd in front of him, as if he could trample the whole world under his feet. One of the 3 emperors, Sand Emperor Di Sha. The moment Di Sha finished speaking, 2 powerful auras erupted not far away. The next moment, 2 figures appeared to the south and north. The person in the south wore a blue diamond earring. His voice was gentle, but it carried an aura that pierced through people's hearts. One of the three emperors. Qin, Emperor Di Qin. The person in the north erupted with immense battle intent. One of the three emperors. War Emperor Di Zhan. The moment he finished speaking, the aura of all the Digong members suddenly exploded. Liu Xian's legs could no longer support her. As if she had lost all her strength, she collapsed onto the ground. And the more than 200 people who had rushed towards me earlier were now extremely close to me. They could feel even more clearly the terrifying aura surrounding these people. Their eyes were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't just the Liu family's side. At this moment, Gu Yu and Lin Faifan were both looking at me in shock. As members of the great families of D City, they had naturally heard of Digong. The upper echelons of their families had warned them thousands of times never to provoke a member of Digong. And now, so many members of Digong had appeared here. When they appeared, it seemed they said their palace master was here. So who was their palace master? Thinking of this, Gu Yu's and Lin Feifan's gazes both fell on me. However, the next moment, they both shook their heads. Impossible. How could the palace master of Digong be? Less than 20 years old? How could he be a reformed prisoner? However, the next moment, the members of Digong simultaneously half-knelt towards me. Their voices were respectful and devout. We greet the palace master. At this moment, Gu Yu, Lin Feifan, as well as the Go faction, everyone's minds went completely blank. The surroundings instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. However, faced with this shocking scene, I just nodded calmly and said, "Rise." I slowly raised my eyes and looked at Liu Xian, who was collapsed on the ground. I gave you a chance before. My indifferent voice betrayed no emotion, but it was precisely such a voice that made Liu Xian's heart instantly fall into an abyss. She looked at me stiffly. At this moment, she finally understood. The Liu family had truly failed this time. Liu Sidao gently shook her head. She muttered, "How is this possible? He's just a kid, not even 20 years old. How is this possible?" And at the same time, not far in front of me, the more than 200 henchmen hired by the Liu family looked at me in disbelief. Digong was a sacred place in the heart of every martial artist, but they never dreamed that the one in charge of Digong would be just a kid. Endless regret welled up in their hearts. Their chances of joining Digong were already slim. Now they had offended the person in charge of Digong. Their hopes of joining Digong were completely dashed. I didn't care about the reactions of these people. I turned my head, and my gaze fell on Lin Faifan. "I originally left you a way out, but you insisted on being difficult. I can only grant your wish. You just said you wanted to arrange a marriage with her, then be a pair of ill-fated lovers with her." When Lin Faifan heard me, his eyes suddenly widened. However, the next moment, thinking of Digong's nature, he tried to steady his mind. Then he stared at me. "Even if Digong is formidable, it can only run rampant in the outer domains. My uncle is a 3-star senior commander. If you dare touch me, the entire Xi Kingdom's military will not spare you." I raised my eyes and gave him an indifferent glance. My calm voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Then I really want to see, after I touch you, how the Xia Kingdom's military will not spare me." After speaking, I tilted my head slightly. "Dai Sat. Dai Zhan. Make your move." As my words fell, a slightly old but majestic voice suddenly rang out. "I'd like to see who dares." Countless people present were suddenly stunned. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. An old woman in a military uniform walked this way alone. The Liu family's side. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Commander Liu. Because of her sensitive identity, Liu Fanxing didn't come out from the beginning, even if Liu Xian could have handled it well. She didn't intend to show herself, but she never imagined the Liu family would be pushed to this extent by a stinking brat. If she didn't come out, Liu Xian and Liu Sidao would lose their lives. Seeing Liu Fanxing, Liu Xian and Liu Sidao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. However, right after that, thinking of how they were made so wretched by a stinking brat, they both lowered their heads in shame. Liu Xian sighed. Her face showed self-blame. "Big sister, I am sorry. I was incompetent." But Liu Fanxing shook her head. "It's not your fault." This old woman also didn't think that this stinking brat could have such a background. After she spoke, her sharp eyes looked straight at me. "You stinking brat, you're very capable. I admit my sister and daughter are no match for you. Give me, Liu Fanxing, some face. Let's consider today's matter over. How about it?" I looked at her indifferently. "Yesterday, out of consideration for you, I left Liu Sidao a way out. As for giving you face, let's not even talk about you. Even if Feng Shen were standing in front of me, you can ask him. If he would dare ask for my face." Liu Fanxing heard me belittle the great commander Feng Shen she admired most. Her face instantly darkened. "I admit you have some ability, but you shouldn't rely on your little ability to look down on everyone. No matter how capable you are you stronger than the Xi Kingdom's military?" I looked indifferently. Liu Fanxing laughed with amusement. "The Xia Kingdom's military, a mere 1-star senior commander like you, can represent the entire Xi Kingdom's military?" Liu Fanxing was choked by my words. She gritted her teeth and yelled at me. You're being disrespectful to a senior military commander. I have the right to order your arrest. For an indefinite period, I laughed dismissively. If an ordinary person said that, they might really be convicted of defying a high-ranking military officer. But when I say it, it's a superior instructing a subordinate. Hearing this, Liu Fanxing was suddenly stunned. She looked at me with cold eyes. Impersonating a high-ranking military officer, you have some nerve. I gave her an indifferent glance. Then I suddenly raised my hand. A crisp sound was heard. A small, exquisite golden badge was thrown by me at Liu Fanxing's face. Liu Fanxing instinctively caught the badge. When she saw the pattern on it clearly, her pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a pinhole. 3 stars. The badge this stinking brat casually threw out is engraved with 3 stars, representing a 3-star senior commander. That's a full 2 stars higher than her. Liu Fanxing held that badge. Her knuckles turned slightly white. At this moment, she thought of the military. That legendary 7-year-old who became a senior commander. If Gu Chen is that legend. Liu Fanxing's old face instantly turned pale. At the same time, the people from the Liu family's side looked at Liu Fanxing. A sense of unease gradually arose in their hearts. Could that stinking brat also be from the military? And his position might be even higher than Liu Fanxing's. However, the next moment, everyone denied this thought. How is that possible? That Digong is an outer domain organization. Becoming the palace master of Digong is difficult. But with luck, it's not impossible. But to become a senior commander or higher in the military is not something that can be achieved through luck. After a while, Liu Fanxing struggled to raise her head. Her voice was hoarse. Where did you get this badge? She still clung to a final hope. What if this badge isn't his? However, Liu Fanxing was ultimately destined for disappointment. I just looked at her indifferently, the corner of my mouth curling into a smile. Has Commander Liu been living too comfortably these years? If this thing didn't belong to me, would anyone dare to casually show it to others? The last lifeline in Liu Fanxing's heart was instantly crushed by me. Her mind was left with only one thought. It's over. The Liu family is over. According to the laws of the Xi Kingdom, Liu Xian and Liu Sidao attempted to murder a 3-star senior commander. If caught, they would have to sit in prison until they died. And as Liu Sidao's mother, she, too, could hardly escape punishment. In terror, Liu Fanxing's legs instantly went soft. She knelt down before me again. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Looking at Liu Fanxing, kneeling before me now, the Liu family members were stunned. What were they seeing? Liu Fanxing, who could call the shots in the military, was kneeling to this stinking brat. What's going on? What is this? Could that stinking brat hold a higher military position than Liu Fanxing? But he's just a stinking brat, not even 20 years old. At the same time, Liu Xian looked at the scene before her. She gasped suddenly. Her big sister, the biggest pillar of the Liu family, kneeling to that stinking brat just like that. Could it really be as he said? His rank in the military is even higher than her big sister's. She had thought I was afraid of Liu Fanxing. At this moment, she finally had an epiphany. Yesterday, I was able to make her kneel on the ground. It wasn't because she underestimated her enemy, nor was it because I launched a sneak attack. It was because I have at least the strength of a high-level warrior. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was very ridiculous, and if it weren't for her judgment of my strength being so vastly mistaken, the Liu family wouldn't have been pushed to this point. She, Liu Xian, had always been proud of her intelligence, but now it seemed she was truly stupid. At the same time, Lin Feifan, who was just rejoicing that he had made the right decision, suddenly froze on the spot. He stared blankly at Liu Fanxing. His mind suddenly couldn't process it. The scene before him nearly shattered his perception. Isn't Liu Fanxing a senior military commander? Why is she kneeling to Gu Chen? This lowly commoner from Yuncheng is not only the palace master of Daigong, but also a senior military commander. He's only 19 years old, and not far from him, Gu Yu was also a bit bewildered. When she found out I was the palace master of Daigong, she was already shocked enough. Now Liu Fanxing suddenly comes out and tells her that his position might be even higher than hers. In front of Gu Chen, she, the future head of the imperial capital's Gu family, is simply useless. A person like Gu Chen facing the Liu family is like facing a swarm of ants. Can't he just crush them at will? And she just told him to run. Is there anything more ridiculous under the heavens? Liu Fanxing's mood at this moment was extremely complicated. She raised her head to look at me, her eyes showing a plea. Sir, I only have these 2 relatives left in the world. I beg you to spare them. I just looked at her indifferently. My face was unmoved. I just said it yesterday. Out of consideration for you, I spared Liu Sidao's life, but she didn't know how to cherish it. This can't be blamed on anyone. After speaking, I looked directly at Daizhan, and Dai sat beside me and spoke again. Make your move. Liu Fanxing's heart suddenly leaped. Then she hurriedly looked at me and spoke. Even if your position is higher than mine, but you want to kill people in public, this is also a violation of the laws of the Xi Kingdom. Hearing this, I suddenly laughed. My gaze on Liu Fanxing turned a few degrees colder. The law? When your daughter wanted to drain my sister's blood, Did she think about the laws of the Xia kingdom? When your sister led people to kill me today, did she think about the laws of the East A kingdom? If I were just an ordinary person, I would be dead by now. And you, who were watching all of this from the shadows, probably wouldn't have even shown your face. Now that they've lost, you're here talking to me about the law. Does the law belong to your family? To be taken out immediately when needed, and when not needed, directly thrown aside like trash. Liu Fanxing was choked by my words. However, right after that, she took a deep breath and spoke with stern righteousness. They are them. You are you. They are just commoners of the Xi kingdom. But you are a high-ranking military officer. Your every word and deed represents the entire authority of the Xia kingdom, unless you step over my dead body. Otherwise, don't even think about touching them. She knew her words were enough for me to charge her with insubordination, but compared to the lives of her only daughter and sister, these things were nothing. I just looked straight at her. My gaze grew colder and colder. Finally, my voice was icy. What if I insist on killing them? Liu Fanxing took a deep breath, her gaze becoming extremely firm. Then I can only report to the great commander Feng Shen and let him handle it. She knew. I am now only one step away from the position of great commander. As long as I want to be the great commander, I can't make any mistakes now. I want to kill Liu Xian and Liu Sidao. This involves the laws of Xia country. If word gets out, the impact will be quite bad. She doesn't believe I'd dare to involve Feng Shen over this. As for why she wants to find Feng Shen and not the other two great commanders, because Feng Shen is the leader of the three great commanders. She holds the most authority. Secondly, and most importantly, just now, I said Feng Shen wouldn't dare to demand respect from me. If she says it in front of Feng Shen, the fact that I said this would be inadvertently revealed. At least for a short time, I can forget about ever sitting in the position of a great commander. Thinking of this, Liu Fanxing suddenly felt a surge of confidence. She straightened her back a bit, her sharp gaze fixed on me. She was waiting for me to change my decision, waiting for me to explain to her, but that what I said before about Feng Shen not daring to demand respect from me was just a slip of the tongue. However, a look of amusement suddenly appeared in my eyes. Then, I suddenly turned my head to look at a tree not far away. I slowly opened my mouth. Commander Feng, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, can you come out now? As soon as my words fell, the surroundings became even quieter. Almost everyone looked over. Under everyone's gaze, an old but upright figure stepped out from behind that tree. The moment Liu Fanxing saw the old woman's figure, her eyes widened slightly. She couldn't help but whisper, "Great commander." However, the old woman didn't look at her. Instead, she smiled and said to me, "Young man, your intuition is really sharp. I hid myself so well, and you still discovered me." Everyone was stunned. Hearing her tone, it was not like addressing a subordinate. This was clearly an elder, the tone used when speaking to a favored junior. Hearing this, I gave a faint smile. I didn't think you had a peeping hobby. When Liu Fanxing heard me say that, she abruptly widened her eyes. He actually dared to use the word peeping on the great commander. Is he crazy? However, just as she thought, Feng Shen would immediately turn cold and scold me for disrespecting a superior. Feng Shen just gave a light, embarrassed cough. She had no intention of pursuing the matter with me. She turned her head to look at Liu Fanxing. Liu Fanxing snapped out of her shock. She immediately stood up straight and saluted Feng Shen. With a booming voice, she greeted, "Greetings, great commander." Feng Shen nodded slightly. But when she looked at Liu Fanxing, her gaze wasn't as gentle as when she looked at me. Her eyes were a bit cold. She looked straight at Liu Fanxing, her voice laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Letting your family run wild. And today, you openly confronted your superior, Commander Gu. This is not something a high-ranking commander should do." The difference in attitude when facing him versus facing me, the attitude was completely different. Liu Fanxing was suddenly stunned. The next moment, she suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly explained, "The great commander is right. It is indeed my family. My discipline was not strict enough." However, in the next moment, she changed her tune. "But even though my family is at fault, their crime is not punishable by death. Even if it really warrants a death sentence, it shouldn't be carried out by Commander Gu." Liu Fanxing completely twisted black and white. I suddenly laughed. "Not punishable by death? Commander Liu? Haven't you heard that a murderer must pay with their life? Could it be that Commander Liu feels that after your daughter drained my sister's blood, I should still be grateful and even set off firecrackers to celebrate?" After Feng Shen heard my words, her eyes turned cold again. Liu Fanxing hurriedly said, "Sidao only wanted to draw some blood to save someone. She didn't intend for your sister to die, and your sister indeed did not die, right?" I shot a cold glance at Liu Fanxing. I had no interest in arguing senselessly with her. I looked directly at Feng Shen and said, "Whether Liu Sidao wanted to drain my sister's blood or not can be found out by checking the hospital's security cameras." With me having said this much, she truly had no way to rebut. She gritted her teeth and took a step back. "I admit that Sidao did wrong, but what about Xian? I just heard you order someone to kill Xian with my own ears. There's no way I misheard." I suddenly laughed. "The reason I came here today was because Liu Zian said she would give me an apology gift here, in order to resolve the conflict with the Liu family. I came from thousands of miles away. I just didn't expect that this sister of yours manages the underworld forces of Yun City. But she didn't have the slightest intention of apologizing. Instead, she brought over 200 people to kill me. If it weren't for these friends of mine being nearby, I might have already lost my life. Liu Fanxing was so angry she almost coughed up blood. If she really wanted to give you an apology gift, why would she send it here? You're not an idiot. How could you believe the lie about giving an apology gift here? And you, a high-ranking commander of the War Department, at least a high-level warrior. Even if the entire Liu family came at you at once, they couldn't touch a single hair on your head. But from your mouth, it became that you were almost killed by them. Were you just going to lie there and let them kill you? Most importantly, you said my sister brought people. Just say she brought people. Why did you have to emphasize that my sister manages the underworld forces? Do you want to highlight your role as a good citizen? Or do you think the great commander's attitude towards her isn't harsh enough? After a few breaths, Liu Fanxing forced down the blood rising in her throat. She took a deep breath. You're not answering the question. I'm asking, what right do you have to order the deaths of Sidao and Xian? I looked at Liu Fanxing indifferently, as if looking at a mentally disabled person. Commander Liu, you are also a veteran of the War Department. You should know that intentionally plotting to murder a high-ranking commander of the War Department allows for immediate execution according to this law. Don't even say they're not dead yet. Even if they were dead, they would have brought it upon themselves. Liu Fanxing stood frozen on the spot. She had been too furious just now. Her mind was a mess. She had forgotten that the laws of Xia country had such a clause. In that case, Gu Chen is actually not at fault at all. The next moment, the look in her eyes as she looked at me suddenly changed. This man is deeply calculating. I ignored Liu Fanxing's gaze and looked at Feng Shen again. I said, Great Commander. Liu Sidao intended to and attempted to kill a 6-year-old child. Liu Zian brought people here to kill a high-ranking commander of the War Department. How do you want to handle this? You decide. Liu Fanxing suddenly came to her senses. Her heart suddenly clenched. She was afraid the great commander would make a direct decision. She hurriedly opened her mouth. Great Commander. Although Sidao and Xian are at fault, it's not as serious as he says. Besides, no one has died because of them. I hope the great commander can spare my only 2 relatives. My eyes grew a few degrees colder. It's precisely because they have you, a high-ranking War Department commander, as their backer, that they dare to act so recklessly. If all the families of the War Department's high-ranking members are this chaotic, Xia country won't need to wait for other countries to invade. It could be destroyed by its own War Department. Liu Fanxing wanted to bite me to death, she said, 1 sentence. I retorted with 1 sentence. She had never been so wronged in her entire life. Liu Fanxing wanted to say more, but the great commander was cut off by Feng Shen raising a hand. Today's matter. The Liu family is indeed in the wrong. If you plead for them, and I let it go without punishing them. In the future, if a similar situation occurs with other high-ranking War Department members, how should I handle it? After speaking, she looked at the War Department soldiers who came with her, and said, Come. First arrest Liu Sidao, Liu Zian, and this Mr. Lin. Take them to Yun City prison. How to deal with them? Let the court decide. Liu Fanxing's heart sank. Liu Sidao's and Liu Xian's faces stiffened. Lin Feifan's face immediately showed fear. If it was left to the court to decide, once their crimes were established, even if they didn't die, it would be life imprisonment. The situation was urgent. He didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly shouted at Feng Shen. Great Commander, my uncle, Lin Shuang, is a 3-star high-ranking commander of the War Department. I just had a small conflict with him, and he even broke both my arms. You can't do this to me. Feng Shen only gave Lin Feifan an indifferent glance, but she was unmoved. Lin Shuang is Lin Shuang. You are you. Seeing this, Liu Fanxing's face showed an even more pleading expression. Great Commander. The aura around Feng Shen turned cold. If you are still not satisfied, I can only hand it over to Commander Gu to handle. Hearing this, Liu Fanxing's face changed. She hurriedly corrected herself. I accept the Great Commander's decision. After speaking, she glanced at me. Her eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. But Great Commander, Commander Ju may not be entirely without fault. You arrived earlier. You heard him say it with your own ears. He wouldn't even give you face. When you stepped out from behind that tree just now, he even directly called you by name, and even used the word peeping on you. Great Commander, he has absolutely no respect for you. With his arrogant personality, sooner or later, he will cause a great disaster, and bring unimaginable losses to the War Department. Feng Shen heard this, and frowned. What are you trying to say? Liu Fanxing continued. Commander Gu is too young. I admit he has made significant contributions to the country, but his qualifications are too shallow. Do you know, 2 years ago, when those veteran, mid-ranking commanders heard that a smelly brat not even 20 years old had become a 3-star high-ranking commander, how did they feel in their hearts? They galloped on the battlefield for the country their entire lives, but they still couldn't compare to a snot-nosed brat who hasn't even fully grown. Do you know because of this? How disappointed they were with the XI country's War Department. In order not to completely break the hearts of the veteran warriors, and also to give Commander Gu time to settle down, to wash away his arrogance and vanity, I suggest, first, demote Commander Gu to a mid-ranking commander. Wait until he is at least 30 years old. Then consider promoting him. Otherwise, the War Department will fall into chaos. After hearing Liu Fanxing's criticism and suggestion, I let out a cold laugh. Then I turned my head. My cold gaze fell on Feng Shen. Great Commander, since so many people feel that I am not suitable for this position, there's no need to go through the trouble of demoting me. Just let me leave the War Department directly. I will protect that country, only because of the promise to that friend. If the XI country's War Department feels I am not worthy of my position, there's no need for me to risk my life to continue protecting CEA country, even that star card. I don't need to be in a hurry to unseal it. As soon as my words fell, the surroundings fell silent again, except for the members of DI Gong. Everyone looked at me as if I were a madman. Liu Fanxing couldn't quite believe her ears. Leave the War Department? Is he crazy? No, he's reached this height. He can't be willing to leave, so he wants to use leaving the War Department to threaten the Great Commander, to make the Great Commander not dare to demote him. Thinking of this, Liu Fanxing looked at me, her gaze filled with ridicule and contempt. Does he really think that without him, the Xia country's War Department cannot function normally? If the Great Commander could be threatened by him, she wouldn't have reached her current height. Using this trick to threaten the Great Commander is just shooting himself in the foot. He will definitely regret it. As Liu Fanxing was still thinking, Feng Shen looked towards her. Those majestic, inviolable eyes now revealed a hint of killing intent. Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? From now on, if you say one more word, the one who gets demoted will be you. At this moment, Feng Shen truly had the intention to kill Liu Fanxing. You must know. Right now, the War Department can barely provide me any help, but the War Department needs me to do many things, and it invisibly adds more constraints on me. I could absolutely leave the War Department and be a carefree palace master of Dai Gong, but the Exia country's War Department truly cannot be without me. Once I leave the War Department, the Heavenly Wolf squad I once led will definitely fall into chaos, and Xia country, which is currently besieged by many nations, will surely fall into a perilous situation. It is precisely because of this that a year ago, she wanted me to become the fourth great commander of the War Department. It's a pity, I felt it was too restrictive, and have rejected her twice in a row. Today, she shamelessly came for the third time. She hoped that by backing me up, she could make me understand her attitude, and then agree to become the fourth commander of Xia country. But this idiot Liu Fanxing actually told her to demote me. How could she not be angry? How could she not be furious? Liu Fanxing heard Feng Shen's words and was directly stunned. She didn't understand why Feng Shen told her to be quiet. She understood even less why. After I had already declared I was leaving the War Department, Feng Shen not only didn't kick me out of the War Department directly, but instead turned to tell her to be quiet. What was the reason for this? What was Feng Shen thinking? Before Liu Fanxing could figure it out, Feng Shen suddenly looked at me. Her expression, which was extremely solemn just a moment ago, revealed a somewhat mischievous look. The words she spoke were like a thunderclap, causing Liu Fanxing and everyone present to go blank. Feng Shen continued, Gu Chen. Commander Liu is old and confused. I apologize to you on her behalf, and to show my strong opposition to her suggestion, I am promoting you by 1 rank. From today onwards, you are the fourth great commander of the War Department. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They even thought they were hearing things. The fourth great commander. The 3 current great commanders of Xia country's War Department all made immense contributions to Xia country. Moreover, looking throughout the history of Xia country's great commanders, not a single one was promoted to great commander at my age. Now she's flattering me, making me a great commander before I am even 20. Gu, you stared at me, dumbfounded. She thought she was the strong one, who came to help me. The weak one. But it turned out I am not only the palace master of Daigong, but I also killed a high-ranking commander of the War Department. Now I've even become a great commander. Go Yu was stupefied. She had always been the most outstanding existence among her peers, but at this moment, she felt so insignificant. Compared to me, she was completely useless. If she had known she would experience this before coming, even if her grandfather beat her to death, she wouldn't have come. Lin Feifan was also instantly stunned. Just now, he didn't clearly see the insignia I threw in Liu Fanxing's face, and thought I was at most a 2-star high-ranking commander. But now Feng Shen said I had become a great commander. The fourth great commander of the Xia country's War Department, a figure that could make the Lin family tremble with just a stomp of his foot, and he had previously thought I was a commoner. At the same time, Liu Fanxing also recovered from her great shock. She had just suggested demoting me to a mid-ranking commander, but Feng Shen opened her mouth and promoted me to great commander. This Feng Shen was blatantly slapping her in the face. Liu Fanxing stiffly turned her head, looking at me with unwillingness, feeling that I, at my young age, had sat in a position that she wouldn't dare to even think about in her entire life. After I become a great commander, unless I commit a great crime like treason. Otherwise, no one can pull me from the position of great commander. Thinking of this, Liu Fanxing ignored Feng Shen's warning and sincerely advised Feng Shen, every great commander of Xia country can represent the entire War Department, even represent the will of Xia country. If the foreign nations find out that Xia country has pushed a 19-year-old kid into this position, they will definitely think the Xia country's War Department is incompetent. It might even cause the entire Xia country to fall into chaos. I hope the great commander will not joke about this matter. Afraid of being cut off by Feng Shen, Liu Fanxing said all this in almost one breath. After hearing this, Feng Shen stared at Liu Fanxing. At this moment, she wanted to sew that wretched mouth of hers shut, then chop her up and feed her to the dogs. If it weren't for Liu Fanxing today, her invitation for me to be promoted to Great Commander was simply a case of the right time, place, and people. She was confident she could get me to agree to become the 4th Great Commander, but such a good opportunity was ruined by this idiot Liu Fanxing. She understood my personality well. Since I had already opened my mouth to refuse, there was no way I would change my mind and agree today. And this was the 3rd invitation. The proverb says things don't happen more than 3 times. After today, it would be difficult for her to get me to agree. As long as I haven't sat in the position of Great Commander, I can resign from the War Department at any time. Feng Shen took a few deep breaths, suppressing the impulse to hack Liu Fanxing to death. Then, she suddenly looked at a soldier and coldly opened her mouth. From today onwards, Liu Fanxing is demoted from high-ranking commander to mid-ranking commander. She is not to receive any promotions in the future. Liu Fanxing clenched her fists. Great Commander, I know I am nothing in your eyes, but I have been in the War Department for so many years. If I have no merits, I at least have hard work. I need you to give me a reason for protecting Yu Chen like this. Feng Shen looked coldly at Liu Fanxing. Protecting? Liu Fanxing, has Xia country been too peaceful in recent years, making you forget the rules of the War Department just based on the attitude you used to speak to me and Commander Gu? I can deal with you, according to the War Department's rules. Liu Fanxing's heart clenched. She gritted her teeth and looked straight at Feng Shen. I accept any punishment, but I still want to know. He, a yellow-haired brat not even 20 years old, what virtue or talent does he have to sit in the position of Great Commander? Feng Shen glanced at her. With your rank, you are not qualified to know. Liu Fanxing clenched her fists and was silent for a moment, as if she was about to risk it all. Her eyes were resolute. If the Great Commander doesn't give me an explanation today, a corrupt War Department, I might as well not stay. Feng Shen, fine. I'll grant your wish. She then turned her head to look at the soldier behind her. Bring up all of Commander Gus' achievements in the War Department. Pull them up. The War Department soldier complied. He took down a phone-sized screen from his arm and quickly operated it for a while. 10 seconds later, the soldier spoke up. Great Commander, it's pulled up. Feng Shen, show it to her. Liu Fanxing looked at the first piece of information on the screen. Her pupils contracted. How is this possible? She looked at each of those impossible missions that I was able to perfectly overcome. The shock in her eyes grew deeper and deeper. Seeing what followed, her entire mind was in turmoil. The documents the Great Commander provided cannot be fake. She couldn't believe I could create these miracles. Feng Shen looked coldly at Liu Fanxing and opened her mouth. Now, do you have any more opinions on my decision? Liu Fanxing shook her head. Endless regret welled up in her heart. Not worthy of the position? Promoting me would hurt the hearts of the War Department's old veterans. All of this, in the face of my achievements, is nothing. At this moment, she finally understood how wrong she was, and also understood why Feng Shen was so angry. I continue to stay in the War Department purely out of old sentiment. Once I am completely disappointed, I can leave at any time. At that time, it will definitely be for the Xia country's War Department to suffer an irreversible loss. Thinking about how, because of her unwillingness, she had suggested demoting me, Liu Fanxing wanted to slap herself a few times. Feng Shen no longer looked at Liu Fanxing. Instead, she looked at me solemnly and said, Gu Chen, I am saving the position of Great Commander for you. As long as you want it, it's yours at any time. I gave a faint smile, rarely showing a hint of warmth. I have news about my lover in Xia country. As for the Great Commander position, let's talk about it after I find her. Thinking of her, an urgent look appeared in my eyes. Feng Shen was stunned by my words. The next moment, her face lit up with ecstasy. From what you're saying, once you find your lover, you will accept the position of Great Commander of the War Department. She believed that with my abilities, as long as that person was alive, there was no way I couldn't find her. This also meant, sooner or later, I will agree to become the Great Commander. It's just a matter of time. Feng Shen felt the surprise came too suddenly. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked me, is there any news about her? I didn't hide it. I said, she might be at D-City Academy. D-City Academy. Feng Shen seemed to think of something. She hurriedly said, the president of D-City Academy was appointed by the War Department. He's about to retire. The candidate for the new president hasn't been decided yet. Why don't you go and be the acting president for a few days? That way, it will be convenient to do anything. Feng Shen said she wanted me to be the acting president. Although my identity as president is unofficial, I can decide when to resign. Feng Shen's arrangement is very thoughtful. I gave a faint smile. Alright, but don't announce my identity. Also, prepare an academy admission notice for me to unseal the star card I got from the Li family. I might need the cooperation of the academy's upper management. The identity of the president is indeed convenient, but to find my darling, the identity of a student is better. Jiang Siqi opened her mouth to ask. Palace Master, you want to enter the Imperial City Academy as a student? I asked. Is there a problem? Jiang Siqi hurriedly shook her head. Her expression was a bit complicated. She said no. She received a notice 3 days ago. She will be in charge of the new students' military training in 10 days, which means, among the new students, she will be training as the Palace Master. This is no different from telling her to die. Feng Shen didn't notice the change in Jiang Siqi's expression. She directly nodded. All right. I will have someone send it to you. After speaking, she then instructed her men to take Liu Zian and the others to Yun's city prison. Then she left. Not long after, everyone had left. The screen on Di Qing's arm flickered twice. He looked down. He looked at me with a serious face. Boss, we received news. The Chen family of Yun City has found traces of your lover. I was stunned. Di Qing continued. The youngest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Waner. She has been the school belle since she was young, but some time ago, her personality suddenly changed, and it closely matches the characteristics you provided. This is a photo of Chen Waner. Take a look. Di Qing held the phone in front of me. The girl in the photo was about 20 years old. Her skin was smooth and her features were as exquisite as a doll's. Her surrounding aura was impeccably clean. I was instantly stunned, because the eyebrows and eyes of the girl in this photo actually resembled my darling from my past life. I took a deep breath. After calming myself down, I looked at Di Shay. Find the location of the Chen family. We're going now. At the same time, Mom was sitting in front of a strange bank counter. Inside the counter, the initially indifferent bank teller's eyes widened. The computer screen showed the card's balance, 1 2 3 4 5 9 7 8, 8 zeros, 10 billion. He stared at that string of numbers, breathing heavily. He had worked at the bank for 3 years and had never seen so much money. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then he carefully observed Mom. She doesn't look like a rich person at all. Greed appeared in his eyes. 10 billion. Even if he only took 1/10 of it, it would be enough to last a lifetime. Soon, he suppressed his excitement and questioned Mom in a cold voice. This card. Where did you get it? Mom quickly replied, my son gave it to me. Hearing Mom's answer, the teller's expression turned cold. How old is your son? What does he do? Mom frowned. What does this have to do with me wanting to withdraw money? Huh? Hearing this, the teller's face grew even colder. Today, you must tell me clearly the origin of this card. The female receptionist who had brought Mom into the bank heard this, the teller's threat. She suddenly reacted, and hurriedly gave the teller an inquiring look. The teller nodded slightly at her, then gestured the number 10. The female receptionist immediately gasped. She looked at Mom, her face sinking, and questioned. Tell me, where did this card come from? Is it yours or your son's? Did you find it or steal it? Mom felt the threatening aura from the two of them. She reached out to take the bank card from the card reader. I just want to withdraw money. You're questioning me like a criminal. I am not withdrawing this money anymore. Seeing this, the female receptionist quickly reached out and snatched the bank card. The origin of this card of yours is unknown. I bet if you didn't steal it, then your son stole it. Come with us to the station. 10 minutes away from the Chen family's house, I received a phone call. Mom was arrested and taken to the inspection office. The aura around me dropped by several degrees. Without hesitation, I went directly to the Yun City inspection office. The interrogation room of the Yun City inspection office. Mom was handcuffed and sitting in the interrogation chair. 3 people stood opposite her, the female receptionist and the bank teller. The other person was a fat, middle-aged woman, Deputy Chief Wang of the Yun City inspection office. Deputy Chief Wang slapped a piece of paper in front of Mom and said coldly, the confession form has been prepared for you. Sign it. Mom looked at the 3 people who had forcibly brought her here and were now forcing her to confess. This card wasn't stolen. Deputy Chief Wang looked at Mom and sneered. Not stolen? Do you know how much money is in this card? Look at your ragged clothes. There's no way you're a rich person. And your son. He was in Yun City prison before. He just got out yesterday. You say he gave you this card. Even if he had great abilities, there's no way he could get 10 billion while in prison. Mother Gu was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. 10 billion? She only felt a powerful bomb explode in her head. That card actually has 10 billion? Seeing this, the female receptionist looked coldly at Mother Gu and said, as long as you admit you stole this card from our bank and hand the card over to the inspectors as evidence, we will not hold your son responsible. Deputy Chief Wang nodded. As long as you sign the confession form, seeing that you confessed voluntarily, we will give you a lenient sentence. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending, and your son will surely die. Either confess voluntarily and get a reduced sentence, or kill your son to avoid going to jail yourself. You choose. Mother Gu asked. On what basis do you claim this card was stolen? Although I don't know why I have so much money, but I don't believe I stole this money. Besides, I am not stupid. If I could steal 10 billion, how could I still be safe and sound until now? If Exing Key Bank had 10 billion stolen, how could there be no news about it at all? Deputy Chief Wang looked coldly at Mother Gu and warned, "I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't sign, I will directly send people to bring your son here. At that time, you will all have to die." Mom said firmly, "My son did not steal this money. You have no evidence whatsoever to arrest someone. I want to see your superior." Deputy Chief Wang laughed in anger and said, "You poor wretch. What right do you have to see my superior? You want evidence, right? I'll give it to you." After speaking, he stepped in front of Mom and forcefully grabbed her wrist. Mom struggled. "What do you want to do? Didn't you want evidence? I can give you evidence right now." After speaking, Deputy Chief Wang twisted my mother's hand. He forcefully pressed her index finger into the ink pad, an evil smile on his face. He pressed my mother's finger onto the confession sheet. Just as her finger was about to touch down, the cell door was kicked open. The 4 people in the cell looked over in unison. They only saw me, radiating a coldness that seemed to freeze the air. I slowly walked inside. I saw Deputy Chief Wang's action of twisting my mother's hand. The aura around me dropped to freezing point. Mother Gu opened her mouth. "A Chen." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for Deputy Chief Wang and the other 2 to hear clearly. Deputy Chief Wang snapped out of his shock. He slowly put away the confession sheet that had been thumbprinted. He shouted towards the door, "Someone come! Arrest this man for me." Outside the cell, they had just been sent flying by my kick. The inspectors struggled to get up. One of them drew his weapon and pointed it at my head. The other 4 drew their electric batons and surrounded me. I didn't even glance at the inspectors. I looked straight at Deputy Chief Wang. "You're the one who arrested my mother." Deputy Chief Wang snorted coldly. "I didn't just arrest her. I am also arresting you. You are suspected of stealing a large amount of assets. If you know what's good for you, stop resisting immediately. Otherwise, we have the right to shoot you dead on the spot." He looked at me. A flash in his eyes. Excitement. Feeling like his luck had exploded. He could solve 2 problems at once. And then, embezzle that 10 billion. The female receptionist and the counter staff also looked at me excitedly, as if by killing my mother and me, the 10 billion would be theirs. Thinking of this, the female receptionist took a step forward. She looked at me with a cold smile. "I heard you just got out of prison, and you immediately stole a huge sum of money. A dog really can't be taught not to eat shit. Trash like you should just be shot dead." The counter staff nodded, looking at the inspector aiming his weapon at me. He said, "What are you standing there for? A piece of scum who committed a crime right after getting out of prison. Do you still need to go easy on him? Shoot him dead immediately." My mother struggled fiercely. "Let me go. Even if I die, I won't let you touch my son." Her child was her bottom line. If someone wanted to harm her child, she would risk her life to take them down with her. However, she hadn't struggled twice before her arm was grabbed. My mother gasped. I opened my mouth. "Don't worry. It'll be fine." Deputy Chief Wang heard this and looked at me with contempt. The counter staff and the female receptionist looked at me, their faces also full of mockery, full of sarcasm. At this moment, the 4 inspectors holding electric batons looked for an opportunity. They struck at me fiercely with their electric batons. However, at the moment they were about to touch me, the sound of needles piercing the air was heard. The next moment, several of them went limp and fell to the ground. Deputy Chief Wang and the other 2 instantly froze. The receptionist took a cold breath, whispering, "How is this possible?" Deputy Chief Wang drew the weapon from his belt and aimed it at my head. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The sound of a bullet leaving the chamber and then being deflected rang out. Then, a tam scream came from Deputy Chief Wang's mouth. The bullet had been deflected back, piercing through his knee. The counter staff and the female receptionist were stunned. I indifferently watched Deputy Chief Wang rolling on the ground in pain. I slowly walked to his side and raised my foot to stomp on the back of his hand. Feeling his fingers about to be crushed by me, Deputy Chief Wang's eyes widened. His voice trembling, he said, "You dare attack an inspector? You must have a death wish." I curled my lips, and the force of my foot suddenly increased. A few cracking sounds. The sound of fingers breaking echoed. It was extremely abrupt in the quiet room. The pain from the 10 fingers is connected to the heart. Deputy Chief Wang's scream was 10 times louder than before. Deputy Chief Wang was in so much pain he was about to faint. Seeing this, the counter staff and the female receptionist took a cold breath. The 2 of them looked at my mother with expressions of disbelief. They thought my mother was just an ordinary woman. In their minds, they never expected her to have such a ruthless son. The female receptionist muttered, "Are these 2 really mother and son?" I raised my head and looked at them. The 2 of them flinched. The female receptionist trembled. "I am telling you, this is the inspection department. Don't do anything reckless." The counter staff quickly nodded. Right. As long as you don't touch us, we can help you testify." That Deputy Chief Wang accidentally fell on his own. I let out a light laugh. Before I could speak, Disha quickly entered the cell. "Boss." Behind Disha was the person who had previously appeared at the Gu hospital, who intended to back Liu Sidao. Chief Zhang. When the 2 saw Chief Zhang, it was like seeing a savior. Joy of surviving a catastrophe immediately showed on their faces. The female receptionist looked at Chief Zhang. She shouted, "Chief Zhang is attacking an inspector. Quickly. Control him." Chief Zhang was panting. I looked at Dishay. I instructed coldly. My mother's hand was injured because of them. Cripple both their hands. The female receptionist and the counterstaff's eyes widened. They didn't think that even with Chief Zhang here, I would still dare to touch them. You must know. The female receptionist watched Disha get closer and closer. She was terrified. You dare? This is the inspection department. Chief Zhang is here. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain shot through her hands. At the same time, the counterstaff's wrist also let out the sound of breaking bones. Chief Zhang didn't look at the two of them. He anxiously walked up to my stunned mother. With the fastest speed possible, he unlocked the interrogation chair and handcuffs. His attitude was deferential. Are you all right? Ma'am, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates well. I've frightened you. My mother shook her head. It's nothing. Deputy Chief Wang saw Chief Zhang's actions. He screamed, Chief Zhang, you can't just let him go like that. I lowered my head and glanced at Deputy Chief Wang, then slowly raised my foot. I moved it towards Deputy Chief Wang's other hand. Again, there were a few sounds of breaking fingers. This time, Deputy Chief Wang fainted directly from the pain. I looked at my mother. Mom, how do you want to deal with them? My mother came to her senses and quickly asked, Chen. They said the card you gave me has 10 billion. Is that true? I nodded. Mom, use it first. Tell me when you run out. I'll transfer more to you. My mother opened her mouth, her face full of worry. Chen, where did you get so much money? I smiled faintly. This money comes from a legitimate source. Mom, spend it without worry. There won't be any problems. My mother opened her mouth again to ask worriedly, how did you earn so much money? Is it dangerous? Hearing this, I was a little surprised. I thought my mother was worried about the money's illegal origins. I didn't expect her to be worried about my safety. I looked at my mother. I unconsciously felt a bit warmer. Don't worry. In all of Xia country, almost no one can harm me. Chief Zhang heard my arrogant words. His heart jumped. He knew that, after I got out of that place, my strength would be very formidable. But he didn't think I could make such a bold claim. However, he believed that everything I said was true. Instantly, his gaze towards me became even more respectful. I turned my head to look at him. These three people just wanted to kill me. How will you handle it from here? I'll leave it to you. Don't disappoint me. Chief Zhang quickly nodded. Yes. Yes. Deputy Chief Wang knowingly broke the law and will be dealt with severely. The other two are accomplices. At the very least, they'll spend the rest of their lives in prison. I nodded. I took my mother out of the cell and back to the hospital, and I told Dishay to take good care of her. Just as I was preparing to go to the Chen family's home again, I suddenly received news. News that the Chen family was holding a party at the Century Global Hotel. A moment later, I appeared at the hotel entrance. As soon as I arrived at the door, someone who was about to enter the hotel, a handsome male student, suddenly stopped. Gu Chen. I raised an eyebrow. Liu Xuan. The previous owner of this body was weak and insecure. He didn't have good relationships in high school. At that time, Liu Xuan had been unintentionally saved by the previous owner. He considered the previous owner his savior and his only friend. Liu Xuan walked up to me worriedly. Gu Chen. Yesterday, I waited all day at the gate of Yun City Prison, but I didn't see you. Then I went to the Li family home, but I couldn't even get past the main gate. Are you okay? I looked at Liu Xuan. The worry on his face wasn't fake. My expression softened as well. I am fine. Liu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the hotel in front of him. He said, I heard the Chen family booked the entire hotel today. Are you also here for the party? I said, yeah. Are you too? Liu Xuan nodded. For people like us, the only way out is to get into an academy. But the academy I got into isn't ideal. At today's party, Senior Chen Waner will choose one person. She'll recommend them to the D City Intermediate Academy. My mother used all her connections to get an invitation. She wants me to come and try my luck. After speaking, Liu Xuan took an invitation card from his pocket. To get this invitation card, my family spent 100,000. Gu Chen, what level is your invitation? Can you show it to me? Dai Qing put me on the guest list. I can get in without an invitation. Liu Xuan suddenly asked me for an invitation. I really couldn't produce one. I opened my mouth. I don't have an invitation, but I can get in. Liu Xuan opened his mouth worriedly. How is that possible? There are people checking at the door. You'll be kicked out without an invitation. I'll call my mom right now. I'll ask if she can get another invitation. Just as Liu Shuang was about to contact his mother, a female voice was heard. I have an extra invitation card. If Mr. Gu doesn't mind, please accept it. Liu Xuan stopped. He looked up and was stunned to see a woman slowly approaching. I also raised an eyebrow. Although I had never met this woman, her aura showed that she was no ordinary person. The woman walked up to me. She opened her mouth anxiously. Hello? Mr. Gu? I am the director of Yun City's X-Scene Key Bank. My name is Zhao Wuyu. Liu Shuang looked at Zhao Wuyu with shock and respect. Xingqi Bank is undeniably the #1 bank in the world. Zhao Wuyu, at 28 years old, held the position of director. She was the youngest of all the directors, holding an extremely high status in Yun City. Liu Shuang never expected that such a big shot would stand before me and use such a humble tone to speak to me, saying, "Mr. Gu, I am sorry for not managing my staff well. I've brought trouble to you and your mother. I happen to have an extra invitation card here. I hope it will be of use to you." With that, Zhao Wuyu took out a top-tier invitation card. She presented it to me with both hands. Looking closely, her hands were even trembling slightly. Before coming, Chief Shang had given her some advice. At this moment, she only hoped that I would see her sincere apology and not pursue her responsibility any further. Otherwise, the fates of Liu Sidao and Liu Zian would be her own precedent. Seeing this, Liu Xuan was completely bewildered. Such a big shot like Zhao Wuyu was apologizing to me so respectfully. The reason for the apology was that her staff had caused me trouble. How could he not know that the bank's service attitude was so meticulously good? I raised my hand and took the invitation. I said lightly, "Today's matter doesn't have much to do with you. I've accepted the invitation. If you need my help with anything in the future, you can find me." Zhao Wuyu quickly nodded. Yes. Then I thanked Mr. Gu in advance. Liu Shuang stared blankly as Zhao Wuyu breathed a sigh of relief. He had a feeling of unreality. I just got out of prison yesterday. In one day, have I become a formidable big shot? What is this situation? Before Liu Shuang could figure it out, I looked at him and said, "Let's go." After speaking, I walked into the hotel, the banquet hall. A young man about 20 years old, wearing an ill-fitting combat uniform, attracted the attention of many female students, chatted, "Your clothes are so special." Lin Huiyu heard this. He tried to hide the smug look on his face and smiled modestly. "There's nothing special about it. It's just that its origin is a bit special." Hearing this, everyone's faces were full of curiosity. Lin Huiyu smiled and introduced it. "My sister brought these clothes back from the War Department. I heard they were designed by a legendary figure under 20 years old, who became a high-level commander." As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. A high-level commander under 20? That's the existence who could become the 4th great commander at any time. Lin Huiyu was surprised. "You know that great figure?" Everyone heard Lin Huiyu's answer, which was as good as a confirmation. They all took a cold breath and looked at Lin Huiyu with shock. At this moment, Liu Shuang and I walked into the banquet hall. A classmate saw me and said, "Look quickly. His clothes. They're so similar to Huiyu's." Everyone looked at me in unison. Stunned. Not just similar. It's simply an upgraded version. Lin Huiyu stared at me, his expression darkening. He had just finished saying that his clothes had an extraordinary origin. Then someone appeared wearing clothes extremely similar to his, but with better material. An upgraded version. This was a public slap in the face to him. Suddenly, someone recognized me. He seems to be Gu Chen, who was arrested and sent to prison. It's true. He's out of Yun City prison. But a reformed prisoner isn't qualified to attend today's party. Everyone was gossiping about me. Lin Huiyu heard this and looked at me with contempt. However, he then smiled and walked up to me. "Gu Chen, why didn't you tell me you were out of prison?" He looked at me with pity. "I heard your family is having some difficulties. If you had told me, I would have definitely treated you to a nice meal. It wouldn't have come to you crashing a party for food. These clothes you're wearing. Is it because you have nothing else to wear? Did you bring them out from prison? Come quickly. I've prepared some clothes. This set will suit you better." I looked him up and down. I laughed lightly. The laws of Xia country stipulate that anyone not in the War Department who steals and wears a combat uniform will be sentenced to a minimum of 3 years in prison. How many years do you want to be sentenced for? As soon as the words left my mouth, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Almost no one present knew that Xia country had such a law, but not knowing doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's not strange for Xia country to have such a law. Soon, one of them came to their senses. He quickly went online to search. A few seconds later, he exclaimed in surprise, "There really is such a law. Last year, someone was even sentenced to 3 years. Everyone gasped. They stiffly turned their heads, looking at Lin Huiyu. Their shock was mixed with a bit of fear. Lin Huiyu came to his senses, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. He looked at me with eyes full of grievance and indignation. "Gu Chen, I know you don't like me, but you shouldn't be so vicious as to curse me like this. To be locked up, you're talking about wearing a combat uniform and impersonating War Department personnel to deceive people. I am just wearing the clothes my sister sent me. Have I broken the law?" I looked at him indifferently. "What's the name of the sister who sent them to you?" Lin Huiyu heard my calm question. He panicked for no reason. "My sister is a high-ranking commander in the War Department. Her information needs to be kept confidential. I can't tell you. Her name," I nodded. "She lives in Yun City, and her surname is Jiang, mid-level commander. So it shouldn't be hard to look up." Lin Huiyu became even more flustered. He looked at a dark-skinned male student. Immediately, the student stood up and questioned me. You say wearing War Department personnel's clothes will get you sentenced to prison. Then what about you? Why do you dare to wear them? Everyone's gaze focused on me again. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, I curled the corner of my mouth. My indifferent voice carried a domineering tone. Who told you I am not from the War Department? Everyone was stunned. The dark-skinned man suddenly shouted, You just got out of prison 2 days ago. How could you be from the War Department? I raised an eyebrow. Who told you you can't join the War Department from prison? Hearing this, the dark-skinned man's face turned cold. You useless piece of trash. You're tricking idiots. Before he could finish, the dark-skinned man let out a hem scream and flew back 3 or 4 meters. His body slammed heavily onto the ground. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Everyone stared blankly at me as I retracted my fist, all taking a cold breath. Lin Hui's gaze towards me suddenly changed, but he quickly came to his senses. He ran to the dark-skinned man's side and asked worriedly, Zhang Tian, how are you? No matter how he shook, Zhang Tian, it was useless. He looked up at me. Zhang Tian, just asked you a few questions. How could you hit him? I looked at him indifferently. You should be glad you didn't curse at me. Otherwise, you'd be the one lying on the ground right now. Lin Huiyu stiffened. He realized that I had really changed now. Changed to the point where he was scared. I turned my head and my gaze swept over everyone. Next, I don't want anyone to say any insulting words to me. Do you hear me? Everyone held their breath. The scene fell silent. My aura became a few degrees colder. Didn't you hear what I said? A timid person muttered. I heard you. Although the others didn't respond, they didn't dare to voice any objection. Lin Huiyu clenched his fists. A useless piece of trash in high school who he almost pushed into a cesspool, but he didn't dare to stand up and refute me even a single word. Just as Lin Huiyu was about to cough up blood from anger, a cold and dignified voice came through. What's going on? Everyone looked towards the sound. A few people saw a middle-aged woman approaching. They greeted her respectfully. Manager Tai. By the hotel's lobby manager. Lin Huiyu's eyes flashed with wild joy. Then he said worriedly, Manager Tai, my friend was knocked unconscious. Is there a doctor who can help treat my friend? Manager Tai's expression turned cold. Who did it? Lin Huiyu looked at me, then quickly averted his gaze as if frightened. Manager Tai looked at me and questioned coldly. You did it? I glanced at her and nodded in acknowledgement. Me. Manager Tai saw that I seemed to have some backing. She narrowed her eyes. You ignorant fool. Is this a place where you can cause trouble? After speaking, she turned her head and ordered the bodyguards. Seize this reckless fool for me. I watched as more than a dozen bodyguards quickly approached me. I kindly reminded them, I came here today to find someone. I don't want to ruin this party. He better ask the person in charge first if they want to touch me. Manager Tai laughed coldly with contempt. Do I need to ask the person in charge for permission to touch you? Who do you think you are? After speaking, she shouted at the bodyguards. What are you standing there for? Seize him for me. Everyone revealed gloating expressions. The last person who caused trouble at the hotel had both his legs broken directly. And this useless trash not only hit someone, but he also dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Manager Tai. If Manager Tai lets me go, she might as well give up her position as lobby manager. Lin Huiyu watched me get surrounded. The corner of his mouth curved into an icy smile. Lin Huiyu stared at me, as if seeing me kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The two bodyguards' hands were getting closer and closer to me. However, just as their hands were about to touch me, a panicked shout came from afar. Everyone! Stop! The two bodyguards heard the command and instinctively stopped their movements. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. The person in charge of the hotel ran over at the fastest speed possible. His face had an extremely panicked expression. Manager Tai fawningly welcomed him. Director Jian, why have you come? However, the hotel manager didn't even glance at Manager Tai. He stared at me, surrounded by bodyguards, his heart almost stopping in fear. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at Tai Weiwei. What's going on? Manager Tai thought Jiang Cheng was angry. She immediately smiled and said, Director Jiang, this kid is causing trouble at the hotel. Don't worry. I'll break his legs. I'll give the guests an explanation. Before she could finish the rest of her sentence, Jiang Cheng raised his hand and slapped her hard. Manager Tai was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Before anyone could come to their senses, Jiang Cheng anxiously walked up to me. This time, another slapping sound was heard. He didn't hit someone else. It was himself. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jiang Cheng humbly said to me, Mr. Gu, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates well. I am sorry for frightening you. Everyone's minds went blank from Jiang Cheng's words. Jiang Cheng. He's the person in charge of the Century Global Hotel's Jiangcheng area. Even the heads of the first-class families in Jiangcheng have to give him face. And yet he's apologizing to me so humbly. It's because he didn't manage his subordinates well and didn't come to welcome me personally. They felt like they were dreaming. Lin Huiyu saw Jiang Cheng bow to me. The smile on his face froze. Before he could come to his senses, Jiang Cheng shouted at Manager Tai and the bodyguards, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Gu. If you don't get Mr. Gus forgiveness, you can all get lost. Manager Tai and the bodyguards snapped out of their shock and quickly looked at me. Mr. Gu, it's my fault for not being considerate. I've offended you. A great man like you shouldn't hold a grudge against a small person like me. Please forgive me this time. Although she didn't know why Jiang Cheng was so afraid of me, she knew that if she didn't do as he said, she would really lose her job. The bodyguards also all knelt down and begged me for forgiveness. I looked indifferently at Manager Tai and the bodyguards. I said to Jiang Cheng, all right. They were just doing their jobs. If I really wanted to make things difficult for them, their hands wouldn't be on their own bodies right now. Jiang Cheng gasped. He quickly looked at Manager Tai and the bodyguards. He said, hurry up, and thanked Mr. Gu for his mercy. Manager Tai and the bodyguards quickly nodded. Thank you, Mr. Gu. But while the bodyguards said that, their eyes showed contempt. Jiang Cheng saw the bodyguards' expressions and frowned. He apologized to me with a smile. Mr. Gu, I am really sorry about what happened before. Let me take you to the best seat. I nodded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I followed Jiang Cheng to the very front. Central position. As soon as I sat down, a hotel staff member ran over. After whispering a few words in Jiang Cheng's ear, Jiang Cheng's expression changed. He looked at me awkwardly. I looked at him indifferently. If you have something to do, go ahead. Seeing me nod, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's indeed a difficult matter. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Gu. Then he turned his head and instructed Manager Tai and the bodyguards, you must not be negligent in any way. I had just left the banquet hall. A moment later, whispers could be heard all around. Didn't they say he just got out of prison? Why is Director Jiang so polite to him? Who is he? Some people's expressions changed when they looked at me. However, some people who knew me from high school snorted coldly, only because of Jiang Cheng's warning. They didn't dare to reveal my identity. Just as many people were looking at me with increasingly suspicious expressions, Butler Fu walked in from outside the hall. He scanned the crowd. Then he saw me and frowned. Which family are you from? Everyone was stunned. Butler Fu is the head butler of the Chen family. All the invitation cards went through his hands. Now he was asking this question. Could it be that I snuck in? Everyone's expressions changed. Before I could speak, Lin Huiyu quickly spoke up. Butler Fu, his name is Gao Chen. He's from the Li family. He then looked at the dark-skinned man. Angrily, he said, he also knocked out my friend. Please find a doctor to treat my friend. Butler Fu's expression turned cold. He first instructed the Chen family members to find a doctor. Then his cold gaze fell on me. The Chen family did not invite anyone from the Li family. Someone, come, seize this bastard who snuck into the party for me. More than a dozen Chen family members immediately stood up and surrounded me. The bodyguards looked at Manager Tai. Manager Tai hesitated for a moment. She shook her head at the bodyguards. This is the Chen family's party. The Chen family wants to kick someone out. They have no reason to stop it. Seeing this, the bodyguards were immediately smug. The other people in the banquet hall looked at me with contempt. So I am from a second-rate family. The Li and Chen families have never been on good terms. I still had the nerve to attend the Chen family's party. How shameless. Perhaps is interested in the enrollment qualification. A toad wanting to eat a swan's meat. Lin Huiyu watched the Chen family members approach me and laughed. What an idiot. You really thought Jiang Cheng was on your side. You thought you could squeeze into the upper class. Reality will tell you, no matter how you struggle, your background from the Li family can only make you a commoner. You will never become a member of the upper class, and you are even less qualified to receive an invitation from the Chen family. Just as the sarcasm on Lin Hui's face grew deeper, I suddenly raised my hand. The next moment, the highest spec black and gold invitation card flew towards Butler Fu's face. It hit Butler Fu directly in the face and slid down. Before Butler Fu could react, I said coldly, open your dog eyes wide. See what this is. As soon as the words left my mouth, the scene fell deathly silent. Everyone looked at the invitation card, stunned. No one expected that I would dare to throw an invitation card in the butler's face and fearlessly say such words. At this moment, everyone felt that I was finished. Butler Fu represented the dignity of the Chen family. Now that I had slapped Butler Fu's face, it was equivalent to slapping the Chen family's face. Slapping the Chen family's face at their own party. Today, at the very least, I would be thrown out with my legs broken. Lin Huiyu looked at Butler Fu, who was standing there stunned. A strange smile appeared on his face. The butler came to his senses. He stiffly lowered his head to look at the invitation card at his feet, then bent down to pick it up. After opening the invitation and looking at it a few times, his expression grew increasingly gloomy. A moment later, he looked up and asked, where did you get this invitation card? I opened my mouth indifferently. Do you need to determine if this invitation card is real? How I got it? What does that have to do with you? Instantly, gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone felt that I had a death wish, but the deputy butler laughed in extreme anger. It has nothing to do with me. Invitation cards are divided into levels, with your status. In your next life, you still wouldn't be qualified to receive this highest spec invitation card. Everyone was stunned. Because all the invitation cards were black and gold, only the patterns were different. No one had noticed that my invitation card's specifications were different. At this moment, hearing Butler Fu's words, everyone's expression towards me changed again. Butler Fu narrowed his eyes. He shouted coldly, "Tell me how you got the invitation card." However, before I could open my mouth, Lin Huiyu suddenly shook his head. He opened his mouth in disappointment. "Guchen, I thought that after being locked up in Yun City prison for a while, you would turn over a new leaf. I didn't think you'd get even worse after coming out. You even resort to stealing invitation cards. You've disappointed me too much." Instantly, everyone's eyes revealed even more contempt for me. How could this kind of trash have an invitation? Turns out, it was stolen. A dog really can't be taught not to eat shit. The big shot whose invitation was stolen won't be able to get in. The Chen family won't be so unlucky. Will they? Butler Fu heard the last person's words. His heart tightened. He immediately ordered in a cold voice, "Seize him for me. If he dares to resist, deal with him on the spot." The Chen family members responded in unison. They attacked my weakest points simultaneously. Seeing this, the bodyguards looked at me with not only smugness but also a bit of anticipation. They wanted to see how I would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. After all, the Chen family had produced a phoenix like Chen Waner. Their status had soared. However, the next moment, the sounds of breaking bones and accompanying miserable screams rang out in the banquet hall. 10 seconds later, more than a dozen strong men from the Chen family had all fallen to the ground, screaming and groaning miserably. Everyone was stunned. I couldn't believe the truth before my eyes. Lin Hua's smug smile froze on his face. He looked terrified, as if he'd seen a ghost. Not far away, the bodyguards felt a chill down their spines. At this moment, they no longer doubted me. My words had shaken them to the core. At the same time, they were glad Jiang Cheng had arrived in time. Otherwise, the ones lying on the ground wouldn't be the Chen family members. It would be them. When the bodyguards looked at me, their gazes changed from contempt to respect. It was admiration for the strong. Butler Fu pointed at me, trembling. "Do you know how powerful the Chen family is? You not only stole the invitation, you also beat up a Chen family member, piling crime upon crime. I am warning you, surrender immediately. Otherwise, the Chen family will not rest until you are dead." As soon as he finished speaking, a threatening voice rang out. "The Chen family, since when is it a servant's turn to call the shots? Or does sending an invitation require your approval?" Butler Fu heard Zhao Wuyu's words. Fear showed on his face. Section Chief Zhao. Everyone heard Butler Fu's voice and came back to their senses. They couldn't believe their eyes. Section Chief Zhao is a hegemon-level existence in Yuncheng. How could I be involved with Section Chief Zhao? Lin Huiyu was also stunned. He never would have thought. Not only Jiang Cheng, even Zhao Wuyu was on my side. At this moment, he realized. I was not as simple as he thought. Zhao Wuyu stared at Butler Fu. Her tone was cold. "Answer my question forcefully." She didn't expect it. She had just met an acquaintance and was delayed outside for a bit, and I ended up suffering like this. Butler Fu took a deep breath. His tone was humble. "Section Chief Zhao, I am sorry. I didn't know you sent the invitation." Before Butler Fu could finish, Zhao Wuyu interrupted. "You didn't know? Without any evidence. You wrongly accused my friend of stealing an invitation and even ordered people to attack him." "What?" Butler Fu choked. Under the pressure of Zhao Wuyu's cold aura, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Section Chief Zhao, I was wrong about today's matter. You can punish me however you wish." Zhao Wuyu said nothing. She turned to look at me and asked respectfully, "Mr. Gu, how do you think we should handle this?" I glanced indifferently at Butler Fu and said, "He wanted to kill me." Section Chief Zhao, what do you think is the most appropriate way to handle it? Zhao Wuyu understood. She turned to look at Butler Fu. Butler Fu's body went limp. He slumped to the ground. He had no doubt. If the head of the Chen family knew he offended Zhao Wuyu, he would definitely not hesitate to kill him, and then bring his head to apologize to Zhao Wuyu. Terrified, Butler Fu knelt directly before Zhao Wuyu. "Section Chief Zhao, I know I was wrong. I beg you, a great person, to overlook a petty person's mistake. Please spare me." Zhao Wuyu frowned. She took a step back. "The one you should be apologizing to is not me." Butler Fu hesitated for a moment, then quickly knelt towards me. "Mr. Gu, I am extremely sorry. I handled today's matter incorrectly. I beg you to forgive me this time." I glanced indifferently at Butler Fu. However, before I could speak, gasps of surprise echoed all around. A person in a pure white dress, with an elegant aura, slowly walked out. All the male students present lit up when they saw her. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. The woman acted as if she didn't see them. Her gaze swept past everyone and looked directly at me. Seeing me, she was instantly stunned. She gasped a little. My gaze also fell upon her. I looked at Chen Waner's beautiful face. My heart was completely calm. I was even a little disappointed, because I had seen a photo. I recognized at a glance that she was Chen Waner, but upon sensing her aura, I determined she was not my treasure. The woman before me had a clean aura. But my treasure is aloof and inviolable. The goddess Chen Waner felt my gaze. The corners of her lips curved into a bitter smile. She had given up everything to follow me here. Although she was reincarnated, I am not as handsome as in my previous life, but the unparalleled, domineering aura around me, with just one glance, she knew I was the one she was looking for. But the truth before her eyes told her clearly, I had never developed feelings for her. Even though she stood right in front of me, I didn't recognize who she was. Chen Waner was still lost in her sad emotions. Lin Huayu suddenly stood up. He ran to Chen Waner's side and raised his hand to put an arm around her shoulder. However, his hand had not yet touched Chen Waner when Chen Waner suddenly moved, causing him to embrace nothing but air. Lin Huayu's face stiffened. Although he and Chen Waner hadn't met in many years, the younger Chen Waner was very good to him. She even said she would marry him when they grew up. Moreover, the Lin and Chen families also intended to match them. Previously, he had seen photos of Chen Waner and heard she was now a 2-star student at the Imperial Capital University. He decided that in this life, he would marry no one but her. He believed that with her looks and background, Chen Waner couldn't possibly refuse him. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. He never dreamed that Chen Waner wouldn't give him any face at all. The surrounding male students looked at Lin Huayu, all showing their displeasure, murmuring, "You scared Miss Waner." Lin Huayu looked embarrassed. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He never expected this. But thinking of how he had lost all face, he decided to press on. He looked at Chen Waner and asked unwillingly, "Chen Waner, don't you recognize me anymore?" Chen Waner glanced at him indifferently. Coldly, "I recognize you, but I don't like you touching me." Huayu froze. This sentence from Chen Waner was like trampling his dignity on the ground. The surrounding male students' eyes lit up when they heard this. At this moment, a stern male voice, carrying a tone of scolding, came from the entrance. "Is that any way to talk to Huayu?" Everyone looked over. Madame Chen and the head of the Chen family appeared before everyone. Madame Chen walked to Chen Waner's side and said with a smile, "Daughter, we didn't tell you before. Today's banquet is not only to celebrate you becoming a 2-star student, it's also for everyone to witness the matter between you and Huayu." Everyone was stunned to hear this. The matter between Chen Waner and Lin Huayu. What could be between them? Could it be? Instantly, many male students gasped. Chen Waner instinctively looked at me, but she found that my expression hadn't changed at all. A hint of relief flashed in her eyes, but it was followed by a bit of disappointment. She retracted her gaze. Her gentle voice carried a chill. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Hearing Chen Waner's tone, Madame Chen's heart sank. She still smiled and said, "Your father. And I wanted to give you a surprise. The matter between you and Huayu has long been arranged." "You liked Huayu a lot when you were little," Chen Waner said. "We were young then. That arrangement doesn't count." As soon as she finished speaking, the male students present sighed in relief at the same time. Thankfully, Chen Waner isn't blind. Otherwise, it would really be a gain for Lin Huayu. Before everyone could fully breathe a sigh of relief, Madame Chen frowned. "Waner, why don't you get along with Huayu for a few days?" Chen Waner said. "No need. I already have someone I like." Instantly, the scene became deathly silent. Countless male students were heartbroken. Lin Huayu stared blankly at Chen Waner. His smile cracked. Controlling his emotions a little, he asked Chen Waner, "Waner, who is it?" Chen Waner said heartlessly, "The person I like is here at the scene. But it's not you." Lin Huayu's legs went soft. He staggered back a few steps. The surrounding male students' eyes widened when they heard this. Some of them had a joyful look in their eyes, guessing in their hearts that Chen Waner was in love with them. Madame Chen spoke again. "Waner, who is it that you like?" Before she could finish, Chen Waner smiled gently. "Let's talk about it when we get back." After speaking, she looked directly at Butler Fu. "I heard you wronged a distinguished guest. It was Miss." Butler Fu trembled. However, before he could open his mouth, Chen Waner looked at the bodyguards behind him. "Drag him away. Deal with him according to family law." Butler Fu was terrified. "Miss, Madam, spare my life. I beg you to spare me." Madame Chen wanted to speak but stopped. She sighed helplessly. If she really could call the shots regarding the matter of Chen Waner and Lin Huayu today, she wouldn't have thought of this method of moral coercion to force Chen Waner to submit. It's a pity Chen Waner isn't falling for it at all. After Butler Fu was taken away, many people looked at me, guessing that the male student Chen Waner liked was me. Even Lin Huayu looked at me. After seeing my ordinary face, he instinctively shook his head. Unless Chen Waner is blind. Otherwise, she would never fall for someone who just got out of prison and has an ordinary appearance. He looked at Chen Waner again. The next moment, his expression froze. He saw Chen Waner glance at me. That gaze was gentle and full of deep affection. His pupils shook. His face grew more and more grim. The head of the Chen family, who had been silent, laughed to break the strange atmosphere at the scene. "Today's banquet, we will choose one lucky person to be given a spot at the Imperial Capital Intermediate Academy." The words of the Chen family head successfully diverted everyone's attention. Many people came today for one purpose, which was for that admission spot. The head of the Chen family continued. "Please, everyone, find a seat quickly." Next, Waner will draw a seat number. The guest with the corresponding seat number will be today's lucky person and can freely use the admission qualification. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked for seats. Liu Xuan also found a seat. He clasped his hands together in prayer. The head of the Chen family had a servant place the lottery box in front of Chen Waner. Chen Waner drew a slip of paper. After seeing the seat number on the slip, Chen Waner was stunned. She gave me a complicated look. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, she showed the slip to everyone. Row 1, number 8. When everyone heard that, they immediately looked towards my seat. Seeing that I was the one sitting there, they were all stunned. A muscular male student with a burly physique said, "How is that possible? How could he be the one to get the academy spot?" Liu Shuang came to his senses. He stood up abruptly. Trembling with excitement, "Gu Chen, this is great. We can go study in D-City together." The muscular male student suddenly shouted, "Miss Waner, he is not qualified to take this spot. I suggest we draw again." The person next to him quickly chimed in, "That's right. He didn't even graduate from high school. He was sent to Yuncheng prison. A reformed prisoner who was just released. What qualifications does he have? Miss Waner, let's draw again." Chen Waner's expression grew colder and colder. However, before she could speak, I suddenly looked at her and said, "I really don't need it. This admission spot to D-City Intermediate Academy, can I give it to someone else?" Chen Waner's heart skipped a beat. She smiled lightly. "Of course, you can. I just said, the chosen person can do as they wish with the spot." I nodded. Then I looked at Liu Shuan. "This spot is for you." Liu Shuan stared at me blankly, then suddenly frowned. A worried expression appeared on his face. "The spot was given to you. What about you?" I smiled faintly. "I have a better academy to attend." As soon as I finished, scoffing laughter filled the scene. A better academy? There are no more than 10 higher academies in all of D-City. Don't tell me you're saying you got accepted into a higher academy. You're a reformed prisoner. Even the low-tier academies don't want you. Stop bluffing. If you can get into a higher academy, I'll kneel and call you dad. I looked at that muscular male student. I'll remember your words. If you don't keep your promise then, I'll find someone to help you. The muscular guy sneered. If you can get into a higher academy in D-City, never mind kneeling and calling me dad. I'll even die if you tell me to. But can you get in? Suddenly, a figure of a person around 30 years old, dressed in a military uniform, walked in from outside the door. Lin Huayu's eyes widened. He muttered, "Sister." The others saw the insignia on the newcomer's shoulder, and all took a sharp breath. The head of the Chen family stood up straight and quickly went to greet her. "I didn't know Commander Lin was coming today. Forgive Chen for not coming out to welcome you. I hope Commander Lin will forgive me." Lin Shuang, 32 years old, a mid-level commander. Her potential is second only to Jiang Siki's. Lin Shuang nodded and smiled at the head of the Chen family. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she quickly walked up to me and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Gu, I am under the orders of my superior to deliver the acceptance letter from the Imperial Capital Academy to you." As soon as she finished, the banquet hall fell deathly silent. No one could believe their ears. The high-ranking commander didn't come to attend the banquet, but to deliver an acceptance letter to me. And it's from an academy in D-City. Before everyone could come to their senses, the muscular guy took a step forward. He looked carefully at Lin Shuang and said, "This esteemed commander, may I ask, the D-City letter you've come to deliver, is it an acceptance letter from one of the academies, or from D-City Academy?" All eyes in the hall immediately focused on Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang looked at the muscular guy as if he were an idiot, and frowned. "Besides D-City Academy, is there any other academy worthy of Mr. Gus' attendance?" Everyone felt her words, like a bomb, exploding in their minds. Everyone was stunned. Those who had mocked me most fiercely before were slapped right in the face. They had just finished saying that I wasn't even qualified to enter a low-tier academy in D-City. Less than 2 minutes later, the acceptance letter from Xia country's top Imperial Capital Academy was delivered to me by a mid-level commander. Lin Huayu recovered from the shock. He stared intently at the letter in Lin Shuang's hand. He was insanely jealous. That muscular guy wanted to find a hole to crawl into, desperately wanting to flee the hall. He shrank his head, reducing his presence to a minimum, praying that I wouldn't notice him. I didn't even look at the others and just nodded at Lin Shuang and accepted the letter. "Thank you." Lin Shuang felt unexpectedly pleased. She replied, "You're welcome. To be able to serve Mr. Go is my honor." The head of the Chen family saw Lin Shuang's attitude towards me. His gaze towards me became more serious. As for Chen Waner, she looked at me with admiration and pride. I turned my head and looked towards the muscular guy. "Normally, I wouldn't bother with someone like you, but I am in a good mood today. I don't mind teaching you how to behave." The muscular guy's body stiffened. He looked up and saw my mocking smile. He wanted to slap himself a few times. He managed to say with difficulty, "Friend Gu, I am sorry." I opened my mouth. "I accept your apology." The muscular guy heard me. A flash of joy appeared in his eyes. Before he could be happy for long, I spoke again. But whether I accept it or not doesn't affect the fact that you have to fulfill your promise. The muscular guy froze. He looked towards Lin Huayu. Lin Huayu noticed his pleading gaze and nodded at him. To gain a lackey for the future, and also to prevent me from getting too smug, it was time to step up. Thinking of this, he ran to Lin Shuang's side and said affectionately, "Sister, I remember you said, without permission from someone in the military, one is not allowed to wear a military uniform without authorization, right?" Lin Shuang heard Lin Huayu's words. Her gaze fell on the military uniform he was wearing. Immediately, Lin Shuang's mind started buzzing. This foolish little brother actually wore it secretly in front of me. The glorious military uniform that she still couldn't bear to wear. He's done for. He's done for. Lin Huayu didn't notice Lin Shuang's abnormality. He even looked at me smugly, then put on a look of pity. "Sister, this friend just got out of prison. He doesn't understand anything. If you, because of this, send him back to Yunchang prison, he will lose all hope." Lin Shuang was frozen. Hold Commander Jiu accountable. Isn't being alive good enough? Why does he have to seek death? However, the people around heard Lin Huayu's words, and all looked at me with either ridicule or pity. Lin Huayu has a sister who is a high-ranking commander. The one about to be convicted is probably not Lin Huayu, but me. Lin Huayu saw that Lin Shuang didn't respond, and became even more arrogant. "Sister, please spare him today." Everyone immediately advised, "Huayu, you're too kind. You were just bullied by this reformed prisoner. You can't spare this kind of person. This time it's wearing a uniform secretly. Who knows what he'll do next time." Lin Huayu looked at me with a troubled expression. He sighed helplessly. "Sister, my friends have a point. The country has its laws. Families have their rules. We should still handle him according to the law. I won't interfere." Lin Shuang heard Lin Huayu's suicidal words. She subconsciously looked towards me. Her heart was filled with extreme fear. Everyone saw Lin Shuang's action and thought she was about to attack me. Their gazes towards me were full of mockery. Lin Huayu stared intently at the acceptance letter in my hand. His eyes showed that he thought after I was imprisoned, this letter would belong to him. However, I looked coldly at Lin Shuang and smiled. "Commander Lin, your brother said to handle it according to the laws of Xia country. I'm sure I don't need to teach you what to do next." As soon as I finished speaking, everyone was baffled. They looked at me as if I were a freak. If they didn't know the details of today's events, they would all think that Lin Shuang was not Lin Huayu's sister, but mine. Lin Huayu was baffled for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It must be said, in his heart, he mocked that I was dead for sure today, but on his face, he showed an expression of self-blame and helplessness. "Gu Chen, how my sister will handle you, she definitely doesn't need you to teach her. But rest assured, after you get in there, I will ask my sister to find someone to give you a psychological evaluation, because you haven't even gone in yet, and you're already starting to talk nonsense." However, before Lin Huayu could finish speaking, a slap rang out. Lin Huayu covered his face. He looked at Lin Shuang in disbelief. Not just Lin Huayu. Everyone looked at Lin Shuang, stunned and confused. "Sister." Lin Shuang looked coldly at Lin Huayu and questioned, "Who allowed you to wear my military uniform?" Lin Huayu trembled. Lin Shuang, since they were kids, had always treated him well. He never thought that Lin Shuang would use such a tone to question him. Lin Shuang saw Lin Huayu's fear. She turned to look at me. "Mr. Gu, my little brother has been spoiled rotten. I didn't think he would secretly wear the uniform." Lin Huayu couldn't believe it. "Sister, the one who secretly wore the uniform is him. Why don't you?" Before he could finish, Lin Shuang's face darkened. She shouted, "Silence." After speaking, she looked at me again. "Mr. Gu." I raised my hand to stop her words. He already said it. Handle it according to the laws of Xia country. Then just follow the law. Lin Shuang saw that I wouldn't change my mind. She opened her mouth and reluctantly agreed. Lin Huayu froze. Handled according to Xia country's regulations, he would have to serve at least 10 years in prison. At this moment, he didn't have time to think. He grabbed Lin Shuang's arm in fear. "Sister, he's just a reformed prisoner who just got out of jail. What are you afraid of? You're my sister. What's the big deal if I wear your clothes once? What right does this useless person have?" Before Lin Huayu could finish speaking, his mouth was covered by Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang looked at me and forced a smile. "Mr. Gu, I'll take him to the prison first. I won't disturb you any longer." I glanced at Lin Huayu and nodded. Lin Shuang sighed in relief. Then, with the fastest speed, she dragged Lin Huayu out of the hall. Everyone stared at the spot where Lin Shuang and Lin Huayu disappeared, unable to recover for a long time. Some people recalled what Lin Shuang said when she gave me the letter. "Superior. Perhaps I knew some important figure in the military." Thinking of this, everyone looked at me with complicated expressions, and quite a few people clearly showed their jealousy, including that muscular guy. At this moment, he looked at me resentfully. I felt his gaze and turned to look and was met with eyes bloodshot with jealousy. I raised an eyebrow and waved the letter in my hand. You can fulfill your promise now. The muscular guy stared at me and gritted his teeth resentfully. I said, you had to rely on your own ability to get the admission qualification, not through connections. The Imperial Capital Academy has a fixed number of enrollment spots each year. You used improper means to take a spot. That means someone else lost this opportunity, unjustly taking what belongs to others. Doesn't your conscience bother you? I frowned. So, you're planning to go back on your word? The muscular guy sneered. He raised his chin and looked at me with disdain. If you truly obtained it through your own ability, I would naturally keep my promise. But did you? I looked at him and raised an eyebrow. What do you call having ability? The muscular guy looked at me. Cultural achievements are hard to verify here, but to get into a D-City Academy, your martial prowess must meet the standard. I previously passed the martial arts exam for a D-City Academy. As long as you can defeat me, I will naturally keep my promise. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure flashed before his eyes. The next moment, he was kicked hard in the stomach by a powerful force. His body flew out and smashed into a table, causing the table and food to shatter. Everyone looked at the miserable state of the muscular guy, and all took a sharp breath. The muscular guy cried out in pain. I walked up to him. Now, am I qualified for you to fulfill your promise yet? The entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. A strong person who had passed the martial arts exam was like a weak chicken in front of me, completely unable to fight back. The muscular guy panted heavily. He slowly raised his head and looked at me in disbelief. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "How did you do that?" I said nothing. I just looked at him coldly. Your willpower is pretty good. The muscular guy was taken aback. He didn't think I would praise him and not take advantage of my victory to belittle and insult this defeated opponent. He stared at me for a moment, then suddenly laughed, enduring the pain. He struggled a few times and knelt down before me. He looked up at me and called out, sincerely, "Dad." Everyone present couldn't believe it. No one thought that the muscular guy would so easily fulfill this humiliating promise and calmly say those two words. Those who knew the muscular guy were in turmoil at this moment. They knew how proud the muscular guy was. I looked at him with an unchanged expression. I raised my hand and threw a gold coin engraved with the letters XD, tossing it down in front of the muscular guy. Take this and report to the Yuncheng military department tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to pick you up. The muscular guy was taken aback. He stared at me. A look of joy and disbelief gradually appeared on his face. The Yuncheng military department. He had a chance to enter the Yuncheng military department. Actually, compared to the Imperial Capital Academy, he wanted to join the Shai country military even more. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say the military was the place he wanted to join most in this life. But with his background, getting into the military was as hard as climbing to the sky. Now I was letting him report directly to the military. Happiness came too suddenly. Everyone looked at the muscular guy who had received a blessing in disguise. Their faces showed jealousy. Seeing Lin Shuang's attitude towards me earlier, no one doubted the truth of my words. That means, as long as the muscular guy performs well in the military, his future is limitless. The muscular guy picked up the coin. He looked at me gratefully. Thank you. I nodded. Chen Waner saw that I had finished handling the matter. She walked up to me and smiled. Gu Chen, congratulations on qualifying for the Imperial Capital University. Next, you will become my junior. Have you thought about when you'll go to the Imperial Capital? A little doubt arose in my heart. I don't know why. At close range, I had a familiar feeling with Chen Waner. I stared at Chen Waner for a moment and replied, tomorrow, D-City Academy. School starts in 10 days. My business in Yuncheng is almost finished. I am preparing to go to D-City Academy early to find my baby. When Chen Waner heard that, she smiled gently and said, me too. Why don't we go together? When we get to the academy, I can show you around. Madam Chen and the head of the Chen family looked at each other. Didn't she say in 7 days she was going? Why did it suddenly become tomorrow? The male students around were taken aback when they heard Chen Waner's words. They looked at me in disbelief, guessing that I was the one she liked. I was also a little surprised by Chen Waner's proactive invitation, but I still shook my head. If we're fated, we will naturally have a chance to meet again in the future. The surrounding male students were stunned when they heard my refusal. I had just refused an opportunity they dreamed of. A flash of disappointment appeared in Chen Waner's eyes, but immediately after, she revealed a gentle smile. Okay, I respect your decision. I had no interest in staying at this kind of banquet any longer. I said goodbye to Chen Waner and left. Chen Waner watched my departing back, a contemplative look on her face. The next morning, I received a call from Di Qing. Boss, the unsealing location of Xia country's only star card has been determined. Just like the man you're looking for. It's all related to the Imperial Capital Academy. I took a light breath. Okay, help me book 3 tickets for the next flight to the Imperial Capital. That afternoon, I took my mother and sister to the Imperial Capital. When we arrived at Yuncheng Airport, a series of shocking news about Yuncheng was revealed. Latest news. Head of the Liu family, Liu Xian, CEO of Gu Group, Liu Xia, direct heir of the Lin family, Lin Feifan, have committed suicide in Yunqing prison to atone for their crimes. Latest news, before Liu Xian and Liu Xiao died, former high-ranking military commander Liu Fanxing attempted to help the two escape from prison. She is now under criminal detention. Latest news, young masters of the Lin family, Lin Huiyu and Lin Feifan, plotted to harm a high-ranking member of the Xi country military, which is tantamount to treason, have been sentenced to death. My mother looked at the big screen for a moment. A moment later, she suddenly smiled. At the same time, after the 3 consecutive news broadcasts, the entire airport terminal was in an uproar. Liu Xian and Liu Xiao were top figures in Yunqing. For them to die like this, not just Liu Xiao and Liu Xian, they were also the 2 young masters of the Lin family, whose backgrounds were even more powerful than Liu Xian's. They were also dead. What powerful figure did the Lin and Liu families offend? My mother froze when she heard the discussions around her. The Gu family couldn't possibly offend the equally powerful Lin family for his sake, so he must have done it himself. Just as my mother was feeling confused, I took out my phone and sent a message to Di Qing. Qinger, well done. On the other end of the phone, Dai Qing looked at the message. The corners of her mouth curled up. In the main hall, while everyone's emotions had not yet calmed down, a group of bodyguards in black suddenly rushed in from outside the main hall. A large number of enthusiastic fans rushed in at the same time. Luo Bai, look here. Look at me. Everyone in the main hall was stunned for a moment. Soon, some people reacted and also pushed forward. Luo Bai. It's really Luo Bai. I heard before that Luo Bai was accepted into Di Cheng Academy. Today he is coming early to Dai Cheng Academy to get familiar with the environment. My idol is worthy of being my idol. Other artists either apply to D City University or the Central Academy of Drama. But my idol got into D City Academy. I tilted my head and glanced over. Then I took my mother and sister to the VIP lounge. Just as we reached the door, another commotion came from outside. Oh my God! A goddess has descended. After that voice was heard, many of the female students who were originally chasing Luo Bai immediately looked over. Then, one after another, cries of admiration were heard. Luo Bai heard the commotion. His footsteps halted. He followed the sounds of discussion and looked over. The next moment, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. His heart beat uncontrollably fast. It seemed he had fallen in love at first sight. Under the astonished and infatuated gazes of the male students, Chen Waner walked towards the VIP lounge. Luo Bai hesitated for a moment. He didn't go forward. As a rising male star, he was confident in himself. Being too proactive wouldn't be beneficial. He glanced at Chen Waner but didn't greet her. He looked directly at Mother Gu and Gu Wan and said, "Let's go." Mother nodded. She sighed in her heart. This girl, so beautiful. I saw my mother's expression. I smiled and shook my head. I didn't think my mother was also a fan of beauty. I wonder what my baby looks like after reincarnating, but I have a feeling she definitely won't be bad looking. As for me, as long as I want to, I can restore my handsome appearance from my past life at any time. Not far away, Luo Bai saw us entering the lounge. He hesitated for a moment, then followed us in. Luo Bai and the 3 of us sat in the same row. After Chen Waner entered, she walked directly towards me. Luo Bai watched Chen Waner walk towards him. His heart pounded. However, just as he was about to greet her, Chen Waner walked right past him and straightforwardly came to stand in front of me. She said gently to me, "Yesterday, you told me we'd meet again if it was fate. Does this count as us being fated?" My mother looked at Gu Wan. She also widened her eyes and said, "You're so pretty, big sister." Luo Bai looked at Chen Waner's perfect profile. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. However, my expression remained normal. I looked at Chen Waner with a half smile. "Are you sure our meeting today is a coincidence?" Chen Waner was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. She looked towards my mother. "Hello, ma'am. My name is Chen Waner. I am Gu, Chen's future classmate." Mother Gu was taken aback. Then she warmly greeted, "Student Chen, please sit." Hearing this, Chen Waner revealed her signature smile again. "Thank you, ma'am." After speaking, she sat down right next to me. She tilted her head and looked at me with a gentle gaze. "There are still 10 days until school starts. Are you planning to go directly to the academy, Student Gu, or will you find a place to settle down outside the academy first?" I replied straightforwardly. "First, I'll arrange a place for my mother and sister to live. Before school starts, I'll move into the dormitory arranged by the academy. Id City Academy has a rule. All new students at D City Academy are required to live in the dorms for the first year. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be expelled. As the incoming acting dean of D City Academy, I have the authority to make an exception. But in my past life, I never experienced academy life. So I want to try it once." Chen Waner smiled and suggested, "My family has a vacant villa in D City. It's very close to the academy. You can arrange for your mother and sister to stay there first." Mother Gu spoke up. "That wouldn't be very appropriate." Chen Waner said gently, "In the entire academy, Only student Gu and I are from Yun City. Besides, the villa is just sitting there empty. If it can help student Gu, then it can be considered putting it to good use. My mother said nothing, looking at me, waiting for my decision. I looked at Chen Waner. I could feel that Chen Waner was intentionally trying to get close to me. Because of that familiar feeling, I instinctively felt she had no ill intentions towards me. I just don't understand what Chen Waner's ultimate goal is. After a moment of thought, I still nodded lightly. In that case, it'll have to trouble you then. Senior Chen. I must say, Chen Waner has piqued my curiosity. I want to see what Chen Waner is planning. Liu Bai frowned. He hesitated for a moment, took off his hat and mask, and walked towards Chen Waner. However, at this moment, the electronic boarding announcement came from the gate. We quickly boarded the plane and found our respective seats. First class only had 2 seats per row. My mother and sister were in 1 row, and next to me was Chen Waner. Chen Waner looked at me and smiled. I told you we were fated. At this moment, Liu Bai suddenly walked up to my side. He said to me in a commanding tone, "Can you switch seats with me?" I looked at him. Coldly, no. Liu Bai's mentality exploded. He had never been rejected by anyone, but today, nobody dared to refuse him. However, there were still a few of his fans in first class. They were looking this way. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He gritted his teeth and stared at me. 10,000. I'll give you 10,000. Give this seat to me. I looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think I need your 10,000? Liu Bai looked at my clothes, his eyes full of contempt, wearing all cheap market clothes. And you have the nerve to sit in first class, putting on a brave face. 100,000. Give me the seat. 100,000 is enough for you to buy dozens of first-class tickets. Hearing Liu Bai's aggressive tone, my expression also turned cold. I don't need money. Don't you understand human language? Liu Bai shuddered under my gaze. 200,000. Even though I have money, I am not a spendthrift. Don't push your luck. As soon as Liu Bai finished speaking, the aura around me instantly turned completely cold. I slowly took out a bank card and slapped it against Liu Bai's face. At the same time, my cold voice rang out, 1 million. Get off this plane. As soon as I finished speaking, the first-class cabin fell silent. The few fans of Liu Bai who were watching the commotion over here all gasped. Liu Bai was slapped in the face by an ordinary male student. Liu Bai's father is the head of the Luo group, and he's also a member of the underground palace. They thought I was crazy. Provoking Liu Bai would definitely not end well. Chen Waner curved her lips into a smile. My dazzling display made it impossible for her to look away. A moment later, Liu Bai came to his senses. He raised a hand to touch his burning face. He looked at me in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Before I could answer, Liu Bai suddenly raised his hand to slap my face. He was able to get into D City Academy. Naturally, he wasn't some weak, useless person. Just now, he hadn't reacted in time. That's why he got hit by some trash with a bank card. He put all his strength into this slap. He thought that as long as this slap landed, my face would definitely be ruined. However, just as the slap was about to land, a hand gripped his wrist tightly. The next moment, a clear slapping sound landed on Liu Bai's face. Under that powerful force, Liu Bai was knocked back several steps. Fresh red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. I said to him coldly, "Just now, I was only giving you money, telling you to get lost. This is what you call a slap." This slap directly stunned everyone around again. They were curious how I did it. Liu Bai was able to get into Di Cheng Academy. His combat power was not low. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and doubt. Liu Bai covered his injured face. His voice was filled with suppressed, immeasurable anger. You've really pissed me off. I just looked at him coldly. My voice was serious. Apologize to me now. Then, slap yourself 10 times and get back to your seat. Otherwise, after we get off the plane, what you'll have to endure won't just be a few slaps. I can guarantee that if my mother and sister weren't here, and I was worried about them, Liu Bai would absolutely not remain unharmed. Standing in front of me, Liu Bai was suddenly stunned again. He didn't think I would be so arrogant, after learning about his father's identity, and still daring to tell him to slap himself. Fine. Well, see, after we get off the plane. After Liu Bai finished speaking, he gave me a deep look, then went straight back to his seat. Sitting down, he took advantage of the fact that the plane hadn't taken off yet. He took out his phone and called his father, Luo Ching Cheng. After the call connected, Liu Bai exaggerated the story, recounting what had just happened. A moment later, his father replied that he would come to the airport to pick him up. Liu Bai told his father to bring a few more people, then hung up, satisfied. Then he turned his head to look at me. Liu Bai was thinking, should he beat my mouth to a pulp first later, or break my legs first? Not long after, I received a message from Di Ching. Boss, I can't leave from here. I've sent a subordinate to pick you up. 2 hours later, the plane landed at D City Airport. Liu Bai followed closely. We got off the plane. Liu Bai's fans also followed. They were in the mood to watch a show. A moment later, We reached the airport exit. Luo Bai's gaze fell on a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with an extraordinary aura. Luo Bai called out, "Dad, you're here." He hurriedly ran towards the man. After standing firmly in front of Luo Qingcheng, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at me. "Dad, it's him. Quickly get him." Just as Luo Bai finished speaking, Luo Qingcheng's gaze fell on me. He immediately walked towards me. The crowd of fans behind Luo Bai, seeing Luo Qingcheng's actions, all looked at me with complicated expressions. They thought that although I came from an ordinary background, I was a genius whose combat power far surpassed Luo Bai's. Was I about to fall into this situation? At the same time, watching Luo Qingcheng get closer and closer to me, the corner of Luo Bai's mouth curved into a cruel smile. He thought Luo Qingcheng would send someone to deal with me, but he didn't think he would want to do it himself. He thought that even if I didn't die today, I would at least lose a layer of skin. He was thinking about how he would torture me later. Before Luo Bai could decide, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Because he saw his father, who had never bowed his head to anyone, stand firmly in front of me, then bowed deeply. A serious voice, almost reverent, came from his father's mouth. "Subordinate Xuan Shen pays respects to the palace master." Luo Bai froze on the spot. He didn't understand why his father was bowing to me, nor did he understand what palace master meant. Speaking of which, Luo Bai's gaze fell on me, sizing me up carefully. He was suspecting that I was the master of the lesser underground palace, an existence of an even higher rank than his father. The look in Luo Bai's eyes as he watched me suddenly changed. He suddenly felt a little panicked. He had misjudged again, and had thoroughly offended me. He was thinking about what to do. I looked at Luo Qingcheng in front of me. Without my permission, he didn't dare to stand up straight. I smiled and said, "Your son told you to arrest me. I don't think I can handle such a grand gesture." Luo Qingcheng's face turned several shades paler. He never would have dreamed that the person his son called about getting into a fight with was actually me. Luo Qingcheng didn't dare to move from his bowing position, but he sternly scolded, "Luo Bai, kneel," and apologized to the palace master. Hearing Luo Qingcheng's words, Luo Bai knelt before me without hesitation. He raised his head slightly. In a sincere voice, "I am sorry. I am sorry. I didn't know your identity. I hope the great palace master will not hold this against a lowly person like me. Please spare me." Seeing this, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but sigh in relief. He spoke to me with a bitter smile. "Palace master, my son has been spoiled rotten. He's getting more and more unruly. Why don't you help teach him a lesson? I heard before that you would be going to D City Academy. Coincidentally, he has to go there too. You can keep him by your side. Let him do things like pouring tea and water." I glanced indifferently at Luo Bai and said, "Do you remember what I said on the plane?" Luo Bai was stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly nodded. "I remember." Immediately after, he suddenly raised his hand. Slap, slap, slap. The sound came from Luo Bai's face. Everyone was dumbfounded. None of them thought that the esteemed CEO of the Luo group would bow to me, and no one could have imagined that the top-tier idol Luo Bai would kneel in front of me and slap himself. A long time later, I don't know how many times Luo Bai slapped himself. I lightly curved my lips and said, "That's enough." Only then did Luo Bai finally stop, because he knew my identity. He felt the burning sensation on his face, but he felt no resentment towards me. Luo Bai, was not a good person, but he understood the law of the jungle. I indifferently observed Luo Bai's expression. I understood that he wouldn't dare to play any tricks on me, so I slowly opened my mouth. "Just as your father said, I do need an attendant at D City Academy. Someone who is available at my beck and call at all times." Before I could finish, Luo Bai hurriedly interjected, "I am willing." He was only blinded by jealousy before, but he wasn't stupid. He understood that his father was seizing an opportunity for him. As long as he performed well by my side, he would be qualified to enter the lesser underground palace. He might even be able to enter the underground palace itself. Thinking of this, Luo Bai looked at me with even more enthusiasm. I said nothing more. Seeing this, Luo Qingcheng's eyes suddenly flashed with ecstatic joy. He believed that if his son could stay by my side, his future would surely be incredibly bright, and he, and even his family, could all advance further because of his son. Some people around took photos of Luo Bai kneeling, and some took photos of me. Luo Qingcheng had them all delete the photos and warned everyone. If anyone dared to speak of today's events, they would absolutely not have a good end. After that, Luo Qingcheng took us to the vacant villa in D City. We had a simple meal at the villa. Then my mother took my sister to rest. I followed Chen Waner and Luo Bai to Dai Cheng Academy. At this time, in the dean's office of Dai Cheng Academy, an old man stood with his hands behind his back in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window. Behind the old man were a man and a woman. Two assistants were reporting important information. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. The woman in the lead had a noble aura, beautiful as a goddess. The male assistant gasped. He couldn't believe it, that such a perfect woman could exist in the world. The female assistant was also left breathless by the woman who entered. Soon, she determined that the 5 people who entered were all students of Dicheng Academy. Her expression suddenly turned cold. She scolded coldly. "Who let you in? Get out." Hearing this, the woman in the lead stopped walking. She tilted her head slightly, her pupils looking towards the female assistant. The next moment, a dark golden glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. The female assistant was forcefully sent flying. She slammed into the white wall 3 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her body slowly slid down the wall. The male assistant couldn't help but gasp. He looked at the woman in fear, but for some reason, his heart beat a few shades faster. He actually found such a woman to be even more attractive. At this moment, the dean was completely frozen. He used all the strength in his body, just to withstand the immeasurable pressure from behind him. He turned around extremely slowly, looking at that woman. Just as he turned around, the woman asked coldly, "The person I told you to find, have you still not found him?" In the Xi nation, the dean, who had never feared any leader, trembled. He looked at the woman, opened his mouth, but couldn't get any words out. Seeing his state, the woman already knew the answer. The aura around her turned utterly ruthless. Useless. As soon as she spoke, the 4 people behind her knelt on one knee at the same time, and the dean could no longer hold on. With a thud, he knelt before the woman. He really wanted to cry. How could someone come back from the dead in this world? Even if they did, they wouldn't announce it. Moreover, the boy this woman was looking for was reincarnated half a year ago. Why didn't she look half a year ago? Half a year ago, a few people were accepted into Dicheng Academy, but they didn't have money for tuition, so he expelled them. Then this woman suddenly showed up and beat him up. He had no choice. He could only give them the scholarships he had withheld. Only then did this woman temporarily spare him. After that, he found out that this woman had come to find him to ask for his help in finding someone. If this woman hadn't run into that incident, facing a woman who came to ask for help, he wouldn't have fallen into such an aggrieved situation. The woman's eyes were cold. She looked straight at the dean on the floor. Her voice was icy, leaving no room for argument. 3 months. Ill. Give you 3 more months. If you can't find where he was reincarnated, you will no longer have a reason to exist. The dean's heart suddenly clenched. He knew the other party wasn't joking. He had no doubt that within 3 months, if he didn't find the boy's whereabouts, this woman would really kill him. He hurriedly said, "I just received news. The acting dean is on his way to the academy. After he arrives at the academy, I will lose my authority as dean. Why don't you communicate directly with him from now on?" The male assistant's phone suddenly went off. It was a message notification. He subconsciously took out his phone. He looked at the message that appeared. The next moment, he raised his head to look at the goddess-like woman before him and said, "The acting dean has already entered the academy." Meanwhile, in the office of the Supreme Commander of D City's War Department, Fengshen looked at the reports one by one. The situation on the battlefield was not optimistic. Her brow furrowed deeper and deeper. She knew the battlefield would have problems without me, but she never thought the problems would be this severe. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Fengshen said, "Come in." A high-ranking commander entered, his face full of joy. "Great Commander, good news. The woman that Commander Gu was looking for. We found her whereabouts." Hearing this, Fengshen stood up abruptly. She hurriedly asked, "Where is she?" Fengshen knew that I had previously refused to become a great commander, in order to use my energy to find that woman. Now that the woman had been found, she thought it was time for me to take the position of great commander. The high-ranking commander said, "At Dicheng Academy." Fengshen looked at the war report on her desk and slowly exhaled. The tide of the war is finally about to turn. Thinking of this, she looked at the high-ranking commander before her, her face serious. "Prepare the car. Come with me to welcome the new great commander of the Xi nation to his post." The high-ranking commander said, "Yes." In front of the D-City Academy gate, Liu Bai and I both marveled at the perfection of D-City Academy. Seeing my satisfaction, Chen Waner's lips curved into a faint smile. "Let's go," she said, leading the way into the academy gates. Liu Bai couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He quickly stopped. "Chen Waner, D-City Academy only allows academy students and those with academy passes to enter. If you just barge in, it'll be a lot of trouble." He knew I was the master of the lesser underground palace of D-City Academy, but he didn't think that I would give Chen Waner a spot at Dicheng Academy. However, as soon as Liu Bei finished speaking, a male student happened to walk out from the academy. Seeing Chen Waner, he immediately showed a surprised expression. Chen Dian. A few passing students around were attracted by this voice. They whispered and discussed Chen Waner's beauty. Liu Bai stared blankly at Chen Waner. Chen Dian. If he remembered correctly, only campus bell-level figures at Dicheng Academy could have the character Dian added after their surname. This meant Chen Waner was already a student at Dicheng Academy. Liu Bai's face was full of shock. Chen Waner looked at him and smiled faintly. "Everyone just calls me that, casually. You can just call me by my name." Hearing this, everyone around looked at Liu Bei at the same time. The male students almost fell silent in unison. They roughly understood why it felt like Chen Dian was in love. A few female students around immediately got excited. They thought Liu Bai had feelings for Chen Waner. Hearing this, Liu Bai suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He subconsciously looked at me. After confirming that my expression was normal, he sighed in relief. He quickly explained to everyone, "Don't misunderstand. I only met Senior Chen Waner today. We just came to the academy together. We're not a couple." However, everyone didn't fully believe him. They thought Liu Bai and their Chen Dian were a perfect match. Even if they weren't a couple now, they probably would be soon. Liu Bai felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by them. He quickly looked at me. "And Chen Waner, let's go in first." I nodded and started walking towards the academy gate. As for the people around, after hearing his words, they finally noticed that between Liu Bai and Chen Waner, there was also me, the third wheel. As I walked past Chen Waner suddenly spoke. Wait, my footsteps suddenly stopped. I looked at Chen Waner. Chen Waner said nothing, but suddenly took 2 steps forward. In the blink of an eye, the distance between us shortened to the point where we could hear each other breathe. She looked at me naturally and slowly raised her hand to my face. Her long, soft fingers pinched a piece of lint on my cheek. "There," she said, slowly turning her wrist, releasing the 2 fingers holding the lint. The piece of lint floated down into her palm, framed by the lint and the midday sun. Her eyes were fixed on me, a smile on her face. This girl, beautiful as a work of art, left everyone dumbfounded. They always knew Chen Dian was beautiful, but no one knew that their Chen Dian could be this enchanting. Liu Bai was also dumbfounded. Even though he knew Chen Waner belonged to me, he was still captivated by Chen Waner's charm. However, I looked at the Chen Waner before me, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in my eyes. I said faintly, "Thanks," then walked towards the academy by myself. Seeing my action, a hint of disappointment flashed across Chen Waner's face. She thought that even after reincarnating, I still had no feelings for her. But quickly, her face returned to its usual gentleness. When she chose to reincarnate, she had already thought of this scene. What she needed to do was to do her best to help me and try to win my affection. Even if she failed, she would have no regrets. Chen Waner smiled calmly. Who would have thought she would turn her head to look at everyone around? The smile at the corner of her lips deepened a few shades. She knew these male students were guessing about her and Liu Bai, but she didn't want them to think of pairing her with another man. Liu Bai saw the change in Chen Waner's expression. He sighed, looking at my back with envy. He understood that in this life, he was fated to have no chance with Chen Waner. As we stepped through the academy gates, the male students around finally came to their senses. Some suspected that Chen Waner liked me. Some thought it was impossible. They thought I had seduced her, so they wanted to follow me to see how I seduced Chen Waner. I entered the academy. Chen Waner showed me around to familiarize me with the environment. Soon, we were standing in front of a white building. According to Chen Waner's introduction, the dean's office was located here. I looked at the building entrance before me and looked at Chen Waner. I said, "Take him to complete the dormitory registration procedures first. I have something to do." Chen Waner nodded and asked, "Should I take care of your procedures as well?" I nodded. "Do them together. After you're done, send me the dormitory location and room number. I'll go over myself." Chen Waner nodded and took Liu Bai away. I then entered the building by myself, heading straight for the dean's office. Not far away, the students who had followed us saw me enter the building. They didn't understand what I was doing here, and they understood even less what tricks I had used to win over Chen Dian. Thinking that if someone like me could seduce Chen Dian, then they also had a chance. Thinking of this, they chased after Chen Waner and Liu Bai. At the same time, I appeared at the door of the dean's office. Before I could enter, the sound of shattering porcelain suddenly rang out. Shards of porcelain flew everywhere. A few shards slid to my feet. The dean's roar came from inside. "What gives her the right to be so arrogant in front of me? If you poor people don't have money, then don't go to school. What gives her the right to demand that I give them scholarships? If it weren't for the scholarships, why would I still be this crappy dean? Now she's even forcing me into early retirement, and she still won't let me go. Besides, the new scapegoat has arrived. He've already told her. The new dean is here. I no longer have the authority of a dean. What gives her the right to make me help her find someone? I don't know what happened here, but hearing the dean's furious voice, I already had a rough idea. I came this time, originally intending to discuss work with this dean, but I didn't expect that in the dean's eyes, I was just a scapegoat. Well then, things will be much easier for me." Thinking of this, I glanced at the 2 assistants in the office. They were trembling with fear. I avoided the debris on the floor and stepped into the office. Because all of my information is classified, the dean only knew that the new acting dean was male, but he had never seen my photo. In his eyes, the acting dean should be over 30 years old, so when the furious dean saw me, he assumed I was a new student applying for a scholarship. The anger in his heart immediately intensified. He raised his hand and pointed at me, and shouted, "Is this a place you can just casually walk into? Get out!" I looked at him indifferently. My pupils gradually turned cold. "A person like you, how did you become dean?" The dean grew even more furious. He looked at me with a cold face. "D City Academy is an elite academy. It's not a shelter for poor students like you. The tuition is 1 million a year. Hand it over to me in 3 days. If you can pay, you stay. If you can't, get lost. Hearing this, I smiled. But the smile didn't reach my eyes. I walked forward a few steps and sat down in the chair in front of the desk. Then I looked at the dean and spoke unhurriedly. I have this 1 million. But I dare to give it. Do you dare to take it? The dean was first taken aback. The next moment, he burst out in angry laughter. Just based on your attitude towards me, never mind 1 million, even for 10 million. D City Academy can't accommodate you. After speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to the office door. Get out of D City Academy for me. Immediately, I heard the dean speak. My expression suddenly turned cold, a fierce aura pressed down. The dean subconsciously took 2 steps back. He hadn't steadied himself yet. Suddenly, 2 cold glints flashed in his line of sight. The next moment, 2 silver needles pierced his legs. His legs immediately lost all feeling. He collapsed to the ground. However, at this moment, he no longer cared about his legs. He looked at me. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Impossible. He was a high-level warrior. After all, he couldn't believe it, that he had no strength to resist me, and we were clearly 2 different people. Yet he felt from me, an aura extremely similar to that woman's. Thinking of this, the dean asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Just as the dean finished speaking, the male assistant's phone rang again. He saw the message on the screen. The male assistant's eyes widened. The next moment, he quickly raised his head. He turned his head and said to the dean, "Dean, he is the new acting dean who just arrived." The assistant's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the dean to freeze on the spot. Several seconds later, he slowly came to his senses. He stared at me blankly. "You are the new acting dean." I smiled faintly. "Correct. I am the new sacrificial lamb you spoke of." The dean's body stiffened. He knew I had come to replace him. This was an announcement issued by the great commander Feng Shen. Although he didn't know my identity, he knew I must have a close connection with Feng Shen, a person like me. He couldn't afford to offend. But then he remembered what he had just done. The dean's smile was uglier than a cry. I was provoked by a student earlier. In a moment of impulse, I spoke out of anger. Please consider it my careless words. Don't mind it. I slightly raised my eyes. You say I came to be a sacrificial lamb. What did you do wrong, that you need me to take the fall for you? The dean's heart tightened. He quickly opened his mouth. You're here to manage the academy. How could you be a sacrificial lamb? I was talking nonsense. I smiled faintly. These legs of yours could have been restored. But if you don't tell the truth, I am afraid they will be completely crippled. The dean's heart suddenly tightened. He could feel that I was no longer joking. He hesitated for a moment. He could only speak honestly. I did run into some trouble. Half a year ago, a woman suddenly appeared at the academy. She forced me to help her find someone. I could never find them, so she wanted to find a new dean to replace me. My breath hitched suddenly. Find someone? What's her name? Who is she looking for? Her name is Xie Qingming. She's looking for a male student who was reborn half a year ago. A huge wave suddenly surged in my heart. At this moment, I could completely confirm the information Dai Qing gave me. That's right. My baby is at the Imperial City Academy. Even her name is the same as in our past life. I tried to calm my emotions. I stared at the dean and asked, "Tell me, where is she now?" Feeling my pressuring gaze, the dean's heart trembled. He quickly opened his mouth to answer. She just left here not long ago, but her movements are erratic. I also don't know where she is now. I immediately walked to the window. I looked out at the entire academy. In my line of sight, there was no trace of a figure resembling that woman. After a moment, I withdrew my gaze. I looked at the dean and asked, "Is there a way to contact her?" The dean quickly shook his head. "No," I continued to ask. "Didn't she tell you to find someone? If you found the person, how would you inform her?" The dean quickly said, "She enrolled in D City Academy half a year ago. She became a student of the academy. As a student during the school term, I can find her on campus." After the dean spoke, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He quickly said, "I heard, the academy is holding a gathering tonight. She has been invited." Hearing the dean say that, my expression finally softened, but I still wanted to see her soon. Do other people not have a way to contact her either? The dean shook his head. No, she barely interacts with anyone at the academy. Hearing this, I confirmed it. I couldn't get from the dean any more useful information about Xie Qingming. I directly took out my phone and sent a message to Di Qing. I told her to find Xie Qingming's location. In less than a minute, I received a reply from Di Qing. 10 minutes ago, she appeared at the Imperial City Academy. Then she disappeared. This person is very mysterious. I can't find any specific information about her. My finger rubbed the screen. I was silent for a moment. Then I looked at the dean and asked, "When did she come to D City Academy? What has she been doing during that time?" The dean heard this and quickly replied, "She enrolled in the academy half a year ago. During her time here, she often skips classes. Many teachers are very dissatisfied with her. But even though she has barely spoken to anyone, many male students really like her. Any class she attends, many male students will come to listen. Basically, every class is packed." Although he wanted to kill that woman, he had to admit. That woman was truly beautiful. Thinking of this, the dean couldn't help but look at me. He thought I wanted to find that woman. Perhaps I had designs on her too. He looked at my face and secretly shook his head. The person who was thrown out of the classroom by that woman back then was probably one of the academy's male gods. If it were this person before him instead, it probably wouldn't be as simple as just being thrown out. I glanced at the dean. I didn't delve into what he was thinking. I just said faintly, "Where is the gathering tonight?" The dean quickly looked at his male assistant, Shen Zhutai, beside him. "Quickly look it up." The male assistant quickly took out his phone and sent a message to a number. Soon, he received a reply. "The gathering is on the 3rd floor of the Global Century Hotel. It starts at 7 p.m. sharp." I looked at the time. It was still nearly 4 hours until the gathering. So I wasn't in a hurry. I looked at the dean and asked, "I've heard before, someone at D City Academy successfully unsealed a star card. Do you know how to unseal it?" The dean was a bit embarrassed. Then he looked at me and replied, "It's true that someone at D City Academy unsealed one, but that student unsealed it themselves." But he didn't reveal the unsealing method to anyone. I continued to ask, "Where is the student who unsealed that star card now?" "I don't know where he is now, but I know he is from the Go family of D City." I nodded. "I have no more business here. Don't announce your resignation for now. You will still be in charge of handling the academy's affairs for the time being. If this were an old dean of retirement age, I wouldn't mind working harder. But now that there's this free labor, why wouldn't I use it?" After speaking, I prepared to leave. The dean saw my action and immediately spoke in a slight panic. "What about my legs?" Until now, his legs still had no feeling. I looked at him coldly. "Next. Well, see how you perform. If I am satisfied with you after 3 months, you will naturally be able to stand up. But if you do something that displeases me, then you can say goodbye to these legs forever." The dean heard me say this. His eyes suddenly widened. He immediately opened his mouth to beg. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. My expression suddenly turned cold. "If I hear one more word of nonsense from you, if you don't need them, after 3 months, you don't need your legs anymore." The old dean's breath hitched. He quickly shut his mouth. But in his panic, he suddenly thought of something. The next moment, he quickly raised his hand and took the golden badge from his chest. Then he said carefully, "You won't let me announce my resignation. Your identity cannot be declared. All the students know this thing. The person holding this badge can exercise the dean's authority on my behalf." I raised an eyebrow at that. I slowly walked in front of the dean. I reached out and took the badge. I looked at the small, exquisite badge. Then I smiled at the dean. "Very good. 3 months can be reduced to 2. The dean saw this and quickly said, "Thank you, my lord. In the time to come, I will definitely perform well." I hummed lightly and then walked out of the office. After I left, the dean immediately collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Are all young people this terrifying nowadays? I had just gone downstairs when I saw Liu Bei and a female student walking over. The female student looked at me coldly. Her face showed disgust. Liu Bei smiled and said to me, "Tonight, a senior is holding a gathering at the Global Century Hotel. They say he will publicly confess to Feng Dian. You should come with us." I heard that and looked at him faintly. The expression on my face was a bit hard to read. "Confess to Feng Dian? If I am not mistaken, this Feng Dian is my baby." Liu Bei nodded. "That's right. In the academy, Her Highness Chen Waner and Her Highness Xia Qingming are the most prestigious. Today, His Highness Xiao Yunqi will confess to Her Highness Xia Qingming." After he spoke, it was as if he thought of something. He quickly looked at the cold male student beside him and introduced to me, "Gu Chen, I've already arranged your dormitory. Let me introduce you. This is your roommate, the young master of the Tang group, Tang Bashan." Tang Bashan was lukewarm. He glanced at me. "Let's go." He didn't wait for me to say anything. He walked towards the parking lot by himself. Liu Bei saw this and said to me a bit awkwardly, "Gu Chen, Bashan's personality is like that. Don't mind him too much. Let's go." I nodded. I said nothing. We got out of Tang Bashan's luxury car and stood in front of the Global Century Hotel. It was still nearly 2 hours until the gathering. There weren't many people going in and out of the hotel. However, before we could enter, a male student happened to walk by. Tang Bashan saw the student and smilingly went forward to greet him. "Hello, Senior Chu." The other person looked at Tang Bashan faintly and hummed coldly. He was about to enter. However, the next moment, his gaze fell on Liu Bei. "You're the coward who wanted to harass Her Highness Chen." Liu Bai's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to get angry directly. Instead, he looked at Tang Bashan. Tang Bashan quickly spoke up to introduce him. "Liu Bei, this is Senior Chu Langsing. He's also the dean's only grandson." Liu Bei sucked in a cold breath. He immediately felt a little lucky. It was a good thing he wasn't impulsive. You should know the dean has the power of life and death over the students. If he offended him, this grandson of the dean, even I, might not be able to save him. Chu Langsing looked at Liu Bei's pale face and proudly lifted his chin. Then he ordered Liu Bai, after returning to the academy, keep a distance of more than 10 meters from Chen Waner. If I hear any more rumors about you harassing her, you don't need to stay at the Imperial City Academy anymore. Do you hear me? Liu Bei quickly nodded. Chu Langsing nodded. Then he tilted his head slightly and casually warned me and Tang Bashan. And you guys should also keep your distance from Chen Waner. Tang Bashan quickly smiled and said, the person Senior likes. How would I dare to compete with Senior? Chu Langsing's gaze fell on me. I looked at him, neither humbly nor arrogantly. He frowned. Didn't you hear what I said? Tang Bashan quickly reminded me. Answer quickly. I ignored Tang Bashan. I just looked at Chu Langsing faintly and asked, does the academy have a rule that we can't approach a certain student? Tang Bashan snorted. You're a newcomer. Then let me tell you. My words are the academy's rules. I smiled lightly. Is that so? What if I don't comply? Chu Langsing's face turned pale. Then the three of you can get out of the academy together. Tang Bashan heard this. His heart tightened. He warned me. Quickly apologized to Senior Chu. It's fine if you want to die alone. We don't want to be dragged down by you. Liu Bai was also a bit worried. He was also worried that if I provoked the dean's grandson, I would get expelled. I directly ignored them. I just looked faintly at Chu Yao. Make me get out of the academy? You're probably not qualified. Chu Yao stared at me. He didn't get angry but laughed. I am not qualified? Good. 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 In that case, I'll show you whether I am qualified or not. After speaking, Chu Langsing took out his phone and called the dean's number. Tang Bashan was so scared he almost stopped breathing. This time, he ordered me. Quickly apologize to Senior Chu. Chu Langsing laughed coldly. It's too late to apologize now. Only if you kneel down and repent. Will I forgive you? Tang Bashan said quickly. Kneel down. Quickly kneel down. You're not thinking about yourself. You have to think about us too. After he spoke, he raised his hand to press my shoulder, wanting to force me to kneel. However, before he could touch me, I kicked him in the knee. Tang Bashan cried out in pain. He directly half knelt on the ground. At the same time, the call on Chu Langsing's phone connected. The dean's voice came through. My dear grandson, what's wrong? Chu Langsing looked at me with hatred and said angrily, Grandpa, someone is bullying me. I want him and his two classmates to get out of the academy. The other end was silent for a moment. The voice revealed surprise. Someone doesn't know their place, dares to bully my grandson. Tell me their names. I'll have them expelled immediately. Tang Bashan heard this. His face immediately turned pale. He looked at me with hatred. It's over. The spot at the Imperial City Academy that he worked so hard for. It was all gone. Liu Bei's face was also pale. His eyes showed grievance and unwillingness. Chu Langsing heard the dean speak and immediately smiled. Grandpa, I know you're the best. Wait a moment, I'll ask him. After speaking, he arrogantly opened his mouth to me. Idiot. What's your name? I didn't answer him. Instead, I looked at his phone and spoke unhurriedly. Old Dean, do you still remember what I just told you? The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent, and Chu Langsing, Tang Bashan, and Liu Bai were all stunned. They thought that besides begging the dean for a scholarship, I couldn't say anything else. They thought that I was now using this tone to question the dean, because I knew I couldn't stay at the academy, and was prepared to go all out. Tang Bashan looked at me with ridicule and pity. Chu Langsing looked at me with a cold smile. On one hand, he proudly said to the dean, Grandpa, he's not just bullying me. He's also disrespecting you. I want to make it so he can never attend school again in this life. Before Chu Langsing could finish his sentence, the dean's scolding cut him off. His angry voice carried a hint of fear. Chu Langsing was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. His grandpa, who usually doted on him the most, was telling him to shut up. Chu Langsing suddenly turned his head to look at me and spoke coldly. It's useless, even if you kneel and beg now. My grandpa won't forgive you. The old dean on the other end of the phone was almost scared to death by this sentence. He immediately gave a cold order. Chu Langsing, apologize to Mr. Gu, immediately. Chu Langsing was completely stunned. Just now, his grandpa was really telling him to shut up, and now he was telling him to apologize to this country bumpkin. Why tell him to apologize to this kind of person? It was no different from telling him to die. Seeing Chu Langsing speechless, the dean was extremely panicked. He started urging, Didn't you hear me? Apologize to Mr. Gu. In his heart, he prayed his grandson wouldn't do anything reckless. Otherwise, his grandson would definitely be in trouble, and he wouldn't be able to keep his legs either. Chu Langsing glanced at me. Extremely unconvinced, he said, Grandpa, are you senile? He's just an ordinary student. Why are you telling me to apologize to this kind of person? The dean was almost in despair. Chu Langsing, apologize immediately. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. At this moment, he truly regretted spoiling his grandson rotten. Chu Langsing heard this and rolled his eyes. I think you're getting old. Your mind isn't clear. All right. I have things to do. I am not talking to you anymore. After he spoke, he directly hung up the phone. Tang Bashan and Liu Bai stared blankly. Their faces were full of confusion. Tang Bashan was completely frozen. He looked at me in disbelief. How could this be? The dean hasn't resigned yet. He can't really be senile. He suspected that I had some unknown identity. Liu Bai also looked at me, stunned. He knew I was the palace master of the small underground palace at the Imperial City Academy, but he didn't expect the dean to tell Chu Langsing to apologize to me. He thought he had underestimated my threatening power. Before Liu Bai could think it through, Chu Langsing had already turned his head and looked at me coldly, and said, I don't know what trick you used to deceive my grandpa, but you've provoked me. I can't forgive you. I looked at him and smiled faintly. I am also curious. How will you not forgive me? Chu Langsing's eyes narrowed. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to slap my face. Tang Bashan held a moment of silence for me. He knew Chu Langsing was an ultimate warrior. This slap used his full strength. If it landed, my face would need plastic surgery. However, a clear slapping sound rang out. Tang Bashan's eyes suddenly widened. He only saw Chu Langsing being knocked back by my slap. Tang Bashan sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't believe it, that Chu Langsing was beaten by me with no power to resist. He thought I wasn't as simple as he appeared. At the same time, Chu Langsing staggered to steady himself. He covered his face, which was almost numb with pain. The teeth in his mouth were loose. He looked at me, stunned. You dare to hit me? I just looked at him faintly. Kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just getting out of the academy. Chu Langsing was slightly stunned. He suddenly shouted, Apologize? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of my apology? I smiled faintly. The next moment, another slapping sound rang out. This time, Chu Langsing fell directly to the ground. He was completely stunned. He suddenly raised his head to look at me. His eyes were full of hatred. I'll kill you. I must kill you. He forcefully stood up from the ground and rushed towards me. However, just as he stood up, I sent him flying several meters with a slap. He slammed heavily onto the ground. I slowly walked in front of Chu Langsing. My voice carried a threatening pressure. In 2 hours, if your grandfather doesn't come and give me an explanation, neither you nor your grandfather will need your legs anymore. After I spoke, I didn't spare Chu Langsing another glance. I went straight into the hotel. Tang Bashan and Liu Bai stared blankly at my back. Then they looked at Chu Langsing lying on the ground. They looked at each other. Tang Bashan, I didn't think. He had the power to kill an ultimate warrior in 1 second. Liu Bai looked at Chu Langsing and hesitated to speak. Should we help him up? Tang Bashan was also a bit hesitant. If they didn't help, they would offend Chu Langsing. But if they did help, wouldn't that be opposing me? Tang Bashan's eyes suddenly lost focus. What's wrong? Why can't I see anything? Liu Bai. Where are you? Why can't I see anything? After speaking, he walked unsteadily into the hotel. Liu Bai was frozen. You can do that? But quickly, he quickly followed. Bashan, your eyes aren't good. Don't run around. Be careful not to fall. Chu Langsing spat out a mouthful of old blood. Feeling the intense pain all over his body, fear filled his heart. He looked at the incoming call from his grandfather on his phone. He finally answered it. At the same time, I entered the hotel alone. Not far away, whispers could be heard. This party today, I heard that more than half of the important figures from D City's families were invited. It's really grand. Someone said, how could it not be grand? The Gu family only has a few enemies in total. One is a 24-year-old who was promoted to a mid-level commander in the War Department this year. Another is a 19-year-old who has become a student at the Imperial City Academy. Such talents. The Gu family produced 2 in 1 year. By the way, I heard the Gu family head's daughter was just brought back. Someone interrupted. What are you thinking? The Gu family head brought her back this time, so that she would kneel and apologize to the entire Gu family in front of everyone, to warn the family members who don't follow arrangements. That person echoed in agreement. That's right. I heard that woman also has a useless son. He just got out of prison 2 days ago. The Gu family head values his reputation. Because of this son, he can't acknowledge her either. In my opinion, well, however, before that person could continue speaking, a cold hand gripped his neck. The young man saw my action. He was immediately scared stiff. The next moment, he reacted strongly. He quickly shouted to the hotel security, who are you? Everyone, come quickly. My eyebrows twitched slightly. If you don't want to die, shut up for me. The young man heard this. His heart tightened. He subconsciously shut his mouth. My voice was cold. Tell me where the Gu family head is now. The young man quickly replied, in the 2nd floor banquet hall. I directly raised my hand and threw the person out. The man's body fell, hitting a security guard who was running over. The 2 of them fell to the ground at the same time. I turned and waved my hand. The next moment, a few silver glints flashed. The bodies of the remaining security guards immediately froze in place, and I, without even looking, walked up to the 2nd floor of the hotel by myself. At the same time, the 2nd floor banquet hall. It was still some time before the party began. There were only a few Go family members in the banquet hall. Mother Ju was being forcefully held down by 2 middle-aged people, and standing in front of Mother Gu was an old man of about 70. The old man had a cold expression. He questioned coldly, You've returned to D City. Why didn't you come to the Gu family home immediately, to fulfill your promise to me? Mother Gu raised her head. I just arrived in D City this afternoon. I was planning to wait for Wan to wake up to say goodbye before coming. The Gu family head's eyes suddenly narrowed. He scolded coldly, talking back. Since you didn't keep your promise, don't blame me for not considering our father-daughter relationship. Today, you must do it. Not only in front of all the guests, but in front of the entire Gu family. Accept a whipping from every member of the Gu family. Whether you can survive in the end depends on your own luck. Mother Ju stared blankly at the Ju family head. Her body completely stiffened. After a long while, she opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Am I really your daughter? The Gu family head's expression grew several shades colder. His words held no warmth. The weight of my children in my heart must be measured by your value. Your older brother and younger sister can contribute to the family's development. And you? What use are you as a daughter? Your only use is for a political marriage, but because of that bastard. You even threw away your only value. Why should I still acknowledge you? What use is this daughter? Mother Ju forcefully raised her head and looked at the Ju family head. Her face was filled with suppression and unwillingness. The achievements I made at the Gu group back then were more than all of your sons combined. Just because I am a daughter, you were afraid I would affect your sons' positions in the company. You revoked my position and credited all my achievements to them, while I was accused of stealing their achievements and was blacklisted by almost all businesses in the Shia Kingdom. What did I do wrong? You tell me. What did I ultimately do wrong? The aura around the Gu family head was frigid. Who do you think you are? To dare question your parents? She unconsciously trembled, but still bravely asked, Why? Why do you treat me like this? A murderous intent flashed in the Gu family head's eyes. He sneered contemptuously. Why? Because you have to get married eventually anyway. Because you were born as a losing proposition. You have no right to compete for the Gu family's assets with your brothers. Is that enough? Mother Ju looked blankly at the Ju family head. Her whole body was as if soulless. No matter how lazy her brothers were, they would be cherished, while she, despite being outstanding, would be abandoned. Mother Go hadn't recovered from the shock. The Go family had watched her and spoke. What I just said, you must follow it later. Otherwise, I will let you watch with your own eyes as your daughter and son suffer an even more brutal punishment in your place. Mother Gus' eyes widened forcefully. Deep despair was in her eyes. She didn't think that in order to make her submit, her father would use a Chen and Wan to threaten her. Gu Yu entered the banquet hall at this moment. When she saw Mother Gu, she was first stunned. Quickly, she guessed the general situation. She quickly said, Grandpa, the deaths of Old Master Li and CEO Liu are not related to me. I didn't kill them. The previous agreement between you and Little Ant doesn't count. You should quickly release Little Ant. The Gu family had laughed coldly. You didn't kill them. Then you tell me, who else in Ning City could touch them? It was Little Ant's son. Hearing Gu Yu's answer, the Gu family head looked at her with disappointment. For his sake, you dare to lie even to your grandfather. You quickly said, Grandpa. It really was Gu Chen. He is your grandson. You just need to accept him back. And the Gu family can become a first-rate family in D City at any time. The Gu family head's expression suddenly turned cold. Enough? Do you really think I am senile? Words like that, no one in the Gu family can believe. A brat who just got out of prison a few days ago. What ability does he have to kill two top figures of Yun City? This so-called Gu Chen of yours is just a country bumpkin. He doesn't even have the qualifications to serve the Gu family. How can he possibly shoulder the great responsibility of making the Gu family a first-rate family? Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from the door. I really don't know who is qualified for me to serve, and I know even less within the Saya Kingdom. What matter is there that I cannot interfere in? I hope the Gu family head can enlighten me. As soon as I finished speaking, the people in the banquet hall all looked towards the door at the same time. When they saw me, everyone frowned, thinking a wet behind the ears brat dared to boast. Does he not want to live? Mother Gu saw my figure. She quickly shouted, to me, a Chen. Go quickly. A Chen. Get out of here quickly. She clearly understood her father's ruthlessness and was worried I would provoke him. He would not show mercy. However, Gu Yu looked at me. Her breathing quickened again. At this moment, only two words were in his head. It's over. Thinking of his grandfather's stubborn nature, he wouldn't spare Mother Gu and me, and with my nature of killing without blinking, I absolutely could not back down in front of my grandfather. He was thinking about how to prevent me from clashing with his grandfather. The Gu family had heard Mother Gus shout. He looked at me, his face turning pale. You are the bastard she gave birth to outside. Gu, you heard these three words. His mind felt like it exploded. Today is probably really the end. My footsteps stopped. I stared at the Gu family head for 2 seconds. Suddenly, I laughed. Old fool, you're already close to the grave anyway, and you still don't know how to speak like a human. As soon as I finished speaking, a gasp of cold air immediately echoed through the banquet hall. At this moment, the Gu family members looked at me in disbelief. They thought I was definitely dead. They looked at me, as if they were looking at a dead person. Mother Gu also looked at me, stunned. She knew her son wasn't afraid of trouble, but she never thought that I would dare to say such words to the Gu family head. But she didn't advise me to shut up, because she believed her son was not stupid. If I dared to say that, I must have the capital to not fear the Gu family head. Gu, you heard me speak. She finally confirmed that the Gu family was in trouble. She couldn't watch the Gu family head towards ruin. She subconsciously looked at the Gu family head. Grandfather, you. However, before Gu, you could continue speaking. The Gu family head furiously raised his hand and pointed at my nose. You rebellious brat. His raised arm was trembling. Then he ordered a few Gu family members, men, seize this animal who doesn't respect his elders. For me, he wouldn't strike me himself. It would only dirty his hands. Among them, 2 middle-aged men from the Gu family heard this. They quickly responded, yes. Just as the 2 of them walked towards me, Gu Yu blocked their path. She looked at the Gu family head with a worried expression. Grandfather, Gu Chen, you can't touch him. The Gu family head's face suddenly turned cold. You not only protect your useless little aunt, you also shelter the bastard she gave birth to. At this moment, he was truly a little disappointed. It seems the future heir of the Gu family. He should consider changing to someone else. Gu, you heard the Gu family head's questioning. She took a deep breath. She tried her best to persuade him. Grandfather, stop. Otherwise, the Gu family will not only fail to become a first-rate family, it will even face the danger of annihilation. The Gu family head's gaze immediately grew a few shades colder. Gu Yu, are you determined to oppose me? Seeing the Gu family head still unmoved, Gu Yu looked at me anxiously, still making a final attempt. Grandfather, although Gu Chen didn't strike himself, but Liu Sidao, Old Master Li, even Liu Zian, all died because of him. Liu Fanxing, the 1-star high-ranking commander of the Liu family, also resigned because of him. Not only that, he's also D. However, before Gu, you could continue speaking. The Gu family head suddenly shouted coldly, enough. Gu Yu, I see you've been bewitched by them. Don't you forget, he's just a lowly coward who just got out of prison. Tell me, what ability does he have to kill Liu Sidao and Liu Zian? Heh, let alone kill them. A low-class embryo like him doesn't even have the right to meet them. Just as the Gu family had finished speaking, a surprised voice rang out from the banquet hall entrance. Gu Chen, so you're here. Luo Bai and Tang Bashan quickly walked in. Seeing the 2 enter, the Gu family head was visibly flustered. CEO of the Luo Corporation, young master of the Tang Corporation, the Gu family is only a second-rate family. Today's banquet, although the Gu family invited many dignitaries, but they were all from second- or third-rate families. As for the Luo Corporation and the Tang Corporation, the young masters of these top 10 corporations in the imperial capital, the Gu family had no right to invite them, but now, 2 such people appeared, seemingly looking for me. I wondered what virtue or talent I had to be acquainted with these 2, but the Gu family head was only flustered for a moment. He quickly recovered. He hurried to greet the 2. At this moment, the coldness on his face had completely vanished. A brilliant smile. It's an honor to have you 2 young masters here. Please forgive my poor reception. Luo Bai and Tang Bashan saw this. Their footsteps stopped. Luo Bai showed a look of doubt. You are the Gu family head? He hurriedly said, I am the head of the Gu family. At the Jiang family head's birthday banquet before, I was fortunate enough to meet you 2 young masters. Both of them looked confused, but soon after, they thought of me. Luo Bai's face showed realization. So it's the Gu family head, the Gu family head asked. Then, may I know your relationship with Gu Chen? Luo Bai said, classmates. Gu Chen and I are classmates. The Gu family head heard this. He couldn't help but be flustered. He thought I had just gotten out of prison. How could I be classmates with Luo Bai? Young Master Luo must have been admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. With my background and criminal record, how could I possibly get into D-City Academy? Thinking of this, the Gu family head looked at Luo Bai. He quickly asked, may I ask? Classmates at which school? Luo Bai didn't understand. Aren't you Gu Chen's elder? How could you not know he got into D-City Academy? Such a big deal. As soon as Luo Bai finished speaking, the Gu family members all widened their eyes in disbelief. After Gu Yuru was expelled from the family, the bastard child she had with a wild man actually got into D-City Academy. The Gu family head also couldn't believe this fact. Young Master Luo, you're not joking, are you? Luo Bai couldn't help but find it a little funny. He said, joking? Gu Chen isn't just my classmate. He's also my and Tang Bashan's roommate. How could I joke about this? After Luo Bai said that, the Gu family members were even more stunned, thinking I was a coward with a criminal record. Not only could I get into D-City Academy, but I also became roommates with Luo Bai and Tang Bashan, 2 young masters from wealthy families. How could I have such good luck? They didn't doubt me at all. Even if I did nothing next, just by flattering these 2 young masters, my future would be bright. The Gu family head suddenly looked at me. He frowned and asked, how did you get into D-City Academy? He didn't believe D-City Academy would accept a student with a criminal record. His greatest pride before was his granddaughter getting into D-City Academy. If even someone like me could get into D-City Academy, then the grand banquet he held today to celebrate his granddaughter getting into D-City Academy, what meaning would it have? At this point, he quickly looked at a middle-aged man from the Gu family. He ordered, "Check Yu Chen's entrance exam results for me. The ranking for entering Imperial Capital Academy has extremely strict testing standards. The academy will rank students based on their comprehensive performance. The highest rank is S level. Next is A+, then A, and finally A. Each student's ranking can all be looked up on the official website of D-City Academy." As the Gu family head finished speaking, I finally stepped forward and said, "No need to check." The Gu family head took this as me being guilty. He sneered. He immediately questioned, "No need to check. Is it because the rank is too low, or is there no rank at all?" Tang Bashan heard this. He immediately seized the opportunity to show off in front of me. He immediately sneered back, "Rank too low. I am afraid Gu Chen's rank is beyond your imagination. He's afraid his rank will shock you to death." Liu Obei knew I didn't take the exam. I couldn't have a rank, but knowing my strength was extremely powerful. He also questioned along, is this Gu family head doubting friend Gus' ability, or is he doubting the authority of D-City Academy? As soon as Liu Obei finished speaking, the middle-aged man checking my entrance exam rank suddenly spoke up, "Family head, I really can't find Gu Chen's rank." Tang Bashan was embarrassed. He looked at me, stunned. His face was full of disbelief. He thought, I clearly had the power to kill an intermediate warrior in an instant. How could I not have a rank? The Gu family had heard this. His gaze on me immediately turned cold. "Tell me how you got into D-City Academy." I just looked at him blandly. "Why should I report to you?" Hearing my rhetorical question, the Gu family had looked at the stunned Tang Bashan. He sneered. "You're right. You have no reason to report to me, but your behavior of not following the rules has harmed the interests of the Imperial Capital Academy and other students." After speaking, he turned his head to look at Tang Bashan and Liu Obei, two young masters. "I know you went through countless difficulties to get into the Imperial Capital Academy. Towards this kind of scum who cheated their way in, you must hate them to the core. As Gu Chen's elder, I feel angry and apologetic for his behavior. Now I hand him over to you. Whether you want to kill or slice him is entirely up to your wishes." I won't have the slightest objection. The Gu family members heard the Gu family head speak. They looked at me smugly. At this moment, they could already imagine the two young masters beating me to a pulp as I begged for mercy. However, the next moment, everyone froze, because they saw that not only did Liu Obei not turn against me, but he also looked at them reproachfully. "Family head, Gu Chen was able to get into the Imperial Capital Academy as his elder. Shouldn't you be happy for him? Why do you look like you want him to die immediately?" Tang Bashan nodded and echoed, "Right, family head Gu. No matter how Gu Chen got into D-City Academy, he is a member of D-City Academy. The Gu family has two new students from D-City Academy at once. Shouldn't you be happy?" The Gu family members heard this. It felt a bit unreal. They thought these two young masters were famously eccentric. I used improper means to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. It's unfair to them. Yet they tolerate it like this. The Gu family head was also not calm. He quickly calmed his mood. He looked seriously at Liu Obei and Tang Bashan, two young masters. "Don't you know what it means to have no rank? This means you tried your best to get into D-City Academy, while he used some dishonest means and got in without any effort. This is an insult to D-City Academy, and it's also unfair to you." However, Liu Obei and Tang Bashan heard this. Their faces showed no fluctuation. Liu Obei said, "With or without a rank, Gu Chen was able to get into D-City Academy. What you said is completely unimportant." Tang Bashan nodded in agreement. "Right, as Gu Chen's elder, it's one thing not to help him. Why are you siding with outsiders?" The Gu family head was exasperated. Anger suddenly rose from his chest. His tone was no longer gentle. "Two young masters, have you been deceived by him? He's just a low-class coward from a remote small city. He's not even worthy of carrying your shoes. You don't need to offend others for his sake." Liu Obei and Tang Bashan heard this. Their eyes couldn't help but widen. They had just seen it with their own eyes. The dean of the Imperial Capital Academy being humble towards me. If I were a low-class coward, then what would the dean and they be? Both of them felt insulted. Tang Bashan's eyes grew slightly cold. He looked at the Gu family head. "Family head Gu, you've lived for so many years after all. You should understand the principle that disaster comes from the mouth." Liu Obei quickly added, "Gu Chen is not someone you can afford to offend. I advise you to take back what you just said." The Gu family head trembled with anger. If not for being wary of their status, he really wanted to curse. His life, he had never seen such an ignorant thing, but he took a few deep breaths and still suppressed his anger. He stared at me coldly for a few seconds. His eyes glinted slightly. A moment later, he once again spoke with heavy-handed advice. "Gu Chen cheated to get into D-City Academy. If the Academy investigates, the court could sentence you to at least 3 years. So, give your admission spot to me. I will go find the dean to negotiate." to let this spot be given to someone more suitable for D City Academy. I suddenly laughed when I heard that. So, should I thank you? The Ju family had heard this. His face grew cold again. You intend to refuse? I smiled faintly. You shouldn't be asking me, but whether the dean would agree. After speaking, I turned my head directly towards the main entrance of the banquet hall. Since you're here, come on in. Everyone in the banquet hall heard this. They looked towards the main entrance of the banquet hall. The dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, sitting in a wheelchair, was slowly pushed in by someone. All the Ju family members were a little surprised. No one thought a big shot like the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy would appear in the Ju family's banquet hall. The Gu family head was first flustered. The next moment, his face showed ecstatic joy, because he suddenly remembered his granddaughter, Gu Jing, was the only student in this year's batch at the Imperial Capital Academy to have an S rank on the entrance exam. He just didn't think the dean would value talent so much. For his granddaughter's sake, he would proactively attend the Gu family's banquet. Thinking of this, the Gu family head quickly looked at a person beside him, quickly called Gu Jing down. That person heard this and quickly responded, then quickly went upstairs. The Gu family head calmed his excited mood. He hurried to greet the dean. Dean, it's an honor to have you here. Please forgive Gus' poor reception. Gu Jing is upstairs preparing for today's banquet. Please wait a moment. She will be here immediately. The surrounding Gu family members heard this. Their faces showed realization. They were just saying, why did the dean suddenly appear here? If it was for Gu Jing, then it was nothing. Surprised. They then began to flatter the dean. The dean heard these flattering words. His expression grew increasingly unsightly. Just one S-rank student was not worthy of him coming in person. He really didn't know who gave the Gu family such confidence, but he came today to apologize to me. He didn't have time to waste talking with these people. He didn't say anything to the Gu family members, but looked at me apologetically. The Gu family head saw the dean looking at me. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Gu Chen, aren't you going to come over and apologize to the dean? The dean's heart suddenly trembled. However, the Gu family head was still immersed in how to get rid of me and have his granddaughter take my place. He didn't notice the dean's expression. After giving the order, the Gu family head quickly looked at the dean. He said with a pained heart, Dean, you just arrived, so you probably don't know. The bastard my daughter gave birth to, through some shady means, obtained the admission qualification for D City Academy. It's a good thing I discovered it in time. Otherwise, letting this kind of person into D City Academy would definitely disgrace the reputation of D City Academy. As the Gu family head finished speaking, the dean's face was no longer gloomy. He felt as if he had found an opportunity in front of me to atone. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. So, family head Gu thinks we should revoke Gu Chen's admission qualification to let your so-called more suitable person replace him at the academy. The Gu family head saw the smile on the dean's face. His heart was immediately filled with joy. Just as he was about to say something, a few juniors of the Gu family came down from the preparation room upstairs. The Gu family head quickly turned to look. Soon, he saw a tall, slender, female student, full of scholarly air. He quickly greeted, Gu Jing. Quick, look. Who's here? Gu Jing heard this and looked over. The dean. The Gu family head smiled. He quickly greeted, to celebrate you getting into the Imperial Capital Academy. The dean himself has come. Aren't you going to quickly thank the dean? Gu Jing walked a few steps quickly. She came before the dean. She stood in front of the dean with a respectful expression. Student. Gu Jing pays respects to the dean. The dean nodded lightly. His gaze never left the Gu family head. The Gu family head saw that the dean was not in good health. He was worried the dean would want to leave right after meeting Gu Jing. He didn't dare to delay either. He quickly pointed to a fat guy among the juniors. Dean, this is my granddaughter, Gu Ruoyan. With her talent, getting into the Imperial Capital Academy would be a piece of cake. One could even say 10 Gu Chens aren't even a match for one of her. However, speaking of this, the Gu family head sighed regretfully. Before this Imperial Capital Academy entrance exam, Qing Shan was not feeling well and missed the exam. Otherwise, her entrance exam results probably wouldn't be much worse than Gu Jing's. The dean gave the fat Gu Ruoyan a bland look. Then he smiled and asked, so, what does family head Gu want? The Gu family head saw the dean's gentle expression. His heart settled down. The Imperial Capital Academy has a fixed number of admission slots each year. With Gu Chen's status, he is not worthy of entering the Imperial Capital Academy. But if Gu Chen is kicked out of the Imperial Capital Academy, the spot he occupies will be vacant. Instead of letting that spot go to waste, why not? In consideration of me reporting Gu Chen, give it to this exceptionally talented granddaughter of mine. My mother, who was beside me, heard the Gu family head's words. Her face grew a few shades paler. Wasn't it enough for father to ruin her whole life? Now he even wants to steal my son's spot. Mother's face grew paler and paler. I glanced blandly at Gu Ruoyan, showing clear contempt. Are you blind? She's not even a junior warrior. How do you have the face to say she's exceptionally talented? having her sore spot poked by me. Gu Ruoyan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She raised her hand and pointed at my nose. You, a released prisoner, still dare to look down on the direct granddaughter of the Gu family. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took a few steps forward, raising her hand to slap my face. The Gu family head had no intention of stopping her. This granddaughter isn't good at other things, but her fighting skills are first class. He thought I was the one who started the trouble. It was the perfect time. He could let his granddaughter show her strength. However, before Gu Ruoyan could get close to me, a slap suddenly rang out. Gu Ruoyan was hit by a huge force and was sent stumbling back a few steps. She slumped to the ground. Just as she fell to the ground, Tang Bashan suddenly took a few steps forward. He stepped on her stomach with one foot. He looked down at Gu Ruoyan, full of mockery and contempt. A piece of trash like you wants to make a move? On Brother Chen? You don't want to live? Half a second. As soon as Tang Bashan finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell silent. All the Ju family members stared blankly at Tang Bashan. They were too stunned to react. They thought I was Tang Bashan's subordinate, but they didn't expect Tang Bashan to call me Brother Chen. Gu Ruoyan, lying on the ground, looked at Tang Bashan stepping on her. She immediately felt humiliated. She wanted to kill this man. However, Tang Bashan felt her struggle. The force on his foot immediately increased. He looked down at Gu Ruoyan. You just called Brother Chen a bastard. Are you even worthy? Gu Ruoyan sneered again. The Gu family, a piece of trash like you, has completely lost all face. Every sentence from Tang Bashan was like a dagger stabbing into Gu Ruoyan's chest. Gu Ruoyan struggled frantically. She wanted to kill Tang Bashan, but she couldn't escape. The Gu family head saw this. He clenched his fists. He tried to suppress the impulse to strike Tang Bashan. He warned coldly, Young Master Tang, even if you want to stand up for someone, you have to look at the situation. If the dean hadn't come, no matter how angry he was, he wouldn't dare speak to Tang Bashan like that. But the dean, because he saw the potential in his granddaughter, came to the Ju family's banquet himself. With the academy's dean backing the Ju family, what was he afraid of? Tang Bashan heard this. He couldn't help but be taken aback. He was directly addressed by the Gu family head and laughed in anger. I can't see the situation clearly. Good. Very good. I can tell you clearly. I can be even more unclear. After speaking, Tang Bashan looked directly at the dean. He said, since family head Go said, the academy spot must be given to a suitable person. I think Yu Jing's academy spot is very unsuitable. Why not just cancel it and give it to someone who needs it? The Ju family head was taken aback. He looked at Tang Bashan, as if looking at an idiot. Why did the dean come today? Wasn't he here to attend Yu Jing's school acceptance party? Even if the dean cancelled Tang Bashan's admission qualification, he couldn't possibly cancel Gu Jing's. Just as the Gu family head was about to warn Tang Bashan to be careful that disaster comes from the mouth, the dean nodded. Gu Jing's spot was originally added as a special case. Canceling Gu Jing's spot, the number of new students, will match the fixed admission quota. As soon as the dean finished speaking, all the Ju family members at the scene froze. No one thought the dean would actually, because of one sentence from Tang Bashan, cancel Gu Jing's admission qualification. Under the disbelieving gazes of all the Ju family members, the dean turned his head and looked at me with extreme reverence. Brother Gu, this is how I've handled it. Are you satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I can directly place the Ju family on the academy's blacklist. The direct line of the Ju family for 3 generations will have their qualification to enter the Imperial Capital Academy permanently revoked. The dean's words were no different from a clap of thunder exploding among the Gu family members. They thought the dean had gone mad. Before the Gu family members could recover, the dean continued to speak to me. Brother Gu, today, my nephew had a conflict with you. He has eyes but no talent. I hope you won't hold it against him. As long as Brother Gu can forgive him, from now on, in the academy, he will definitely follow Brother Gus' lead. After the dean said that, all the Ju family members were stunned. No one thought the dean would let his own nephew be my subordinate. They finally realized that the dean today didn't come to attend the Gu family's banquet, but to apologize to me. My expression was bland. Not again next time. The dean heaved a huge sigh of relief. Thank you for your magnanimity, Brother Gu. After speaking, he turned to look at the Gu family members. Then he turned back and asked me, so, how does Brother Gu plan to deal with these people? Before I could speak, a female student with a resolute face suddenly stepped forward. She said, Dean, you only belong to the astrology department. Why not give me some face, today? Let's both take a step back on this matter. Father will no longer pursue Gu Chen's responsibility, and you won't cancel Gu Jing's admission spot. How about it? The dean looked at the insignia on the female student's shoulder. His face immediately showed surprise. A 1-star intermediate commander. The person before me became a 1-star intermediate commander at the age of 24. If she has good luck and achieves great merit in the future, she could very well become a high-ranking commander of 3 stars or more in the future, a great political leader. Towards such a character, he must be cautious. The Gu family head saw the dean hesitating. He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He didn't know what trick I used to bewitch the dean, but he was certain. As long as Gu Muwei was present, even if I used heaven-defying tricks, the dean wouldn't dare to be too harsh on the Gu family. However, the dean was still hesitating. A female voice suddenly came. Hasn't the Gu family's banquet started yet? Why is it so lively? Everyone followed the voice and looked. They couldn't help but be taken aback. Commander Jiang. The Gu family head's face immediately lit up with joy. He quickly smiled and greeted Jiang Siki. Commander Jiang, I wonder if the old master has been in good health lately. The greatest luck of his life. He was getting to know old master Jiang. The only moment in his life he got close to the top echelon of the imperial capital was 2 years ago when he attended the Jiang family's old master's banquet. It was also thanks to old master Jiang that he met Jiang Siki a few times, although they weren't familiar with each other. But he was certain. Today, old master Jiang had instructed Jiang Siki to come and back the Gu family. Even the dean wouldn't dare to do anything to the Gu family. However, Jiang Siki gave a perfunctory nod to the Gu family head. My father is very well. Thank you for your concern, family head Gu. The Gu family head didn't mind Jiang Siki's tone. Seeing Jiang Siki walk towards me, the Gu family head quickly said, Dean, Commander Jiang is here. A filthy thing like Gu Chen is not fit to appear in her sight. Please take him away from here immediately. However, just as the Gu family had finished speaking, Jiang Siki stood firm not far in front of me. She saluted me with extreme reverence. Her expression was solemn. Commander Gu, currently, all combatants in charge of military training at D City Academy have all arrived in D City. The great leader has ordered this subordinate to invite you to give the combatants special training before the military training. All the Gu family members heard this. They all froze. They didn't expect Jiang Siki to call me Commander Gu and even invite me to give special training to the combatants before their military training. One must know that Jiang Siki is a 1-star high-ranking commander of the War Department. The person who could make her take the initiative to salute must be at least a 2-star high-ranking commander or above. Such a character. How could I be a released prisoner? Moreover, they thought I was 10 years younger than Jiang Siki. How could it be that I could sit in the position of a high-ranking commander? The Gu family head was also stunned. It's no exaggeration to say, Gu Miye was the granddaughter he was most proud of. There was no other. If not for Jumo's lack of interest in the Ju family's future, the position of family heir wouldn't have gone to Gu Yu. But now, the maternal grandson he desperately wanted to cut ties with, unexpectedly. My title was even higher than his most proud granddaughter, Gu Mui, by several ranks. Tang Baishan and Liu Bai were also stunned. They guessed my identity was not simple, but they never would have dreamed that I would be a person from the War Department, and even less so, that I was a high-ranking commander of 2 stars or above. Mother also looked at me in disbelief. She didn't think I was a commander of the War Department. She finally realized. She understood my skills, why they were so good, understood why I had so much money, understood why she always felt that I had the aura of a ruler around me. She just didn't understand. I was imprisoned in Yun City prison at the age of 14, without any background or connections. How did I reach this height? She thought I must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, Mother looked at the scene with heartache. She was silent for a moment. Gu Muye looked at Jiang Siki in disbelief. Commander Jiang, did you mistake the person? The proudest thing in her life was at such a young age, becoming an intermediate commander of the War Department. But now, Jiang Siki's words were no different from telling her, this cousin, who was considered a disgrace to the Gu family, at an age younger than hers, had already reached a height that she could never reach in this lifetime. Jiang Siki only looked at me anxiously. She didn't even spare her a glance. I looked blandly at Jiang Siki. My gaze swept past Gu Muye, and blandly instructed, add her to the list of instructors receiving special training. Jiang Siki heard this. She was so excited she almost cried. She looked at me without hesitation, and shouted, Yes, Commander Gu. Gu Muye heard our conversation. She was suddenly stunned. She didn't want to be an instructor. Why was she suddenly added? Moreover, she didn't understand. To become a military training instructor for this academy, one had to register in advance. Why could I decide with a single sentence? Before Gu Mui could think of an answer, Jiang Siki hesitated for a moment, then she carefully asked, Commander Gu, the combatants can start training at any time. When can you come over? My identity is extremely special. The soldiers in charge of military training have never met me. She was worried that the soldiers in charge of my class would offend me, so she hesitated for a long time. Only then did she go and ask the great commander to invite me to give the instructors special training before the military training. Jiang Siki looked as if she was afraid I would run away. I couldn't help it. It was a bit funny. Send me the address for the special training after I am done with things here. I'll head over immediately, Jiang Siki quickly said. It's okay. I am not in a hurry. I'll wait for you here. That way, I can drive you over. I saw Jiang Siki's insistence and didn't say anything more. I nodded. All right. After speaking, I turned my head. My gaze fell on the Gu family head. Everyone in the Gu family gasped. At this moment, they finally realized. The person they previously saw as a lowly commoner was an existence they could never reach. They instinctively felt the Liu family was in danger. The Liu family head immediately gasped for air. He looked straight at me. Today's matter was all started because of me alone. It has nothing to do with the other Liu family members. Whatever you want to do, directed at me. I just looked at him blandly. I sneered lightly. That's not for you to decide. The Liu family head's heart suddenly tightened. He glanced at my mother. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at me with a serious face. Originally, your mother stole the Liu family's secrets. She is the sinner of the entire Liu family. But as long as you spare the Liu family, I can clear her name, and she won't have to abide by the promise between us. How about it? Although my mother's heart was already dead to him, hearing him use this as a bargaining chip, she still widened her eyes. Father, how can you twist black and white like this? A hint of killing intent flashed in the Liu family head's eyes. You. Shut your mouth. However, as soon as his words fell, a slapping sound echoed from his old face. Jiang Siki's cold voice rang out. Commander Gus, mother, is someone you can just yell at? The Liu family head subconsciously raised a hand to cover his face. He looked at Jiang Siqi in shock. This was the first time he had been hit after becoming the head of the Liu family. Before he could recover from his shock, my gaze fell upon him. What secret of the Liu family did my mother steal that year? What promise did you two have? Let's hear it, my gentle voice. Made the Liu family head feel a trembling sensation from his very soul. He understood that if he panicked now, the Liu family would truly be finished. He tried to steady his mind. Then, with a serious face, he stated the promise between Mother Gu and him. After he finished speaking, I suddenly laughed. Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Gu family head, you are truly worse than a beast. The Liu family head forcefully raised his hand to point at me. Another slap rang out. Jiang Siki's voice was a few degrees colder than before. Gu family head, show some respect. The Gu family head nearly exploded with anger, but because of Jiang Siki's identity and the Jiang family's power, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his blood. I looked at the Liu family head blandly. This so-called secret of the Liu corporation that my mother stole. What was it? After 2 consecutive slaps, the Liu family head finally learned to behave. Hearing my question, he immediately opened his mouth to answer. Your mother. At that time, she stole the core data of the corporation's product R and wanted to sell it. If I hadn't discovered it early, the Liu corporation might have gone bankrupt. But even so, the corporation still lost tens of millions because of her. She brought upon the long-term development of the corporation an extremely negative impact. After the Liu family head finished speaking, my mother's face was as pale as paper. She shook her head. Chen, no. It's not like that. I quickly comforted her. Mom, don't rush. Mom, speak slowly. I believe you. My tone was rarely this gentle. However, before my mother could continue speaking, the Gu family head suddenly opened his mouth to warn. Gu Yuru, no matter how I treat you, the blood of the Gu family flows in your veins. Before you speak, I advise you to think clearly. Mother Gu hesitated for a moment. Then she looked at me. Chen, the other members of the Gu family have all treated me well. Can we not involve the innocent? I nodded upon hearing that. My mother heard my guarantee and was immediately relieved. Under the murderous gaze of the Gu family head, she recounted the story of that year. After listening, I slowly turned my head to look at the Gu family head. The Gu family head's body trembled. The next moment, I suddenly laughed. Then I took a step forward. You said my mother was a compensatory good. The Gu family head subconsciously took a step back. However, just as he tried to steady his body, I took another step forward, and the aura around me was even more terrifying than before. You said my mother's only use was for a political marriage. She was just a tool for a political marriage. The aura around me was overwhelmingly powerful. Under the pressure of this aura, the Gu family head took another step back. I took another step forward. You said that because my mother chose my father, she lost her only value, becoming a useless person with no benefit to the Gu family. As soon as my words fell, the Gu family head collapsed weakly to the ground. He looked at me in horror, not letting him off. I still advanced towards him, step by step. The achievements my mother made at the Gu Corporation back then were more than all of your sons combined, but you credited all her achievements to your sons because you were afraid my mother would speak the truth and affect your sons' positions in the corporation. You branded my mother as a traitor. Because of the good deed you did, nearly all the enterprises in the Xi country put my mother on their blacklist. The Gu family head heard my interrogation. The fear on his face grew deeper. He subconsciously shuffled backwards. Soon, he backed up against a wall. He couldn't retreat any further. He watched my footsteps steadily approaching. His breathing nearly stopped. My voice was cold. Old man, how dare you use the attitude of punishing a traitor to say you would help clear my mother's name? As my last sentence fell, my aura was unleashed without restraint. Everyone in the Gu family was pushed back several steps at the same time. As for the Gu family head, who was closest to me, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked at me, his eyes filled with thick fear. He had to admit. Gu Mu Ye, whom he had considered his pride and joy, was nothing compared to the youth before him. Before he could recover, I looked down at him. I can leave the innocent members of the Gu family untouched, but you must kneel down to every single member of the Gu family, and kowtow 3 times to each of them, accept a whipping from every single Gu family member. Whether you live or die is up to fate, even if you survive the whipping. You must spend the rest of your life in the Gu family's private prison. Otherwise, while I won't annihilate the Gu family, I can make the Gu family never able to become a first-rate family in the capital city. As the words fell, 2 words appeared in the minds of everyone in the Gu family. Arrogant, but no one dared to say it. After all, the person before them had the capital to be arrogant. The Gu family head panted weakly. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he opened his mouth. All right, I agree to your terms. Just then, a woman with a tall, slender figure, as noble as a goddess, stepped out of a limited edition Bentley. Those eyes were beautiful enough to make countless youths scream. She looked towards the entrance of the Global Century Hotel, a hint of hope in her eyes. Just as she stepped towards the hotel entrance, a beautiful girl got out of the car and followed closely behind. She looked at the woman with a resentful face. Master, the person you're always looking for can't be like this. That Xiao Yunqi only covets your beauty, so he claimed to have news of that person and tricked you into coming here. The woman gave her a cold glance. This time is different. This time, I can feel that I am close to him. The beautiful assistant continued. Master, you say that every time. Last time, a fortune teller said you were fated to attract many suitors. You were worried that the person you're looking for would find out about those dense suitors and get jealous, so you directly gave that person 10 million and told them to eliminate all suitors besides that person. I told you then that he was a swindler. You swore at the time that. Before the assistant could finish, the woman coldly interrupted her assistant. Shut up. The beautiful assistant's heart tightened. She immediately closed her mouth. The woman tilted her head slightly. I'll go by myself. Don't follow me. If this assistant wasn't so capable, she would have fired her long ago. The beautiful assistant looked at her master's back. She hesitated for a few seconds, but still followed after her. Her master was usually so domineering and cold it was terrifying, but as soon as she got information about that man, her IQ would drop to a negative number. She was worried. Her master would be taken advantage of by that Xiao Yunqi. However, not long after the woman entered the hotel, her footsteps suddenly stopped. Then, as if she sensed something, she walked straight towards the Gu family's banquet hall on the 2nd floor. Just as the woman took a step, a male student approached from the opposite direction. This male student had a noble air. Dressed in a white suit, he was untainted by the dust of the mortal world. He was the undisputed #1 male god of the Capital Academy, Xiao Yunqi. Xiao Yunqi saw the woman immediately. The cold aura around him softened. A smile appeared on his face. Feng Dian. Sai Qingming's footsteps stopped. She looked at him coldly. She had no interest in wasting words with Xiao Yunqi. She asked directly, "Where is the person I am looking for?" A smile on Xiao Yunqi's face froze. He had only tricked Xia Qingming into coming here. He had no news of that person at all. In his eyes, as long as Xia Qingming came, everything would be easy. He believed in his own charm, and believed even more that no one could resist the temptation of a new card. But he never would have thought that Xia Qingming would look at him without a trace of emotion, and immediately ask for news of another man. Xiao Yunqi had never failed so miserably, but thinking about what he planned to do today, Xiao Yunqi took a few steps forward to stand in front of Xia Qingming. Feng Dian, there's no rush. I prepared a surprise for you. Come with me first. After speaking, he wanted to pull Xia Qingming's arm, but Xia Qingming took a step back. Xiao Yunqi missed. Xia Qingming's face was suddenly covered in a layer of frost. Tell me where he is. Xiao Yunqi felt the powerful aura around the woman. His face suddenly paled. He clearly felt, if he dared to say he had lied to her now, he would definitely not have a good ending. Seeing this, Xiao Yunqi sighed. Xia Qingming, do you really not have any feelings for me? Xia Qingming's eyebrows slowly furrowed. Her gaze was fixed on Xiao Yunqi. She said, "What kind of feelings do you want me to have?" Feeling that gaze that sent a chill down his spine, Xiao Yunqi's heart suddenly trembled. But he understood. If he missed today's opportunity, perhaps for the rest of his life, he would never have a chance to be with her. Thinking of this, he looked directly at Xia Qingming. His voice was unprecedentedly solemn and serious. Xia Qingming, I like you. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were the woman of my destiny. I, Xiao Yunqi, will marry no one but you in this life. After Xiao Yunqi finished speaking, he stared nervously at Xia Qingming before him, hoping to see some other emotion on her face, but he never would have thought that Xia Qingming was clearly getting impatient. She looked at Xiao Yunqi coldly. Her voice was like a knife, stabbing fiercely into Xiao Yunqi's heart. I didn't come here to listen to you say this nonsense. Xiao Yunqi heard Xia Qingming's heartless voice. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. Perhaps this woman's standards were so high that she completely looked down on him. He thought his family background and appearance and strength were all top tier. Why didn't the woman before him like him? Before he could figure out the reason, Xia Qingming's patience had run out. Where is the information I need? Xiao Yunqi clenched his fists. He seemed to have made some decision. He placed a wood star card in front of Xia Qingming. Xia Qingming, this star card is for you. As he spoke, Xiao Yunqi stared at Xia Qingming's face. He thought, no matter how heartless Xia Qingming was, she couldn't be completely unmoved by a treasure like a star card. However, to his shock, when Xia Qingming saw the star card in his hand, her face became even gloomier. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the person I am looking for? Xiao Yunqi clearly felt it around Xia Qingming, the aura of an impending storm. At this moment, he suspected that if he didn't give her the information she wanted, she would directly kill him. Under this strong sense of crisis, he subconsciously opened his mouth. Upstairs. He's upstairs. Xia Qingming nodded. Her cold gaze swept over him. Come up with me. After speaking, she didn't look at Xiao Yunqi again, and went up to the second floor by herself. Xiao Yunqi looked at Xia Qingming's back, and suddenly revealed a determined smile. He firmly believed that as long as he continued to actively pursue her, he could sooner or later melt this great iceberg. Xia Qingming. After that, he thought of an excuse for when Xia Qingming discovered his deception, took a deep breath, and hurried after her. At the same time, the second-floor banquet hall, I turned to look at my mother. My mother saw the miserable state of the Gu family head. Her face showed no sign of joy. I looked at the Feigu family head, and said blandly, "You said it yourself. You are you. The Gu family is the Gu family. You need to take responsibility for the wrongdoings you've committed, but your wish for the Gu family to become a first-rate family is not impossible to achieve." The Gu family head forcefully raised his head, looking at me. A gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. If he had a chance to live, and could see the Gu family become a first-rate family, even if he died, he would have no regrets. But immediately after, he became cautious again. What are your conditions? I smiled blandly. I heard that the Gu family has someone who can unseal star cards. The Gu family had heard this. First, he was taken aback. He nodded, and looked at me in surprise. You have a sealed star card in your hands. Sealed star cards in the entire Saya country. There aren't many in total. Even a sealed star card is definitely not something an ordinary person can obtain. I heard the Jiu family head's question, but I didn't answer and asked instead, "Do you know the unsealing method?" My answer was as good as an admission, causing the Gu family head's eyes to sparkle slightly. A moment later, he looked straight at me and said, "I'll tell you the method to unseal the star card. How about you help the Gu family establish a foothold in D City?" I heard that the Gu family had only possessed the method to unseal the star card. He couldn't directly unseal the star card. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but I could see, although the Gu family head had hurt my mother's heart, my mother still cared about the Gu family. In that case, I didn't mind helping the Gu family out. I nodded at the Gu family head. All right. The Jiu family head heard this and looked at everyone around. Then he looked at me hesitantly and said, "You are a commander of the military. I believe you won't deceive me." I couldn't help but smile faintly. Making the Gu family a first-rate family in the capital city is just a matter of a single sentence for me. I don't need to deceive you about this. Everyone in the Gu family gasped upon hearing this, but no one doubted the truthfulness of my words. The Gu family head heard me speak. He nodded. He directly took off a pendant from his neck. This was left by the Gu family ancestor who unsealed the star card. He left it behind. You just need to find the other half of this pendant. The two pieces will automatically merge into a star key. Star key. It can unseal all the sealed items in a star card, and it also has some extremely powerful abilities. But as for what other specific uses the star key has, you'll need to find the other half and discover them yourself. I took the silver pendant from the Gu family head. I looked at it and put it away. I asked the Gu family head, "Do you know where the other half might be?" The Gu family head said, "When our ancestor left, he gave the other half to a high-ranking member of the military. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be in the XI country's military department." As soon as the Gu family head's words fell, two figures suddenly walked into the banquet hall. A Gu family member noticed them. The two of them quickly opened their mouths to ask, "You two are?" Everyone in the Jiu family heard the voice and looked over, and saw Xia Qingming and Xiao Yunqi. Xia Qingming's eyes scanned everyone in the banquet hall. Suddenly, her gaze stopped on one person. At the same time, I also looked towards the door. Our eyes met. We seemed to have isolated all the people and things around us. In our eyes, only each other remained. Even though we were separated in our past and present lives, even though our appearances had changed considerably. But at this moment, we were absolutely certain the other person was the true love we had been searching for. It might have only been a moment, but it felt like a century had passed. I suddenly smiled. My voice carried a hint of doting. "Baby, did you miss me?" As soon as my voice fell, the Gu family members were initially surprised. The #1 beauty of the Capital Academy found a divine boyfriend. Hearing this, everyone looked at me at the same time. Disbelief was in everyone's eyes. They suspected they were hallucinating, thinking that I had fallen in love at first sight with the beautiful girl at the door, thinking that even though I held a high position in the military, I couldn't just openly steal someone else's girlfriend. Xiao Yunqi was a little embarrassed. He looked at me with a cold expression. He looked straight at me and warned coldly, "This gentleman, please be careful with your words and actions." However, I didn't even look at him. I walked towards Xia Qingming on my own, and Xia Qingming, seeing my actions, slowly came to her senses. Her originally ice-cold face, as if shone upon by a warm ray of sunshine, slowly blossomed into a smile, enough to make the heavens and earth lose their color. Everyone subconsciously took a deep breath. They couldn't believe there could be such a perfect woman in the world. Xiao Yunqi subconsciously wanted to look at Xia Qingming. However, he was standing behind Xia Qingming. Before he could step forward, I had already walked up to Xia Qingming and hugged her. Xia Qingming felt the arms embracing her. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Her red lips pressed against my ear. A voice that softened my heart came out. "I missed you so much." I held the woman's arm and tightened my grip slightly. The next moment, I suddenly let go of Xia Qingming. Then I gave her a light kiss directly on her red lips. Under Xia Qingming's slightly surprised gaze, I smiled faintly. "A reward for you." Some of the older members of the Gu family saw this and couldn't help but turn away. Xiao Yunqi immediately froze on the spot, but the next moment, he glared at me angrily, thinking that this wretched man dared to defile his goddess. He believed that Xia Qingming would definitely push me away and might even kill me in a fit of rage. At this moment, Xiao Yunqi was already imagining the pathetic scene of me being pushed to the ground by Xia Qingming. However, the next moment, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened. He saw that Xia Qingming, faced with my presumptuous behavior, not only was she not angry at all, but she even stood on her tiptoes slightly and gave me a deep kiss. Xiao Yunqi's mind seemed to explode. It went completely blank. Liu Bai was also stunned. He didn't understand who the woman who suddenly appeared before him was. Why did she suddenly kiss me? He thought I should be a couple with Chen Waner. Tang Bashan was also hit hard. He had seen pictures of Xia Qingming before. He understood that this person before him was the most popular Feng Dian in the academy. But he remembered. A senior told him. A male god once confessed to Xia Qingming and was directly thrown out by her. He didn't understand what was happening now. The male relatives around the Gu family all showed looks of jealousy towards me. Of course, there was also jealousy among them. They stared at me and Xia Qingming. Their eyes filled with unwillingness. They didn't understand. This woman who was beautiful enough to bewitch all living beings, why was she possessed by a man with an ordinary appearance? It wasn't until Xia Qingming and I separated that everyone came to their senses. Xiao Yunqi stared at me, his gaze growing colder, under a strong sense of unwillingness. He suddenly took a few steps forward and walked to my side and Xia Qingming's. He stared at me and asked, "Who are you?" I tilted my head slightly. When my gaze fell on Xiao Yunqi, the smile in my eyes immediately faded. I didn't answer Xiao Yunqi. Instead, I looked at Xiao Qingming in front of me, your admirer. Xia Qingming felt that I was a little unhappy. Her face also turned cold. She said, without leaving any room for negotiation, "There's nothing for you to do here anymore. Get out." When Xiao Yunqi asked me who I was, she knew that Xiao Yunqi didn't know I was here before. In that case, she didn't need to be polite to him anymore. Faced with Xia Qingming's heartless tone, Xiao Yunqi only felt his heart being fiercely cut by a knife. He stared at Xia Qingming. He shook his head lightly. He thought it was impossible. Feng Dian. How could she abandon him for a man like that? This must be fake. Suddenly, Xiao Yunqi seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were fixed on me. The next moment, a look of realization appeared on his face. "Feng Dian, you don't have to be afraid of me harassing you and purposely find a man to act with you. There's no need for that. I, Xiao Yunqi, am not a thick-skinned person. You don't need to reject me and make such a big sacrifice." I heard Xiao Yunqi's self-deception. I sized him up, then I shook my head and said, "This gentleman, don't you think too highly of yourself? If it were some other trash coming to cause trouble, I wouldn't even be bothered to pay attention. But a big matter like tearing a love rival apart with my own hands is still better done by myself." Feeling my invasive gaze, a hint of anger flashed across Xiao Yunqi's face. "Someone like you. What right do you have to judge me?" I saw his urgent and defeated appearance. I raised my eyebrows without a change in expression. "Someone like me? What about someone like me?" "Someone like me is loved, no matter how good you are. My baby still doesn't care for you." After speaking, I turned to look at Xia Qingming in front of me. I gave her another light kiss on her red lips and raised my eyebrows. I asked, "Baby, am I right?" Xia Qingming stared at me. Her voice was extremely soft, but it could be heard by Xiao Yunqi and everyone else. "Yes." I smiled brightly. Another kiss landed on the woman's lips. After that, I turned my head and said carefully, "My baby doesn't like you. Stay away from her in the future. Do you hear me?" Xiao Yunqi couldn't suppress his anger. His originally cold voice became sharp and piercing. "What right do you have to speak to me like that?" As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yunqi suddenly raised his hand. wanting to teach me a lesson. However, his hand had just been raised halfway, when his wrist was gripped tightly by a hand. That hand didn't seem to be using any force, but it was like an iron clamp, making him unable to move. I advised him sternly. Good students shouldn't fight recklessly. However, just as I finished speaking, a slap echoed from Xiao Yunqi's face. Xiao Yunqi stared at me wide-eyed. I lowered my hand without a change in expression. Xiao Yunqi's face was filled with shock and anger. He couldn't believe that he, Xiao Yunqi, had been hit. Moreover, he had just said that good students shouldn't fight recklessly. I saw the thoughts in Xiao Yunqi's heart. I directly smiled faintly and said, among the people you shouldn't hit recklessly, you are not included. Xiao Yunqi's mentality was on the verge of exploding. This sentence of mine made him explode instantly. He stared at me, almost word for word. You're looking for death. As soon as the words fell, the aura around Xiao Yunqi was unleashed without restraint. Gasps came from everyone's mouths. High-level warrior. In an instant, the attitude of everyone looking at Xiao Yunqi completely changed. No one would have thought that Xiao Yunqi, at the age of over 20, had become a high-level warrior. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Xiao Yunqi looked straight at me. His ice-cold voice commanded, leave Feng Dian on your own. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I raised my eyebrows. Impolite? The next moment, the sound of a slap rang out again. At the same time, my clear, faint but cold voice also rang out. You don't have the right to be impolite with me. Everyone saw on Xiao Yunqi's face. 2 symmetrical slap marks appeared. They all took a cold breath. Xiao Yunqi had just turned 20 and was already a high-level warrior. He would definitely be a great figure in the future. But such a figure was slapped twice in a row by me. Xiao Yunqi felt his face burning. A wave of anger rushed to his head. In his anger, he directly ignored the fact that he couldn't even see my movements clearly. He clenched his fists and said viciously, you're looking for death. As soon as the words fell, he swung towards my face. Just as his fist was less than an inch from me, Xia Qingming slowly raised her hand. A clear sound of a wrist breaking rang out. Xiao Yunqi suddenly groaned in pain and took a few steps back. He looked at Xia Qingming in shock. Xia Qingming had actually hurt him for another man. At this moment, his heart felt like it was being cut by Xia Qingming's knives. The physical pain was not even 1/10 of the spiritual trauma. Xiao Yunqi had been proud his whole life. He never thought he would like such a heartless woman. But even though she was so heartless to him, he still liked Xia Qingming. The Gu family was also stunned. Xiao Yunqi's wrist was broken. A few men turned to look at me, their faces full of jealousy. Xia Qingming's voice rang out again. Disappear in 3 seconds. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Xiao Yunqi gasped. He knew he was no match for Xia Qingming, and he understood even more that Xia Qingming really didn't like him. Then he turned to look at me. His eyes filled with unwillingness. I felt his gaze and raised my eyebrows. You don't want to go? That's fine, although dealing with you will be a little troublesome. But the Xiao family can't touch me. Xiao Yunqi was so angered by my sentence that he spat out old blood. But Xiao Yunqi understood. He was no match for Xia Qingming. If he insisted on attacking me, not only would he not hurt me, he would also be beaten more time by Xia Qingming. Most importantly, he would completely lose the possibility of being with Xia Qingming. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gave me a look, then left in embarrassment. An hour later, the Gu family's banquet hall was filled with guests from all over the capital city. The Gu family head publicly clarified the matter of his mother stealing the corporation's achievements 20 years ago. At the same time, he confirmed that the real researcher was his mother. My mother was removed from the blacklist of Saya country's enterprises. Then, under the shocked gazes of the guests, he was taken away by Jiang Siki's subordinates and imprisoned in the Gu family's private prison. After the banquet ended, Xia Qingming was called away by her little assistant. As for me, I took my mother back to the villa. After confirming that my sister was fine, I followed Jiang Siki and Go Muye to the D-City military department. Feng Shen had just arrived at the D-City Academy when she received the news. She immediately turned back to the D-City military department. Meanwhile, in a military family villa in downtown D-City, a man in his 20s, around 23 or 24, a slightly chubby but strong-looking figure stood up from his chair. What? Gu Munya was taken away by a man for training. He told her that in 10 days, she would go to conduct military training for the students of D-City Academy. The butler, Uncle Zhang, spoke up to advise. Young master, I heard that Lord is a high-ranking official in the War Department. Be careful with your words and actions. Lin Weichen snorted. A 19-year-old punk. No matter how high his rank is, how high can it be? Munya is a 1-star intermediate commander. At most, he's a 5-star intermediate commander. In front of my father, a 3-star senior commander, he's nothing. Uncle Zhang, with this kind of person, what is there that I wouldn't dare to say? The butler opened his mouth. In the end, he said nothing. Lin Weichen snorted again. He could have picked anyone else, but he had to pick my Munya. That piece of trash must have designs on Munya. Uncle Zhang, let's go to the special training grounds. I want to personally kick that guy out of the War Department. Half an hour later, I appeared at the D-City War Department. No soldiers from the branch were there to greet us. Seeing this, Jiang Siki's expression turned ugly, but Gu Munya was gloating. Commander, it seems the soldiers aren't giving you any face. Hearing this, I looked at her and suddenly gave a faint smile. Munya's heart turned cold. I said nothing. I looked towards the living quarters. The next moment, an extremely authoritative voice came from my mouth. You have 10 seconds to assemble in formation in front of me. Otherwise, get the hell out of the Xie Nation's War Department. As soon as I finished speaking, Jiang Siqi looked at me with a fervent passion rising in her eyes. Her palace master was still as domineering as ever. Gu Munya, on the other hand, was extremely embarrassed. Then, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes as she looked at me. What a show-off. Get out of the War Department if you don't show up in 10 seconds. Does he even have the authority to say that? Gu Munya's feelings were written all over her face. I glanced at her. I didn't say much as time passed. My expression grew colder and colder. Meanwhile, Jiang Siqi watched as the soldiers failed to arrive. Her forehead was gradually beaded with cold sweat. These soldiers were usually quite obedient. What was wrong with them today? After a long hesitation, Jiang Siqi braced herself and said, Commander Gu, why don't I go and get them? I looked at her. No need. Just dismiss them by name. After speaking, I turned around to leave. Soldiers who don't even have the initiative for training. Keeping them would be a waste of food. Jiang Siqi said stubbornly. Commander Gu, these people were all severely injured on the battlefield. They were withdrawn for health reasons. I hope you will consider their contributions. Please spare them this time. Gu Munya frowned. She didn't understand why Jiang Siqi, who was also a senior commander like me, at most, there was a 1-star difference. Why was she being so humble? My steps paused. I tilted my head and glanced at Jiang Siqi. Then I looked back. I saw 9 young soldiers coming out of the living quarters. They saw Jiang Siqi and ran over at top speed. In a few seconds, they had lined up in front of Jiang Siqi. Commander Jiang. The 9 of them stood at attention. They saluted in unison. Jiang Siqi looked at the 9 of them. She questioned coldly. Didn't I inform you that the instructor for your special training was about to arrive? Hearing this, the 9 of them stiffened. They knew the special training instructor was coming, but, according to custom, the instructor was supposed to come to the living quarters to invite them one by one. If they hadn't heard the shout to assemble, they would have sent someone out to check. Knowing Commander Jiang was also here, they had no intention of coming out on their own. Seeing them silent, Jiang Siqi shouted coldly, Speak. The soldiers trembled inwardly, under Jiang Siqi's pressing gaze. One soldier braced himself and stepped forward. He opened his mouth and replied, Reporting. Commander Jiang, we were in the wrong. We apologize to you here. Hearing this, Jiang Siqi, her expression softened slightly, but she spoke coldly. The person you need to apologize to is not me. It's this Commander Gu, who is in charge of your special training. The soldiers were embarrassed. They finally looked at me, standing beside her. My age made them doubt my ability to conduct their special training. Jiang Siqi saw the abnormality on their faces. She spoke coldly. Didn't you hear me? The 9 of them straightened their backs a little more, even though they didn't want to in their hearts. Under Jiang Siqi's watchful gaze, they could only shout, Commander Gu, sorry. My slightly cold gaze fell upon the 9 of them. You should thank Commander Jiang. Otherwise, your names would no longer be on the list of War Department members. Someone was confused. Our names wouldn't be on the list? What does that mean? The next moment, they remembered the order just now to assemble in 10 seconds, or else they were told to get out of the War Department. Instantly, the 9 of them looked at me as if I were an idiot. They were heroes of the Xi Nation, people who were injured on the battlefield and almost became national martyrs, and I was just a kid who hadn't even fully grown up. I could tell them to get out of the War Department with a single sentence. It was truly lawless. A punk of this age, even if he became a commander, he was probably just the lowest-ranking 1-star junior commander, while the 9 of them were all 3-star and above. I glanced at the 9 of them. I raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. What? Not convinced? A dark-skinned soldier stepped out from the ranks. He puffed out his chest, stood straight, and looked forward. His voice was as hard as iron, reporting, Instructor, we respect you for coming to give us special training. We must respect our instructor. Jiang Siqi heard this clearly unconvinced rebuttal. Her expression grew even gloomier. However, I smiled. It's been a long time since a member of the War Department dared to speak to me like that. I looked at the 9 soldiers and slowly curled the corners of my mouth. It's just that this smile was terrifying. I looked at Jiang Siqi. Commander Jiang, leave these heroes of the Xi Nation to me. You can go and attend to your business. Jiang Siqi looked worriedly at the men. She nodded respectfully at me and turned to leave. After she left, each of them stood further away. Their upright postures relaxed. They started talking as if no one else was there. That scared me to death. It's a good thing we didn't anger Commander Jiang. Otherwise, there would have been trouble. The captain is so clever, he apologized in time. As expected of our captain, he can endure any great humiliation. Gu Munya watched this scene and gloated. I stood to the side. My expression didn't change as I listened to the 9 of them talk. After a long time, the 9 of them fell silent. I spoke blandly. Are you done? The dark-skinned soldier heard this and laughed. His respectful demeanor in front of Jiang Siqi changed. He looked at me like a hooligan and said, all right, kid. Recite the military training instructions you've memorized. Read them to us once. Then you can get lost. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. The next moment, my hand was wrapped tightly around his neck. He immediately felt a strong sense of suffocation. Everyone was stunned into action. The dark-skinned soldier's eyes were already rolling back in his head. The mocking smile on Gu Munya's face froze. It was replaced by disbelief. How could someone be so fast? As an ultimate peak warrior, she couldn't even see a shadow. Was this man even human? One soldier came to his senses. Under the tense feeling that his comrade could die at any moment, he didn't think. He directly shouted at me coldly. Stop. I tilted my head to look at him. My gaze was calm, but it made one's hair stand on end. The soldier subconsciously retreated. The next step, I threw the soldier in my hand a few meters away like trash. I stepped towards him. Many soldiers seemed to see the god of death walking towards him. In fear, he backed away. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. As I approached, he felt the cold aura around me. He trembled and opened his mouth. What do you want to do? The other soldiers beside him didn't dare to breathe loudly. The aura I emitted made them feel cold all over. At this moment, all the soldiers were doubtful. Just someone to give them a lecture. The War Department could have sent anyone. Why did they have to send a being like me? Was this special training for them? Or was it to play them to death? Just as some soldiers were doubting their existence, the tall soldier on the ground had already pissed himself in fear. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer. Ill. I stopped in my tracks. I looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Are you ordering me? The tall soldier panted. No. Absolutely not. I saw his timid appearance. I nodded in satisfaction. Then my unquestionable voice rang out again. From today, for the next 10 days. What I say, what I do, I don't want anyone to say the word no to me. Understand? The tall soldier heard this. He nodded without hesitation. Understood. I glanced at him blandly. I turned my head to look at the others. And you? Everyone felt my gaze and came to their senses at the same time. They replied in unison. Understood. My eyes swept over everyone. Then I looked at Gu Munya. What about you? Gu Munya didn't dare to say a single word of refusal. She quickly opened her mouth. Listen to you. I nodded. I looked at the thinnest and smallest person among the team members. You just said 12 sentences at most. Run 120 laps around the training ground. You can rest when you're done running. As soon as I finished speaking, gasps were heard all around. After running 120 laps, they'll probably be crippled after running. I looked at the skinny soldier who was frozen in place. Is there a problem? The skinny soldier wanted to say there was a problem, but as soon as he met my gaze, he nodded without thinking. No problem. After that, I looked at the others. I pointed at them one by one. You, 110 laps. You, 100 laps. I pointed to the last person. You, 50 laps. The handsome-looking soldier said innocently, Instructor, I didn't say anything disrespectful to you. Just now, he was glad he hadn't run his mouth. But he didn't think he'd have to run too. I said blandly, 60 laps. The handsome soldier was stunned. He spoke without thinking. No. 70 laps. The handsome soldier didn't dare say another word. The other soldiers saw his tragic plight. They deeply understood the meaning of my words. They all warned themselves in their hearts. From now on, whatever I said, goes. There must be absolutely no opposition. Gu Munya looked at the tragic scene of everyone. Luckily, she only complained a few sentences in her head. She didn't say it out loud, but before she could be happy for a few seconds, my gaze fell on her. You, 200 laps. My words were like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. It struck her head hard. Gu Munya froze on the spot, but with the handsome soldier's precedent, she didn't dare to ask why. She dared even less to bargain. Gu Munya had never been so aggrieved in her life. She hoped her boyfriend would come and save her soon. At the same time, a slightly chubby figure stepped into the training ground gate. It was Gu Munya's boyfriend, Lin Weichen. Lin Weichen saw me and Gu Munya standing face to face. Anger rose in his heart. He cursed, You turtle, trying to steal my girlfriend. Are you tired of living? As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers looked over. Then, the 9 of them looked stunned. Gu Munya saw Lin Weichen. Her heart was filled with wild joy. She didn't think Lin Weichen would arrive so quickly, thinking she had someone to back her up. She raised her head and puffed out her chest. She looked at me smugly. Her future father-in-law, Lin Weichen's father, within 10 years. He would very likely be promoted to Grand Commander. Thinking that I was about to face a great disaster, Gu Munya's thoughts were surging when Lin Weichen brought the Lin family's butler and bodyguards. He quickly walked over. I watched as Lin Weichen quickly approached. My face showed no emotion. Until Lin Weichen was about to reach me, I lightly curled the corners of my lips. What did you call me? Lin Weichen raised his chin. He sneered, Turtle. You want to steal my girlfriend too? What? Is there a problem with me calling you that? The 9 soldiers heard this. They looked at Lin Huaichin with admiration in their eyes. Actually, they wanted to call him that too. It's a pity they didn't dare. They praised him in their hearts. A true hero. Gu Munya also looked proud. I heard what Lin Huaichin said. I nodded with an unwavering expression. Then I walked towards Lin Huaichin. Lin Huaichin looked at me. He sneered. What? Want to apologize to me? Fine. Kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. I won't pursue this, the responsibility for seducing the girlfriend of the son of a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. Otherwise, it'll make it impossible for you to stay in the War Department. The 9 soldiers heard Lin Huaichin speak. They all sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect that this person was the son of a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. Instantly, they all looked at me with pity in their eyes, even if my strength was decent. But because of my age, and the fact that I was sent to give them special training, at most, I was only an intermediate commander, perhaps even just a junior commander. A rank like that, in front of the son of a 3-star senior commander, he had no status at all. Gu Munya glanced at the expressions of the soldiers. She sneered inwardly. Under everyone's expectant gaze, I nodded at Lin Huaichin. I uttered the word okay. The soldiers and Gu Munya heard me speak. Their faces showed no surprise. In the end, no one thought I would dare to be so presumptuous in front of the son of a 3-star senior commander. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened as if they'd seen a ghost. It was because I suddenly raised my foot and kicked towards Lin Huaichin's knee. Lin Huaichin screamed miserably. He cried out as his knees went weak. With a thud, he knelt before me. Everyone turned to stone. I said coldly, 3 kowtows. Do it. Lin Huaichin raised his head. He looked at me in disbelief. Are you crazy? My father is a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. How dare you do this to me? What Lin Huaichin didn't expect was that, after hearing his words, I remained completely calm. You just said 3 kowtows. Will you do it yourself? Or should I help you? As soon as my words fell, a dead silence fell around us. Everyone thought I was crazy. Lin Huaichin stared at me blankly. An inexplicable fear arose. The next moment, he snapped back to his senses. He turned his head to look at the butler and bodyguards who were still in a daze. Seeing their dazed appearances, he was instantly enraged. Are you all dead? Get him! All of you. I want this turtle dead. Their eyes turned cold. They rushed towards me at the same time. The next second, only a blur was seen flashing past. Everyone who came fell to the ground. The 9 soldiers were extremely lucky. Because of the aura around me earlier, they hadn't stood up to oppose my decision. Otherwise, the Lin family's bodyguards on the ground now would be their fate. As for Gu Munya, her attitude towards me also changed. My strength was terrifyingly beyond her comprehension. The Lin family's butler immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly took a few steps back. He quickly took out his communication device. For Lin Huaichin's father, who was also Commander Lin, he sent a message, telling him to come quickly. I glanced at him. My gaze fell back on Lin Huaichin's face. Will you do it yourself? Or should I help you? Lin Huaichin looked at me. He felt my slightly cold gaze. He subconsciously turned his head to look around. He saw Gu Munya standing frozen on the spot. His eyes lit up, as if grasping a life-saving straw. He shouted, Munya, save me. Gu Munya heard this. She immediately stiffened like a log. At this moment, she wanted to run over and cover Lin Huaichin's mouth. Save him? How could she? The strength of the Lin family's bodyguards was no less than hers. They were all killed on the spot in an instant. Even if she rushed up, she would just be cannon fodder. Lin Huaichin saw Gu Munya's reaction. He was completely desperate. Seeing this, I smiled blandly. How about you come and help him? Lin Huaichin and Gu Munya were both embarrassed at the same time. The next moment, they both reacted. I said, help him. It wasn't telling Gu Munya to help Lin Huaichin deal with me. It was to help Lin Huaichin kowtow 3 times. Lin Huaichin clenched his fists. My father is a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. Are you tired of living? However, I didn't even look at him. I just said to Gu Munya, come here. Gu Munya heard my unquestionable voice. She was close to tears. Previously, she thought that once Lin Huaichin's father arrived, I would be finished. But now, looking at me before her, she was actually a little scared. She was trembling so much she didn't know what to say. I spoke coldly. I don't want to say it a second time. Gu Munya trembled. She looked at me. Then she looked at Lin Huaichin. Her face was full of struggle. If she chose to obey me today, it meant abandoning Lin Huaichin, abandoning the status of the future daughter-in-law of a 3-star senior commander. In the War Department, she would no longer receive any special treatment. She looked at my calm eyes. Then she thought of Jiang Siqi's attitude towards me, and my terrifying strength that took down the bodyguards in an instant. She was suddenly startled. Maybe I wasn't what she had previously thought. Through special means, he obtained the position of a 2-star senior commander. A 19-year-old, relying only on himself, to become a senior commander of 2 stars or more. His future achievements couldn't be bad. The possibility of becoming a Grand Commander was perhaps even greater than Lin Weiqin's father. Thinking of this, Gumunya took a cold breath. I saw that she hadn't acted for a long time. I was gradually losing patience. Next, a countdown with a strong sense of compulsion entered the ears of everyone at the scene. 3, 2, 1. Before I finished counting, Gumunya suddenly closed her eyes. She shouted loudly, "Ill help," immediately after. Under the disbelieving eyes of Lin Weiqin, she walked heavily in front of me. She looked at Lin Weiqin with a complicated expression. She blamed herself. "Weiqin, I'm sorry." Lin Weiqin was stunned. He shook his head. "Munya, didn't you say you loved me? You can't do something that lets me down." Before Lin Weiqin could finish, Gu Munya spoke again. Her voice carried a sense of finality. "I am sorry." She walked behind Lin Weiqin. She had just bent down, one hand pressed on Lin Weiqin's shoulder, the other hand pressed on his head. Then, with a burst of strength, she directly pressed his forehead to the ground. The sound of a forehead hitting the ground was heard. Lin Weiqin was forced to kowtow to me for the first time. After his forehead touched the ground, he immediately struggled to sit up straight. At the same time, he looked angrily at Gu Munya. Then he looked straight at me. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "I, Lin Weiqin, swear, when my father arrives, I will definitely make sure you die a horrible death." Just as his words fell, Grand Commander Fengshen's ice-cold and extremely authoritative voice came from afar. "Who did you say you wanted to leave this world?" Everyone heard the unexpected voice. They all looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw Fengshen, Gu Munya, Lin Weiqin, and the 9 soldiers were all embarrassed. Fengshen was the highest spokesman for the entire War Department. Almost all the people of the Shan nation recognized him. Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers came to their senses at the same time. They subconsciously saluted Fengshen. At the same time, they shouted solemnly, "Grand Commander." Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers looked at Fengshen with doubt. A big shot like Fengshen. Why did he suddenly appear here? Normally, they were not qualified to meet Fengshen, but now Fengshen appeared before them. What was he here for? Some of them thought about the question Fengshen had just asked. "Who do you want to leave this world?" They could roughly guess that he wasn't here for Lin Weiqin. Then they all glanced at me at the same time. Could it be? This top Grand Commander of the Shia Nation's War Department came looking for me. Thinking of this, the 10 of them gasped. The Grand Commander came specifically to find me. What an honor this was. Unlike Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers, Lin Weiqin felt Fengshen's attention on him. His face showed joy. He shouted towards Fengshen, "Grand Commander, my father is the 3-star senior commander of the War Department, Lin Shuang. Please save me quickly." Fengshen heard this. His face immediately showed understanding. "So it's Lin Shuang's son." Lin Weiqin nodded hurriedly. "Grand Commander, he was disrespectful to the family of a superior, according to the rules of the War Department. How should this be handled?" Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers were embarrassed. The War Department did seem to have a rule regarding the punishment for subordinates beating up or insulting the family of a superior, if they remembered correctly. According to the rules, the lightest punishment was 100 war lashes. For serious cases, one could even be imprisoned in the War Department's dungeon for a year of reflection. Thinking of this, Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers looked at me. It was a bit complicated. The rules of the War Department are greater than the heavens. Even if Fengshen was the Grand Commander of the War Department, he had to follow the rules. I had someone forcibly control Lin Weiqin to kowtow to me. This definitely constituted an insult. According to the War Department's rules, I would be beaten at least 100 war lashes. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes showed expectation. However, Fengshen heard what Lin Weiqin said. He just smiled blandly. "Who said he is your father's subordinate?" As soon as Fengshen's words fell, the 9 soldiers were stunned. Not a subordinate. What does that mean? Not just the 9 of them. Even Gu Munya was stunned, although she had secretly guessed before that I might be a 3-star senior commander. But now, hearing Fengshen say it with her own ears, it was still a little hard to believe. After all, in the entire Xia Nation's War Department, there were over 100 2-star senior commanders, but there were less than 10 senior commanders of 3 stars or more. They only accounted for a small fraction of the total number of soldiers in the Shia Nation's War Department, 1/3 millionth. And at this moment, Lin Weiqin was as if struck by lightning. The youngest senior commander of the Xia Nation's War Department, Jiang Siki, was only a 1-star senior commander. And now, Fengshen said, I was a senior commander of 3 stars or more. Lin Weiqin opened his mouth. Grand Commander, please don't joke. He's not even as old as me. Even if he joined the War Department from his mother's womb, he couldn't climb to the position of a senior commander of 3 stars or more. Fengshen's expression darkened. Lin Weiqin suddenly felt a heavy pressure. Fengshen said coldly, You think I would lie to you, a little brat? Lin Weiqin was stunned. It took him a few breaths to find his voice. He stared blankly at Fengshen. He asked, How old is he? Fengshen said, You are not qualified to know. Just now, you were the one who said you wanted to make him die a horrible death. Lin Weiqin's heart trembled. He suddenly thought, If I were a 3-star senior commander, then his declaration of wanting to kill me would be suspected of plotting to kill a senior commander of the War Department. If that conclusion was really reached, his life would be over. Thinking of this, Lin Weiqin's lips turned pale. He said to Feng Shen, "I was just kidding." However, Feng Shen still looked at him coldly. His cold face showed no softness. "The words you've spoken, no one cares if you were threatening or joking. You are an adult, so you should bear the consequences for your words and your actions." After speaking, he directly looked at the 2 soldiers he brought. "Escort him to Yun City Prison, then wait for the results of the War Department's court." The 2 of them nodded. Lin Weiqin watched the 2 soldiers approach. He subconsciously backed away. At the same time, he clenched his fists and looked at Feng Shen's face, full of anger and resentment. "Grand Commander, you can't do this to me. My father has fought and bled for the Xia nation on the battlefield for over 20 years, to be promoted to senior commander." After speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at me. "And him? What has he done for the Xia nation? Doing this will make my father's heart grow cold. It might even cause instability in the Xia nation's War Department." Feng Shen never thought he would one day be lectured by a brat, pointed at his nose. His expression grew increasingly ugly. In the end, he laughed out of anger. "Then I'd like to see if you have such great ability. If Lin Shuang has this ability." Initially, he treated Lin Weiqin like this, mainly to put on a show for me. After all, he wanted me to agree to become a Grand Commander. First, he had to let me see his sincerity. After a while, he would release Lin Weiqin. That would also be giving Lin Shuang some face, but Lin Weiqin was so tactless, he could only act according to the War Department's rules. The 2 soldiers stepped forward and grabbed Lin Weiqin's shoulder. However, just as Lin Weiqin was about to be taken away, a middle-aged man with a resolute face quickly walked in. When he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but be embarrassed. Lin Weiqin saw him. He quickly shouted, "Dad, save me." The person who arrived was Lin Weiqin's father, the 3-star senior commander of the D-City War Zone, Lin Shuang. He quickly walked up to Lin Weiqin. He carefully asked Feng Shen, "Grand Commander, what is this about?" At this time, Feng Shen's expression was still gloomy. He looked at Lin Shuang blandly. "Your good son is preparing to assassinate a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. I am arresting him according to the regulations. Does Commander Lin have any objections?" Lin Shuang was embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "Grand Commander, although my son is lawless, but he would never do anything that violates the law and discipline." "Grand Commander, is there some misunderstanding here?" Lin Weiqin saw his father protecting him. He felt wronged. "Dad, this is not my fault. He wants to steal Munya from me, and to increase his chances of getting close to Munya, he forced Munya to be a military training officer at the Imperial Capital Academy. I came to reason with him. I said I didn't agree with Munya being here. He kicked me. He told me to kneel before him and kowtow 3 times. I wouldn't kowtow, so he had someone press me down. Forcing me to kowtow, he insulted me." After speaking, Lin Weiqin struggled again. Seeing this, Lin Shuang gasped. At the same time, he was furious, but he didn't dare to vent his anger at Feng Shen. He could only look at me and ask Feng Shen, "Grand Commander, may I ask who this is?" "Who is he?" "Because I joined the War Department. I went abroad after a few days. I just came back a few days ago. Moreover, to prevent domestic and foreign forces from harming me. My documents have a security level no less than Feng Shen's. So even as a 3-star senior commander, Lin Shuang didn't know about my legendary existence in the War Department." With just one look, Feng Shen saw that Lin Shuang believed Lin Weiqin's demonic words. His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. "As a high-ranking member of the War Department, you easily believe the words of your relatives, Lin Shuang. You have really been too comfortable for too long." Lin Shuang was embarrassed. He looked at Lin Weiqin with suspicion. Feng Shen had no need to lie to him. Could it be that his son was really lying? Lin Weiqin hurriedly said, "Dad, the person in charge of military training in D-City are all junior commanders who have been demoted. Munya is an intermediate commander. She can't proactively request to participate in military training. He did this to pursue Munya. I was forced to the ground by him to kowtow. I only said I wouldn't let him go because I was angry. Dad, I was just talking big. I definitely wouldn't dare to actually do it. Dad, help me plead with the Grand Commander. Tell him to let me go, okay?" Lin Shuang looked at Feng Shen's increasingly gloomy face. He hesitated for a moment. He opened his mouth. "Grand Commander, Weiqin is still young. He's ignorant, and this commander has already punished him. Why don't we just stop here for today?" Feng Shen suddenly laughed. "Being young allows him to insult a commander of the same rank as you, and even threaten him." I didn't want to waste any more words with Lin Shuang. I directly gave an order to the soldier controlling Lin Weiqin. "Take him away." Lin Shuang subconsciously raised his leg to block the 2 soldiers. He looked at Feng Shen in shock. "Grand Commander, you said he is a soldier of the same rank as me." Feng Shen nodded slightly. "Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Lin Shuang looked at Feng Shen. The respect in his eyes diminished somewhat. He looked directly at Feng Shen and asked, "May I ask, Great Commander, how did he become a 3-star high-ranking commander?" Lin Shuang fought and bathed in blood on the battlefield for 20 years. To complete missions, he almost died on the battlefield. A severe injury caused him, after having Wei Shen, to lose his ability to have more children. But even so, he only became a 3-star high-ranking commander at the age of 42. But now Feng Shen is telling him, I am his equal. Feng Shen said coldly, how he became a 3-star high-ranking commander is not your concern. You just need to know, his contribution to the Xi nation is something even 100 of you combined could not achieve. Lin Shuang heard Feng Shen's words and was stunned. Not just Lin Shuang. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Lin Shuang thought Feng Shen had gone senile. The disappointment in his eyes grew thicker. He took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions. Then, with a serious expression, he looked at Feng Shen and asked, Great Commander, let's not talk about his contribution to the Xi nation being comparable to 100. Me. I am just saying if he's really that amazing. What kind of man would he want? He wouldn't lack any. So why would he fight with my son over a woman? Just as Lin Shuang finished speaking, I suddenly sneered contemptuously. Your son is blind. That doesn't mean I am blind too. You, a 3-star high-ranking commander, don't even have the most basic judgment. You're wasting the position you hold. After speaking, I looked at the blushing Lin Shuang. My voice grew colder. First, I looked down on her. Second, my maternal grandfather is Gu Muya's paternal grandfather. Even if I were lacking women, I would not do something so incestuous. Lin Shuang looked at Gu Muya and asked, Gu Muya, is he telling the truth? Gu Muya came to her senses. Yes, he is my maternal aunt's son. Just now, Wei Shen was too agitated. In his state, he wouldn't have believed my explanation at all. So I didn't mention this point. Lin Wei Shen's eyes widened as he muttered, How can this be? Then my coming here. What was the point of all this suffering? Feng Shen glanced coldly at Lin Wei Shen and said to the soldiers holding him down, Take him away. However, Lin Shuang didn't have any intention of making way. He glanced at me, full of unwillingness, and said, Great Commander, I, Lin Shuang, have served the Xi nation's military for nearly 30 years, completed 1 S-rank mission, 3 A-rank missions, countless B-rank missions. He's just a kid who hasn't even fully grown up. What has he done for the military? So what if my son was disrespectful to him? He's someone who used connections to get his high-ranking commander position. He doesn't deserve the respect of anyone in the military. As soon as Lin Shuang finished speaking, Gu Muya and the 9 soldiers all gasped. They looked at Lin Shuang's face with respect. As members of the military, they naturally knew how terrifyingly difficult S-rank missions were. Every person who completed an S-rank mission was a great hero worthy of being recorded in the history of the Xi nation's military, and the person before them, Lin Shuang, was one of them. How honored they were to witness such a great figure with their own eyes. Quickly, the 10 of them recovered from their shock and looked at me. The injustice in their eyes grew stronger. Lin Wei Shen collected himself and said with a cold laugh, That's right. He's a kid who's a few years younger than me. What does he have to compare with my father? Someone like him isn't even worthy of carrying my father's shoes. Feng Shen looked at Lin Wei Shen. Then his gaze slowly swept over everyone at the scene. Finally, he looked at Lin Shuang and smiled. Since you think so, you want to know why? Fine. I'll tell you now. After speaking, Feng Shen took from the soldier behind him a golden military book. He opened the book. He stood up a bit straighter. Next, in a solemn and dignified voice, he read, Soldier Gu Chen, for the safety of the nation, fighting on the Outer Realm battlefield, struggled, and during that time completed 5 top-secret SSS rank missions, 18 SS rank missions, nearly 100 S rank missions, making enormous contributions to the Xia nation. By the decision of the Xia nation's military general council, Gu Chen is promoted to the 4th great commander of the Xia nation's military. His authority is equivalent to the other 3 great commanders of the military, and holds the highest decision-making power in the Xia nation's military. Feng Shen's voice trailed off, but the echo still resounded in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They all stared intently at the golden book in Feng Shen's hand. Only one thought was in their minds. How? How is this possible? Is this something a human can even do? They felt like they were dreaming, but no one doubted the authenticity of this information, because what Feng Shen was holding was the military book, which was like a sacred decree in the military. No one would dare to forge something like this. Lin Wei Shen stared blankly at the military book. At this moment, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The words he had just said were like a series of heavy slaps to his face. Beside him, Lin Shuang's shock was no less than Lin Wei Shen's. As one of the few in the military who had completed an S-rank mission, no one knew better than him the difficulty of missions S-rank and above. Back then, to complete that S-rank mission, he nearly died. If he hadn't been lucky, he wouldn't be alive. But I had completed nearly 100 S-rank missions. Not only that, I had also completed 18 SS rank missions and 5 SSS rank missions. The most terrifying thing was, I joined the military when I was only 14 years old, and all these missions were completed within 5 years. He looked at me. wondering what kind of monster I was. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Shuang finally came to his senses. Great Commander? However, Fengshen didn't look at him. He went directly to me. He seriously handed the book to me with both hands. Commander Gu, please accept the book. I glanced at it but didn't take it. I gave Fengshen a faint smile. Great Commander, you and this promotion book appeared at just the right time. Not early, not late. You only came when I was being troubled. Furthermore, Fengshen was standing up for me now. Even the military book promoting me to Great Commander was already prepared. If I refused again, it would seem like I was being ungrateful. Fengshen saw that I wasn't angry. A smile appeared on his face. I heard you found that person in your family, so I rushed over immediately. It's all just a coincidence. As long as you accept this book, how you want to deal with them is completely up to you. Lin Shuang and Lin Wei Shen heard Feng Shen's words, and their eyes widened instantly. The surrounding soldiers were also startled. No one thought a figure like Feng Shen would say to me that I could deal with a 3-star high-ranking commander and his family as I pleased. Words like that. I ignored everyone's stares and reminded Feng Shen, Great Commander, don't break the military's rules because of me. How they should be dealt with should be according to military regulations. However, Feng Shen shook his head. He looked at me extremely seriously. I am not breaking the rules. It's that you deserve it. I looked indifferently at the determined old man before me. Suddenly, I smiled. It's fine if you want me to accept this position. I don't want to go to the Outer Realm battlefield for the next year. And don't give me any overly complicated work. The soldiers were all embarrassed when they heard what I said. One must know that it has been nearly 10 years for the military since a new great commander was born. And once a new great commander takes office, the whole country would surely rejoice, not to mention the immense power of becoming a great commander. Just the fame that resounds throughout the Exia nation. This point alone was irresistible. But now, the position they dreamed of and yearned for was presented before me by Feng Shen. Not only did I not accept it with the most excited and humble attitude, but I even made conditions with Feng Shen, and such unreasonable conditions at that. Everyone stared at Feng Shen's expression, as if expecting to see Feng Shen coldly reprimand me. However, they never would have dreamed. Feng Shen heard me, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and nodded without hesitation. These are all small matters. As long as you agree to accept the position of Great Commander, everything is negotiable. Everyone was stunned. Why? They had the feeling that Feng Shen was begging me to take the promotion. I saw Feng Shen's fox-like smile. I raised an eyebrow. How come I didn't know? When did the Great Commander become so easy to talk to? Feng Shen's face turned serious. He said seriously, I just said it. You deserve it. If not for you, the Xi nation wouldn't have its current status as the world's #1 superpower. Forget being the #1 superpower. It would probably be difficult to even maintain our previous 4th-place position in the world. Everyone around gasped, including Lin Shuang. Everyone was shaken. For the Xi nation to become the current #1 superpower in the world was all thanks to a kid who wasn't even 20. Everyone was still doubtful. Feng Shen's next words struck them like a bolt of lightning. Commander Gu, you've only been away from the Outer Realm battlefield for 3 days. Before, the Tianlang troop, under your direct command, seems to have lost its leader. They had never failed before. Recently, they lost 2 battles in a row. The foreign nations are pressing their advantage. If the situation doesn't improve soon, at best, the Xia nation's elite forces will be forced to weaken. At worst, the Xia nation's status as the #1 superpower will be severely damaged. As soon as Feng Shen finished speaking, everyone was shocked and froze in place. At this moment, the way everyone looked at me changed. It's no exaggeration to say that the Xi nation's current world status, more than half of its achievements belong to the Tianlang troop. For the safety of the Tianlang troop's members, the file of each member is a top secret in the entire Xia nation's military. Few people know who the members of the Tianlang troop are, and even fewer know about the most legendary leader of the Tianlang troop. What kind of brave and skilled legendary figure he is. Now, Feng Shen was telling them that I was the leader of the Tianlang troop. They finally understood why I could become a great commander at this age. Feng Shen said, he was right. Without me, there would be no modern Xi nation. The position of great commander, I deserved it. At this moment, even Lin Shuang's eyes were full of respect when he looked at me, but my face turned cold. I've been focused on finding my little baby recently. I haven't paid attention to the situation on the Outer Realm battlefield. I didn't think I had only been away from the Tianlang troop for a few days, that those people's morale would drop to such an extent. Immediately after, I took out my special phone and sent a message. After sending it, I no longer hesitated. I raised my hand and accepted the promotion book. I looked at Feng Shen seriously. This position of great commander, I accept. I will also shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. As long as I am in the Xi nation's military for a single day, the Xi nation will not fall from its position as the world's #1 superpower. Down. Feng Shen heard my arrogant promise. His old face revealed a comforting smile. The future of the military is the world of young people like you. In the future, you will definitely become a more outstanding great commander than me. I smiled faintly. You haven't retired yet. You handle most of the military's affairs first. Wait until you can't move anymore. Then think about throwing this mess to me. Everyone was already numb. Hearing me describe the Xia nation's military as a mess, they felt no great fluctuations in their hearts. Fanxing heard me. He said nothing. He turned and instructed a soldier, relay the order. Announce on the front page of all national news tomorrow. The fourth great commander of the Xia nation has been born. However, before the soldier could respond, I suddenly opened my mouth. Wait, I still have to return to the outer realm battlefield in a while. It's not suitable for me to appear in the public eye right now. Fanxing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, the news will not contain any of your personal information, but this news must be released. Otherwise, when you appear in the public eye later, it will be unjustifiable. Seeing that I didn't refuse, Fanxing said, in a few days, I will organize an upper-class party in D City. At that time, I will let you enter the sights of the entire upper class of D City and all the high-level officials of the military. I want those in the military who are biased against you to see clearly the gap between you and them. I nodded. You arrange it. I will try my best to cooperate. Fanxing saw me nod. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to look at the surrounding soldiers and the members of the Gu family. I will draft a confidentiality agreement later. You will sign it. I hope what happened here today can rot in your stomachs forever, if any of you leaks Commander Gus information. Not only will you lose your lives, your relatives within 3 generations will all be implicated because of you. Fanxing's voice wasn't loud, but everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They all responded at once. At this moment, they all understood my importance to the Xia nation. No one doubted the truth of Fanxing's words anymore. Half an hour later, everyone finished signing. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment. Then, with a repentant look, he said to me, Commander Gu, today I offended you. It was I, Lin, who was blind. I hope you won't hold it against me. I looked at him indifferently. I can forgive you. Immediately after, I raised my hand and pointed at Lin Shuang, but he must be dealt with according to the laws of the Xia nation. Lin Shuang seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He paused and said, Commander Gu, I am willing to resign from all my positions in the military, in exchange for my son avoiding imprisonment. I hope Commander Jiu will grant my request. I glanced at Lin Shuang. At this moment, Lin Shuang was also looking at me. His eyes were full of fear and regret. I turned to look at Lin Shuang. I said indifferently, You've thought it through. Lin Shuang gave a bitter smile. One must always pay the price for one's mistakes. Wei Shen was indeed spoiled by me. I nodded. All right. Lin Shuang respectfully cupped his fists at me. Thank you, Commander Gu. After speaking, he directly pulled up Lin Shuang, who had collapsed to the ground, and walked in the direction they came from. Then, Fanxing and the others also left one by one. Soon, only I, Gu Mu Ya, and the 9 soldiers were left on the training ground. The way Gu Mu Ya and the 9 soldiers looked at me had changed completely. They never would have dreamed that the instructor who came to give them special training was a legendary figure of the entire Xia nation, the leader of the Tianlang troop, and also a supreme being who had just been promoted to great commander. How honored they were to be personally trained by a figure of my level. However, a few days later, the soldiers undergoing high-intensity training found it completely unbearable. And I was a demon. Soon, it was the last day. It was also the day before the academy's military training began. Gu Mu Ya was sure I was no longer scolding them and breathed a sigh of relief. Crazy. That man is really crazy. The soldier next to him exclaimed. I understand why the Tianlang troop is so amazing. With this kind of demon as an instructor, if their strength still can't improve, then they're truly useless. The dark-skinned soldier beside him sighed. We're not members of the Tianlang troop, to put it bluntly. We're already cripples. He just needed to teach us a little about military training methods, but he tortured us for nearly 10 days. Was it necessary to waste each other's time? The other 8 soldiers fell silent upon hearing this. They were all cripples. Even if they tried hard, it was useless. The special training made their old injuries flare up. If this continued, not only would they not be able to go to the battlefield, their bodies would also be completely ruined. Before anyone could say anything, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. The soldiers' bodies stiffened. They stiffly turned their heads and saw me. Everyone almost instinctively stood up. Then they quickly lined up, standing before me in the most standard posture. I looked indifferently at the soldiers before me, wasting each other's time. The soldiers' hearts trembled. My eyes were cold. Words like that, I don't want to hear them a second time. 300 sets of combat training, finish in 3 hours. Everyone replied yes. 3 hours later, the training ended. Except for Gu Mu Ya, every soldier's face was pale. They felt like they could faint at any moment, but they still stood straight. I nodded at them. Your progress barely meets my expectations. It's passable. When the soldiers heard this, their drowsy minds immediately cleared up. At this moment, they all thought these hard days were worth it. Even if they had to leave the military today, they wouldn't have too many regrets. I smiled faintly. These people are all trainable talents. They are worthy of my time to teach. I took out a porcelain bottle. Hey Bao, distribute the pills in this bottle. The 9 of you. 1 pill each. Haibao hurried forward to receive it. He distributed the pills to the others. I ordered, "Take it." The 9 soldiers followed without hesitation. After taking the pills, they felt a warmth spread through their bodies. The injuries on their bodies, under the effect of that medicine, were slowly recovering. Realizing this, the soldiers all froze. The next moment, their faces were ecstatic. The progress of these 10 days made them believe that if not for the injuries on their bodies, their progress could have been even greater. But now, because of the pill I gave them, they saw hope. If this pill could heal their injuries, then I would be no different from their second parents. Gumuya turned to look at me. She saw that they were eating good stuff. Why didn't she get any? Was she not worthy? She looked at me with a bit of resentment. I didn't even give her a glance. Focusing on the 9 soldiers, from the change in their complexions, I was sure that one pill could heal their injuries. 10 minutes later, He Bao suddenly knelt before me. He looked at me gratefully. "Thank you, Commander Gu." The other 8 people saw this, and also knelt before me. "Thank you, Commander Gu." Now they understood that I was training them. I looked at everyone indifferently. You should thank your own perseverance and effort. If even one of you had given up halfway, I wouldn't have stayed here this long, let alone give you this medicine. Everyone took a cold breath. They knew the medicine I gave them was not ordinary, but they didn't know it could bring someone back from the brink of death. It was no different from me giving them a new life. He Bao came to his senses and hurriedly opened his mouth. "We will definitely not let down the great commander's training." The other 8 repeated after him. They swore in their hearts. As long as they were alive, they would definitely not disappoint my expectations. I nodded lightly. "All of you, stand up. For the rest of today, rest well. After the military training, I will arrange new training missions for you. I hope you won't disappoint me." The 9 people hurriedly and respectfully responded, "We understand." I nodded lightly and turned to walk towards the main gate. Gu Muya hesitated for a moment, then chased after me. "Commander Gu, where are you going? I'll take you." I didn't refuse. However, after I left, the soldiers continued to train in the same spot. An hour later, everyone laid down on the ground again. This time, they felt unprecedentedly refreshed. They discussed waiting for the military training to begin, wanting to be a demon instructor like me. They already imagined the terrified and trembling appearance of the students. Speaking of this, everyone looked forward to tomorrow's military training even more. On the other side, the address where Shai Qingming and I agreed to meet. Half an hour later, Gu Muya drove me to a villa area in the center of D City. She parked in front of the main gate. After I got out of the car, Gu Muya also chased after me. I haven't seen Auntie in a long time. I haven't seen her since Wanwan was born. Since I came with Commander Jiu today, I might as well see her. I didn't refuse. I stepped into the villa area. At this moment, Lin Weishen walked over from the opposite direction. Seeing me and Go Muya, he was embarrassed. The 4 people next to him didn't know that the relationship between Gu Muya and Lin Weishen had broken down. They sized me and Gu Muya up, their faces showing suspicion and scrutiny. Gu Muya looked at Lin Weishen, her face also a little embarrassed. Thinking of that day, she forced Lin Weishen to kowtow to me. She felt a little remorseful. So when she saw Lin Weishen, she subconsciously took a step back. Those 4 people already suspected that she and I had an illicit relationship. Seeing this, their faces all darkened. One of the male students stared at Gu Muya and questioned, "Gu Muya, who is he?" Lin Weishen hurriedly pulled him. "And Shen, Gu Muya and I have already broken up. Let's go quickly." And Shen heard this. His face showed doubt. Broken up? The 3 people next to him also found it hard to believe. "You two have always had a good relationship. How could you just break up like that?" Lin Weishen didn't dare to look at me. He hurriedly said, "We just felt we weren't compatible, so we broke up. Let's go quickly." However, when the 4 saw this, the suspicion on their faces grew stronger. And Shen said with a serious face, "Wei Shen, tell me, did Gumuya do something to wrong you?" Lin Weishen was about to collapse. "No. If you want to know, I'll tell you in detail later. Can we leave here first?" His father had gone through so much trouble to protect him. He was really afraid that I would cause trouble for him again. But whatever you fear comes true. The thought had just popped into Lin Weishen's head. My voice was a little cold. "Please make way." Lin Weishen's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously wanted to pull the 4 away. The 4 of them didn't move. And Shen looked at me contemptuously. Wei Shen broke up with Gu Muya. Did some bastard steal his girlfriend? Gu Muya, you left Wei Shen for this kind of trash? Are you blind? The other 3 also reacted, looking at Gu Muya with dissatisfaction. But before they could open their mouths, Lin Weishen slapped in Shen. "If you don't know how to speak, then shut up. Gu Chen is handsome and elegant. Which of your eyes saw him as a bastard? Even if he really likes Go Muya, that's also him acknowledging my taste in women. It's my honor." As soon as Lin Weishen finished speaking, the 4 of them were all stunned. They suspected Lin Weishen was possessed. Soon, and Shen came to his senses. He looked at Lin Weishen in astonishment. "Lin Weishen, you hit me? For a man like that, you hit me." Lin Wei Shen hurriedly said. What do you mean? A man like that, Shen. Hurry up and apologize to this gentleman. And Shen saw his clenched fists. His voice was resolute. Lin Wei Shen, I am breaking off my friendship with you. After speaking, he turned and left. Anxiety rose in Lin Wei Shen's heart, but he didn't dare to leave directly. Instead, he bowed to me. Sorry. Seeing my unchanging expression, he then chased after them. The other three glanced at me and also chased after them. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. I answered it. Xia Qingming's voice came from the other side. Hearing her voice, I hooked my lips into a smile. All right. I am coming over now. I hung up. I then saw Gu Muya's complicated expression. She swore she had never thought in her life that my face could reveal such a smile. 5 minutes later, I arrived at the sales office. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw Xiao Yunqi. He was talking to a middle-aged woman. That person might be the only great figure the Xia nation has produced in 10 years. Born to be a great commander, giving him such an ordinary villa, would he even like it? Xiao Yunqi's mother, Song Shuling, heard this. She shook her head. This villa is just a token. What mom really wants to give, naturally won't be on the surface. Xiao Yunqi seemed to think of something. His eyes widened. You're not planning to give. Song Shuiling interrupted him. All right. Let's choose the villa first. Xiao Yunqi nodded seriously. Just as Xiao Yunqi was about to choose, his gaze suddenly fell on me. He subconsciously clenched his fists. The pain from his arms shot through, making him think of the humiliation at the Gu family's banquet. A look of disgust appeared on his face. Song Shuiling saw this and couldn't help but ask, Yunqi, who is this? Xiao Yunqi replied, someone who should have stayed in his place as a lowlife, but relied on stealing other people's girlfriends to climb up, a despicable commoner. Hearing this, my steps halted, and an icy aura pressed down. Before I could do anything, Xia Qingming and my mother happened to come out of the VIP room. Xiao Yunqi saw Xia Qingming and Mother Gu. A look of understanding appeared on his face. He looked at me with contempt. Thinking that I had begged Xia Qingming to come and buy a house for me, clearly doesn't have that kind of background, but still wants to be a freeloader. Song Shuiling saw Xia Qingming. Surprise, the girl from the Xia family. Xiao Yunqi's face showed doubt. His mother knew Xia Qingming. How did he not know? Song Shuiling withdrew her gaze and explained, your great-uncle has 2 daughters in total. One is your future wife candidate, Xia Zxi. The other is this Xia Qingming. Xiao Yunqi froze. The first time he met Xia Qingming, he had investigated her background, but he never found anything. He didn't think Xia Qingming was a side-branch child of the Xia family. I heard she was a weak, good-for-nothing. Song Shuiling nodded. That's right. At first, she was a useless ado. The Xia family hid her well, afraid she would bring them shame. But half a year ago, there was an accident. After that, she seemed like a different person. I originally planned to let you two meet after today's party. See if you like Xia, or if you like Xia Qingming more. Meet both, then you can decide who to marry. But I didn't think you two would meet beforehand. Xiao Yunqi was ecstatic. He thought heaven was helping him. He also didn't think that one of the marriage candidates his mother found for him was Xia Qingming. The surprise was too sudden. Xiao Yunqi quickly calmed down and asked, Mom, what do you think of Xia Qingming? Song Shuiling thought for a moment, then slowly opened her mouth. Speaking of the Xia Qingming from half a year ago, she was mud that couldn't support a wall. But the her now. Speaking of this, her tone became serious. Her future is limitless. Xiao Yunqi didn't think that his mother would have such a high evaluation of Xia Qingming. Xiao Yunqi hurriedly said to Song Shuiling, Mom, I have something to tell you. Song Shuling's face showed a slight smile. You're not planning to tell me you fell in love with this girl at first sight. Xiao Yunqi nodded. Seeing this, Song Shuling smiled. Song Shuling patted his shoulder. Go. Let's go, take a look. After she finished speaking, she walked towards Xia Qingming. Xiao Yunqi looked at me proudly. This commoner dares to fight with him. Xiao Yunqi, over a woman. He doesn't even look to see if he's worthy. Song Shuling walked up to Xia Qingming and took the initiative to smile and speak. Niece, Xia Qingming. What a coincidence. Xia Qingming's expression was indifferent. Aunt Xiao. I was a little surprised to hear this, although I had never met Song Shuiling. I knew this person was the matriarch of the Xiao family, but I didn't think Xia Qingming would call Song Shuiling aunt. Doesn't this make it clear? Xia Qingming is very likely a member of the Xia family. After all, the Xia family is one of the 5 great families. I immediately had an epiphany. No wonder Di Qing couldn't find any information on Xia Qingming. If she's from the Xia family, then it's not strange. Just as my thoughts were wavering, Song Xuling suddenly smiled and looked at me. Young man, you are, I replied, my name is Gu Chen. Song Xuling's face showed confusion. The Gu family. She seemed to be thinking about how many Gu families there are in D City. Seeing this, Xiao Yunqi directly spoke up. Mom, of all the families surnamed Gu in D City, there's only one minor, second-rate family. At tonight's banquet, the Gu family doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the outer hall. Song Xuling nodded in understanding. She seemed to think of something, looking at Xie Qingming. Niece, the evening banquet is extraordinary. If you don't have a male companion, you might be laughed at. After saying that, she looked at Xiao Yunqi beside her. The hint was very clear. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow and looked at Xia Qingming. A banquet. Xia Qingming nodded lightly. To celebrate the appearance of the fourth great commander of Xia country, Commander Feng is hosting the banquet. It's not easy to refuse. It just occurred to me. 10 days ago, Feng Shen said he wanted to throw a promotion party for me. I just didn't think. This banquet was about to start, but Feng Shen still hasn't notified me. As the man himself, I opened my mouth. I'll go with you. As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Yunqi chuckled. You'll go with her? Do you know what level of banquet that is? Let's not even mention an insignificant junior from the Gu family like you. Even if you were the head of the Gu family, you wouldn't have the qualifications to attend. Song Xuling also shook her head, as expected of someone from a small family. He can't make it to the big stage. Just when Xiao Yunqi and Song Xuling thought Ye Qingming would react to this, and her expression would change, they didn't expect Xie Qingming to just smile faintly. She nodded at me and said, I'll have someone make an invitation for you. I shook my head again. Someone from the War Department will give it to me. As soon as I finished speaking, the way Song Xuling looked at me completely changed, and she became even more disappointed with Xie Qingming's taste in men. Xiao Yunqi looked at me as if I were an idiot. Someone from the War Department will personally invite you? If such an idiot really exists in the War Department, it would be a disgrace to the War Department. Someone like you should get out of the Xia country's War Department as soon as possible. As soon as Xiao Yunqi finished speaking, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. I took out my phone and looked. The caller ID clearly showed Feng Shen. I glanced at the phone screen, then looked at Xiao Yunqi. Xiao Yunqi felt my gaze. An uneasy feeling inexplicably rose in his heart. Before he could speak, I pressed the answer button and put the phone to my ear. I said faintly, Great Commander. Hearing this, Xiao Yunqi and Song Xuling were both stunned. They thought they had misheard. How could the Great Commander possibly call me? Someone spoke on the other end of the line. I chuckled. You've already arranged everything, and you're only asking me now. If I were to refuse, where would you hide your old face? The person on the other end said something again. My smile deepened. I know you have good intentions. I'll be there tonight. Hearing this, Feng Shen on the other side was finally relieved. Just as he was about to hang up, I suddenly said, Wait. I looked at Xiao Yunqi. He still had a doubtful expression. I said faintly, the words, Say what you just said one more time. Xiao Yunqi's heart tightened, but he quickly burst out laughing. He suddenly raised his hands and applauded me. His face showed admiration as he praised. Impressive. The acting is really too good. If I didn't know your lowly status, perhaps even I would have been deceived by you. Xiao Yunqi looked at me mockingly. You think just by answering a phone call, you can make us believe that the Great Commander personally called to invite you to the banquet? Do you really take everyone for an idiot? Hearing this, my face turned cold. I told you to repeat what you said before. Where did all this nonsense come from? Xiao Yunqi's anger flared up. He ignored Xie Qingming and Song Xuling beside him, and directly shouted at me. Who the hell do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around? I gave him a faint glance. Then I said to Feng Shen on the phone, Xiao Yunqi of the Xiao family. Since he's an invited guest at the banquet, I won't touch him for now. Wait until after the banquet and deal with him yourself. Hearing this, Feng Shen's face turned cold. He had roughly guessed what happened. He had gone to great lengths to invite me to be the Great Commander. Yet Xiao Yunqi dared to speak to me like that. Truly audacious. Feng Shen coldly said the word all right to me and hung up. Seeing me put down the phone, Xiao Yunqi sneered. Done with your act? Daring to make up stories about knowing the Great Commander to fool people. Do you know what crime this is? Hearing this, I didn't even look at him. I turned directly to my mother. Mom, have you found a house you like? Mom asked me. A bit surprised. A Chen. The Great Commander you were just talking about. Is he the one that everyone in Xia country knows? Just as Mother Go spoke, Xiao Yunqi had a sudden idea. He took out his phone and pressed the record button. I heard my mother's words and nodded lightly. It's him. I noticed Xiao Yunqi's action but didn't stop him. I was actually a little curious about what he could do. As for my mother, seeing me nod, she was even more surprised. Son, how did you get to know a figure like Commander Feng? I said with a smile. When I was 17, I completed a very important mission for Xi country. To commend me, Feng Shen personally awarded me a medal. That was the first time I met him. Hearing this, Xiao Yunqi was stunned. The next moment, a look of joy appeared on his face. He suddenly thought. His action of recording was extremely clever. Xia country takes military merits and medals very seriously. If I had only exaggerated and said, I knew Feng Shen. Even if it's a crime, the maximum sentence would only be 2 years. But now, I'm saying I achieved a great merit at 17. And even that Feng Shen personally awarded me a medal. For Feng Shen to personally award a medal, it must be at least a first-class merit or higher. The laws of Shia country stipulate that War Department personnel who fabricate a first-class merit or higher will be sentenced to over 10 years in prison. Non-War Department personnel would get at least 10 years. In serious cases, it's life imprisonment. The recording on his phone is the evidence, enough to send me to prison for life. Hearing this, Xia Qingming also looked at me in surprise. She roughly understood why she couldn't find any information about me. I no longer paid any attention to Xiao Yunqi and decided on a villa with my mother. The adjacent villa was bought by Song Shualing. She wants to give it as a gift to the newly appointed Great Commander tonight. The procedures were quickly completed. Xiao Yunqi whispered to Song Shualing, I wonder if that new commander will move in. If he moves in and sees neighbors like that, will it give him a bad impression of you, Mom? Hearing this, Song Shualing suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her face also showed worry. Xiao Yunqi couldn't help but laugh and said, Mom, I am just joking with you. Whether that great commander will move in or not, I don't know. But speaking of which, Xiao Yunqi raised his hand and pointed at me. Then he said, but I can be sure that he won't have the chance to move in. If tonight I can really get Xia Qingming to take me into the banquet, I will publicly play this recording, making him lose all face, making the head of the Xia family utterly disappointed, and have him sent to prison, never to see the light of day again. And I will be by Xia Qingming's side. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunqi turned to look at Song Shualing. He said, Mom, is it very likely that Xia Qingming will take him to the banquet? Song Shualing pondered. Tonight's banquet concerns the division of Xia country's 9 great war zones. It's extremely important. A banquet of this scale. He won't be able to enter the inner hall. Hearing this, Xiao Yunqi was a little disappointed, but he quickly thought of something. A smile curled up at the corner of his lips. He didn't want the good show to lack a main actor. In that case, he didn't mind giving me a hand, and at the same time, pile on my crimes, making it impossible for me to ever recover. On the other side, we walked out of the real estate sales hall. However, just as Xia Qingming and I walked out the main door, a male student rushed straight towards Xia Qingming. Seeing that he was about to collide with her, Xia Qingming quietly shifted towards me. The next moment, Xia Qingming seemed to have been bumped by that person. She lost her footing and suddenly fell towards me. I immediately caught her in my arms. The figure who had rushed at Xia Qingming missed and fell flat on his face. I didn't even look at him. I checked Xia Qingming from head to toe, confirming there were no major issues. I still asked with some concern, are you okay? Xia Qingming's eyes glanced at Chen Waner in the distance, then she rubbed her own arm. She frowned. It hurts a little. The young assistant behind them was extremely embarrassed. When her young miss first started combat training, her whole body was injured, but her expression never changed. Now, just a touch from a man makes it hurt. I checked Xia Qingming's arm. Although I didn't see any problem, I didn't rush to a conclusion. Instead, I played along with her. It doesn't look like a big problem, but it could be an internal injury. After speaking, I comfortingly kissed Xia Qingming. It'll stop hurting soon. Be good and bear with it for a moment. Xia Qingming nodded. She tried to leave my arms, but she couldn't stand firm. Her body suddenly swayed. I quickly held her tighter. Xia Qingming looked at me with a pitiful expression. It still hurts. The little assistant didn't think her young miss would even pretend to be weak. White Lotus. Behind us, Xiao Yunqi's footsteps froze in place, and in the distance, Chen Waner also froze like an ice sculpture. Just as the two were stunned by this scene, they didn't expect Xia Qingming to reach a new level of acting. Xia Qingming looked at me. The aggrieved look on her face deepened, but she said nothing. She just stubbornly supported her body, silently protesting my heartlessness. I quietly watched Xia Qingming's actions until the force with which she leaned on me lightened. I smiled and pressed her back. However, this time, Xia Qingming was determined to leave my arms. She looked at Chen Waner not far away, then back at me, feigning worry. She asked, are you secretly seeing another woman? Chen Waner looked at this act of Xia Qingming's. Her expression began to crack. At this moment, she suddenly understood why she had lost so miserably in her previous life. She never would have dreamed that a woman like Xia Qingming, to win my love, could lower herself to this extent. Xiao Yunqi also felt that his worldview was about to collapse. The goddess-like cold woman in his heart was now acting aggrieved. Xia Qingming saw that I wasn't speaking. Her voice was extremely soft, but carried a threatening tone. Why aren't you talking? I smiled faintly. It depends on your performance. Hearing this, Xia Qingming frowned even tighter, clearly dissatisfied with my answer. Before she could protest, I directly kissed the corner of her lips. Xia Qingming immediately swallowed the words she was about to say. I looked at her and smiled faintly. Feeling better now? Xia Qingming reluctantly opened her mouth. A little. Xia Qingming put on an I am very weak right now, and I am very unhappy with your answer expression. If you tease me again, I'll die for you to see. With that attitude, I had no choice but to kiss her again. This dramatic personality of my baby. I don't know when it'll ever change. But it's a good thing that she met me. Just then, Xie Qingming's phone suddenly rang. Xie Qingming was about to pull me in to deepen the kiss, but was interrupted by the ringing. She frowned. She originally wanted to ignore the phone and move closer to me. However, before she could act, I poked her shoulder with my finger. Answer the phone. Although reluctant, Xie Qingming still complied. She pressed the answer button. Her voice was extremely cold. If you have something to say it quickly. I heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Her little miss is only abnormal when she's with me. I can reluctantly accept that. A moment later, Xie Qingming hung up the phone with a very bad expression. Seeing this, I guess she had to leave. I smiled lightly. If you have something to do, go take care of it. Seeing that I showed no sign of reluctance, Xie Qingming suddenly felt a little annoyed, but thinking about the long future ahead, she felt at ease. She seriously promised me, soon, no one will be able to separate us. I hummed lightly in agreement. Xie Qingming kissed the corner of my lips, then said, see you tonight. After she finished speaking, she didn't even look at anyone else. She got directly into her stretch Lincoln, until the car completely disappeared from sight. Only then did Xiao Yunqi come back to his senses. He looked at me with jealousy. Then he looked at the male student who had bumped into Xie Qingming earlier. His eyes were sinister. I glanced at him, then directly took my mother's arm. Mom, let's go. Just as we were leaving, a tragic scream suddenly came from behind. After that, I showed my mother the new villa, then returned to Chen Waner's villa. We packed our luggage and took Yuan to the new villa. Before leaving, while Chen Waner wasn't looking, I placed a bank card with no password on the living room coffee table, as compensation for bothering her these past few days. At 6 p.m., I prepared to go to the hotel, where the banquet was being held. However, just as I walked out the main door, a white envelope flew to my feet. I looked around and smiled meaningfully. I bent down and picked up the envelope. I opened it to see an invitation. The signature was Fang Shen's. A smile curled up at the corners of my lips. My eyes were cold. I put the invitation back into the envelope and put it in my pocket. An hour later, I took a taxi that stopped in front of the hotel's main entrance. Before arriving, I had intentionally bought a formal suit to change into. I just got out of the car. A line of people walked over from the distance. They whispered, I heard the newly appointed Great Commander is someone who isn't even 20 years old. Do you guys think this is reliable? Someone else said, you already said it's just a rumor. I wouldn't even believe a 20-year-old becoming a high-level commander, let alone a great commander. Unless the 3 old great commanders have gone blind. Everyone was discussing. A few people's gazes fell on me. I was standing alone, which was very conspicuous. They hadn't seen me before. They were a bit curious about my identity. I ignored them directly and stepped through the door. As soon as I entered the hotel, the receptionist smiled and came up to me. Hello, please present your invitation. I handed the invitation I had just picked up to the receptionist. Will this do? The receptionist saw the invitation and didn't even open it. She immediately made a welcoming gesture to me. Please proceed. She didn't check if the invitation was real or fake. She didn't believe anyone would dare to fake it. I nodded at her. I took back the invitation and entered the elevator to the banquet hall on the top floor. Just as I stepped into the elevator, a group of people followed me in. Among them, a girl near me took the initiative to ask, what's your name? I said in a faint voice. Gu Chen. Everyone in the elevator was taken aback. An old man said in surprise, are you from the Gu family of the Imperial City? I gave a perfunctory reply. But hearing this, everyone looked at me with even more doubt. Just as they were about to ask something, the elevator reached the top floor. The doors opened. I walked straight out of the elevator. I originally wanted to find Feng Shen, but I hadn't taken more than a few steps when my gaze was attracted by the cakes not far away. Just as I went to get some cake, the people in the elevator were discussing. They thought the Gu family was just a second-rate family. Feng Shen couldn't possibly have invited me. I must have come to pick up girls. After their discussion, they walked towards me. I took a few pieces of cake and sat down. A gentle-looking young woman sat opposite me. She smiled elegantly and asked, Mr. Gu, do you mind if I sit here? I looked up and glanced at the young woman. Her style was a bit like Chen Waner's, but she was far less beautiful than Chen Waner. I said coldly, whether I let you sit or not, you're already sitting. Seeing that, I was so disrespectful. The gentle young woman's face stiffened. Her look towards me became completely cold. She didn't want to waste any more time. She went straight to the point. Mr. Gu, may I be so bold as to ask, where did you get your invitation? I frowned at her. What does that have to do with you? Hearing this, the gentle young woman suddenly smiled, but her voice was bone-chillingly cold. I've met many men like you, but one with guts as big as yours, this is the first time I've met one. I really don't know who gave you the courage, for a man like you, to risk your life and appear here. To put it bluntly, a person like you. Even if you begged me to spend a night with you, I wouldn't be interested. As soon as she finished speaking, a mocking voice chimed in. Xiao Yunqi said with a bitter smile, Miss Jiang, for you to speak with this kind of lowly person is to think too highly of him. The gentle young woman was a direct descendant of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunru. She heard the voice and looked over. Xiao Yunqi was slowly walking over. Jiang Yunru saw Xiao Yunqi immediately. A flash of amazement passed through her eyes. She had never met a man with such an outstanding temperament. Xiao Yunqi slowly came before her. He looked at me coldly. His voice held no room for doubt. Hand over the invitation. I didn't give him a single glance. I finished the last piece of cake and wanted to go to the commander's lounge. However, I had just stood up. Xiao Yunqi directly blocked my way. Didn't you hear what I said? Only then did I glance at him and smile lightly. I didn't hear a person's words, but I heard a dog's bark clearly. Jiang Yunru was extremely embarrassed. This man dared to say that her male god's words were dog's bark. Anger rose in her heart. She suddenly took a step forward, wanting to push me away from in front of Xiao Yunqi. But just as she raised her hand, Xiao Yunqi raised his uninjured left hand and slapped towards my face. Just as his hand was about to touch my face, a loud slap rang out. I sent Xiao Yunqi flying with a single slap. Xiao Yunqi's body crashed into a dining table. The table shattered into pieces. The wooden frame broke. A few bloody scrapes appeared on Xiao Yunqi's body. Fresh blood flowed from the wounds, immediately staining his white vest red. Xiao Yunqi went from a cold male god to a miserable wretch. The commotion here was a bit loud. The surrounding gazes quickly turned this way. Not a few women saw Xiao Yunqi and had looks of pity on their faces. Although Xiao Yunqi looked pathetic, that handsome face was impeccable. As for this feeling, Jiang Yunro was only stunned for a moment. Then she ran to Xiao Yunqi's side, wanting to help him up. But Xiao Yunqi kept staring intently at me. His entire being was sunk in shock and defeat. Previously, he had been slapped twice in a row by me. He had only thought he was being careless. But my slap just now made him understand. My strength was above his. Xiao Yunqi looked at me with venom in his eyes. No one can be stronger than him. If there is, then destroy him. At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked over. She looked at Xiao Yunqi and Jiang Yunro and asked, "What's going on?" Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yunru was delighted. This person might be her older sister's friend. Like her sister, she was a one-star high-level commander. She wanted this lowly commoner who snuck in, for insulting her male god, to pay the price. Jiang Yunro glared at me. Then she turned to the middle-aged woman, Commander Shen. "We just reasonably suspected his invitation was fake. We wanted to ask him to show it to us. But he got angry and directly hit someone." The so-called Commander Shen frowned. Her gaze, slightly cold, landed on me. "Is that true?" I gave Xiao Yunqi a faint glance, then said to Commander Shen, "Get Great Commander Feng Shen here." Hearing this, Commander Shen, his eyes turned cold. "Insolent, is Great Commander Feng someone you can meet just because you want to?" Seeing that Commander Shen was being impartial and professional, I didn't hold her disrespect towards me against her. Instead, I took a step back. "You can take me to find him as well." Hearing this, Commander Shen's face grew colder. Her tone also became a bit harsh. "The place where Commander Feng is not a place someone like you can just enter. Show me your invitation." Immediately, I saw her tone left no room for negotiation. I no longer insisted on finding Feng Shen, but honestly said, "Commander Feng called and told me to come. He didn't give me an invitation." The surrounding guests were stunned. They looked at me as if I were an idiot. They thought I didn't even have the qualifications to enter this banquet, and yet I had the gall to say I was invited by Feng Shen. Hearing the discussions around him, Xiao Yunqi looked at me with even more disdain. "So what if I am a little stronger than him? My background is lowly. It's destined that in this life, I am not even worthy of carrying his shoes." And Jiang Yunro looked at me as if she were looking at a clown. In Jiang Yunro's eyes, a man like me who would ruin his future just to show off was truly pitiful and ridiculous. Commander Shen had no interest in wasting words. She turned directly to two soldiers not far away. "Men, arrest this man and take him to the Imperial City's Supervision Department for me." The two soldiers replied, "Yes." But as soon as they spoke, gasps came from the crowd. Then, two beautiful women walked in from the entrance. The appearance of the two immediately attracted everyone's attention. Someone gasped, "I know the one on the left. She's the eldest young miss of the Xia family. She is Ixi. The one on the right, I've seen once. She's the younger, young miss of the Xia family. Xia Qingming." Hearing this, everyone looked at Xia Qingming with even more fervor. How can such a perfect woman exist in this world? But soon, someone said, "Xia Qingming is a good-for-nothing. The Xia family keeps her hidden because they're afraid she'll bring them shame." But some also thought that face is enough to make up for any shortcomings. However, the crowd's discussions quickly died down. They saw Xia Qingming walking towards Xiao Yunqi. Soon, she stopped in front of Xiao Yunqi. Everyone immediately held their breath. Could it be that this Xia Qingming really likes Xiao Yunqi? However, Xia Qingming slightly bowed her head and looked down at Xiao Yunqi, as if looking at a dead man. "Last time, I broke one of your wrists. Still haven't learned your lesson." Xia Qingming's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it. For a moment, everyone was stunned. She broke Xiao Yunqi's wrist last time. Didn't they say Xia Qingming was a good-for-nothing? Could a good-for-nothing say something like that? It must all be rumors. Everyone looked at Xie Qingming with fanaticism. Even Xiao Yunqi isn't worthy of a woman like this. She should be a goddess high above. No man is qualified to touch her. Jiang Yunro, who had just been taught a lesson by Xia Qingming, hearing this now, although furious, only dared to weakly explain, today's matter is not his fault. Xia Qingming's gaze fell on Jiang Yunro. Jiang Yunru instinctively felt a surge of fear. In order to protect Xiao Yunqi, she immediately raised her hand and pointed at me. Everything today is because of this lowly commoner. This lowly commoner snuck into the banquet to pick up girls. He snuck in with a fake invitation. Xiao Yunqi and I exposed him. He got angry and started hitting people. Yunqi was caught off guard and hit by him. With one slap, everything today happened because of this lowly commoner. It has nothing to do with me and Yunqi. But Jiang Yunru didn't expect that. After hearing her words, Xia Qingming suddenly smiled. A lowly commoner seducing women? Watched by Xie Qingming's pressure and gaze, Jiang Yunro hurriedly nodded. Yes, this kind of man from a small family comes in, precisely to seduce those of us from great families, wanting to be a freeloader, fantasizing that he can marry into a wealthy family. As soon as Jiang Yunro finished speaking, Xia Qingming suddenly laughed, and the words from her mouth stunned Jiang Yunru and everyone around. Xia Qingming sneered contemptuously. Seduce you? Are you even worthy? As soon as Xie Qingming finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The men in the imperial city who wanted to marry Jiang Yunro could form a line that would stretch out of the city. Yet, Xia Qingming said, she wasn't worthy of being actively seduced by a lowly commoner like me. Jiang Yunru became even angrier. Xia Qingming, I admit your strength is not bad, but you don't need to humiliate me for this lowly commoner. Before Jiang Yunro finished speaking, her stomach was suddenly hit hard, kicking her away. The crowd hadn't yet recovered from their shock. Hearing this, they were even more stunned. The younger young miss of the Shai family actually hit Miss Zhang for a man. Jiang Yunru was also extremely stunned. She stared blankly at Xia Qingming. You hit me. Xia Qingming's eyes were cold. If I hear you humiliate him again, it won't be as simple as just a kick. As soon as Xia Qingming finished speaking, the entire hall fell even more silent. At this moment, all the men looked at me with jealousy, wondering what virtues or abilities I had to make Xia Qingming stand up for me. Jiang Yunro understood even less. Xia Qingming, last time I provoked you. You hit me. I deserved it. I accept that. But for you to hit me here for this man, aren't you afraid Commander Feng will hold you responsible? Aren't you afraid of offending the new great commander because of this? Xie Qingming frowned. That's my business. It's not your place to worry. Jiang Yunro was furious. You, Xia Qingming, are impressive. But for you to protect such a lowly commoner, be careful. You won't even find a place to cry later. I know the tricks of this kind of man. Once he latches onto you, unless you kill him, don't expect to have a single good day. Hearing this, everyone around was taken aback. Soon after, some men shook their heads, finding it a bit ridiculous. Latch onto Xia Qingming? Unless I am crazy. However, the next moment, they were all stunned, because I walked up to Xia Qingming's side and intertwined my fingers with hers. It was as if everyone's minds instantly exploded. Only one thought remained in their hearts. Their goddess has been violated, defiled by an extremely unruly man. They looked at me, as if they wanted to skin me alive. But they thought that Xia Qingming, being taken advantage of by me, would surely make me die a miserable death. However, they waited for a long time, but didn't see Xia Qingming throw me off. Instead, it felt like Xia Qingming held my hand even tighter. The men who were originally extremely confident all had their faces stiffen. Jiang Yunru also had a look of shock. She remembered Xia Qingming was a serious germaphobe. According to her level of germophobia, shouldn't she have thrown me away immediately, and then chopped off my hand? Seeing this, I curled my lip. A man like me is precisely the type who wants to seduce the kind of woman you all think I am unworthy of. What? Do you have an opinion? Suddenly, a man stood up and looked at me angrily. How do you have the face to ask such a thing? The faces of the other men also became unsightly. If you weren't pestering Miss Feng, Miss Xia would be too polite to throw you out. You think you can just take advantage of her? Don't think that just because Miss Shai has a good temper, you can do whatever you want with her. Let her go right now. As these words fell, many people had an epiphany. Previously, there were rumors that Xia Qingming was a good-for-nothing. It's probably because her temper is too good. She can't bear to refuse people. A goddess like Xia Qingming could never like someone like me with no looks and no background. I looked at these men and suddenly found it interesting. I raised my hand holding Xia Qingming's and squeezed it twice. I smiled faintly and said, "Let go?" This hand is not only beautiful, it's also comfortable to hold. Why should I let go? All the men around gasped in unison. A mouthful of old blood was about to be spat out. How can such a thick-skinned and shameless man exist in this world? Just a few breaths. A man suppressed the urge to kill me. He stared at me. "Jianming," he warned, "don't push your luck." After speaking, he quickly looked at Xia Qingming. "Miss Xia, This man is not worthy of you. He's just taking advantage of your kindness. That's why he dares to be so unrestrained. You should get rid of him quickly. Otherwise, he'll take a mile if you give him an inch. However, no one expected it. They tried so hard to persuade her. Xie Qingming acted as if she didn't hear them. She had no intention of pushing me away. She raised an eyebrow again. Take a mile if I give him an inch. What exactly does that mean? After saying that, I suddenly moved closer to Xie Qingming. I planted a kiss on her red lips. Every man around immediately wanted to kill me. Just then, an ice-cold shout, "That's enough?" suddenly rang out. Xiao Yunqi's mother, Song Xueling, strode over. Feeling her authoritative aura that commanded respect without anger, everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. Song Xueling stood firmly in front of Xie Qingming. She looked coldly at Xie Qingming. "Qingming, Yunqi was initially smitten with you. Even though I saw you being ambiguous with this man before, I was still willing to approve your marriage. After all, you're young. Who doesn't want to have a little fun while they're young? But your behavior tonight has truly disappointed me." Xiao Yunqi, who had been silent on the ground for a long time, spoke with a desperate expression. "Mother, I prefer XYZXI. XYZXI." Not far away, heard them talking. A look of ecstasy flashed across her face. She had mentioned it to her mother many times recently. She wanted a marriage alliance with Xiao Yunqi, but it was always put on hold. She understood. Her mother wanted to pave the way for Xie Qingming. She was about to give up competing with Xie Qingming. She never thought Song Xueling would be disappointed in Xie Qingming, and Xiao Yunqi even publicly confessed his feelings for her. Happiness came so suddenly. CSIXI turned to glance at Qingming. A cold smile on her face, she walked to Xiao Yunqi's side. A worried look on her face. "Yunqi, how are you?" Xiao Yunqi slowly extended his hand to her. Seeing this, Xia Ziyiji quickly grabbed his hand and helped him up. Xiao Yunqi felt the touch on his hand and instinctively felt disgusted. But thinking about how Xie Qingming had hurt him, he tried his best to suppress the revulsion in his heart. He turned his head to look at the commander. "Commander, this man not only used a fake invitation to sneak into the banquet, he also spread rumors that the great commander personally invited him. He claimed the great commander personally awarded him a medal. Here is the proof." After saying that, he handed his phone to the commander to play a recording. The commander carefully took it. The words I had said to my mother 2 hours ago came from the phone. Everyone looked at me as if I were a dead man. They thought I was a madman. Just these 3 crimes of mine would probably land me in prison for life. Xia looked at Xia Qingming with pity. At this moment, she was certain. Xie Qingming no longer had the right to compete with her for the position of family head. Xia Zixi had a gloating expression. The commander looked at 2 soldiers and ordered, "Take this man to the Imperial City prison for me, awaiting judgment." The 2 soldiers said, "Yes, ma'am." However, the next moment, Fang Shen's solemn voice rang out. "I'd like to see who dares." Everyone followed the voice and saw Fang Shen with a gloomy face, striding over quickly. Everyone was subdued by the solemn aura emanating from her. Fang Shen stopped in front of the commander. Her face was ice cold as she asked, "What are you doing?" The commander nervously lowered her head. "Great commander, I failed to manage the banquet properly. This is my dereliction of duty. Please, great commander, punish me." The pressure from Fang Shen intensified. "Failed to manage the banquet properly? Your mistake is not just about failing to manage the banquet." Hearing this, the commander's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. She truly didn't understand what other mistake she had made besides letting me in. Fang Shen said coldly, "Men, take the commander away from me. Tell her to reflect in the military prison. When she figures it out, she can come out." Jiang Yunru immediately became anxious. She quickly spoke to Fang Shen. "Great commander, the commander was just following the rules. The main responsibility still lies with that man. But today's banquet is to celebrate the appointment of the 4th great commander. Making a big scene wouldn't be good. How about we just kick him out now and let the banquet continue? What do you think?" However, before Fang Shen could speak, Xiao Yunqi frowned. No way. He didn't just use a fake invitation to get in. He also claimed the great commander personally invited him. Most importantly, he dared to spread rumors that he received a medal personally from the great commander. If he's just kicked out of the banquet, what credibility would the laws of Xia country have left? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Fang Shen looked at me doubtfully. "Used a fake invitation to get in?" I smiled faintly. I took out my phone and tapped it a few times. A video appeared on the phones of everyone present. After watching the video, everyone looked at Xiao Yunqi in shock. No one would have thought that the male god in their hearts, in order to frame a man from a second-rate family, would resort to such despicable means. Xiao Yunqi was completely frozen on the spot. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't understand how I managed in such a short time to obtain the surveillance video from the villa area before Xiao Yunqi could recover. I said coldly, "Great commander, arbitrarily forging your invitation. How should that be dealt with?" Xiao Yunqi's heart suddenly tightened, but the next moment, he looked at me furiously. His image in the upper echelons of D City was directly destroyed by me, with the mentality that, even if he died, he would definitely drag me down with him. Xiaoyun Qi suddenly laughed. So what if I was the one who gave you the invitation? If you didn't want to sneak into the banquet, even if I placed a fake invitation in front of you, you wouldn't have come. In the end, a man like you is still just a small fry, trying to climb into high society. Hearing this, Fangshen chuckled and shook her head, unable to integrate into high society. Young man, do you know who is standing in front of you? As soon as Fangshen's words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at Fangshen in astonishment, thinking I had some extraordinary identity. Xiao Yunqi was instantly flustered. A bad feeling rose in his heart. The commander asked nervously, "Great commander, this gentleman is..." Fangshen didn't answer directly. Instead, she met my gaze and said to everyone, "You all know the purpose of me organizing this banquet today, but the new great commander wants to rest for a while, having just returned from the Outer Realm battlefield. If he were to reveal himself to everyone at this time, there would only be endless trouble. Therefore, he couldn't come in person today, but he sent a trusted aide to thank all of you for coming to congratulate him." As soon as Fangshen's words fell, the way everyone looked at me changed. They all understood. Fangshen was saying that I was the great commander's trusted aide. Xiao Yunqi stared at me blankly. He couldn't help but mutter, "How is this possible? If Gu Chen is the trusted aide of that great commander, then everything he said before was true." At this moment, he suddenly felt embarrassed. The most terrifying thing was, he had even said in front of Fangshen, "Gu Chen can never enter high society." Xiao Yunqi felt like he had become a joke. Hearing this, Xi was completely stunned. She thought I was just from an ordinary background, but wanted to live off a woman and climb the social ladder. She never thought I would become the trusted aide of the new great commander. This way, Xia Qingming was already more capable than her. Now, she had found a man valued by the new great commander. So, what chance did she have to become the future head of the Xia family? Xi felt a wave of defeat. Xiao Yunqi's mother, Song Xu Ling, was also shocked. A bad feeling arose in her heart. Zhang Yunru frowned. Looking at me, she said, "The new great commander's trusted aide. Her brother is a one-star senior commander. So, whose rank is higher, her brother's or this man's?" Before Jiang Yunro could figure it out, the commander had already walked up to me and saluted me with utmost seriousness. Before, I didn't understand the truth and jumped to conclusions. "Commander Gu, my apologies. I was too abrupt." I smiled faintly. "You were just doing your job impartially." I turned my head to look at Fangshen. "Great commander, nothing major happened today. The commander was acting according to the rules. There's no need to send her to the military prison to reflect." Fangshen nodded slightly. She looked at the commander. "Aren't you going to thank Commander Gu?" The commander's expression was solemn. She looked at me seriously. "Thank you, Commander Gu." Seeing this, Fangshen said nothing more. Instead, she looked at the crowd. Everyone. Today's banquet. Besides celebrating the appointment of Xia country's fourth great commander, there is also an important matter to announce. Everyone snapped to attention at once. Fangshen spoke with a solemn expression. "After discussions between myself and the other two commanders, the authority of Xia country's new great commander has been determined." Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. From today onwards, the new great commander will take over the two major war zones of D City and Yun City. He will command all matters, big and small, within the war zones, and have the highest decision-making authority in the war zones. As soon as the words fell, the scene suddenly fell silent. No one expected that Fangshen would want me to manage two major war zones. Even Fangshen and the other two great commanders each only managed one war zone. Before everyone could think deeply about it, Song Shui Ling suddenly spoke up. "Great commander, to have the new great commander directly manage two major war zones, isn't that a bit too radical?" The Xiao family, as one of the five great families, their foundation was built on commanding the D-City war zone. She knew that standing up now would displease Fangshen and even offend the new great commander, but it concerned the core interests of the Xiao family. She had to fight for it. A family head who had a close relationship with the Xiao family chimed in. "Head of the Xiao family is right. Two major war zones are enough to affect the national strength of Xia country. I hope the great commander will reconsider." Seeing this, several other family heads also stood up. "Please, great commander, reconsider." Hearing this, Fangshen showed little surprise on her face. She just smiled and spoke. "Don't be hasty. I haven't finished speaking. In the next half-month, the new great commander will, within the two major war zones, select the 100 most outstanding soldiers. After undergoing direct training from the new great commander, the survivors from these 100 people will be directly promoted to senior commander and earn the qualification to be challenged to enter the new Mang main city." As soon as Fangshen finished speaking, everyone gasped. They looked at Fangshen with longing. The new Mang main city. That's a place every citizen of Xi country dreams of entering. The first family head who had stood up to support Song Shuiling asked cautiously, "Great commander, I wonder what the selection criteria are for that 100-man troop." Fangshen smiled faintly. She turned to look at me. "You'll have to ask this gentleman." I looked at Fangshen blandly. "I might not know." When did I agree to what she said? Last time. She forced me into it. Making me agree to become a great commander was one thing. This time, she's doing it again. Fengshen felt my gaze and became even more flustered. She showed a pleading expression. I saw Fengshen's look and finally sighed. I gave her a look that said, not again. I turned to look at everyone and slowly said, in the next half-month, I will select 100 soldiers to form the 100-man troop. If any of the esteemed family heads present have suitable candidates, you can directly give me the information of your nominees. Hearing this, everyone enthusiastically fawned over me. Xiao Yunqi even squeezed his way in front of me, offering with both hands the gift he had originally prepared for the new great commander. Song Shui Ling watched everyone flock towards me, her face showing defeat and despair. It wouldn't be long before the Xiao family might no longer exist in the imperial city. Xiao Yunqi looked at me, his fists clenched tightly, wondering why I stole the woman he liked, and also became the center of attention. Facing the overly enthusiastic crowd, my voice was cold and deep. I came to attend the banquet, not to receive gifts. Esteemed family heads, please take your things back. Everyone continuously praised me. Next, they introduced their children and grandchildren to me. They even wanted to set me up on blind dates. I instantly got a headache. I stiffly turned my head to look at Xia Qingming. Xia Qingming suddenly smiled. It was beautiful, but without warmth. Commander Gu, you're certainly surrounded by a lot of people. I wonder if there's a spot for me in that 100-man troop. Hearing this, everyone froze. Shocked by Xia Qingming's directness, the head of the Xia family also hurried out from the crowd. He looked at me with a gentle voice. Commander Gu, my daughter speaks frankly. If you feel offended, I hope you won't take it to heart. But with her abilities, she should be qualified to join the 100-man troop. I hope you can consider it. The head of the Xia family looked anxious, full of expectation. I was feeling extremely conflicted. If I dared to disagree, my baby would probably explode on the spot. D City Military Department. I looked at the head of the Xia family and nodded slightly. Xia Qingming's abilities are indeed not bad. Of course, there is a place for her in the 100-man troop. The people around were all embarrassed to see this. The first spot in the 100-man troop was decided so easily, but they thought it wasn't that Xia Qingming's skills were not bad, but that her looks were not bad, which is why she could join the troop. The next moment, everyone started introducing their beautiful younger family members to me. Commander Gu, my granddaughter is the hottest big celebrity right now. Many male students say she is the most beautiful starlet. This is her photo. Have a look. I saw my baby's face getting darker and darker. I quickly looked at everyone and said, if you all just tell me like this, I won't know who you're recommending. How about this? Each family gets 3 nomination spots. Go back and choose 3 suitable candidates. In 10 days, bring them to the D City War Zone, along with the elites of the 2 major war zones, to compete for a spot in the 100-man troop. Everyone's face lit up with joy. Each family has 3 nomination spots, and it seems it's not even limited to one's own family. This is a huge blessing. They thanked me. In that case, we thank you here, Commander Gu. Under the watchful eyes of everyone around, I didn't dare to look at Xia Qingming. I turned to look at Xiao Yunqi. Xiao Yunqi was also staring at me, filled with unbearable resentment and jealousy. He would definitely find a chance to make me understand the consequences of offending him. Before Xiao Yunqi could think, Song Xue Ling pulled his arm. She looked at Fengshen and forced a smile. Great Commander, I have some matters at home. I'll be leaving first. Fengshen nodded slightly. Take this to your father on your way out. After speaking, she threw an envelope to Song Xue Ling. Song Xue Ling immediately had a bad feeling, but she still bent down to pick it up. She nodded at Fengshen as a sign of acknowledgement, and then led Xiao Yunqi away. I took out my phone, wanting to order my men to eliminate Xiao Yunqi, pulling out the problem by the roots. But before I could send the message, Fengshen pressed my arm. She used a voice only we could hear. The old master of the Xiao family, 4-star senior commander Xiao Rongguang, is already near retirement age. As long as he doesn't commit a major crime like treason, I wouldn't touch him. Unfortunately, the Xiao family offended you. I have now dismissed him from the military department. Without him, the Xiao family is now like a grasshopper in late autumn. They won't be jumping around for much longer. For Xiao Yunqi to become a high-level warrior at his age, he might be a talent worth cultivating. Once the Xiao family is at a dead end, he should be brought into the military department to contribute to Xia country's strength. For the sake of the country, spare his life. My finger, about to send the message, paused. I didn't think Fengshen would go to such lengths for me, yet she only made a simple request. If I still refused, it would be too heartless. I looked up at Fengshen. All right, I agree with you. But if he dares to cross me again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing this, Fengshen suddenly laughed. Of course. After that, I said goodbye to everyone and left directly with Xia Qingming. After leaving the hotel, I went to pull Xia Qingming's hand. Xia Qingming tried to dodge but couldn't. I grabbed it, and she couldn't break free even when she struggled. She stopped walking. Her slightly cold eyes stared at me. let go of me. I tilted my head and smiled at her. Jealous? Xi Qingming shot me a cold glare. Jealous? Who would I be jealous of? Who could possibly make me jealous? I explained with a smile in my eyes. Those people recommending some big celebrity, I haven't even met her. Besides, I already have you. I don't even look at other women. However, after I spoke, the air around us grew even colder. Xi Qingming sneered. Haven't met, but you remembered their profession after hearing it just once. I opened my mouth. I was born with a good memory. What can I do about it? Xi Qingming snorted coldly. You make it sound so nice. In the end, you still gave them a chance. I chuckled and asked, didn't you say you weren't jealous? Xi Qingming said angrily, let go of me. I have to go back. I leaned in slightly. Xi Qingming tilted her head as if to avoid me. Too bad she was too slow. I kissed the corner of her lips. She acted as if she had been violated. She wiped the corner of her lips in disgust. You're already organizing a harem troop. Why are you still bothering me? I was a bit speechless. The great commander told me to train the 100-man troop. How did it become a harem troop? Xi Qingming's face grew colder. Very good. You're not even refuting it. It seems you really do want to treat the 100-man troop as a harem troop. From now on, just have your harem troop accompany you. I won't be by your side getting in the way. After speaking, Xi Qingming wanted to pull her hand away. However, just then, Chen Waner suddenly walked towards us. I voluntarily let go of Xi Qingming's hand and smiled. I feel like the first member of the harem troop, besides you, has been decided. What do you think, baby? Xi Qingming gave a smile, devoid of warmth. Then I must congratulate you. After speaking, Xi Qingming directly turned to leave. Just as she turned, I grabbed her left hand. With a pull, I brought her body directly towards me. I seized the opportunity and kissed her thin lips. Before Xi Qingming could resist, I leaned in and whispered in her ear, baby, no matter how good other women are, none of them are as gentle, generous, beautiful, and elegant as you. In my eyes, all the women in the world combined are not worth even one of your fingers. Xi Qingming, who was about to push me away, paused. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. But quickly, she put on a serious, cold face and snorted. You think a little casual flattery can make today's matter go away? I kissed her again. Don't be angry anymore. Xi Qingming unconsciously wanted to reply. I am not angry. But realizing those words weren't convincing, she glared at me. I said flattery won't work. Go be with the first member of your harem. After saying that, she turned and walked away without any hesitation. Her little assistant, who had been watching for a long time, saw this and hurried after her. He said, his young lady can't just forgive that man so quickly. But why? Why does he feel like his young lady is walking slower and slower? I stood on the spot, watching Xi Qingming's slow walking pace. I laughed. In this world, how can there be a girl as cute as my baby? She's basically writing the words, hurry up and chase me, all over her face. Chen Waner had already walked to my side. She asked with a complex expression, you're not going after her? I retracted my gaze and didn't answer. I asked back, do you need something? Chen Waner smiled. Today, I came across the freshman timetable. I thought you might be able to use it. Since I had nothing else to do, I brought it for you. Chen Waner handed me a stack of papers. I gave her a polite smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, but after the military training, I probably won't be able to attend classes according to the academy's schedule. You should give this schedule to a freshman who needs it. It's getting late. I'll head back to the academy first. After I spoke, I glanced at Xi Qingming, standing stiffly in front of the Bentley, and turned to walk back to the academy. Chen Waner watched my retreating back. Her eyes showed a hint of loneliness. Just then, the sound of a car door slamming shut rang out. Inside the car, Xi Qingming was exuding a cold aura. The little assistant was so scared he was trembling. He hesitated for a moment and braced himself to speak. Young lady, didn't your man refuse to interact with that Chen Waner? He didn't even accept the thing she gave him, so why are you? However, before he could finish, Xi Qingming shot him a look. The little assistant immediately shut his mouth. Xi Qingming asked coldly, you think the most important thing is whether he interacts with those women or whether he accepts their things? The little assistant said carefully. Isn't it? Xi Qingming sneered. How did he find such a stupid assistant? He'll have to be replaced sooner or later. Suddenly feeling that the little assistant was even dumber, she didn't want to say anything more. She directly ordered, back to the residence. The little assistant felt it was a pity. He said, young lady, you went through so much trouble to get 2 days off, and now you're just going back? Xi Qingming asked back. What else? The little assistant felt that his young lady was a bit resentful. Before he could think it through, Xi Qingming instructed, remember, no matter how much you like a man, if you see him do something wrong, you must punish him severely. Otherwise, hell becomes spoiled and arrogant, thinking that, without him, you can't live. The little assistant's eyes suddenly lit up. So, young lady, how do you plan to punish that man? Xi Qingming suddenly fell silent. A struggle flashed in her eyes. Finally, she spoke with cold indifference. Tomorrow, I won't go to the academy to deliver breakfast to him. I want him to taste the fear of losing me at any moment." The little assistant was speechless. Just then, the phone's message notification suddenly sounded. Xie Qingming stared at the phone screen for nearly half a minute. She snorted coldly. "Only thinking of showing weakness to me now? It's too late." The next morning, the little assistant was awakened by the noise in the kitchen. He ran to the kitchen door and saw Xie Qingming busy. He stood frozen on the spot, staring blankly at Xie Qingming, and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to severely punish your man? Aren't you delivering breakfast to him today?" Xie Qingming said, matter-of-factly. "Who said I was delivering it to him?" The little assistant was confused. "Not delivering it to him, then this is." Xie Qingming cut him off directly. "You deliver it." The little assistant pointed to himself. Unbelievable. 7 a.m. The military training instructors appeared on the academy's field. They looked at the surrounding students with interest. Not far away, a female student saw Gomuya and subconsciously called out, "Sister." This person was Gu Jing, Gomuya's younger sister. The tall female student next to Gu Jing heard this and asked, a bit surprised, "Gu Jing, your sister is an instructor for this military training?" Gu Jing nodded. The tall female student was slightly intrigued. Just then, she suddenly received a message from her boyfriend. "And Chen, babe, remember the day before yesterday? The guy named Gu Chen who caused me to be beaten up by Lin Wei Chen? I found out which dorm he's in." The tall female student, who was Xiao Ran, glanced at Gomuya. She quickly replied to the message that Gu Chen is a freshman, right? "I just found out. My friend's sister is an instructor for this military training. Send me his dorm building number. I'll go over with you. If he doesn't apologize to you today, I'll have my friend's sister, the instructor's sister, train him to death." A middle-aged woman walked into the academy. The headmaster followed her in a wheelchair. "Your Excellency, Commander, you've come so suddenly. Is it because?" The middle-aged woman said, "Commander Feng told me to assist the new great commander in creating the 100-man troop. I came to see if there are any good prospects here." The headmaster nodded and bowed. "I'll show you around." I finished changing into my military uniform and walked out of the dorm with Luo Bai and Tang Ba Shan, but we hadn't taken more than a few steps before we heard whispers around us. Tang Ba Shan walked up to a male student. His expression was ice cold. "Say what you just said one more time." That male student was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Hearing this, he chuckled lightly. "I said this lowly peasant dared to harass Her Highness Chen Waner. We should have the headmaster expel him." Before the student could finish, a slap landed across his face. Tang Ba Shan's voice was icy. "From now on, if I see anyone disrespecting my friend Gu Chen, I, Tang Ba Shan, will be your sworn enemy." Hearing this, everyone looked shocked, thinking Tang Ba Shan was crazy to protect a country bumpkin like me. Before everyone could recover, and Chen's mocking voice was heard. "Young Master Tang, you really have a grand presence." Seeing in Chen, everyone felt a sense of relief. Tang Ba Shan sneered. "Young Master An, your presence is probably no less grand than mine." And Chen glanced at him blandly. Then, with a cold expression, he stared at me and said, "If you don't want me to reveal your messy affairs with Lin Wei Chen's ex-girlfriend, then get the hell out of D-City for me right now." Hearing this, all the students' eyes widened. They didn't expect that I not only harassed Chen Waner, but also had an ambiguous relationship with Lin Wei Chen's girlfriend. I stared coldly at Chen. "I'd like to know, what messy affairs do I have with Gu Muya?" And Chen looked at me gloomily. "So, you don't want to leave with your dignity intact?" Before I could speak, the tall female student next to him suddenly spoke up. "You don't want to leave? That's fine. But I must kindly remind you, during the Academy's annual military training, there are always a few freshmen who get trained into the hospital. In the upcoming military training, my friend's sister is one of the instructors for this military training. If you don't want to be sent to the hospital during military training, then immediately kneel before my boyfriend right now and apologize to him." Hearing this, everyone was filled with schadenfreude in everyone's eyes. As long as I wanted to get through the military training safely and stay at the Imperial City Academy, kneeling today was unavoidable, but I wasn't the least bit flustered. I calmly focused my attention on the tall female student and asked, "Which instructor is your friend's sister?" The tall female student was a bit surprised to hear that. She didn't expect that not only was I not afraid, but I would also ask such a question. She smiled ambiguously. "What, if I tell you who it is? Are you going to go look for her or something?" Everyone immediately burst into laughter. In their eyes, my face didn't have what it takes to attract women. Even if there really were students who seduced instructors to reduce their military training workload, it was a big taboo. If I wanted to do something with the instructor, I would probably die a miserable death. I looked at the tall female student again and asked, "Just tell me who she is first. Then I'll carefully consider your proposal." The tall female student saw my persistence and assumed that I didn't believe her sister was one of the military training instructors this time. She sneered. "Truly, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Among the instructors this time, there's one, surnamed Gu. I wonder if you know her." I looked at her calmly. All right, I'll tell her to take good care of you. The moment I finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere fell silent. The next moment, the laughter grew louder. Xiao Ran, did you hear that? Not only is he not afraid of your threat, he even wants to turn it back on you, telling your sister to take good care of you. You'd better be careful. Xiao Ran heard the instigations from the crowd. She sneered disdainfully. Xiao Ran looked at me like I was an idiot. She was no longer interested in wasting her breath on me. She said coldly, "I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, if you still haven't knelt and apologized to my boyfriend, you can just quietly wait for death." After speaking, she started counting down. 10, 9. Before Xiao Ran could continue counting, I suddenly spoke up, interrupting her. "No need," I said flatly. "You don't need to give me this chance." Hearing this, everyone around me stared at me, stunned. They thought I really didn't want to stay at the academy anymore. I continued, "I look down on this so-called chance of yours, but I can give you a chance. I don't care if you're a new student or an old one. You will definitely be in the upcoming military training. If you can't take it, you can, in front of all the students, kneel before me and apologize. If I am in a good mood, I might forgive you." Hearing this, everyone was immediately dumbfounded. They thought I was committing suicide. They looked at me with schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating me making a fool of myself during military training. Xiao Ran wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed. "All right, then we'll just have to wait and see." After speaking, she directly pulled Chen away, and Chen tilted his head to look at me. His smile was profound and meaningful. He knew I was talking about Gu Muye. He wanted me to be completely ruined and discredited, then be kicked out of the academy and the military department. Xiao Ran and Chen left. The crowd didn't. They were curious where I got my arrogant attitude from. A stern voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over at the sound. A student immediately gasped, "Director Chen." If I remember correctly, Director Chen is the person in charge of this military training. I heard Director Chen has a good relationship with Commander Jiang Siki. If anyone offends him, their future could be ruined. Amidst the crowd's discussions, Director Chen came before us. His cold gaze swept across the students. Finally, it landed on Yang Li. He had just been slapped by Tang Beishan. Yang Li hurriedly took a few steps forward. He pointed at me and Tang Beishan, "Director, I was just talking with a few friends. Everything was fine. Then they suddenly slapped me." Director Chen's face was gloomy. He turned his head to question me. "You casually hit a fellow student on campus." But before I could open my mouth to reply, Tang Beishan immediately said indignantly, "Director Chen, it's these upperclassmen who heard Chen Waner likes Gu Chen. They were jealous of him and came looking for trouble with him." Director Chen was a bit surprised to hear that. He remembered that his son also likes Chen Waner, but he was always rejected by Chen Waner. It turned out to be because of me. Director Chen looked at me. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Chen Waner would like such an ordinary boy. Yang Li hurriedly spoke up, "Director Chen, I think as long as someone is a normal person, they wouldn't believe Chen Waner would like him. We haven't sunk so low as to be jealous of this kind of man." Everyone nodded in agreement. "That's right, Director. Her Highness Chen Waner even rejected the principal's son. How could she possibly like this kind of man?" Wang Boshen was so angry he was about to vomit blood. He took a deep breath. "What proof do you have to prove that the one Chen Waner likes isn't Gu Chen?" Yang Li sneered. "Of course we have proof." After speaking, he turned to look at Luo Bai. "Luo Bai, the one Chen Waner likes isn't T. Your country bumpkin roommate. It's you, isn't it?" Hearing this, the surrounding crowd's eyes lit up. Everyone knew. Luo Bai and I both had feelings for Chen Waner, and Luo Bai was a big celebrity. I was just a country bumpkin from a small city. No matter who Chen Waner liked, Luo Bai could only say that Chen Waner liked him. However, Luo Bai looked helplessly at Yang Li. "Senior Yang Li, I can't do it. I really can't do it." Everyone was immediately stunned. Luo Bai feigned helplessness. He sighed, "Director Chen, these upperclassmen, it's true that they were jealous because Chen Waner likes Gu Chen. They took the initiative to cause trouble for Chen. I really don't know what Gu Chen did wrong. He's so kind and handsome. Is it so unusual that Chen Waner likes him?" The surrounding crowd was completely petrified. Luo Bai is actually helping his love rival speak. Yang Li was also stunned. Doesn't Luo Bai like Chen Waner? How could he be speaking up for me? Before Yang Li and the others could recover, Luo Bai spoke to Director Chen again. "Director, it was these upperclassmen who initiated the provocation. They were also the ones who started the fight. Gu Chen and Tang Beishan were just defending themselves. I hope you can follow the academy's regulations and punish them." Hearing this, everyone became a little restless. Yang Li asked Luo Bai to be a witness, but Luo Bai turned on them instead. Whatever they said now would be wrong. Director Chen's face was ice cold. "I don't care about the reason. Initiating a fight violates the academy's regulations." He raised his hand and pointed at me and Tang Beishan. "You and you'll each receive a major demerit. And later, at the military training opening ceremony, you will publicly repent for the crime of disrespecting your seniors." After speaking, he turned his head to look at Luo Bai. He continued, Although you didn't fight, you're an accomplice. Go write a 3,000-word self-criticism. Submit it to my office by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Chen Waner was the future daughter-in-law he had his eyes on. He wanted all the male students to understand the consequences of fantasizing about Chen Waner. During the upcoming military training, he would also speak to Jiang Siki, telling her to take good care of the three of us. He wanted us to regret competing with his son for a woman. The crowd was stunned. Soon after, their faces lit up with glee. Director Chen is wise. Having such an excellent administrator like Director Chen is an honor for the entire D-City Academy. Being praised, Director Chen felt pleased. He turned to look at us. What I just said, did you hear me? Tang Beishan opened his mouth angrily. Why you? But before he could continue, I pulled his arm. What if I say no? Hearing that, Director Chen suddenly laughed. He looked at me mockingly. If you don't comply, then get the hell out of D-City Academy. Hearing that, I nodded. Then get out. Director Chen was stunned. What did you say? The surrounding students also couldn't believe their ears. I smiled, raised my hand, and took out a golden badge, the one the old headmaster gave me, and threw it in Director Chen's face. My voice was cold. Di Cheng, Academy doesn't need trash like you. You can pack your things and leave. The surroundings fell deathly silent. No one thought that I would be audacious enough to throw something in Director Chen's face. Even less did they think I would dare call Director Chen trash and tell him to pack his things and get lost. Director Chen was stunned for a moment before he recovered, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he bent down to pick up the badge from the ground. He couldn't help but gasp. He raised his head sharply to look at me. Staring intently, he questioned, "Where did you get this badge?" Hearing this, the surrounding crowd simultaneously looked at the headmaster's badge in his hand. Everyone immediately gasped. No one thought that what I had just thrown in Director Chen's face was actually the headmaster's badge. In that case, Director Chen might really have to pack up and leave. I smiled lightly. Where did I get it? What do you think? Hearing this, Director Chen gave me a cold look. You dare to steal the headmaster's badge? Do you have a death wish? Everyone was stunned. The next moment, they looked at me coldly. If it was stolen, then that explains it. Director Chen looked at me with cold eyes. I am going to find the headmaster to verify this right now. If I can prove that you obtained this badge through illicit means, you will face consequences you cannot bear. I looked at him flatly. If you can't prove that I stole this badge, then you won't just be leaving. It's not that simple. Director Chen snorted coldly. He walked towards the headmaster's office. Everyone was about to follow. But then they saw Chen Waner approaching. A male student suddenly stood up. Your Highness Chen. Many in the academy say you like Go Chen. Is this true? Chen Waner was flustered upon hearing this. Was her affection that obvious? Chen Waner's reaction was no different from an admission. Everyone looked at me with jealousy. But Chen Waner paid them no mind. She walked up to me, preparing to give me breakfast. At this moment, Xia Qingming's little assistant trotted over. Mr. Gu, this is from me. The little assistant unconsciously wanted to say the words, my young miss. But thinking of her young miss instructions, she immediately corrected herself. Mr. Gu, this is the breakfast I bought for you. I hope you don't mind. Hearing this, everyone gloated. They thought I was too timing and about to crash and burn. Chen Waner would probably be very disappointed in me. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Waner looked at the little assistant and forced a smile. She silently withdrew her hand and quickly turned to leave. Everyone looked at Chen Waner's retreating back, feeling pity for her, while also gloating over my misfortune. They thought I was too timing. Chen Waner must feel disgusted just looking at me now. I brought this all upon myself. This little beauty who brought me breakfast probably wants to dump me too. Hearing this, the little assistant was a bit confused. I smiled faintly. Help me thank your young miss. The little assistant was flustered again. She had clearly said she bought it. Why was I thanking her young miss? I took the breakfast from the little assistant's hands. But I saw in the bag, there was enough breakfast for 3 people. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Does my baby think I am a pig? I divided the breakfast into 3 portions. I gave 2 portions to Luo Bai and Tang Beishan. The 2 of them looked at me in surprise and thanked me. We ate as we walked towards the school field. The little assistant looked at our retreating backs in shock. She felt like dying. Her young miss had spent the whole morning personally making that breakfast, and I had shared it with others. If her young miss found out, she would definitely be furious. We arrived at the school field just as we finished breakfast. Luo Bai threw the packaging into the trash can and said to me, I always thought Her Highness Feng was a cold ice mountain. I never thought she had no to send someone to buy you breakfast. He had met the little assistant before and knew she was Xie Qingming's assistant, so he didn't misunderstand my relationship with the little assistant. Tang Beishan also nodded upon hearing this. I didn't think so either, that a steel-straight woman like Her Highness Feng could be so thoughtful. This breakfast is also too delicious. Brother Gu, when you go back, help me ask her where she bought it. I raised an eyebrow. Ask a steel-straight woman if she knows how to make breakfast? Luo Bei and Tang Beishan were completely stunned. The 2 of them widened their eyes. Brother Gu, this breakfast wasn't handmade by Xie Qingming. Was it? I naturally nodded. Yes. In my previous life, I had eaten breakfast made by Xie Qingming many times. I could tell it was her handiwork with just one glance. Luo Bai and Tang Beishan had complicated expressions. They also really wanted a girlfriend like that. But they weren't jealous for long. Suddenly, they saw a figure. Tang Beishan asked doubtfully. Director Chen? Didn't he go to the headmaster's office? Why did he appear there? Luo Bai frowned. Right, that is Director Chen, the person next to him. Judging by the uniform, it's the chief instructor for this military training. Hearing that, I looked over. At this time, Jiang Siki heard Director Chen's request, her face showing doubt. There's a student who proactively requested to increase the training difficulty. Director Chen hurriedly nodded. The military department, aren't they selecting for the 100-man troop? That student has ideas about a spot in the 100-man troop. If it weren't for the academy's requirement that all new students must participate in military training, he would have found a place to train on his own. Jiang Siki was still doubtful. Why didn't you have him come tell me himself? Director Chen said. He said he wants to rely on his own ability to get into the 100-man troop. He was worried that if someone saw him interacting with you, they would think he's using connections. To avoid suspicion, that's why he entrusted me to come. After Jiang Siki heard this, she still frowned deeply. Director Chen was also anxious. He didn't go find the headmaster just now. He believed the headmaster had given me the badge willingly. Now, the only way he could stay at the academy was to have Jiang Siki train me to death, to have me sent to the hospital, or even kill me directly. Only then could he escape this predicament. Before Jiang Siki could reply, He Bao ran over. Commander Jiang. This year's student representative, Gu Jing, suddenly looked for Gu Mue. He told Gu Mui to give a male student surnamed Gu an increased training workload. Jiang Siki turned to look at Director Chen. Although Director Chen was surprised, he still nodded. That's right. The one who requested to increase the training intensity is this student Gu. He also looks down on the instructors a bit. He said you all are wounded and crippled soldiers. He thinks people like you, training him, a future member of the 100-man troop, is an insult to him. If it weren't for the academy, requiring him to participate in military training, he wouldn't even want to look at you. He Bao coldly interrupted him. Audacious. His face was so dark he looked like he wanted to kill someone. He turned his head to look at Jiang Siki and said, Commander Jiang, we must teach that student a lesson. Let him understand how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Otherwise, this kind of person will definitely become the scum of society in the future. Jiang Siki was initially a bit hesitant. Now she also believed Director Chen's words. She nodded at Hai Bao. All right. The class that student Gu is in. I'll leave it to you to train. 10 minutes later, the opening ceremony for the military training began on time. The new student representative, Gu Jing, gave a speech. After that, Director Chen went up to the high platform. He looked down at the new students. Hello everyone. I am Director Chen, the person in charge of this military training. Here, I must praise one student. This student proactively requested to increase the intensity of the training. His courage is commendable. As the instructor team leader, He Bao, because of him, has chosen his class to conduct high-intensity training with the entire class. Everyone here, please give him a round of applause as encouragement. The moment Director Chen finished speaking, all the students froze. As for my class, every single person's face was filled with rage. They wanted to find the culprit and slice him into 1,000 pieces. He Bao looked at the ugly expressions of my classmates. A sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. He took a step forward. His voice was cold and serious. This student Gu. I greatly admire your courage that comes from not knowing your place. Now, please step forward. Let all the new students get to know you, and let them supervise you as you complete the upcoming 10-fold military training tasks. The moment Hai Bao's words fell, a figure was seen stepping out. Seeing my figure, he didn't react in time. His mind roared. It went completely blank. Jiang Siki and the other 9 military training instructors also froze on the spot. Jiang Siki looked at me. Her entire being was in chaos. She knew I was a new student at Daicheng Academy. She also knew I would be participating in the military training, but she never thought that the student surnamed Gu would be me. Jiang Siki looked at Director Chen beside her. Her gaze was like a knife. She wanted to slice Director Chen into 1,000 pieces. The other 9 military training instructors were stunned for a moment. They all looked at He Bao with pity. He Bao came to his senses. He looked at my figure below. He wanted to slap himself a few times. The students didn't see the instructor's expressions. They looked at my back, their eyes filled with ridicule and contempt, thinking I was trying to get attention in front of everyone, and would surely pay a heavy price. My gaze swept over He Bao. Finally, it landed on Director Chen. This Director Chen, the student Gu you spoke of, should be me. The surrounding students were stunned again. They clearly felt that I was committing suicide. They knew Director Chen had an excellent relationship with Jiang Siki, yet I dared to use this tone to speak to Director Chen. Did I not want to stay at the academy anymore? He Bao unconsciously wanted to deny it on behalf of Director Chen. However, before he could speak, Director Chen snorted coldly. He said, An hour ago, you told me yourself that to enter the newly formed Great Commander's 100-man troop, You wanted to increase the training difficulty tenfold. What? Could it be that student Go wants to regret it? If you regret it, withdraw from D City Academy right now. The academy doesn't accept students who go back on their word like you. The moment Director Chen finished speaking, everyone looked at me with ridicule. They whispered, a tenfold workload. When today's military training is over, it's hard to say if he'll even be able to walk off the field. I ignored them. My eyes were fixed on Director Chen. After class tonight, come with me to the headmaster's office. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences yourself. The old headmaster was absent from the military training opening ceremony. Even if I took out the headmaster's badge now, it wouldn't be of much use. It would be better to take Director Chen there directly tonight and make him take responsibility. The students didn't understand when they heard this. This fool went to the headmaster to apply for a scholarship and now thinks he's close to the headmaster. His telling Director Chen to go with him to the headmaster's office is just humiliating himself. They had already decided to follow me to the headmaster's office to watch the show. When Director Chen heard this, his expression suddenly stiffened. He clenched his fists. After class, he couldn't risk meeting the headmaster with me, so he absolutely could not let me leave the field standing. Director Chen turned to look at He Bao. The voice from his mouth faintly reached everyone's ears. Instructor A. Bao. This student is insubordinate. In the following military training, I hope you will give him special attention. Strive to make him correct his mistakes and become a new man. Hearing this, the students looked at me with schadenfreude. Indeed, one shouldn't be too reckless. Otherwise, one careless move could lead to suicide. Everyone looked at me, eagerly anticipating me being as tired as a dog after the military training and being carried like a chick by Director Chen to the headmaster's office. But when Jiang Siqi and the other instructors heard Director Chen's words, their foreheads immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The 9 instructors turned to look at He Bao. He Bao stared at Director Chen, truly wanting to kill him. Director Chen felt He Bao's gaze and spoke with confusion. Instructor He Bao. But He Bao was furious. He couldn't, on this occasion, send a fist flying at Director Chen. The students looked at He Bao, thinking he was considering how to teach me a lesson. They looked at me with pity. But He Bao spoke, trembling with anger. Director Chen, the military training procedures are all clearly regulated. Earlier, I said I wanted to increase this student's workload. That was because you said he requested it himself. But your words now are asking me to disregard the regulations and be harsh on a student. If I do as you say, and something happens, can you bear the responsibility? The students were all stunned to hear this. Why isn't this instructor He Bao agreeing and is instead confronting Director Chen? Director Chen was also completely stunned. After a moment, he finally managed to force a smile. In that case, Instructor He Bao, just follow the regulations and arrange the tenfold workload he requested himself. He Bao shot him a cold glance. He said nothing, but great waves were already surging in his heart. The thought of facing me soon made his scalp tingle. He immediately wanted to slap himself even more. Seeing that He Bao didn't refute him, Director Chen secretly sighed in relief. He looked at the crowd below and announced, I now declare, for the 88th class of new students of Daicheng Academy, the military training now begins. The moment his words fell, applause immediately erupted from below. The teachers and instructors on the stage descended. He Bao looked at the few instructors beside him. Finally, he locked his eyes on Gumue. He hurriedly approached her. He whispered, Comrade Gumue, I heard that you and that male god. I've heard you have a blood relationship with Commander Ju. To improve your relationship, I'll assign his class too. But before He Bao could finish, Gumue cut him off. Team leader He Bao, I've already chosen my sister's class. It's set and can't be changed. Besides, such a great opportunity, how could I be so shameless as to fight you for it? Before He Bao could reply, Gumue seemed to see something and hurriedly said, Ah, no more talking. It looks like my cousin is calling me. I am going over first. After speaking, Gumue ran off. He Bao turned to look at the few people beside him, but before he could open his mouth, those few people also ran off. He Bao looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He stood in place, took a few deep breaths, then walked towards my class. I have returned to my class 6. Just as I stood firm, a sarcastic voice rang out. A tenfold workload. Student Gu really has courage. I tilted my head and saw Xiao Ran looking at me with a fake smile. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I hadn't even had someone drag her to military training, and she had already come running. Just as Xiao Ran finished speaking, everyone in the class looked at me with hostility. What courage? He's just committing suicide. A tenfold workload. It's fine if he wants to kill himself, but he wants to drag us down with him. Everyone looked at me with hostility, then looked hopefully at Xiao Ran. Teaching assistant Xiao, can we change classes? Xiao Ran just smiled and shook her head. Classes were assigned before enrollment. They can't be easily changed. Disappointment flashed in everyone's eyes. But quickly, Xiao Ran's voice rang out again. You can't change classes, but that doesn't mean you can't drop out. During today's military training, you all should persuade him. Tell him to voluntarily withdraw from the academy If he drops out, it'll be beneficial for both himself and for all of you. The students were stunned. Soon, some of them looked at me, meaningfully. I just glanced at everyone flatly, then fixed my cold gaze on Xiao Ran, and said, this tenfold workload. You have a part in this. Xiao Ran laughed contemptuously. Student Gu. I don't understand what you mean, that tenfold workload. Didn't you request it yourself? What does it have to do with me? I acted as if I didn't hear her denial and said flatly, since you're the one who requested the tenfold workload increase, then you will complete these tasks yourself. Xiao Ran was stunned. She looked like she had heard a joke and laughed out loud. They'll complete it? Fine by me. But you'll have to ask if Instructor He Bao agrees. The students looked at me like I was an idiot. Instructor He Bao isn't stupid. How could he agree to this kind of request from me? If I voluntarily drop out now, I can still leave without embarrassment. I scanned the crowd and asked unhurriedly, you want me to leave that badly? When the class heard this, their expressions suddenly turned cold. Before they could speak, Xiao Ran was the first to speak. You don't have to leave, but as long as Instructor He Bao can let you walk off this field standing today, then he can stop being an instructor. The moment she finished speaking, everyone saw He Bao stop not far away. He Bao looked at Xiao Ran as if he could kill her. The students looked at He Bao, all stunned. Soon they looked back at me, thinking this idiot would probably really be trained to death on the training grounds today. Xiao Ran looked at He Bao, then sneered at me. I'm kindly reminding you. Either withdraw from the academy, or kneel down to Instructor He Bao right now and beg for mercy. You better choose one. When the class heard this, they all sighed inwardly. Xiao Ran is still too kind. They were really looking forward to seeing me tortured by He Bao until I begged for mercy. However, He Bao sent a fist flying into Xiao Ran's face. The great force made Xiao Ran stumble back. Everyone froze on the spot. Xiao Ran staggered to regain her balance. She unconsciously covered her punched left cheek, her face full of shock and disbelief. Instructor, you. He Bao looked straight at her. He couldn't touch Director Chen, but that doesn't mean this ordinary student. Xiao Ran, he can't touch either. He Bao looked at Xiao Ran and spoke slowly. I heard you say, as long as I agree, you can participate in the military training and accept the tenfold workload. This punch of mine was to test your physical condition. I was worried you'd be too weak to withstand the high-intensity training. But it's good. You didn't disappoint me. Now I can seriously tell you, your request to train in Student Gus' place. I agree. Everyone's minds couldn't quite keep up. What is this situation? Before everyone could figure it out, Xiao Ran stared blankly at He Bao and said, Instructor He Bao, are you mistaken? He Bao suddenly laughed. Mistaken? Weren't you the one who just said that, as long as I agree, you would accept the tenfold workload? Xiao Ran was at a loss for words. She stubbornly explained, Instructor, I was just kidding. Before Xiao Ran could finish, He Bao directly interrupted her. Your Director Chen just said, Dicheng Academy doesn't need students who say one thing and do another. You can regret it now. But you will be expelled from the academy. Xiao Ran suddenly thought at this moment that she deserved that punch from He Bao. She even wanted to slap herself twice. The surrounding students watched, but no one dared to speak up for her. They only looked at me with more hostility. Because I had proposed the tenfold workload increase, they had to endure intensified training. While I could let Xiao Ran complete it for me, everyone felt it was unfair. Before long, they heard He Bao's words. He Bao said, This student Gus' courage is commendable. I declare that from now on, Student Ju will be the class monitor during the military training. His words are equivalent to my commands. If anyone dares to disobey, it is a provocation to the instructor, and they will be expelled from Dicheng Academy. Instantly, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Just now on the stage, Instructor He Bao even said, I don't know my place, trying to train me to death? It's only been a little while. He Bao praised my courage. How fickle. The ones who mocked me clearly look pale. They are also worried I will take revenge. Xiao Ran suddenly looked at He Bao and said, Instructor, some instructors will appoint a student in the class as the class monitor, but usually, the class monitor assists the instructor in training the students. I've never heard of it. The class monitor's authority can be equal to the instructor's. You're giving him so much power. It's not good for him, or for all the students in the class. It will only make him disrespect you. Hell, even walk all over you. I hope you can think thrice before making a decision. Hearing this, the students' eyes lit up. They hurriedly nodded in agreement. He Bao shouted coldly, All of you, shut up. The students were stunned. He Bao's gaze swept over everyone. The students all shivered. He Bao stared fixedly at everyone in the class. His voice was stern. My word is an order. Your job is not to question, but to obey. From now on, I don't want to hear from anyone's mouth the word no. Otherwise, get the hell out of this class. The students couldn't help but shiver. They looked at He Bao with reverence. He Bao, with a cold and stern face, asked, My words, did you all hear me? The students unconsciously stood up straight. In unison, they shouted, Heard you. Seeing everyone's obedience, He Bao nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at me, his face showing a hint of flattery. Friend Gu, let's begin the training. My gaze shifted from He Bao to the students in the class. I said, 10 laps. Finish in 2 hours, if you can't finish. At that, I curled the corner of my lips. You can try and see. What will happen if you don't finish? The students all gasped. They felt that I was a bit terrifying at this moment. But the next moment, a doubtful voice suddenly rang out. 2 hours for 10 laps. Everyone immediately reacted. 2 hours for 10 laps. Is he kidding? Some people looked at me mockingly. They can try. What will happen if they don't finish? Let's try then. It's not like I can kill them. No one noticed the pitying look on He Bao's face. Next, I turned to look at Xiao Ran. They get 10 laps. You get 100 laps. Same. Finish in 2 hours. If you don't finish, the punishment will be based on the number of laps you're short. Xiao Ran sneered. Without speaking, she looked at me as if I were a jumping clown. He Bao, in his heart, held a moment of silence for her and the students in the class. I suddenly turned to look at him. As the instructor, you must set the highest standard. So, your task is the same as Xiao Ran's. Also 100 laps. He Bao's smile froze on his face. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at me as if I were crazy. Instructor He Bao only told me to be the class monitor. Yet I dare to train He Bao in return. Instructor. Everyone thought He Bao would strip me of my class monitor title, then tell me to get lost. However, He Bao's words made everyone freeze on the spot. He Bao weakly reminded me, Friend Gu, did you forget something? What? I am the instructor now. You're the student. The students were all stunned to hear this. I looked at He Bao with a faint expression and asked, this military training lasts for 10 days. Do you want to waste these 10 days? I originally planned to leave right after the opening ceremony. The reason I stayed was to help He Bao and the other's strength take a qualitative leap. He Bao subconsciously shook his head. No. He then asked carefully, it's just, can the number of laps be a little less? The students were even more shocked. They didn't understand. I was appointed class monitor by He Bao. Now I want to act tyrannically over He Bao. Not only was he not angry, but he even tried to bargain with me. Before everyone could figure it out, I looked at He Bao and spoke unhurriedly. Do you have an opinion on my arrangements? He Bao subconsciously stood up straight. He raised his head, puffed out his chest, and replied, no opinion. I nodded slightly. Then I turned to look at the students. Does anyone else have an opinion? The answer was silence. I took it as everyone's tacit agreement. No opinions. I nodded lightly. I took out my phone and opened the stopwatch. 2 hours. Timing starts now. As soon as I finished speaking, He Bao immediately dashed out. Xiao Ran and the other students looked at He Bao's retreating figure. Their expressions were complicated. Then, some students quickly followed. However, many students started jogging leisurely. A few male students didn't even run. I only glanced at everyone's actions. I didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the commotion in my class quickly attracted the attention of other classes. They started whispering, curious why I wasn't the one running. Hearing their instructors shout, the students immediately shut up and looked straight ahead. They didn't notice. Their instructors all glanced at He Bao with schadenfreude. I stood on the spot. My gaze swept over the students. I switched my phone to the WeChat interface. I sent a message to Xie Qingming. On the other end of the phone, Xie Qingming saw my message. She couldn't help but curl the corner of her lips. But the next moment, I don't know what she thought of, but she snorted coldly. Then she sent an emoji that said I have approved. I looked at the emoji on the screen and smiled faintly. Cute. Xie Qingming looked at that cold emoji. She couldn't see anything cute about it at all, but seeing that I was praising her, she still reluctantly asked me, aren't you in military training? How do you have time to look at your phone? I smiled faintly. Military training isn't as important as you. Do you miss me? Do you want to come to the academy to find me? However, before I could see Xia Qingming's reply, a cold shout suddenly rang out. What is that student over there doing? I turned my head and saw Jiang Siqi. Jiang Siqi saw me immediately. She froze. She didn't expect the one she shouted at was me. Just as Jiang Siqi was about to pretend she didn't see me and turn to leave, Director Chen saw this. His face turned cold. He immediately looked at me and shouted coldly, not completing your 10 times larger task, and you dare to play on your phone here. A piece of trash like you still dreams of getting into the new Grand Commander's 100-man troop that's about to be formed. I think you're just daydreaming. Jiang Siqi heard Director Chen's words. She looked at him as if he were an idiot. Does Commander Jiu need to join? If it weren't for me, there would be no 100-man troop. Director Chen didn't notice Jiang Siqi's look. He stared at me coldly. According to the Academy's regulations, the rules during military training are implemented according to the War Department's regulations. Commander Jiang, according to the War Department's regulations, he disobeyed the instructor's orders during training and played on his phone during training time. How should this be handled? Hearing this, Jiang Siqi's face immediately stiffened. Director Chen couldn't help but frown. He sighed and said, it seems Commander Jiang thinks he is not a member of the War Department. and is worried he can't handle the punishment, then how about this? Personally supervise him to complete 10 times the normal military training task. When that time comes, if he can become a member of the 100-man troop, he will definitely remember your kindness. When that new Grand Commander finds out about this, perhaps he will even commend you for your contribution. Jiang Ziqi felt that the new Grand Commander would not. Director Chen couldn't hear Jiang Ziqi's inner thoughts. He stared intently at me, thinking that as long as I was hospitalized during military training, there would be no way for me to take him to the principal's office. Director Chen looked at Jiang Ziqi, a smile on his face as he spoke. Commander Jiang, I'll leave this delinquent student to you. Feel free to train him. If anything goes wrong during the training, the academy will take responsibility for you. Jiang Ziqi really wanted to hit someone right now. At this moment, I spoke coldly. This Director Chen, previously, because you are a high-level academy official. I didn't want to ruin D City Academy's reputation because of you, so I was prepared to wait until after school tonight to take you to the principal's office for a good talk. But now, I might have to collect some interest first. Before Director Chen could react, I jutted my chin towards Jiang Ziqi. Director Chen was a bit stunned. He sneered. If he didn't know that I only came from Yun City to see you, he might actually be scared, as if I could order Jiang Ziqi to do anything to him. Just as he was thinking, Director Chen felt a huge force hit his stomach. His whole body stumbled back before he stabilized himself. His face was contorted in pain. He looked at Jiang Ziqi in shock. Commander Jiang, you. Before he could finish, Jiang Ziqi's figure approached again. A fist slammed into Director Chen's face. Director Chen was punched, his head snapping to the side. At the same time, his body lost its balance and fell to the ground. The commotion here was not small. It immediately attracted the attention of the students in the nearby squads. They saw Director Chen fall to the ground. They were all completely stunned. Director Chen was hit by Commander Jiang. How is that possible, didn't they say? That Commander Jiang and Director Chen had a very good relationship. Gu Muye looked at Director Chen on the ground. A cold smile on her face. She really admired it. This guy's ability to court death. He deserves to be killed. I walked to Director Chen's side. I looked down at Director Chen from above. Then I slowly raised my foot and stomped on his right hand. Director Chen's eyes widened. What do you want to do? I am a high-level academy official. You're just a student. You dare to touch me. At the very least, you'll be expelled from the academy. I smiled lightly. I didn't say anything. I just increased the pressure from my foot. The continuous sound of breaking fingers rang out. Along with it came Director Chen's blood-curdling screams. The students who saw this all gasped. They looked at me in shock. He actually hit Director Chen. Director Chen is a high-level academy official. Doing this, he won't just be expelled from the academy. He might even go to jail. I looked down at Director Chen with a faint gaze. Seeing him regain some consciousness from the extreme pain, I spoke unhurriedly. This hand is a small lesson. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as just one hand. The surrounding students were even more astonished to hear this. They didn't think there was a man so unafraid of death like me. Director Chen subconsciously clenched his uninjured left hand. He looked at me furiously. Find the principal. Didn't you want to find the principal? Come with me to find the principal now. My movement to turn and leave stopped. I tilted my head to look at him and suddenly smiled. I looked at Director Chen and spoke. Originally, after I crippled this hand of yours, as long as you behaved, after school, I might not have taken you to the principal's office. But since you requested it yourself, if I don't agree, it might seem a bit inhumane. Wait for me at the entrance to the principal's office after school. However, just as I finished speaking, Director Chen furiously ordered me, go now. I glanced at him faintly. I am busy now. After speaking, I didn't look at Director Chen anymore. I walked directly towards the edge of the school grounds. Director Chen looked at my back. He shouted coldly, stop. I had no intention of stopping. Director Chen continued to shout, stop for me. But it was still useless. Director Chen's face was flushed with anger. Go Muya reminded him. Don't shout anymore. If you anger him, you really won't just lose a hand. Director Chen turned his head sharply. Gu Muya walked to his side and said faintly, out of respect for the old man of the Chen family, who helped the Gu family in the past, I am kindly reminding you, don't provoke him, or no one will be able to save you. Director Chen gave Gu Muye a deep look. He clutched his right hand with his left and staggered up from the ground. With a grim face, he looked at my back. After school, at the entrance to the principal's office. I'll be waiting for you. Not caring whether I heard him or not, he left for the infirmary. Gu Muye looked at Director Chen and couldn't help but shake her head. The students from other classes all looked at me with suspicion. Could it be that I really have some kind of backing? No one noticed that Shen, acting as the teaching assistant for Gu Muya's class, had recorded the entire process of what just happened. He dares to openly assault a high-level academy official. That's equivalent to blatantly challenging the academy's regulations. No one can save him. Gu Muye just spoke up to help me warn Director Chen. He could also spin a story about it. This shameless pair, neither of them will have a good end. Thinking of this, the corner of his lips curled into an extremely cold arc. Jiang Ziqi gave Go Mu Ya a look that said, "Control yourself." Then she walked towards me. 2 hours later, He Bao finished 16 laps and stopped in front of me, still breathing heavily. As for the other students, except for 2 who ran 7 and 6 laps, the rest of them hardly showed any signs of fatigue. I glanced at these students faintly. My eyes were a bit cold. "Line up." The students slowly formed a line. They looked at me calmly, as if looking at a jumping clown. "I am not an instructor, just a student." "What are they afraid of me for?" I spoke coldly. "Those who ran less than 5 laps. Step forward." 70-something students leisurely stepped forward, with an attitude of "I've stepped out. What can you do to me?" He Bao held a moment of silence for them in his heart. I looked at their attitude, my face showing no surprise or anger. I raised my hand, showing the object in my hand to everyone. All the students' faces changed at the same time. It was a War Department secret box. A student suddenly stepped forward, looking at me with a puzzled expression, and asked, "How do you have this?" The War Department's secret box is used to store extremely important items. Only the owner's fingerprint can open it. If a non-owner forces the box open, the items inside will be automatically destroyed. These War Department secret boxes are extremely rare. They are almost all in the hands of a few high-level War Department officials. They didn't understand. How could I have such an important item from the War Department? I ignored that student's question, and directly used my fingerprint to open the box. Rows of black pills were exposed to the air. I handed the pills to He Bao. "Give them 1 each." He Bao nodded in acknowledgement and quickly ran in front of me. He took the pills and distributed them to the students. Everyone couldn't help but frown looking at the pills. They instinctively felt that this was not a good thing. I looked at everyone and ordered, "Swallow it." Everyone looked at each other. No one moved. Xiao Ran sneered and said, "Friend Gu, these people are basically all from the noble families of the imperial city. They are not comparable to a commoner from a small place like you. If their bodies are ruined from eating something you gave them, you can't bear those consequences." The students all nodded in agreement. I looked at 3 of the students among them. My gaze suddenly turned cold. "Then today I'll tell you, your background is your good fortune, not the capital for you to look down on others." The students couldn't help but flinch, but they quickly realized what they were afraid of. It's beneath them. They, the peasants, showed regret on their faces. "So what if it's lucky? We were born well. That's our skill. If you know what's good for you, get out of class 6. Our class doesn't welcome a lowly piece of trash like you." Hearing this, my gaze grew colder. I turned to look at He Bao. "Hey Bao, I don't care what method you use. Make them take the pills. If anyone doesn't, you take it for them." He Bao's heart tightened. The students were stunned to hear this. They quickly opened their mouths to persuade him. "Instructor He Bao, remove him as class monitor. You are our instructor." When did it become this guy's turn to walk all over you? None of them thought that upon hearing their advice, He Bao's expression would become extremely ugly. "All of you, shut up." The students looked at He Bao in astonishment. As long as He Bao isn't an idiot, he should know they're all doing this for his own good. Furthermore, they saw fear in He Bao's eyes. It seemed to be fear of me. Everyone's expression changed at once. Before everyone could figure it out, He Bao's cold, commanding voice rang out again. "Now, swallow the pills in your hands for me. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you personally." Everyone was stunned again to hear this. They didn't understand why He Bao was listening to me. He Bao didn't want to waste time. He directly started counting down. 3, 2, 1. He Bao shouted. In an instant, except for 2 people, everyone else put the pills in their mouths. He Bao's gaze locked onto the 2 people. Those 2 male students felt He Bao's gaze and their breath hitched. One of them quickly swallowed the pill. Seeing this, the other person also immediately swallowed his pill. A painful groan suddenly came out. Next, the student who made the sound suddenly fell to the ground. A female student subconsciously wanted to help him up. "Zhang Hang, what's wrong?" Just as she reached out her hand, intense pain suddenly came from her lower abdomen, spreading throughout her body. She couldn't help but scream. The other students who took the pills also fell to the ground completely. The students who ran more than 5 laps and Xiao Ran, watching everyone rolling on the ground, their hearts tightened. What's happening? Soon, a female student suddenly stood up. She stared at me and questioned, "What did you give them to drink?" I smiled faintly. "It might be a little uncomfortable after drinking it, but it's not harmful to the body." The student who stood up was immediately angry. Every single one of them is someone you can't afford to offend. If their bodies are ruined from drinking it, you'll be in for more than you can handle. I glanced at her faintly without saying anything. I walked in front of Xiao Ran. Then, I took out 10 pills from the War Department's secret box. "Swallow them." Xiao Ran stared at the pills in my hand for 2 seconds. She sneered and raised her head, her smile full of mockery and contempt. "Swallow them? Do you take me for an idiot?" After saying that, she raised her hand to strike my wrist, as if wanting to break my wrist. The students who were still standing nearby saw this and felt delighted. They were really fed up with me. At this moment, everyone seemed to have already seen my wrist being broken. A painful scene. Just as Xiao Ran's hand was about to touch me, I raised my hand and grabbed Xiao Ran's wrist, then twisted it lightly. The sound of a bone breaking suddenly rang out. Xiao Ran's pig-like scream also followed. The 20-odd students looked at Xiao Ran as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Xiao Ran is an ultimate warrior. He only relies on a scholarship. Just a worthless student. How could he have the strength to crush Xiao Ran? Before everyone could come to their senses, I raised my hand and grabbed Xiao Ran's chin. I forced 10 pills into her mouth. 3 seconds later, a blood-curdling scream came from Xiao Ran's mouth. She screamed twice and fainted from the pain. However, not even 2 seconds later, she was woken up by the pain again. This repeated itself. Xiao Ran was in so much pain she wanted to kill herself. I bent down, then used a rope to tie her wrists. Xiao Ran's hands were restrained. Understanding that she had been deprived of even the right to commit suicide, the screams from her mouth became even more miserable. She also began to fear me. The 20-odd people nearby looked at Xiao Ran. They didn't even dare to breathe. Everyone looked at me in fear. He Bao looked at Xiao Ran with pity. I put away the War Department secret box. The 20-odd people saw my action. Although the fear in their eyes hadn't dissipated, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But they hadn't been happy for more than a few seconds. When I took out another War Department secret box, everyone's expression changed completely upon seeing me. Under everyone's shocked gazes, I opened the box again. The pills in the box were slightly larger than the ones I just took out. I took out more than 20 pills from it. Then I spoke to He Bao. Give one to each of the remaining people. The 20-odd people who were already afraid of me couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Friend Gu, I know I was wrong. From now on, whatever you say goes. I'll listen to you. Please spare me. I ignored everyone's pleas. Seeing this, He Bao hurriedly took them. He distributed the pills to everyone. They refused to take them, dead or alive. He placed them directly on the ground in front of them. After He Bao finished distributing them, I spoke faintly. Swallow them. There was a moment of silence. No one moved. I tilted my head slightly. He Bao, go help them. Just as He Bao's affirmative response ended, the female student who had questioned me before suddenly took a step forward and said, I won't drink it. Anyway, I am not participating in this military training. I declare that I am now withdrawing from D City Academy. After this student spoke, a few more students stood up. I am withdrawing too. Count me in. After a few people spoke, they prepared to just leave. However, just as they were about to take a step, I spoke coldly. You can withdraw. Withdraw after school today. I don't have a rule about stopping midway. The female student heard this. She stopped walking. She sneered and started to walk again. But she hadn't taken more than a few steps when something flashed before her eyes. I grabbed her chin with one hand. The next moment, 2 pills were forced into her mouth. I made sure she swallowed them before letting go of my control over her chin. Miu Ru was immediately freed from her restraints. She immediately started dry heaving. She desperately wanted to vomit the pills out. However, it was useless. The pills immediately dissolved into her body. Pain, like a tidal wave, flooded every corner of her body. She suddenly went limp and fell to the ground. She couldn't even move a finger. The few people who initially wanted to leave suddenly stopped, subconsciously swallowing their saliva. As for the 20-odd people who didn't move, due to the fear I brought them, their breathing became rapid. I spoke faintly. Because you are more obedient than the people on the ground. The pills I gave you. The pain they bring is not as strong as theirs. But now it seems, it's apparently unnecessary. Hearing this, the students' expressions turned grim. One of the students hurriedly said, I'll take it. I'll take it now. He quickly stuffed the pill into his mouth, his movements swift. I looked at him faintly, then tilted my head slightly. My gaze fell upon the remaining people. Everyone felt my gaze, and their hearts tightened. I'll take it. I'll take it too. Soon, they all put the pills in their mouths. A few seconds later, except for me, all the students of Class 6 had completely fallen to the ground. He Bao looked at everyone with a slight sigh. More than 10 days ago, he also suffered this devastation. Now it was finally someone else's turn. However, the next moment, he was horrified to feel me looking at him. He Bao stammered, Friend Gu, what do you want to do? Under He Bao's horrified gaze, I took out the 3rd War Department secret box. The pills in this box were a whole size larger than the gray pills. I directly took out 9 pills for He Bao. He Bao really had a slight urge to cry. If I swallow these 9 pills, even if he doesn't die, it will hurt. He'll lose half his life. I looked at He Bao. My voice was faint. Swallow them in 3 seconds. Otherwise, the quantity will double. As soon as I finished speaking, He Bao quickly took the pills and swallowed them. Despite being mentally prepared, after taking the pills, He Bao still couldn't control his screams of pain. His body also trembled uncontrollably. His strong willpower protected him, preventing him from falling. I looked at He Bao with praise. As long as He Bao accumulates 100 milky white pills and doesn't have a mental breakdown, he will definitely become a high-level warrior. Many of the surrounding students were paying attention to the commotion here and started to lose focus on their training. The instructors were afraid of getting involved. They could only shout at them. In the end, it was still Jiang Ziqi who bore the pressure and had no choice but to walk over. She looked at me. Friend Gu, this is the academy. Isn't this a bit too much? I didn't answer but asked back, do you have a walkie-talkie to contact the other 9 instructors? Jiang Ziqi was stunned. What do you want to do? I held out my hand to her. Give me the walkie-talkie. Jiang Ziqi looked troubled. She hesitated, but still gave me the walkie-talkie. At this moment, the remaining 9 instructors had all told their students to rest on the spot. While the students were discussing the commotion on my side, the 9 instructors were talking on the walkie-talkie. So when I turned on the walkie-talkie, I immediately heard the following conversation. Yesterday, He Bao was still sighing. Today, he wanted to truly feel what it's like to be proud and elated. But now, I don't know about being proud. As for elated, he's definitely breathing in more than out. Bao is our captain. After all, how can you talk about him like that? Just as they were gloating, my voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. I spoke faintly. A few instructors. You truly have a life and death friendship with He Bao. You're really good to him. As soon as my voice rang out, the 9 instructors threw the walkie-talkies in their hands at the same time. Out, as if seeing a monstrous flood. The 9 of them were still shaken. I spoke again. If in 10 days, you can still live well, the male devil you speak of will give you a reward, a barrel of chocolate beans for each of you. The 9 instructors all froze. Quickly, they picked up their walkie-talkies. A voice that thought itself self-sacrificing came into my ears. Commander Gu, you have dedicatedly trained us for 10 days. We have benefited greatly from it. How could I be so shameless as to let you spend money? Before he could finish, I sneered. Who was it that just shouted male devil? A certain warrior was as if struck by lightning, instantly freezing on the spot. Seeing that no one answered, I couldn't help but hum lightly. A slightly shorter warrior hurriedly said, What? Male devil? Commander Gu, you must have heard wrong. I spoke again. I'll ask one last time. Who? A few people who had just denied it replied at the same time. Yu Qian, Ji Lan. Yu Qian and Ji Lan were both a little speechless. But soon, Yu Qian puffed out her chest. Commander Gu, that male devil was indeed shouted by me. I raised my eyebrows. Is that so? Then, however, before I could finish, Yu Qian quickly continued. Commander Jiu, Yu Qian's voice was earnest. What male devil? It's actually our affectionate nickname for you. Seeing Yu Qian soften, Ji Lan also chimed in. That's right. Commander Gu, you are like a lighthouse in our hearts. I directly cut them off. You too. Go arrange your students. The training task for the next 2 hours. Then, within 2 hours, 100 laps each. If you don't finish, I'll let you feel what a real male devil is called. The remaining 7 people heard this. They were all a bit gloating. Before everyone could continue their secret gloating, my voice rang out again. The rest of you, 10 laps. Timing starts in 1 minute. The smiles on the 7 people's faces immediately froze. The next moment, the 9 of them rushed towards the students in their classes. Each person's assigned task was to run 10 laps. When the 1 minute was up, the 9 instructors also dashed out at the same time. The vast school grounds were filled with figures trying to run. I returned the walkie-talkie to Jiang Ziqi. The people in class 6 inches front of me gradually woke up from the intense pain. I glanced at everyone. Line up. The students all endured the pain and slowly stood up. They quickly formed a formation. I looked at the female student who had just said she wanted to withdraw from the academy. Does Mu Ru still want to withdraw from the academy? Mu Ru's body trembled. She opened her mouth. In the end, she didn't dare to nod. But in her heart, she had already made a decision. After class today, she would directly submit her withdrawal application, and at the same time, suggest that the headmaster expel me. With just one glance, I understood Mu Ru's thoughts. I smirked and glanced at her. Then I looked at all the students in the class. I don't care what reasons you have. Before the military training ends, no one is allowed to drop out of D City Academy. Otherwise, it's not just D City Academy. All of D City won't have a place for you. The 100-man troop will also have no place for you. The students were stunned to hear this. Before they could speak, Xiao Ran's venomous voice came through. What big talk. Xiao Ran was staring at me with a gloomy face, because I had bound her wrist. She couldn't move at the moment, but she looked at me furiously. She wanted me dead. I watched as Xiao Ran slowly curled the corner of her lips. Next, I slowly walked towards Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran looked at me. She clearly felt a wave of pressure. She suddenly clenched her fists. She looked straight at me and said, Was I wrong? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to make it impossible for someone to survive in all of D City? And what ability do you have to stop anyone with talent from joining the 100-man troop? My answer to her was a kick. Xiao Ran had just struggled to sit up half a minute ago. Now she fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Ran only felt blood and chi surging in her chest. Bright red blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. I looked down at the suffering Xiao Ran and spoke indifferently. Rights? First, you get up. Then you can talk to me about rights. Xiao Ran clenched her uninjured left hand. She wanted to kill me. I am from the direct line of the first-rate Chen family of D City. You treat me like this. Aren't you afraid of revenge from my Chen family? Hearing this, I suddenly laughed. The Chen family? The next moment, I stepped forward and stomped on Xiao Ran's right leg. Before Xiao Ran could react, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Xiao Ran's miserable scream followed. I looked at her coldly. You should be glad I don't want to kill anyone here. Otherwise, today for you. It wouldn't just be a crippled arm and a leg. After I finished speaking, I tilted my head to look at Hai Bao beside me. He had just woken up from extreme pain. I spoke coldly. I don't want to see this kind of trash in the academy anymore. Hai Bao subconsciously nodded. Yes, yes, he scrambled up from the ground. With the fastest speed possible, he dragged Xiao Ran towards the main gate. The students of Class 6 stood frozen in place. They looked at me with even more fear. Mu Ru also looked at me coldly. She would definitely make this commoner, me, pay for what I've done. I suddenly looked at her. She couldn't help but flinch. Before I could do anything, my phone vibrated. I took out my phone to look and saw a message from Shai Qingming, teaching, building no. 7. Room 302. I was taken aback. I quickly noticed the message I had sent earlier, but there was no reply. Do you want to come find me? From this short message, my baby was clearly still sulking. Hey Bao through? Xiao ran out of the academy and ran back at this moment. I casually arranged things for Hey Bao and the students. The next training content. Then I walked towards the teaching area. It was class time. I walked to the bottom of teaching building no. 7. I heard whispers. I heard that Xiao Yunxi and Feng Dian are together. What a pity for Feng Dian. She's a goddess that can only be admired from afar. No one is worthy of her. I raised an eyebrow, hearing that. Xiao Yunxi is with my baby? How did I not know about this? I walked into room 302. I immediately saw Xia Qingming in the third row. Almost everyone in the class was looking at Shai Qingming. The professor had a slight headache. Too many people came to class today. All of them came to see Xia Qingming. He looked at Xia Qingming. Then he looked at me at the door. The classroom can't fit any more people. Could the person at the door please close it? A few students heard the voice and looked over. They were all taken aback when they saw me. A sudden gasp was heard. Why is it him? Someone asked curiously. You know him? Who is this? How have I never seen him before? The gasping male student looked at me. Then he sneered and said, Come on. Let me introduce you all. He seduced Her Highness, Chen Waner, and also seduced a little beauty. This morning, the little handsome guy and Her Highness Chen both came to bring him breakfast. The two of them happened to run into each other. Her Highness Chen saw that little beauty. She didn't say anything. She just turned around and left. The male student deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear. Xia Qingming raised an eyebrow at that. A questioning voice suddenly sounded. How is that possible? Her Highness Chen has been at the academy for a year. During that time, quite a few male students pursued her. She completely rejected them. Gu Chen is such an ordinary male student. How could he make Her Highness Chen bring him breakfast? Someone else asked. Isn't she a new student? Why is she here? The class suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Shai Qingming, whispering. They thought I was dumped by Chen Waner and came to hit on Xia Qingming. They admired my courage. To dare to leave military training midway. Everyone looked at me with ill intent. A new student skipping military training. Later, no matter which instructor they tell, it'll be in for a world of hurt. I heard their ridicule. With no expression, I walked towards Shai Qingming. Everyone saw. My movements suddenly went silent. No one thought that I would head straight for Xia Qingming. I directly sat down next to Xia Qingming. Seeing my action, almost all the men exploded at the same time. He actually sat next to Shai Qingming. How dare he? Everyone looked at me furiously. They wanted to kill this commoner who dared to approach Xia Qingming. Just when they thought Xia Qingming would move away from me. To everyone's surprise, Xia Qingming didn't turn and leave. She just glanced at me indifferently, then continued to read the book in front of her. Everyone froze at the same time. They thought Shai Qingming should avoid me. Some also thought that Xia Qingming was in a good mood today. That's why she didn't bother with me. Thinking of this, they looked at me furiously. A few male students also wanted to get closer to Xia Qingming. Then everyone saw me. I actually directly took the book from in front of Xia Qingming. Everyone held their breath. They couldn't help but gasp. Feng Dian might be a serious germaphobe. He's done for. He'll definitely be thrown out. They looked at me with schadenfreude. However, time passed minute by minute, second by second. Xia Qingming had no intention of chasing me away. I read the book I took from Xia Qingming. I read a few lines. I felt something was a bit off. I looked at the title on the cover. I immediately froze. I hurriedly opened the first page. The opening started with the topic of pa pa pa. Descriptions flooded my vision. I looked at Xia Qingming with a complicated gaze. Dominant CEOs, hot and sweet wife. Xia Qingming was also a bit stunned. She had come in a hurry. She had casually grabbed a few of Mo Yan's books. But what was all this nonsense? She subconsciously snatched the book from my hands and quickly hid it at the bottom of the stack of books. But she discovered that the book on top of this stack, the cover just so happened to say Dominant CEO, marry one, get one free. Xia Qingming was immediately speechless. I raised an eyebrow and took the top book, looking mischievous. Xia Qingning. You like this kind of book? Xia Qingning tried to explain. These books aren't mine. I just smiled faintly at her. The content of the dominant CEO book isn't bad. When we have time, let's try it. Hearing that, Xia Qingning, her eyes suddenly lit up. This book, Dominant CEO's Hot and Sweet Wife. In her past life, her confidant recommended it to her. The other person guaranteed that after she finished reading it, as long as she learned the essence of the little sweet wife, it would make him like her more. At that time, she even put herself in the role of the little sweet wife. She blushed and nodded. Everyone saw that Xia Qingming and I were interacting very harmoniously. They were all a bit stunned. Isn't Feng Dian always unapproachable? What they couldn't accept the most was that I even wanted to try it with Feng Dian, although they didn't know what to try. But from the book title I mentioned, they could also guess. It wasn't anything innocent. A muscular man directly stood up. His eyes were fixed on me. Get away from Feng Dian. The people next to him chimed in. You and Feng Dian are not from the same world at all. I advise you not to waste your effort. Feng Dian is not someone you can fantasize about. I tilted my head slightly. I spoke neither fast nor slow. She's not your girlfriend. Why are you acting like you're about to be cuckolded? The muscular man spoke again. We just can't tolerate a despicable man like you, defiling our goddess. I raised an eyebrow. If talking is considered defiling, then I say. I suddenly turned my head and kissed Xia Qingning's thin lips. At that moment, everyone seemed to have taken a fatal blow. I smirked at everyone. I spoke. If talking to her is considered defiling, then what does this count as? A simple sentence, but it made everyone's mind go blank. How can there be such a shameless man? Everyone looked at me, wanting to tear me to pieces. They waited for Xia Qingming to kick me out. However, the next moment, Xia Qingming actually smiled faintly. Everyone was completely stunned. I glanced at the people around. My expression became serious. I just happen to like the woman you all think is from a different world. Even if you have objections, you better hold them in for me. From now on, if I hear anyone utter another word of nonsense, get the hell out of D-City Academy from me. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone immediately thought I was too arrogant. After a moment of silence, a muscular man rushed towards me. You're looking for death. Just as he was about to rush in front of me, Xia Qingning picked up a book and threw it. It hit the muscular man. The male student was hit by the book. He was sent flying directly. He slammed hard into the podium, frightening the old professor into taking a step back. The male student who fell to the ground didn't seem to feel any pain. He looked at Xia Qingning in shock. The goddess actually hit him. The others in the class were also stunned. An uncertain voice sounded out. Could it be that Feng Dian likes that male student? The people around looked at me with jealousy and unwillingness. In terms of background, in terms of looks, in terms of strength, most of them sitting here are much better than me. What right do I have to be with Feng Dian? After a few seconds of silence, a male student with a shaved head suddenly stood up. Feng Dian. This morning, he was seducing Her Highness Chen and another beauty. Don't be fooled by this kind of scumbag. As soon as he finished speaking, I raised my hand and threw an object. A badge hit the male student's chest. The force carried by that badge caused the male student's body to crash into a desk. The desk fell directly to the ground. Everyone was stunned on the spot. It took them a long time to come to their senses. They looked at me in surprise. It requires at least the strength of an intermediate-level warrior or higher to have such great power. But I am someone who comes from a small city. How can I have such strong talent and power? Before everyone could think clearly, a shocked voice sounded out. This is the headmaster's badge. Everyone heard the voice and looked over. They saw the badge immediately. Everyone was in disbelief. They didn't understand. How could I have the headmaster's badge? I looked at the muscular man who had fallen onto the podium. I spoke indifferently. I just said, if anyone says another word of nonsense to me, get the hell out of D-City Academy. Now you can go back and pack your things. Get ready to leave. The muscular man, just recovering from the fact that his goddess hit him for another man, woke up from his sense of defeat, then heard my words. He was completely stunned. And the male student who was knocked down by the badge initially wanted to get angry at me. He was also stunned when he heard my words. The atmosphere in the classroom froze. The old professor finally couldn't help but speak up. It's class time now. If the visiting student has something to take care of, please go outside. I apologized to the old professor with a nod. I took out the book, Dominant CEO's Hot and Sweet Wife. With my other hand, I held Xia Qingning's and walked directly out of the classroom. Everyone still didn't understand. In their eyes, I dared to show off the headmaster's badge. It was because the headmaster had given me this badge. What virtue or talent do I have? With doubt and jealousy, everyone stood up and followed. The two male students who fell to the ground got up. The muscular man took a deep breath and said to the male student who was knocked down by the badge, let's go to the field. Whether his badge is real or fake, his identity now is just a student. As long as he's a student, he must abide by the academy's regulations. Leaving the field without permission during military training, this is a major offense. As long as we tell the instructor about this, even if he isn't expelled, he definitely won't have a good ending. At that time, we will go find the headmaster and ask the headmaster to take back his badge. We will also be fine. The two male students helped each other to the field, but when the two saw the situation on the field, they both froze on the spot. Nearly 900 people were going wild on the field, running. The 9 people in instructor uniforms were running for their lives. The two were stunned. They walked towards He Bao. The muscular man said frankly, "Instructor, if a new student, in order to seduce the opposite sex, arbitrarily terminates military training and leaves the field, how should they be punished?" He Bao was stunned to hear that. He directly opened his mouth and asked, "Punish? Does this kind of person even need to be punished? Imperial Capital Academy doesn't need this kind of trash. Just tell him to get lost." The two male students' faces lit up with joy upon hearing this, just as they wanted to pull He Bao to find me. The muscular man noticed. A crowd was pouring in from the teaching area. He saw me at the head of the crowd. He hurriedly raised his hand and pointed at me, and said to He Bao, "Instructor, it's the male student at the very front." He Bao heard the voice and looked over. His whole body froze on the spot. He didn't think I would do something like seducing the opposite sex. He Bao's gaze suddenly fell on my hand and Xie Qingning's hand holding each other. His whole body felt like it had been struck by lightning. Many people from Class 6 looked at Xie Qingning, praising her beauty. Soon, they gasped again. Xie Qingning is holding hands with that guy named Gu Chen. Aren't they boyfriend and girlfriend? Everyone suddenly fell silent. They looked at me with jealousy and sighed. Not only is his strength especially strong, he is also liked by such a woman. This man is too happy. Seeing that He Bao was a bit out of it, the muscular man carefully asked, "Instructor, what you just told me, can you say it to him again later?" He Bao snapped back to his senses. He looked at the muscular man with confusion. "Say it again." "Say what?" The muscular man was stunned. A bad feeling arose in his heart, but before the two could snap out of it, I stopped, not far away. I looked at these two male students and frowned. "You didn't listen to what I said before." The student who was knocked down by my badge heard this and hurriedly ran over. He looked at me with schadenfreude. "No matter what badge you have in your hand, your identity is just a student. As a student, you didn't train properly during military training, but ran around the school. This has an extremely negative impact on the academy," the instructor just said. "You arbitrarily terminated your military training and left the academy's field. You can be directly kicked out of the academy." The students of Class 6 saw this and looked at He Bao's face, all with an expression of "you are on your own," unexpectedly. This most cowardly instructor in history, He Bao, even if he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. On the other hand, the male students following me heard the student's words. Their eyes lit up. They thought I was about to be in trouble. So they looked at He Bao expectantly, under everyone's gaze. He Bao's expression turned cold. He looked at the arrogant male student and questioned in a chilly voice, "When did you hear me say such words?" The male student stiffened. He turned to look at the students of Class 6. "Your instructor just said it. You all heard it." However, what answered him was a wave of silence. All the students of Class 6 lowered their heads at the same time, with no intention of speaking. Otherwise, whether they offend He Bao or me, they won't have a good ending. The male student saw the demeanor of the Class 6 students. He looked at He Bao with a sense of panic. "You clearly just said..." Before he could continue, He Bao directly interrupted. "You told me that he, in order to seduce the opposite sex, arbitrarily left the field. So, tell me, which member of the opposite sex did he seduce?" The male student answered in a panic. "He seduced Fang Dian," the female student holding hands with him. He Bao's expression grew colder. "Where's the proof?" The male student noticed that He Bao's attitude was not right. He tried his best to explain. Fang Dian had just sat in the classroom for a short while. He appeared in the classroom and did something filthy. The whole class saw it. They are all witnesses. He Bao suddenly laughed. Then he looked at the male student and spoke. "Student Yu asked me for leave. He did not arbitrarily terminate training. Secondly, the evidence you mentioned. In my eyes, it's just normal interaction between lovers, not seduction. Finally, you slandered a fellow student. I will report this to the academy and let the academy deal with you according to the regulations." After He Bao finished speaking, the scene fell silent. The muscular man and the student knocked down by the badge were stunned, clearly, when they just arrived. This instructor didn't say that. Why, as soon as I appeared, he not only denied his own words, but also started targeting them. And those behind me who were waiting to see me embarrassed also looked at me strangely. They thought this instructor He Bao was protecting me. Not only do I have the headmaster's badge, even the military training instructor is especially kind to me. They guessed who I was. And the two male students who had initially come were now in despair. They had originally thought these instructors were their last hope. But now, their hope was shattered. Just when the two were becoming more panicked and at a loss, the military training instructors had been running for 2 hours. They all fell to the ground, not far away. The muscular man saw this. A glint flashed in his eyes. He rushed to the instructor's side with the fastest speed. Then he scanned them and finally chose a target. He asked Gumuye, "This instructor. I want to ask, if a student..." During military training, asks for leave to go to the teaching area to date. Does that violate the military training regulations? Gu Muye was panting. She directly ignored him. The muscular man stiffened. Then he walked over to Gu Muye and bent down. He spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. 100,000. Instructor. You answer this question. I'll give you 100,000 XI a country currency. Jiu Mui looked at him. First, during military training, unless there's a physical problem, and it has been diagnosed by the academy's doctor, otherwise, it's impossible to ask for leave. If someone really dares to fake an illness to ask for leave to date, Gu Mui suddenly changed the subject. She looked at the muscular man with confusion and asked, there's still such trash in City Academy. However, just as she finished speaking, a pair of high-end black leather boots stopped beside her. Seeing the boots immediately, Gu Muye stiffened. Next, she subconsciously flipped over and got up from the ground, and a few instructors, lying next to her, panting, also scrambled up. Several people stood up straight at the same time and looked at me in horror. He Bao took 2 steps forward and looked at Gu Muye. Instructor Gu, who did you just say was trash? Gu Muye was terrified. She thought she was done for. At this moment, He Bao looked at her expression. He almost wanted to look up at the sky and scream a few times to pay respect to the brave warrior Gu Muye. Gu Muye saw that He Bao's expression was not right. She quickly thought of a possibility. She asked. This male student said, the piece of trash who went dating during military training is a student from your class. He Bao was stunned. The next moment, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The piece of trash who went dating midway. At first, he was worried that Gu Muye hadn't drawn enough hatred from me, and that I would remember him. But now he was completely at ease, but he was a little afraid that Gu Muye would lose her life. Immediately after, He Bao carefully looked at me. He saw my cold, grim expression. He thought that as the team captain, out of humanitarian spirit, he shouldn't just watch someone die. He looked at Gu Muye. Instructor Gu, isn't using the word trash a bit too harsh? Gu Muye suddenly laughed. That piece of trash is really from your class. He Bao sighed. He thought to himself, you're asking for death. I can't do anything about it. Then he stepped forward and patted Gu Muye's shoulder, giving Gu Muye a take-care look, then quickly stepped back to one side. Gu Muye didn't understand. I looked at her coldly and asked indifferently, what kind of trash did you just say I was? As soon as I finished speaking, Gu Muye's brain immediately stopped working. She didn't think that the new student the male student was talking about was actually me. She never thought that this devilish man, me, could actually be in a relationship, driven by a strong will to live. She quickly stood up straight. With a righteous back, she sternly said, hello, student Gu. I just said, those who are carried to the hospital during military training are all trash. But to still have the energy to be in a relationship, you will definitely have great achievements in the future. The surrounding students who were watching the show were stunned. At this moment, they suddenly lost their faith in the integrity of the instructors. They developed deep suspicions. Suddenly, an icy voice came through. Instructor Gu, you're twisting black and white for a man. That's probably not appropriate. And Chen walked over. The muscular man and the others saw in Chen and seemed to see hope again. I was already a bit annoyed. Now seeing in Chen jump out again, my expression turned completely cold, disappear from my sight in 3 seconds. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to walk out of here standing. And Chen was stunned by my words. The next moment, he laughed. What? Are you afraid it'll expose the relationship between you and Instructor Gu? Afraid it can't see the light of day? So you're angry. I slowly walked in front of him. He felt a heavy pressure attacking him and was immediately frightened. But thinking that I was just a country bumpkin from a small city, he suddenly regained his confidence. He took out his phone and pretended to want to open a video. He shouted at me coldly, stop right there for me. Otherwise, it'll make you know what regret is. I smirked and continued walking. And Chen saw that I didn't stop. He immediately got angry. You forced me. After speaking, he raised his hand to open the video. However, just as he raised his hand, I had already walked in front of him. I raised my leg and kicked him hard in the stomach, under intense pain. And Chen screamed miserably. His body flew directly 3 to 4 meters away. Immediately, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Many people looked at me in fear. I tilted my head slightly. I looked at everyone and spoke. I've said it. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Anyone who dares to act up in front of me again. Saying that, I pointed to Chen groaning on the ground. He is your predecessor. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe out. At this moment, in their hearts, there was only one thought. I can't afford to offend him. Suddenly, 2 figures walked over. It was Yang Li, who had been taught a lesson by Tang Ba Shen this morning, and the one who came with Yang Li was the headmaster's grandson, Chu Langsing, who had lost 3 teeth because of me before. Yang Li was stunned to see In Chen's miserable state. Then she quickly ran to In Chen's side and bent down. And Chen, how are you? At this moment, In Chen had woken up. He endured the pain and said, he seduced the instructor. All the instructors are biased towards him. My phone has evidence of Gomuye's bias towards him, saying that he looked at Chu Langsing. Chu Langsing, as a member of the academy, you absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of behavior. Chu Langsing opened his mouth, knowing what to say. He had only heard that Xia Qingming was here, so he came. If he had known I was also here, he wouldn't have come no matter what. After all, the 3 teeth I knocked out had just been implanted. He didn't want to lose a few more. Moreover, his grandfather had warned him that I was an existence he couldn't afford to provoke. So even though he hated me, he didn't dare to confront me. However, Yang Li didn't notice Chu Langsing's odd behavior. She heard in Chen's words, looked around, and suddenly stood up. She quickly walked to where the phone had fallen and picked it up. She sneered at me and said, "How dare you seduce an instructor? You've got some nerve." I didn't even look at her. I directly looked at He Bao and a few instructors. Everyone here who spoke nonsense to me, throw them all out of Imperial Capital Academy for me, and they will never have the right to enter the academy again. Yang Li sneered. You say we can't enter the academy, so we can't enter? Who do you think you are? Can you also order around the instructors of Imperial Capital Academy as you please? However, just as she finished speaking, He Bao grabbed her wrist. Soon, a few more miserable screams were heard. The muscular man, the student knocked down by the badge, and Chen and Yang Li were completely subdued. Yang Li was stunned. Aren't you guys instructors? This show-off is just a student. Why do you have to listen to him? As soon as she finished speaking, a crisp slap was heard. Yang Li turned her head. A stream of fresh blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. I slowly lowered my hand. Chu Langsing subconsciously took a few steps back, not daring to speak. The surrounding students who knew Chu Langsing were dumbfounded to see him retreat. They didn't think that the usually domineering young master also had someone he was afraid of. Just when the surrounding atmosphere became even weirder, Mu Shang from Class 6, who had sworn to make me look good, quickly pushed the headmaster in his wheelchair over. She pointed at me. Headmaster, it's this man. He's been running rampant in the academy. He is a scourge. If we don't expel him according to the academy's rules, the academy will be in chaos. Everyone saw the headmaster in the wheelchair and thought my doom was coming. After all, as a student, publicly beating up a fellow student, and the circumstances were extremely severe. According to the academy's regulations, he should be expelled. However, just when everyone was waiting for the headmaster to punish me, he frowned at Mu Sheng. Next, what he said made all the students feel like their worldview was collapsing. I think everyone knows that I am about to retire. Now, I will seriously tell you, the acting headmaster who will replace me has already arrived at the academy and has gone deep among you to understand the basic situation of the academy. Saying that, the headmaster smiled and turned to look at me. He continued, "Now, let me introduce you. This person is the one who will be replacing my position, Headmaster Xia." As soon as the headmaster finished speaking, the surroundings were deathly silent. No one thought that I, who came from a small city, would become the acting headmaster. Before everyone could react, I looked at the few people who were being restrained. I said coldly, "Throw them out." And Chen, who was being held down, stared at me in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, "Why are you the acting headmaster?" "I am going to the War Department to demand an explanation." I frowned. A silver glint flashed at my fingertip. A silver needle pierced his neck. "Since you don't know how to speak, don't speak ever again." And Shen's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Yang Le and the other 3 trembled in fear. They were dragged out by the instructor. They were green with regret. Everyone looked at me with complicated expressions. Mu Ru froze on the spot, as if she'd seen a ghost. I glanced at her coldly. "Roll out on your own, or should I help you?" Mu Ru clenched her fists. "Do you know who you've offended?" I grabbed her by the neck. "Who?" Mu Ru trembled in fear. She didn't dare to scream. "Idiot." I carelessly threw her to the ground. I turned and scanned the crowd. "Any more opinions?" The students shook their heads in unison. I said coldly, "Then get back to training." The crowd immediately dispersed. They lined up for formation. The former headmaster approached. "Headmaster Gu, the great families want to hold a selection for the 100-man troop. Would you like to watch?" I raised an eyebrow. "Selling spots?" The former headmaster shook his head. "Not entirely." "I'll take you there tonight." After the military training ended, I waved the book and gave Xia Qingming a wicked smile. "Let's find a quiet place to play the overbearing CEO game." Xia Qingming's eyes lit up. She pulled me away. Inside a bookstore, I pinned her against the wall, smirking, trying so hard to seduce me. "What do you want?" Xia Qingming was flustered. Then, she smiled charmingly. "Whatever I want. You'll give it to me?" My face turned cold. "You're not qualified to negotiate terms. 100 to buy you a bowl." Seeing her unsightly expression, I reluctantly said, 120. Can't go any higher. I was about to kiss her. Suddenly, a chilling intent attacked. Snowflakes fluttered down. I snapped my head up. Killing intent flashed in my eyes. I raised my hand and an Earth character star card appeared at my fingertips. A heavy aura spread out. The snowflakes began to melt in midair. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. A moment later, a figure appeared before us. I saw the newcomer, and a hint of surprise flashed in my eyes. A moment later, a young woman appeared before me, both demonic and pure. I looked at her, full of killing intent. Speak. How do you want to die? The young woman looked at me. An arrogant smile appeared in her eyes. You are very lucky. Congratulations, you have the honor of becoming my companion. Form a pact with me. I will help you become the strongest, standing at the very peak. Hearing this, I sneered. Companion. I am afraid you're not qualified for that. After speaking, my expression suddenly turned cold. At the same time, my fingers moved again. Next to the Earth character star card, a Wood character star card appeared. The young woman raised an eyebrow slightly. 2 star cards, but then she shook her head. People from our world, even with 2 star cards, cannot use them at the same time. It's not very effective. The moment she finished speaking, a streak of light flashed. In an instant, the 2 star cards merged into one. Waves surged in the young woman's eyes. It felt like a slap across her face. Those who can complete a star card fusion are all geniuses. She had never imagined. In this mid to low tier world, there would be a genius who could fuse 2 star cards. Before the young woman could react, a vine extended from the star card. It grew right in front of the young woman. From its tip, countless smaller vines suddenly sprouted, instantly surrounding the young woman. At that moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the young woman's hand. She waved the longsword. The vines were chopped into countless pieces. The young woman looked at me. Her initial disdain was gone. Even if you have 2 star cards, you still can't hurt me. Become my companion. I will help you get everything you want. Hearing that, I suddenly laughed. Can't hurt you? How about this? The moment I spoke, a metal character star card appeared at my fingertip. The young woman's face completely changed. 3 star cards. What kind of person are you? She had investigated before coming here. This world has very few star cards. There are almost no families that possess 2 star cards, but I had 3 star cards. The young woman was still in shock. The 3 star cards completed their fusion. At the same time, the vines wrapped around her again. Only this time, the vines had a metallic sheen and grew countless metal thorns. The young woman swung her sword again. However, this time she couldn't cut through the vines. It only left a small mark. The young woman shouted without hesitation. I surrender. She still wanted to win me over as a companion. There was no need for a lose-lose situation. The young woman looked at me ardently. I just looked at her blandly. I said, I want you to choose how to die. The young woman hesitated. Then, an ancient book appeared in her hand. The ancient book appeared, emitting a heavy aura. This book was no ordinary object. Become my companion. The young woman's voice was tinged with an ancient, bewitching quality. This book will be yours. I was not swayed. I just looked at the young woman and asked, what is this book? The young woman continued. The Book of Stars, an ancient book passed down from antiquity. It was once prophesied that the one who can make this book acknowledge them as its master is the destined emperor of all heavens and realms. I chuckled. That powerful? What does it do? Specifically, the young woman focused on me. Form a companion pact with me, and I will tell you. I shook my head again, but I am not interested in becoming a companion to a fox. Hearing this, the young woman was flustered. Her disguise was very good. How did I find out? Before she could speak, I continued. A companion is definitely out of the question, but a pet can be considered. The young woman's expression turned cold. You are insolent. However, the moment the young woman finished speaking, I grabbed her by the neck. The young woman clearly felt a sense of suffocation. Before she could react, a drop of fresh blood suddenly flew from my finger and entered her forehead. The next moment, the young woman's mind was branded with a seal. The young woman froze completely. At this moment, Xia Qingming spoke coldly. What? Is being a pet not good enough? The young woman stiffly turned her head. She met Xia Qingming's eyes and couldn't help but shrink back. Xia Qingming suddenly raised her hand and grabbed her by the collar. The next moment, a white light flashed. A silver-white snow fox appeared in Xia Qingming's hands. Bewilderment lingered in the snow fox's eyes. Xia Qingming placed the fox on my shoulder. Her voice was cold. If you dare to seduce him, it'll make sure you lose the ability to find a male fox forever. The little fox's heart fluttered under her gaze. It quickly nodded. I smiled gently at Xia Qingming. I stroked the little fox on my shoulder. Your name is Shu Wei Yu. The little fox nodded. I spoke to it through our pact. Call me master. Let me hear it. The little fox fur bristled immediately. Don't bully a fox too much. I laughed and stopped teasing it. I bent down to pick up the Book of Stars from the ground. I tried to open this book, but it wouldn't open no matter what. I quickly gave up. Tilting my head, I looked at the little fox on my shoulder. Now you can tell me what this book does. The little fox hesitated. It replied in my mind. Actually, I came to this world to find the star essence, to open this ancient book, but I ran into enemies who were chasing me. They seriously injured me. Although I got some clues about the star essence, but because I can't maintain my human form for long, I haven't had a chance to continue the search. I raised an eyebrow. Star essence, I said. The initial, half of the star essence that the Liu family head gave me appeared in my hand. I have half of it here. Do you have clues about the other half? The little fox eyes immediately lit up. I know where the other half is. The little fox named a location. Hearing this, I smiled. Originally, I just wanted to watch the excitement tonight, but now it seems I have to make the trip. I collected my thoughts. I looked at Xia Qingming again and stepped forward. Xia Qingming subconsciously took a few steps back. I directly pushed her against the wall, and my words came out, making Xia Qingming's breathing quicken. I said with a smile, "Darling, let's continue." With that, I wrapped my arm around Xia Qingming's waist, kissing Xia Qingming's thin lips. My hand also slid down from her waist. The little fox subconsciously covered its eyes, but the hall door was suddenly pushed open. The headmaster was in a wheelchair. He appeared at the main door. Behind him were many students. Everyone saw Xia Qingming being pushed against the wall and kissed. They all froze. I heard the commotion and pulled away from Xia Qingming. The murderous glare in my eyes could not be hidden at all. The former headmaster cried out inwardly. Without hesitation, he started explaining. That is, some students disappeared here. I was worried something happened to you. Hearing this, my expression softened slightly. I picked up the little fox. Where are those missing students? The former headmaster and the students, hearing me talk to a fox, they all thought I was possessed. The little fox's resentful voice echoed in my mind. They're all alive. Ill, let them go. I nodded, and the next moment, a light flashed at the top of the bookstore. The sound of several footsteps came from upstairs. Everyone felt awkward hearing the commotion. A few students came down the stairs. Their faces were haggard. Many people looked at me in shock. A student who came down greeted the headmaster. The headmaster looked at the only male student among them. This male student looked to be in his 20s. He was the only other male god besides Xiao Yunqi, Rong Jingyan. The headmaster sighed in relief. Follow me, about what happened during this time. I need to understand it thoroughly. He greeted me a little uneasily. Seeing that I didn't object, he then led them away. Before leaving with the headmaster, Rong Jingyan turned his head to look at Xia Qingming and smiled faintly. Xia Qingming? Thank you. Although he couldn't see the situation here clearly, he felt that Xia Qingming had saved him. Seeing this, the four people beside him also thanked Xia Qingming. The headmaster then left the hall. However, a few students had no sense of not disturbing others. They had no intention of leaving. I secretly memorized their faces, leaving the hall. During the afternoon training, the students I had memorized received my full and special attention. Some of them almost ended up in the hospital. During that time, Xia Qingming's little assistant came once to take Xia Qingming to handle some matters. Soon, it was time for school to end. I went directly to the hall in front of the headmaster's office. However, as soon as I entered the hall, I ran into Director Chen. Director Chen saw me. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He said, "Should I say you have courage? Or should I say you're not afraid of death?" It was just after school. Many passing students noticed the commotion here. Because of my status as the acting headmaster, no one dared to step forward. Looking at Director Chen, as if looking at an idiot, Director Chen still dares to cause trouble for me now. Isn't this just asking for it? I glanced blandly at Director Chen. I am not interested in wasting time with you here right now. After speaking, I looked directly at the people around. I need 10 people, as long as you can throw him out of the academy. Each person will be rewarded with 1 academic credit. Director Chen was disdainful. He snorted coldly. Academic credit? Who do you think you are? A student's academic credit. But before Director Chen could finish, several students rushed forward and restrained him. Director Chen was bewildered. Just as he was about to be thrown out of the academy, the former headmaster happened to walk out of the hall. Director Chen saw the former headmaster. His eyes lit up. However, when he saw the person next to the former headmaster, his expression suddenly changed. Not just Director Chen. The students who saw that person also stopped in their tracks. It was a middle-aged woman. She wore a War Department badge on her chest, a 4-star high-ranking commander. Just 1 step away from being a Grand Commander. Why would such an important figure appear in the academy? The middle-aged woman saw the chaotic scene before her. She couldn't help but frown. She looked at the headmaster and asked, "Headmaster, what is going on here?" Before the former headmaster could speak, Director Chen quickly said, "Headmaster, this student has disrespected his superior. Not only did he break my arm, he even conspired with these students to throw me out of the academy. I asked the headmaster to expel this student according to the academy's regulations, and to deal with these students as well." The middle-aged woman, that is, Cheng Minjing, heard this and looked over. Seeing my calm and composed attitude, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. It was the first time she had seen a student who, after beating up a high-level academy staff member, could still be so calm and composed. The moment Director Chen finished speaking, the students looked at Director Chen. As if looking at an idiot, Cheng Minjing was flustered. The headmaster spoke icily. Chen Niansheng, this Imperial City Academy has no place for you. Go pack your things and prepare to leave. Director Chen was stunned, but in his eyes. Even if the headmaster wanted to protect me, he had to at least put on a show. Even if I wasn't directly expelled, I definitely wouldn't have a good outcome. But he didn't expect. Not only did the headmaster not punish me, he even wanted to expel him. Chang Minjing also looked at the headmaster with suspicion. She quite liked thorny little characters like me. The first time she saw me, she wanted to pull me into the war department, but rules are rules. If the headmaster, because of my mistake, arbitrarily dealt with a high-level academy staff member, she couldn't agree to that either. Director Chen came to his senses. He took a deep breath and questioned the headmaster. Headmaster, even if I have to die, shouldn't you let me die with a clear reason? The former headmaster frowned at this. What is unclear to you? Hearing this, Director Chen's face grew uglier. I want to know, that lowly student from a small city, what right does he have to your headmaster's badge? The former headmaster's face turned cold. You said, who is the lowly student from a small city? Director Chen sneered. He wasn't interested in continuing this nonsense with the headmaster. He turned his head to look at Chang Minjing. Commander, this person across from me is just a newly enrolled freshman, but on his first day, he received the headmaster's badge, and he's used the badge to wreak havoc in the academy. I implore you to report this to the War Department, to dismiss the headmaster, and expel this student. Chang Minjing frowned at this. Before she could speak, the headmaster laughed. Disrespecting teachers. Not understanding hierarchy, he, as the acting headmaster, needs your respect. What student? What teacher? Understand what student hierarchy. The moment the headmaster finished speaking, Director Chen froze on the spot. He looked at the former headmaster in disbelief. Acting headmaster? Chang Minjing also froze upon hearing this, but she quickly understood and nodded. So I really am, from the War Department. In that case, he wants to recruit me under his command. It should be much easier. Director Chen came to his senses. He sneered disdainfully. Headmaster, even if you want to defend him, you don't need to make up such an absurd reason. The War Department would send such a smelly brat to be the headmaster? Do you take me for a fool? The headmaster took a letter from his briefcase and slapped it onto Director Chen's chest. This is the appointment letter for the acting headmaster just issued by the War Department. See for yourself. Director Chen stiffly lowered his head, looking at the letter that fell to the ground. But he didn't dare to bend down and pick it up. He knew clearly in his heart, the headmaster would absolutely not dare to forge a War Department document. So he isn't a student. Director Chen's face turned pale. His lips trembled. He's the new headmaster. Just as she was hesitating whether to beg for mercy, a furious shout suddenly came from the distance. Who dares to touch my mother? Director Chen looked up. A look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Her daughter, Chen Feiyu, was running over quickly. This ultimate commander from the War Department had just arrived. She immediately saluted Chang Minjing respectfully. Mom, your hand. Chen Feiyu looked sorrowfully at her mother's swollen red wrist. Mom is fine. Go back quickly. Director Chen was afraid her daughter would offend Chang Minjing. She waved her hands repeatedly. But Chen Feiyu followed her mother's gaze and locked onto me. You're the one who hurt my mother. It was me. I nodded calmly. Is there a problem? A problem. Chen Feiyu sneered. Once I break your arm, there will be no problem. She charged towards me fiercely. The former headmaster was about to stop her, but was stopped by Chang Minjing. Chang Minjing wanted to use this opportunity to probe my strength. Bam! I slapped her in the chest. Chen Feiyu. She staggered back a few steps. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Chang Minjing's eyes lit up. A good seedling. This is definitely the most talented warrior she has ever met. Comrade, Chang Minjing took a step forward and said seriously, the new Grand Commander is organizing the 100-man troop. If you are willing to become my direct subordinate, I can directly give you an official spot. The entire field was in an uproar. The students looked at me with envy. The former headmaster's eyes also widened in surprise. I remained calm. I didn't know spots in the 100-man troop could be internally decided. The moment I finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. At this moment, everyone looked at me, stunned. I didn't just immediately. He even dares to question Chang Minjing's authority. You should agree first and then talk. The former headmaster was afraid I would anger Chang Minjing and lose this spot. He quickly reminded me, Headmaster Gu, now is not the time to ask about this. I acted as if I didn't hear, silently looking at Chang Minjing. Chang Minjing's face grew even colder. The former headmaster became even more worried. Headmaster Jiu. Before the former headmaster could continue, Chang Minjing suddenly raised her hand to interrupt him. She looked at me with a cold face. This comrade, are you disbelieving my words, or questioning my ability? Chang Minjing's gaze was extremely aggressive. My expression remained calm. I simply want to ask. Internally, deciding a spot in the 100-man troop. Did it get Feng Shen's permission? This sentence of mine shocked everyone. They were sure I was crazy, angering Chang Minjing. What benefit is there for me? Chang Minjing said coldly. Right. I didn't think that Chang Minjing, would also misjudge someone. Consider what I just said as unsaid. After saying that, she walked directly towards the academy's main gate. The headmaster couldn't stop her. He could only sigh. I looked at Cheng Minjing's retreating back thoughtfully. The former headmaster sighed with regret. An official spot in the 100-man troop, such a good thing. And it was lost, just like that. The students looked at me as if I were a freak. They suspected there was something wrong with my head. Any normal person would agree to join the 100-man troop. I turned my head to look at the former headmaster. Let's go, the former headmaster said awkwardly. Go where? I frowned. To the activity location you mentioned this morning. Hearing this, the former headmaster looked at me with an even more complicated expression. My purpose in wanting to take you there was hoping you could get a spot in the 100-man troop, but that spot was just delivered to your hands. And you didn't take it. What's the point of going now? I retorted. When did I say that I am going in order to join the 100-man troop? The headmaster was flustered again. He felt completely unable to understand me. I wasn't interested in wasting words with him either. I started walking towards the main gate. The headmaster hesitated, but finally followed. Everyone else also quickened their pace to follow. They wanted to see if I would do something earth-shattering. Cheng Minjing took a car to the Xie family's luxurious mansion. Her expression was still gloomy. Just as she was about to enter the Xie family's main gate, a car stopped beside her. Gumunya stepped out of the car. Cheng Minjing felt the powerful aura around her and stopped in her tracks. Gu Munya saw the War Department badge on Cheng Minjing's chest. She was flustered at first. She quickly stepped forward to greet Cheng Minjing. Hello. Cheng Minjing nodded. Seeing this, Gu Munya prepared to leave. Cheng Minjing suddenly pressed her shoulder. Gu Munya instinctively leaned to the side, and in a counter move, controlled Cheng Minjing's hand. But she quickly realized what she had done. Gu Munya quickly took a step back, preparing to apologize. Cheng Minjing raised her hand to stop her. To have such strength and reaction speed at such a young age. Your future is promising. Gu Munya quickly opened her mouth. Thank you for your praise, Commander. Cheng Minjing smiled and asked, What's your name, comrade? Gu Munya replied, My name is Gu Munya. Cheng Minjing nodded. Comrade Munya, are you here today for the recommendation spot for the 100-man troop? Gu Munya nodded. Yes, to be precise. A comrade in arms told her that a spot was given from above. She wanted to come and try her luck. Cheng Minjing immediately smiled and said, Work under me from now on. I will fight for one for you. An internally decided spot in the 100-man troop. Internally decided? Gu Munya was flustered. There's such a good thing. Cheng Minjing saw Gu Munya's reaction and frowned. You don't believe I have this ability? Having the recent experience with me, Gu Munya quickly said, Of course. I believe her. After speaking, she saluted Cheng Minjing again. To be appreciated by you is my honor. I will definitely not disappoint you, Commander. Hearing this, Cheng Minjing showed a satisfied expression. This is the reaction one should have upon hearing her words. It seems my luck isn't bad. I hope you can make me proud. Let that person who just questioned me understand what he has lost. Gu Munya didn't understand. Questioned? Cheng Minjing smiled and nodded. Yes, I just met a warrior who is not as good as you. He questioned whether I could provide an internally decided spot. Cheng Minjing was a little glad at this moment. If I had just decided, I would have missed out on Gu Munya. Gu Munya was flustered upon hearing this. You gave him such a good opportunity. Not only was he ungrateful, he even questioned your words. Cheng Minjing sighed. Yes. Gu Munya's face turned cold. She was immediately filled with righteous indignation. I can't believe the War Department still has such an ungrateful person. Rest assured, when I enter the 100-man troop, I will definitely strive to improve my strength. If I meet him in the future, I will make him regret coming into this world. The moment she finished speaking, she saw me walking over. The moment she saw me, Gu Munya stiffened slightly. Why is this male devil appearing here? Cheng Minjing looked at me. The smile on her face immediately faded. I walked up to Gu Munya and sized her up. I didn't realize before that you had such lofty ambitions, but your current strength is not enough to support your ambition. After speaking, I raised my hand and patted Gu Munya's shoulder. You must start doubling your efforts tomorrow. Gu Munya froze. What ambition did she have? She just wanted to enter the 100-man troop. Could it be that I think she should rely on her own strength to get into the 100-man troop? At this point, Gu Munya's expression became serious. She quickly turned to look at Cheng Minjing and said, Commander, it is my honor to be appreciated by you. But, I think, I should rely on my own ability to enter the 100-man troop. If my own strength is not enough, and I take someone else's spot, not only is it unfair to others, it's also irresponsible to myself. Cheng Minjing froze upon hearing this. She had been rejected once again. But thinking that Gu Munya had agreed to work under her, she thought it was acceptable. She looked at Gu Munya with appreciation, a young lady with a future. This time, it seemed she had really found a treasure. Gu Munya not only has strong strength and reaction ability, she also has such a heart and spirit. Such a person decided to follow her. Thinking of this, Cheng Minjing revealed a proud smile. She hesitated and took out a silver ring from her pocket. Munya, consider this a greeting gift from me. Wear this ring. People in the war zone will understand that you are my person. Your future work will be much more convenient. Hearing this, Gu Munya looked at my expression. It was certain it hadn't changed much. Only then did she sigh in relief. Then she looked at the ring in Chang Minjing's hand. If she got this ring, it was basically equivalent to being able to walk sideways in the war zone. Gu Munya took a deep breath. She looked at Chang Minjing and spoke respectfully. Thank you, Commander Chang. If there's anything in the future, just give the order. I will definitely do my best to complete it. Chang Minjing smiled and patted her shoulder again. Get first place in today's activity. Let that brat, who dared to question my authority, understand clearly that there are many people stronger than him. Without him, I will only find more outstanding talents than him. Gu Munya looked at the ring and immediately said with a serious face, in the activity later, if he takes the stage on his own initiative, I will openly and honorably exchange blows with him. If he doesn't dare to go up, I'll force him onto the stage even if I have to drag him. Hearing this, Chang Minjing immediately laughed out loud. Good girl. You have a future. After Chang Minjing finished speaking, she wanted to pull Gu Munya into the Xie family's main gate. Rong Jingyan's voice suddenly came. Auntie Chang. Chang Minjing tilted her head slightly and saw Rong Jingyan getting out of a car. Chang Minjing immediately stood up straight, then bowed slightly. Your Highness. Rong Jingyan quickly stepped forward and supported Chang Minjing's arm. Auntie Chang, you don't need to mind these empty formalities when you see me. Gu Munya was flustered. She quickly spoke, respectfully. Your Highness. Although she didn't know Rong Jingyan's identity, from Chang Minjing's reaction, she could guess a little. Rong Jingyan smiled at Gu Munya. No need for formalities. After speaking, he tilted his head slightly to look at me standing beside them. Chang Minjing also looked at me. Seeing I had no intention of greeting him, her face turned completely cold. You don't even greet His Highness when you see him. I had already guessed Rong Jingyan's identity. I still had no intention of greeting him. Seeing me not move, Chang Minjing's face became even uglier. Just as she was about to strike me in anger, Rong Jingyan suddenly raised his hand. Auntie Chang. He's just a commoner. It's normal that he hasn't met me. I don't mind this small matter. Let's go in. After speaking, he didn't look at me again. The main gate of the Xie family, Chang Minjing glanced at me, and also followed them into the Xie family's main gate. Glad I didn't give me the spot. Otherwise, it would have just been a waste of a good opportunity. The Xie family head quickly came to welcome them, his face full of smiles. Prince Rong, Commander Chen, my apologies for not welcoming you. Rong Jingyan chuckled lightly. Auntie Xia. The Xie family head quickly waved his hand. Your Highness, you'll be the death of me. Where is Xia Qingming? Rong Jingyan got straight to the point. Your Highness knows my daughter. The Xia family head was surprised. She saved my life. Rong Jingyan explained simply. The Xia family head's eyes lit up. This is fate. I will definitely tell her to seize this well. Before he finished speaking, I pushed the door open. Auntie Xia, we meet again. Rong Jingyan frowned. Chang Minjing sneered. A mere mid-level commander dares to claim a connection. Who would have thought the Xia family head would immediately say respectfully, Commander Gu, you've arrived. Please come in. Chang Minjing froze. Her gaze became complicated. She secretly guessed. This person must have a powerful backer. Entering the backyard, I casually took a piece of cake. Rong Jingyan observed me and asked probingly, Is it good? If you want some, get it yourself. I didn't even raise my head. Rong Jingyan didn't give up. You didn't often eat this kind of cake before. None of your business. My one sentence made him choke. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a middle-aged woman took the stage. Everyone, please be quiet. The courtyard immediately fell silent. The middle-aged woman nodded to everyone. Welcome everyone to tonight's activity. I am here to briefly introduce to everyone who participated in the Grand Leader Feng Xian's family banquet last night has received 3 recommendation slots for the 100-man troop. In order not to waste those few slots, the family heads have decided that all slots will be given to the capable. Now, each family with a slot has chosen 3 candidates, and will have the 3 candidates ranked by strength. After she finished speaking, she stepped to the side of the stone stage. She pointed a hand at the screen behind the stone stage. Please look at the screen. As soon as she finished speaking, the screen displayed the names of the great families of the Imperial City, the names of the 3 candidates, and the corresponding warrior level of the candidates. I took a quick look. Most of the candidates are intermediate level warriors. There are also a few junior level and high level warriors, but only 3 people. The host spoke again. Powerful individuals in the academy who did not get a recommendation slot can still challenge the family candidates. As long as you win, you can replace the original family candidate and get the slot. In the future, when that family faces a crisis, you should lend a helping hand. As soon as the host's words fell, many people's eyes revealed a feverish excitement. To them, as long as they could defeat the corresponding family member, they could get a recommendation slot for the 100-man troop. This activity was like a godsend to them. The host spoke again. Additionally, candidates can also challenge each other. In the end, the strongest candidate will be chosen and receive the supreme honor along with their family. If anyone wants to challenge, you may begin. After the host finished speaking, Rong Jingyan across from me tilted his head and gave a faint smile. Hearing how the head of the Xia family addresses you, I think you must be a warrior. Want to go up and give it a try? I looked at him faintly, not interested. The smile on the corner of Rong Jingyan's lips faded. Not interested. Or can't win? Before I could answer, a voice suddenly came out. Ill, go first. Everyone looked towards the voice. Gu Mue stepped out, a peak-level intermediate warrior. At this age, her strength is considered the best among her peers. Gu Mue went up to the stone stage. She scanned the screen. She randomly chose a peak-level junior warrior. That junior warrior went up to the stone stage trembling. However, in just a few seconds, he was kicked off by Gu Mue. Everyone looked at Gu Mue with adoration, gasped. So strong. The host's voice came out in a timely manner. Su Tianju of the Xu family is defeated. Gu Mui heard this. She felt a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, she saw Chang Minjing below. She immediately thought of her promise to Chang Minjing. Plus, she was enjoying the pleasure of tormenting people. She wanted to feel it again. She immediately looked down and said, Commander Chang has shown me great favor. She is the person I, Gu Mui, will strive to follow. She was kind enough to give you a chance. Not only were you ungrateful, you even spoke ill of her. If I, Gu Mui, didn't know about this, it would be one thing. But since I know, I can't just sit and watch. As soon as Gu Mui's words fell, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. I looked at Gu Mui. I was also a little surprised. Why didn't I know Gu Mui had such a temper? Everyone heard this. They looked at Chang Minjing, who was so bold to dare provoke Commander Chang. With the strength of the person on stage, that person is definitely unlucky today. Chang Minjing looked at Gu Mui with even more satisfaction. Right after, she turned her head to look at me. When she saw I was still eating cake, she immediately became more disappointed. In her eyes, my calmness now either meant I didn't take Gu Mui seriously, or I had no intention of going on stage at all. Both proved that she had misjudged me before. Seeing no one come out, everyone was clearly getting a little impatient. Where is he? Why isn't he coming out? Anyone with a bit of backbone wouldn't cower like that. Gu Mui heard the voices speaking up for her. She immediately felt more confident. Say it again now. If you're a man, stand up for me. I stood up from my chair. I spoke unhurriedly. So a woman is the one who has to stand up. Didn't Commander Chang tell you I am not a woman? Gu Mui froze on the spot. Her mind fell into chaos. Heaven can't play like this. She's going to get someone killed. Just as Gu Mui was stunned, gasps of surprise rose from the crowd. Commander Gu. Commander Gu is here again. Actually, I just saw him, but I didn't dare to greet Commander Gu. Chang Minjing saw the reactions of the family heads. She was certain I came from some great family, but then a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Someone who is so well known by these family heads. Why does she have no impression of him? Gu Mui looked at me. Commander Ju? What? I wasn't talking about you. Quickly sit down. Gu Mui's legs were clearly trembling slightly. I looked at her and smiled. Is that so? Well, no, if I asked that Commander Cheng. Gu Mui's face stiffened. Seeing Cheng Minjing nod at her, she suddenly felt like the sky was falling. I walked onto the stone stage to face Gu Mui in a fight. Gu Mui looked at me. She wanted to beat herself to death. Everyone watched us face off on the stage. They all sighed with emotion. I really didn't expect. The one conflicting with Commander Cheng is actually Commander Gu. This time, there's a good show to watch. I looked at Gu Mui. Go on. How do you want to teach me to be a better person? Gu Mui really wanted to cry. Teach a male demon to be a better person. Isn't this trying to get her killed? Seeing Gu Mui didn't answer, I raised an eyebrow and hummed lightly. Gu Mui heard it. Her body trembled violently. She almost fell to the ground. She looked at me, wanting to explain. It finally came out as I was wrong. As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings fell into a dead silence again. Soon, sounds of disbelieving discussion arose. Commander Cheng's favored subordinate is actually so afraid of Commander Gu. Commander Gu's strength is great, but it shouldn't be to the point of making Gu Mui lose all will to fight. Gu Mui hurriedly took off her ring. As if fleeing, she rushed down from the high stage. She presented the ring to Cheng Minjing. Commander Cheng, this is what you gave me. I am sorry. I am not worthy of it. I am returning it to you now. Cheng Minjing looked at the ring in front of her. She only felt an invisible slap. Slapping her old face, she calmed her surging emotions. She stared at Gu Mui and asked, Do you know by returning this ring to me, what you will lose? Without waiting for Gu Mui's reply, she looked up at me. As long as I am in the 100-man troop for a day, you can forget about entering the 100-man troop for a day. After she finished speaking, under everyone's stunned gazes, she turned to look at me. She continued, And you? I don't know what wicked trick you used to make her go against my wishes, but I can responsibly tell you, a person like you can forever forget about stepping into the 100-man troop. As soon as Cheng Minjing's words fell, the surrounding family heads froze at the same time. I am the person in charge of the 100-man troop. If even I can't get into the 100-man troop, then who else can? Just as everyone was confused, I looked at Cheng Minjing, and words came from my mouth, causing Cheng, Minjing, and everyone else to freeze on the spot. I smiled and said, "This Commander Cheng. I can clearly tell you who gets into the 100-man troop, and who doesn't. That's my business. It's not your place to point fingers in front of me." The surroundings fell silent. Cheng Minjing heard my words. Her face was full of disbelief. Since she became a high-ranking commander, no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to her. The surrounding family heads were also stunned. They knew everything I said was the truth. But Cheng Minjing is a 4-star high-ranking commander. My words directly offended her. Wasn't I afraid of having my authority to decide the 100-man troop slots revoked? Thinking of this, many family heads' expressions changed at the same time. If the organizer of the 100-man troop was changed, each of their families wouldn't necessarily have 3 recommendation slots. Their efforts might be in vain. Before the family heads could speak, Cheng Minjing was already provoked by me. "Stinky brat, you're not old, but your tone is quite big. Today, they'll make a promise right here. If you can really get into the 100-man troop, I, Cheng Minjing, will voluntarily renounce my 4-star high-ranking commander title, and from now on, withdraw from the Aisha Kingdom's War Department." Many family heads prepared to mediate the conflict between Cheng Minjing and me. Hearing this, they were all stunned. I don't need to join that 100-man troop. Without me, the 100-man troop can't even be formed. I looked at Cheng Minjing and spoke. "Where is your brain? But since you've always considered the War Department, and you don't have much real malice towards me, you don't need to withdraw from the War Department." I finished speaking and paused, then I continued. "But from now on, I don't want to see you. From now on, when you see me, you take a detour." Cheng Minjing froze again upon hearing this. She had never seen a junior who dared to speak so arrogantly in front of her. Just as Cheng Minjing was about to say something, a few surrounding family heads, afraid she would commit career suicide, quickly spoke up. The family heads' voices were earnest. "Commander Cheng, you worked so hard to get to this position. You can't give it up so easily. Look, Commander Jiu is so young, and he's already become the new Grand Leader's confidant, and is in charge of organizing the 100-man troop. It's unavoidable that he's a bit young and aggressive. Please be more tolerant." The last person's words had just fallen. The anger on Cheng Minjing's face froze. She couldn't quite believe her ears. A family head looked at Cheng Minjing. He immediately understood what she was thinking. He immediately smiled and spoke. "Commander Cheng, at last night's banquet, Grand Leader Feng Shen personally announced Commander Gus' identity. What just happened was all a misunderstanding. Why don't you two consider this a case of not getting acquainted without a fight?" Hearing this, Cheng Minjing couldn't help but believe it. Her expression changed unpredictably. Thinking about what she had just done, she felt like she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I looked at her with a half-smile. Since this family head has said so, I naturally have to give him face. I remember Commander Cheng at the entrance thought very highly of Gu Muye. He wanted to give her a reserved spot. In that case, the first spot in the 100-man troop goes to Gu Muye. "Commander Cheng, what do you think of my decision?" Hearing this, Cheng Minjing only felt suffocated. The family heads heard this with complicated expressions. They had heard with their own ears Cheng Minjing say to Gu Muye, "As long as she is in the War Department for a day, Gu Muye can forget about entering the 100-man troop." Wasn't I forcing Cheng Minjing into a corner? Gu Muye was also a little stunned. She never thought that one day I would acknowledge her. A feeling of being affirmed by her idol filled her heart. Cheng Minjing seemed about to faint from my angering her. I smiled. "I just want Cheng Minjing to understand. You can't lose your vigilance just because you've been in a high position for a long time. And your caution, otherwise sooner or later you will cause a great disaster." Before everyone could recover, a few successive claps rang out. This family infighting drama is really good. Everyone looked towards the voice. A young woman walked out from a corner. To be honest, for the Shia Kingdom to rise to such a level in just a few years, it naturally has its unique aspects. I originally thought, although most parts of the Shia Kingdom are not as good as my Liu Empire, there should be something worth learning. But I have to say, these two high-ranking commanders of the Chai Kingdom have disappointed me. As soon as the young woman's words fell, the black cloak she was wearing was opened. Inside was a long white robe. Some people around immediately recognized the clothes. They gasped, "People of the Liu Empire." As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at the young woman with hostility. Decades ago, the Liu Empire once invaded the lands of the Shia Kingdom. Every person of the Shia Kingdom boycotts and is hostile to the Liu Empire. Someone asked, not understanding. Why are people from the Liu Empire here? Head of the Shia family, even people from the Liu Empire can sneak in. Is your security staff just eating for free? The head of the Ixia family looked at this young woman. His face was as gloomy as water. To be able to sneak in under layers of checks, you have some skill. But since you dared to come, don't bother going back. Hearing this, everyone's expressions softened a little. They looked at the young woman, full of killing intent. However, the young woman showed no signs of tension. She glanced faintly at everyone and snorted disdainfully. your Exia Kingdom's monarch, is begging to cooperate with my Liu Empire. You, a mere family head, want to oppose my Liu Empire. Hearing this, everyone was embarrassed. The killing intent on their faces grew stronger. The young woman seemed to not notice, but smiled and spoke. I have heard. As long as one is under 25, everyone is eligible to join the 100-man troop that the Shai Kingdom is about to form. It doesn't specify any nationality. After speaking, she looked at Gu Muye. If I didn't just hear wrong, she has already received an official spot in the 100-man troop. Then does that mean as long as I defeat her, I can join the 100-man troop? As soon as the young woman's words fell, everyone's expression changed almost at the same time. This person is clearly here to cause trouble. Gu Muye heard this. Her face turned cold. Defeat me? You? What big words. However, as soon as her words fell, the young woman suddenly grabbed her by the neck. Gu Muye instinctively grabbed the young woman's wrist, wanting to pull it away, but she soon discovered in despair. The young woman's hand was like an iron pincer. Even if she used all her strength, she still couldn't budge it an inch. As the feeling of suffocation continued to increase, she felt a sense of life-threatening crisis. Just when Gu Muye felt she was about to suffocate, the young woman suddenly raised her hand and threw. Gu Muye was immediately thrown out. She slammed heavily onto the ground. The young woman looked down at everyone as if they were ants. This kind of trash, in my Liu Empire, doesn't even have the qualifications to join the War Department. But here, you treat her like a treasure. No wonder. When people from the Exia Kingdom go to the Outer Realm battlefield, they always exchange the greatest sacrifices for the weakest advantage. Your country is full of trash. If you didn't send so many people to their deaths, a country like yours would probably have been destroyed. I really don't understand. Why did Master have to send so many elites to the Shai Kingdom for a learning exchange? This backward, barbaric land, what is there worth us learning? Hearing this, the family heads froze. The Liu Empire's War Department sent people to the Shai Kingdom. How is that possible? How could the High Command of the Xia Kingdom's War Department agree? A family head shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? The young woman heard this. Her expression was disdainful. Nonsense. In my Liu Empire, strength is the truth. I'll make a statement here today. If there's anyone here under the age of 25 who can defeat me, I, Gong Tianyu, will shut up. But if there isn't, then the words I say, you can only listen obediently. However, as soon as Gong Tianyu's words fell, a strong gust of wind suddenly attacked from behind. He subconsciously leaned aside, but his cheek was still scratched. Drawing a line of blood, he looked at Gu Muye. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Gong Tianyu wiped the fresh blood from his cheek. Then he put his finger to his lips and wiped it. He stared at Gu Muye, lowly peasant of the Exia Kingdom. You've successfully provoked me. After speaking, he didn't wait for Gu Muye to react. His figure flashed, and immediately appeared in front of Gu Muye. Gu Muye's heart suddenly tightened, because the training from a few days ago had created muscle memory. Gu Muye subconsciously raised her hand to meet Gong Tianyu's fist. The sound of fists colliding rang out. Under that great force, Gu Muye's body flew out again. This time, she crashed directly into the central stone stage. Gu Muye spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Gong Tianyu stood in place, almost motionless. He looked at Gu Muye arrogantly. You should thank your opportunistic monarch. If he hadn't taken the initiative to show goodwill to my Liu Empire and invited the elites of the Liu Empire for an exchange, I would have directly executed this lowly person of the Exia Kingdom. As soon as Gong Tianyu's words fell, Gu Muye slowly raised her head. She stared at Gong Tianyu. Word by word, you're courting death. As soon as the last word was spoken, Gu Muye found strength from somewhere and charged fiercely towards Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu saw Gu Muye. He frowned in annoyance. Stupid old rat of the Shai Kingdom. He unhurriedly raised his leg. Gu Muye's body was kicked away. Kicked away in an instant. She spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. She seemed to feel no pain. The moment her body hit the ground, she charged towards Gong Tianyu again. This time, before Gong Tianyu could act, she pounced on his leg and held it tightly. She bit down directly. Gong Tianyu felt a sharp pain in his leg. He screamed. He looked down at Gu Muye. A sense of humiliation welled up. Damn it. Him, Gong Tianyu, was injured twice by this lowly person of the Xia Kingdom. Under extreme anger, he no longer showed mercy. He attacked Gu Muye frantically. The sound of Gu Muye's ribs breaking echoed. However, Gu Muye still had no intention of letting go. The extreme pain seemed to stimulate her nerves. She bit down even harder. At this moment, a madness was revealed in Gu Muye's eyes. If she doesn't make it today, Gong Tianyu can also forget about leaving here in one piece. I looked at Gu Muye and nodded with satisfaction. In previous training, Gu Muye lacked a certain fierceness. If she didn't overcome this hurdle, she would never be able to become a high-level warrior in a short time. But now, Gong Tianyu has triggered her spirit. It wasn't in vain that I deliberately said I'd give Gu Muye the first spot to draw him out and have Gong Tianyu aim his spearhead at her. Gong Tianyu faintly felt A large piece of flesh was about to leave his body. His attacks also gradually fell into a frenzy. The sound of breaking bones came from all over Gu Muye's body. Her body was already a bloody mess. Her breathing also gradually weakened. However, even so, the force of her bite did not loosen. The family heads were all fired up. Save her. Beat him to death. In my Saya Kingdom's land, it's not the turn for someone from the small Luo Rai country to cause trouble. Just as everyone was about to rush forward, an ice-cold shout came. Everyone, stop for me. Everyone in Gong Tianyu stopped their actions almost at the same time. They looked towards the voice. A line of more than 10 people slowly walked over. Leading them were 2 middle-aged women. One of them was wearing the uniform of the Luo Rai Empire's War Department. His title was equivalent to a Grand Leader of the War Department, but everyone's gaze only swept past him and fell on the woman next to him. They gasped. Leader Rong saw the woman immediately. This person is one of the 4 great leaders of the Shai Kingdom's War Department, the 3rd leader. Rong Jingshuan, also the only younger sister of the supreme ruler of the Shai Kingdom. No exaggeration. Rong Jingyan saw Rong Jingshuan immediately and subconsciously stood up. Rong Jingshuan's gaze swept over Gong Tianyu and Go Muye. She looked at Gong Tianyu. Her tone allowed no doubt. Let her go for me. Gong Tianyu only looked at her faintly. He had no intention of letting go. The leader of the Luo Rai Empire stepped forward and spoke with a smile. Leader Rong, your Xi Kingdom has always claimed to be a nation of etiquette. You're telling my person to let go first. Shouldn't this CA Kingdom warrior first, for her lack of etiquette, kneel down and apologize to my warrior? Rong Jingshuan's face immediately turned cold, without even asking for the cause of the matter. Leader Gong tells my XIA Kingdom person to kneel and apologize. Don't people from the Luo Rai Empire use their brains when they do things? The smile on the Luo Rai Empire leader's face froze. He turned his head to look at Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu endured the pain and spoke to explain. I just wanted to challenge this person who was internally selected as the first member of the 100-man troop, but unfortunately, in my eyes, she is just trash. All the lowly peasants of the Xia Kingdom under 25 here are trash. Hearing this, the Luo Rai Empire leader said to Rong Jingshuan, Leader Rong, you heard that. This warrior of mine invited your Saya Kingdom people to a friendly spar. This person from your Xia Kingdom lost, but used such unruly methods to retaliate against my countrymen. Such actions are truly despicable. If this matter cannot be resolved satisfactorily today, then the elite delegation my Luo Rai Empire brought will have no reason to stay for this learning exchange. Gong Tianyu heard this and spoke disdainfully. This person at my feet is the first member of the soon-to-be-established 100-man troop of the Shia Kingdom. The most important first member has such lowly strength. I think we are completely wasting our time here. Hearing this, the Luo Rai Empire leader looked at Rong Jingshuan and asked, Leader Rong, is the strength of your Xia Kingdom's people really all so become unbearable, unworthy? Rong Jingshuan's face immediately darkened. She had to admit a truth. Except for the ones I personally trained, the strength of the Sky Wolf Troop is still decent. The remaining young people in the Xia Kingdom's War Department are truly not a match for the warriors of the Luo Rai Empire. Seeing this, the Luo Rai Empire leader's expression also gradually turned cold. Leader Rong, initially, because of the existence of the Sky Wolf Troop, I had high hopes for your Ixai Kingdom. But if your Xia Kingdom's younger generation only has this much strength, we, the Luo Rai Empire, really don't need to stay here for a bunch of trash. Rong Jingshuan's expression immediately became uglier regarding the words of the Luo Rai Empire leader. She really didn't know how to refute them. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, I stepped out unhurriedly. The family heads were all a little stunned to see me. Gong Tianyu looked at me playfully. I walked over to Gu Muye. I bent down and fed Gu Muye a pill. Gu Muye, with her fading consciousness, opened her mouth. The pill entered her mouth and dissolved into her body. The medicinal power spread through her body. Gu Muye tried hard to open her eyes. Seeing my face, she opened her mouth. She spoke with difficulty. Boss, I am sorry. I have embarrassed you. I looked at her faintly. Train well from now on. Gu Muye immediately replied. Yes. I curled the corner of my lips. Then I stood up and looked at the leader of the Luo Rai Empire. An extremely powerful aura spread out from around me. Everyone around held their breath at the same time. Whispers came from the crowd. Commander Gu is under 25. Is he capable of defeating that Gong Tianyu? Probably not. If Commander Gu was confident, he would have acted sooner. The Luo Rai Empire leader felt my gaze. His face immediately turned cold. Gong Tianyu suddenly laughed disdainfully. He stared at me. What? You want to stand up for the women of your country? I didn't even give him a glance. I kept looking straight at the Luo Rai Empire leader and spoke faintly. 10 days. Hearing this, the Luo Rai Empire leader frowned. What, 10 days? I raised an eyebrow. In 10 days, the 100-man troop of the Sai Kingdom will be officially formed. It will compete with the elite delegation of your Luo Rai Empire that came to the Xi Kingdom to conduct a friendly exchange between our two countries. Do you dare? As soon as my words fell, everyone gasped. They looked at me like I was a madman. The 100-man troop hasn't even been formed yet. Besides, even in 10 months, the younger generation of the Shai Kingdom would not be a match for the young elites of the Liu Empire. The Liu Empire leader's face also turned cold. His expression was unfriendly. Even if you want to challenge my Liu Empire's elite delegation, it should be Leader Rong who tells me. Who are you? This is not your place to speak. At this moment, the head of the Xi family hurriedly stood up and introduced. This is Commander Gu, in charge of organizing the Shai Kingdom's 100-man troop. The Liu Empire leader and Gong Tianyu were both embarrassed. The next moment, Gong Tianyu suddenly burst out laughing. A few seconds later, he pointed at my nose. The commander organizing the 100-man troop, your Xi Kingdom, has fallen so low that it needs to rely on this kind of person for protection. Hearing this, Rong Jingshuan's face grew colder. Step back, she was certain. Forming a team in 10 days that can challenge the elite delegation of the Liu Empire is a fool's dream. Seeing this, Gong Tianyu became even more arrogant. At first, I thought how formidable the upcoming 100-man troop of the Shai Kingdom would be. I didn't think it would just be a motley crew organized by a lowly person. My lord leader, let's go. There's no need for us to be here, wasting time with these trash from the Xia Kingdom. Gu Muye heard this. She felt that Gong Tianyu was committing suicide. After Gong Tianyu finished speaking, I finally stopped ignoring him. Finished speaking. Gong Tianyu looked at me with disdain. What? You have an opinion on my words? Then today I will teach you. In the War Department, strength is the truth. As a weakling, you can only unconditionally accept and obey, Gong Tianyu said, suddenly taking a step forward. The distance between him and me closed. He looked up at me. I smiled viciously. Because I am stronger than you, so even if I tell you to die, you can only die. Understand? I looked at him and smiled faintly. Understood. Gong Tianyu raised an eyebrow. He didn't think I would be so sensible. Just as he was about to lecture me again, I raised my leg and kicked his lower abdomen. Gong Tianyu sneered. He immediately raised his hand, wanting to grab my ankle, but the moment he touched me, the sound of breaking bones rang out. An excruciating pain shot from his palm to his brain. Gong Tianyu groaned in pain. I kicked him in the lower abdomen. Gong Tianyu screamed miserably. His knees gave way, and he knelt before me. I tilted my head slightly. Looking down at Gong Tianyu, I spoke with a faint expression. I didn't touch you just now, because you weren't worthy of me acting personally. But since you were kind enough to teach me the principle of the strong, if I don't repay you with action, it would probably be a disservice to your kind intentions. I spoke under everyone's stunned gazes. I spoke to Gong Tianyu with no room for doubt. As a strong person, how can you kneel before me? Stand up for me. My voice clearly entered his ears. He felt extremely humiliated, but he could only stare at me, letting out agonized roars. Everyone was shocked. They didn't think my strength was so great. The Liu Empire leader looked at Rong Jingshuan and questioned, I just heard. He is already a high-ranking commander. Gong Tianyu is only an intermediate commander. A high-ranking commander takes action to deal with someone of a much lower rank. Don't you feel ashamed hearing this? Rong Jingshuan frowned. Before she could say anything, I looked at the Liu Empire leader. According to you, I am equivalent to his superior. So if your Liu Empire didn't teach him how to behave, I'll help you teach him. Is there a problem with that? The aura around the Liu Empire leader grew colder. A warrior of my Liu Empire. It's not your turn to teach him. After he finished speaking, he released a powerful aura. Everyone looked at the leader of the Liu Empire in shock. This leader of the Liu Empire is actually a war king-level powerhouse. Rong Jingshuan's face was also shocked, but I just smiled lightly. I opened my mouth unhurriedly. Since it's not my turn to teach, then please keep your dogs in check. Don't let them run loose and bite people. The leader of the Liu Empire looked at me coldly. Do you think that because Commander Rong is here, I wouldn't dare to touch you? With that, he took another step forward. Immediately, an even more powerful aura radiated out. The killing intent from the leader of the Liu Empire towards me became more obvious. At this moment, everyone was worried about me. They advised me to soften up and apologize to the other party. I looked at the people around me. I smiled faintly. Thanks for the reminder. Every family head breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, I turned my head and looked coldly at the leader of the Liu Empire. 10 days from now, the Xia Kingdom's 100-man troop and the Liu Empire's elite troop will have a life-and-death battle. At that time, I will kill a war king of the Liu Empire as a sacrifice to the heavens. Everyone was completely stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Kill a war king as a sacrifice to the heavens. Rong Jingshuan shouted. Shut up. Do you want to implicate the entire city? The leader smiled gloomily. Why wait 10 days? I can take your life right now. Rong Jingshuan immediately gave an order. Intentional murder of a superior. According to the law, that's punishable by death. Kneel down and apologize now. I suddenly laughed. I finally understand why the Xia Kingdom is holy but not respected. It's precisely because of trash like you who bows and scrapes before the enemy. It was dead silent. Everyone looked at me as if I were a dead man. The leader added fuel to the fire. It seems your subordinate doesn't respect you at all. Rong Jingshuan angrily shouted. Men, execute this traitor, I coldly retorted. A piece of trash who got her position, thanks to her brother, is also worthy of being called a great commander? Want to execute me? You're not qualified. Everyone around was frozen. Jingshuan's expression changed drastically. A flash of killing intent appeared in her eyes, knowing that his crime is inescapable. He simply decided to go all out. Someone suddenly thought of something. Yesterday, Great Commander Feng Shen clearly said you were the new commander's confidant. Now you're saying you're the commander. Do you take us for fools? Just then, Feng Shen's voice came from the door. What's going on? Everyone hurriedly stood up. Rong Jingshuan said, seriously, Great Commander Feng. This Commander Jiu is impersonating the new Great Commander. Feng Shen nodded at me as a signal. She turned to everyone and said, initially, to protect Commander Gus' identity, I lied and said he was a confidant. Since he has already admitted it, I don't need to hide it anymore. She looked around. She announced seriously, this person is the new Great Commander of the Xia Kingdom's War Department. The entire hall was deathly silent. Feng Shen continued, Commander Gu, the foreign nations took advantage of your departure to launch a major offensive. Only the Tianlang troop you trained is still struggling to hold on. The front line is about to collapse. Please return to the battlefield immediately. Everyone looked at me in shock. I laughed coldly. Tell the Tianlang troop to retreat. They can join the 100-man troop I am training. As for Rong Jingshuan, as a great commander, but she has never been to the battlefield. It's time for her to serve the country. Feng Shen looked troubled. But she has no actual combat experience. I cut her off directly. From today onwards, either go to the battlefield or withdraw from the War Department, or go to the front lines. The Xia Kingdoms. The War Department doesn't support idlers. The entire hall was dead silent. Everyone looked at me in shock. Rong Jingshuan questioned me with a cold face. How did you become a great commander? Don't you know that the rear guard personnel are more important than the frontline soldiers? My eyes were cold. In your eyes, the soldiers protecting the country are all just brutes, while the talented people in the rear use their wisdom to solve problems, she said arrogantly. This is true contribution. I laughed coldly. The 4 million rear guard personnel all use their wisdom. What contribution does a commander like you make? I have no obligation to report to you. Her face became uglier. Since the frontline soldiers aren't important, I took out my phone and operated it. Then, just tell them all to come back. Rong Jingshuan was worried. Wait. I cut her off. We are of the same rank. I don't need your approval. Feng Shen hurriedly advised. Stopping Commander Jiu from withdrawing the Tianlang troop will endanger the border. Tell Commander Rong to take her 4 million people to defend it, I said with a smile. If you can't hold it, then come and beg me. Rong Jingshuan snorted coldly. Beg you? In your dreams. After sending the order, I said to Feng Shen, the Tianlang troop will return to the country tomorrow. Please arrange for their passage. The leader of the Liu Empire interjected. Is the life and death battle in 10 days still on? Of course, I said, staring at him intently. I will definitely kill you as a sacrifice to the heavens. After everyone had left, I told the head of the Xi family to take me to the rear residence. As soon as I entered, the little fox suddenly shouted in my mind. A star core. That person has a star core. I immediately chased after the fleeting afterimage, leaving the head of the Shia family gaping in astonishment. This speed. Could he be a war emperor? Half an hour later, I returned to Xia Qingning's villa. The little fox was still muttering, almost caught up. How did he suddenly disappear? I glanced at it. Didn't you see? His clothes were similar to Gong Tianyu's. In a few days, the Liu Empire's elite troop will arrive. Well, find him then. You think about it first. I am going to take a shower. After speaking, I picked up the little fox and casually tossed it onto the sofa. The little fox stared intently at the bathroom door. A mischievous glint flashed in its eyes. After I finished showering and came out, I found a human figure had been added to the bed. The little fox was lying on her side, one hand propped up her head. Her body was only covered by a thin blanket, vaguely visible. Master. Her eyes were seductive. The bed is warm. I raised an eyebrow. Seducing me? The blanket slipped down with her movement. I just want to do something for you. Master. I slowly approached. I stopped by the bed. You've got some nerve. Why are your hands trembling? Who's trembling? The little fox was being stubborn. Her hands gripped the bedsheet tightly. I smiled lightly and stroked her hair. It must be hard to hold back. I'll buy you a male fox tomorrow. The little fox fur stood on end. I am a divine fox. Mating with a human is more than enough, the way it is now. I'll make do. The little fox angrily reverted to her original form. In a puff of smoke, she ran to the corner of the wall, pointing her butt at me. The next day, I first went to D-City Academy. I let Hai Bao and the others arrange the training. Now, I am at the entrance to the war zone. As soon as I entered, a female commander stopped me. You're late and still so slow. The Tianlang troop is about to arrive. The whole team is waiting for you from the arts troop. I was about to explain. She cut me off directly. Less nonsense. Follow me. Quickly. Looking at her back, I smiled playfully, just in time to meet an old subordinate. A moment later, the woman brought me to the training ground. At this time, thousands of soldiers stood on the training ground. They stood in a square formation, looking straight ahead, waiting for the Tian Lang troop to arrive. The woman arranged for me to stand at the front of the formation. The woman who brought me was named Chu Jin. She spoke seriously to everyone in the formation. All of you, stand properly from me. Don't move, and be a bit smarter later. None of you can afford to offend the person arriving today. If any of you accidentally offend them, it won't just be you who's unlucky. Everyone around might have to suffer with you. The corner of my mouth twitched. Are the people from the Tian Lang troop that scary? Chu Zhen coldly warned me. In the Tian Lang troop, every single one of them has at least 100 lives on their hands, especially their troop leader. He's a devil who kills without batting an eye. So you better pull yourself together for me. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died later. If it weren't for the fact that I myself am the very devil who kills without batting an eye that she's talking about, I might have believed it. However, before I could say anything, Chu Zhen had already turned and walked away. The soldier next to me suddenly gasped. Gu Cheng, what are you doing here? I looked over. I was also shocked. This young man was none other than the one from the Chen family's party in Yun City, the same young man who said he wanted to kneel and call me father. I didn't think I'd meet him again so soon. I frowned and asked him, are you in the arts troupe now? The muscular guy nodded. He smiled bitterly and said, I used the gold coin you gave me to enter the Yun City War Department. They assigned me to the arts troupe. At first, I was a bit unwilling, but now, seeing how powerful you are, and yet you're treated like this by them, I suddenly feel that perhaps people like us with no backing in the War Department really have no future. Tonight, I will submit my resignation to the higher-ups. Before I go, I can still meet the members of the Tian Lang troop, whom I admire the most. It's worth it. I looked at him faintly and opened my mouth to ask. The 100-man troop is about to be formed. Don't you want to try? The muscular guy smiled bitterly. The trial spots for the 100-man troop are all allocated by the higher-ups. The people they allocate them to are all powerful high-ranking officials from the imperial city, let alone a commoner like me with unremarkable strength. Even soldiers with exceptional talent and strength, if they don't have powerful backing, they won't get the qualification to try out for the 100-man troop either. I was stunned, and the aura around me turned cold. I only knew before that the War Department had nearly half a share of maggots, but I didn't think it was completely rotten, it seems. It's time for the Xia Kingdom's War Department to undergo a major blood transfusion. This thought appeared in my mind. A large fighter jet suddenly flew in from the sky. The soldiers stood straight, wanting to watch in admiration. They watched the plane slowly land. The cabin door slowly opened. First, Commander Chu Zhen saluted the plane. At the same time, thousands of soldiers raised their hands together. Their movements were synchronized. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the cabin door. The War Zone Hospital. Where is it? Take us there quickly. Everyone was stunned. Next, Commander Chu Zhen was shocked. A member of the Tian Lang troop is injured, the other person said coldly. What Tian Lang troop? We are Commander Xaya's men. Commander Xia was seriously injured on the battlefield. His life is in danger now. Quickly take us to the War Zone Hospital. As soon as the words fell, a stretcher was unloaded from the plane. I saw the person lying on the stretcher at a glance. A man in his late 20s. Right now, his face was completely drained of color. Chu Zhen said seriously, follow me. Quickly. After speaking, she immediately led a few people to the War Department's off-road vehicle parked not far away. I followed them. However, Chu Zhen saw me and immediately shouted coldly, what are you following for? Get back from me. I didn't waste words. I directly lifted my leg and kicked her. She staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. I said coldly, I don't have time to waste words with you right now. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. After speaking, I quickly walked to the stretcher. I lifted the blanket on the man. At this moment, half of his combat uniform was already dyed red with fresh blood. Several wounds were still bleeding. I scanned them. My large hand waved lightly. The sound of several silver needles breaking through the air suddenly rang out. In an instant, 9 silver needles accurately pierced the man's acupuncture points. The soldier carrying the stretcher saw my action and asked nervously, what are you doing? I threw another 9 silver needles. The bleeding was definitely stopped. I looked at the soldier. I can save him, but I lack surgical tools. Put him in the car first. Let's go to the hospital immediately. The soldier looked at me doubtfully. You can save me? My expression immediately turned cold. What are you standing there for? To the hospital. The soldier felt the cold aura around me. His breathing hitched. He nodded unconsciously and prepared to drive. Chu Zhen suddenly shouted, he doesn't know anything about saving people. Quickly, pull out the silver needles he randomly stuck into Commander Xia. Otherwise, Commander Xia might die before he even reaches the hospital. The soldier, who was already suspicious of me, immediately turned to look at me. Is she telling the truth? I looked at Chu Zhen. A cold light flashed in my eyes. I turned back to look at the soldier and ordered, "Drive to the hospital immediately. He'll take responsibility for anything that happens." The soldier heard me. He nodded. He moved to the driver's seat at the fastest speed and started the off-road vehicle. Chu Zhen's eyes widened. She screamed, "Are you guys crazy? The silver needles are still in Commander Zaya's body. Quick, pull him out. He's just a useless person from the arts troupe. If something happens to Commander Shia, you'll all be in trouble." However, the two soldiers remained silent. Chu Zhen wanted to say more. The off-road vehicle had already started. In an instant, it drove dozens of meters away. Chu Zhen endured the pain and drove another off-road vehicle to chase after them. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived in front of the war zone hospital. The soldier jumped out of the car, shouting towards the hospital, "Doctor, nurse." However, there was no response at all. I frowned, then said to the two, "Carry him inside first." They nodded, immediately carried the stretcher, and quickly walked into the hospital. At this time, in the hospital lobby, besides the information desk, other than a dozing nurse, there was no one else around. The soldiers shouted anxiously, "Doctor! Nurse!" The nurse was woken by the noise. She opened her mouth unhappily. "What's with all the shouting? If you want to see a doctor, go line up over there first. A big shot is here for an inspection. You guys wait first. Wait until that's over. They'll be back." The soldier said anxiously, "But our commander is seriously injured. We can't wait." The nurse suddenly stood up. "Commander? What rank of commander?" The soldier quickly replied, "A 2-star mid-rank commander." The nurse glanced at the soldier. "I thought it was a high-ranking commander, just a mid-rank commander. What's the hurry? Go over there and wait in line first." The soldier said hurriedly, "But this isn't an ordinary mid-rank commander. He's the young master of the Xia family." The nurse stood up abruptly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 doctors and nurses poured into the lobby. The first was a middle-aged woman wearing a dean's name tag. She said with a smile, "Come on. Let us welcome His Highness Jingyan again for joining the D-City War Zone Hospital and becoming a glorious intern doctor." Applause rang out all around, and the person being fawned over by everyone was Rong Jingyan. Rong Jingyan smiled. "I came this time just to experience life. He'll be asking for everyone's guidance in the future." The dean flattered, "His Highness Jingyan is too humble. I heard that you studied traditional medicine before." Rong Jingyan said contemptuously, "That's right. You don't know until you study it. Once you study it, you realize traditional medicine is all a scam. If you really want to treat diseases and save people, you still have to rely on Western medicine." The dean nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect His Highness Jingyan to be so clear-headed at such a young age. I've never believed that sticking a few needles can treat diseases and save people. It's all just a psychological effect. If sticking a few needles could save people, what would we need scalpels for? Traditional medicine is just garbage." I heard these words. My expression turned cold. Rong Jingyan felt my gaze and suddenly looked at me. Then he frowned. The dean followed his line of sight and looked over. But she first noticed the young master of the XAF family on the stretcher. Her face turned cold. She looked at the nurse and said gloomily, "Didn't the War Zone Hospital already issue a notice that we would be closed for a day to welcome His Highness Jingyan? Why was someone still brought in? Throw them out for me immediately." When the doctors heard this, they criticized. "Nurse Zhang, how can you be so clueless? On such an important day, what if someone dies here? Wouldn't that be a bad omen?" I looked at the doctor who spoke and questioned him coldly. "Is this the attitude you, as doctors, have towards patients?" The doctor said with a cold face, "Who do you think you are? What kind of attitude we have towards patients is none of your business. Get that short-lived thing out of here immediately." "That's right. If you affect His Highness Jingyan's mood, 10 of you wouldn't be enough to pay for it with your lives," the nurse shouted. "This is the young master of the XEF family of D-City." As soon as the words fell, all the doctors froze. Even Rong Jingyan's expression changed. The dean was the first to recover. She immediately shouted anxiously, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and save him." When the doctors heard this, they surrounded the stretcher at the fastest speed. When they saw the young master of the CF family, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. The bleeding has stopped. It seems his life is not in danger for the time being." However, as soon as the words fell, I said coldly, 10 minutes at most, he will start bleeding heavily again. He needs an immediate blood transfusion now." The dean frowned. "What his condition is, we doctors will judge. His bleeding has clearly stopped. In his current state, he can last at least half a day, but he is the young master of the Saya family. After all, to be cautious, let's move him to the emergency room first. Then check his blood type and prepare for a blood transfusion." The doctor beside her quickly agreed. Then they quickly moved the person to the emergency room. Just as I was about to follow them in, a middle-aged female doctor with a large black mole at the corner of her mouth stopped me. "No unauthorized personnel in the emergency room. Wait outside." She raised her hand to close the large door of the emergency room. I directly kicked the large door open. The doctor with the black mole questioned coldly, "What are you doing?" "Move." I kicked her away directly. But when I entered the emergency room, I was stunned, because in this emergency room, there were nearly 20 tightly closed emergency room doors. I opened the operating room doors one by one. A nurse ran out anxiously from the furthest operating room. I quickly walked to that operating room. Seeing the situation inside, I only felt a surge of blood rush from my feet straight to my head. I saw that the silver needles on the young master of the Aisha family had been completely removed. As for Rong Jingnian, he was performing CPR on the young master of the Xia family. The dean looked at the young master of the Xia family. Fresh blood was constantly flowing out from around him. His aura was also getting weaker. Panicked. "Your Highness, how about we take over? The patient seems to be in some danger. The young master of the Xia family has lost too much blood now. He could die at any moment." However, Rong Jingyan paid her no mind. He increased the speed of his compressions. At this moment, a doctor suddenly saw me. He immediately shouted coldly, "This is the emergency room. Can't you see we're saving someone? Get out," I didn't say. I quickly walked to Rong Jingnian's side. I bent down and grabbed the back of Rong Jingnian's collar and directly threw him to the side. Rong Jingnian slammed hard into a wall. He looked at me, stunned. "How dare you treat me like this?" Everyone in the emergency room was dumbfounded. The dean was the first to react. She immediately ran to Rong Jingnian's side. Anxiously, "His Highness Jingnian, how are you?" Rong Jingnian shook his head and looked at me, coldly. "You interrupted my treatment of the young master of the Xia family. If the Xia family investigates, I will report it truthfully." The doctors nodded in agreement. Under His Highness Jingyan's treatment, the young master of the Xia family's physical condition had already started to improve. But because of you, the young master of the Xia family is now more likely to die than live. The one thing doctors fear most when treating patients is being disturbed. You forcibly interrupted His Highness Jingyan's treatment. This is the murder of the young master of the Xia family. If something really happens to the young master of the Xia family, the Xia family will not spare you. I heard them twisting the truth. The aura around me grew even colder. Condition improving? Did you all feed your medical skills to the dogs? After speaking, I didn't wait for anyone to react. I looked directly at the soldier and opened my mouth. "If you don't want your commander Xia to die, don't let anyone here disturb me." The two soldiers nodded. I walked directly to the young master of the Xia family's side. The doctor saw my action, and all subconsciously looked at Rong Jingyan. At this time, Rong Jingyan's expression was unsightly, but he had no intention of stopping me, because he thought the young master of the Xia family was beyond saving. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding doctors, my large hand waved lightly twice. The sound of silver needles piercing through the air rang out. More than 10 silver needles accurately pierced the young master of the Xia family's acupuncture points. A doctor beside me was shocked. "What is this?" "It's called acupuncture in traditional medicine." "We just said traditional medicine is useless. You want to use this trick to save him. Is this trying to slap our faces as doctors? If you can stop the bleeding with a few needles, swallow all the needles His Highness just pulled out." However, as soon as the last person finished speaking, the surrounding doctors all widened their eyes in surprise. They saw the fresh blood that had been constantly flowing from the young master of the Xia family miraculously stop. I quickly unfastened the young master of the Xia family's belt. Then I lifted his clothes. Immediately, the bloody bullet hole on his lower abdomen was exposed to the air. Next, I picked up a scalpel. The dean hurriedly warned coldly, "What do you want to do?" "He urgently needs a blood transfusion now. The plasma hasn't arrived yet. If you mess around now, you'll be taking his life." However, I didn't even look at her. But with the young master of the Xia family's current condition, by the time the plasma arrives, hell probably already be cold. Then I took the scalpel and neatly cut open the flesh around the bullet hole. The dean stepped forward to stop me. However, when she saw the incision, she froze on the spot. The wound I opened was not a hair's breadth different from the size of the bullet hole deep in the flesh. Quickly, the sound of a bullet falling to the ground echoed in the quiet operating room. The doctors all had faces of disbelief. Before they could react, I suddenly turned to look at them and said, "If you want to be held responsible by the Xia family for peeping at the young master of the Xia family, then get out first." When the doctors heard this, they hesitated, then walked out of the operating room, even though they didn't want to admit it. The truth was before their eyes. My medical skills are superior to any doctor present. Rong Jingnian was stunned. He didn't understand why the attitude of these doctors suddenly changed. Soon, only Rong Jingnian and I were left in the operating room. Half an hour later, the surgery was complete. The young master of the Xia family was out of danger. I pushed open the operating room door and walked out. The dean hurriedly came forward and asked, "How is the young master of the Xia family?" I replied faintly, "He's fine." Then I looked at the dean and the doctors and said neither heavily nor lightly, "The ones in trouble are you." At this moment, the dean and the doctors clearly felt a sense of crisis. The dean's heart trembled. I looked at a chubby doctor. If I remember correctly, it was you who said that if I could stop the bleeding with needles, you would swallow the silver needles from just now. That doctor was stunned. He didn't think I would suddenly turn the tables on him. He didn't know me. He thought I was a nobody, and said contemptuously, "Just a blind cat. catching a dead mouse. Didn't you just use a Western medicine scalpel to save him? If sticking a few needles worked, what would we need scalpels for? I still stand by what I said. Traditional medicine is garbage. As soon as his words fell, 18 silver needles were immediately stuck into his neck in succession. He immediately wanted to scream. However, he discovered in horror that his throat couldn't make a sound. Next, I said in a deep voice, since you don't know how to speak, then this mouth isn't needed either. Also, you so-called doctors are not worthy of being here. Tomorrow, I don't want to see in the D City war zone. Any of you. If anyone wants to stay here and doesn't want to leave, then you don't have to leave. The dean's expression immediately turned cold. She shouted, do you think just because you saved the young master of the Xi family, you can be lawless? Ridiculous, she said. She looked at the guard at the door. Men, this ignorant thing. Throw him out for me, and add him to the war zone hospital's blacklist. His direct relatives will never be able to receive treatment at this hospital. My expression was cold. I was preparing to deal with the dean myself. A nurse ran over. Dean, the Teen Lang troop is here, but someone among them is seriously injured. They're asking us to send doctors over immediately. The dean's heart tightened. She immediately looked at the doctor beside her and ordered, Director Song, you take all the surgeons from the hospital over there. When Director Song heard this, his face fell. But he still nodded. He led the surgeons towards the main door. I looked at the two soldiers. The silver needles on your commander Shia must be kept for at least 12 hours. If they are touched during that time, I can't be sure I can do it again. Pull him back from the gates of death. When the two soldiers heard this, they nodded at me. I looked at the dean and the doctors. If I still see you tomorrow, you'll bear the consequences. After speaking, I disappeared from everyone's sight. The dean said coldly, find out which department he's from. Add him to the hospital's blacklist. I want him to know the consequences of his arrogance. As soon as the dean finished speaking, the head of the Xia family led a group of Xia family members into the hospital. Where is Yu Ting? The head of the Xia family asked anxiously. The dean saw the head of the Xia family and immediately put on a fawning expression. Don't worry, head of the Xia family. The young master of the Xia family has a lucky star. He is already out of danger. The door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Then, a pale-faced Rong Jingnian walked out. The head of the Xia family saw Rong Jingnian. Surprised. Your Highness, what are you doing here? The dean said. If it weren't for Jingnian, His Highness gave the young master of the Xia family emergency treatment. The young master of the Xia family would have been gone. The head of the Xia family was stunned. Rong Jingnian was also stunned for a moment. Then he nodded with a gentle expression. I just finished surgery on the young master of the Xia family. The head of the Xia family heard this and said in disbelief, Your Highness also studied medicine. Rong Jingnian smiled and pursed his lips. I studied for a few years. It's just that I didn't have many opportunities to use it later. I just saw the urgent situation. I could only try my hand. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. The head of the Xia family was extremely serious. Your Highness's great kindness. My Xia family has no way to repay it. Rong Jingnian hooked the corner of his lips. As a healer, treating diseases and saving people is my duty. Auntie Xia. You don't have to be so polite. The head of the Xia family looked at Rong Jingnian with appreciation. Rong Jingnian opened his mouth. I think Auntie Xia hasn't seen the young master of the Xia family for a long time, and is also worried about his safety. Go in and see him first. After speaking, he led the head of the Xia family into the emergency room. The head of the Xia family saw the young master of the Xia family covered in silver needles. Her heart trembled. She carefully walked to Xia Yuding's side, and tremblingly caressed his face. It took a long time for her to recover. Then she turned to look at Rong Jingnian, and praised. I have been in the War Department for nearly 10 years, during which I have suffered countless injuries, big and small. Your Highness's bandaging technique is very professional. I didn't expect Your Highness to be so young, and have such profound medical skills. A heaven-sent talent. Rong Jingnian smiled humbly. Auntie Xia, you flatter me. After speaking, he looked at the silver needles on Xia Yuding. Then, he smiled at the head of the Xia family. The acupuncture time is almost up. Auntie, please wait a moment. I'll remove the needles first. After speaking, Rong Jingnian walked to Xia Yuding's side. He skillfully removed the needles on Xia Yuding's body. One by one, the two soldiers immediately shouted for him to stop. However, by the time the two spoke up, the silver needles had already been removed. Rong Jingnian looked at the two and frowned. Is something wrong? The soldier did not speak. He just looked at the young master of the Xia family nervously. When they saw the Xia family members enter, they thought Commander Xia was safe and let their guard down. They didn't expect Rong Jingnian not only to take the credit. You still dare to mess with the silver needles. At this moment, the two of them had a bad feeling. Rong Jingnian looked at the two soldiers with dissatisfaction. He raised his hand again, preparing to pull out the silver needles. Seeing this, the two soldiers quickly rushed in front of Rong Jingnian to stop his movement. Rong Jingnian's expression immediately turned cold. He questioned, What are you trying to do? The large soldier looked directly at Rong Jingnian. Your Highness, You cannot touch the silver needles on Commander Sia's body. Rong Jingyan was a little bewildered. He didn't think that someone who wasn't afraid of death would step up to stop him. The head of the Xia family looked at the two who suddenly stood up. Frowning, she asked, "Who are you?" The large soldier heard this and quickly opened his mouth. He replied, "We are members of the Yin Luo troop from the Outer Realm battlefield. This time, the Yin Luo troop was attacked by the Luo Empire. Commander Xia was seriously injured. We are responsible for escorting him back to the country." The head of the Xia family said gratefully, "You two have gone through a lot. Wait until Yuting recovers. Besides His Highness Jinian, I will also reward you two handsomely." The large soldier shook his head, embarrassed. He said, "This is our duty." Head of the Xia family, "You don't need to be so polite." The head of the Xia family gave a faint smile. Immediately after, she asked again, "I just don't understand why you two are stopping His Highness from removing the needles." Rong Jinian's breath hitched. Before the two soldiers could answer, he quickly smiled and spoke up. "I performed the surgery on the young master of the Xia family after 7 needles. I reminded them. I told them to remind me to remove the needles after an hour. I think you two felt the time wasn't enough, worried the effect wouldn't be good." After speaking, he tilted his head at the two soldiers. "You two, there's no need to be so rigid. Since I dare to remove the needles, I naturally have full confidence. The young master has completely escaped danger. Removing the needles early won't cause any problems." However, just as Rong Jingnian finished speaking, the heart monitor suddenly let out a sharp alarm. Several people looked at the screen. They only saw on the screen the initially extremely flat heart rate curve suddenly become abnormal. The head of the Xia family hurriedly looked at Rong Jingnian. "Your Highness, didn't you say Yuting had completely escaped danger? What is happening now?" Rong Jingnian was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. He comforted the head of the Xia family. "Don't worry. It's not a big problem. Let me see," he said, pushing the two soldiers. He wanted to perform emergency treatment again. However, the two soldiers didn't budge an inch. "Your Highness, our commander's life is important. Immediately have the hospital director make contact." Before the two could finish speaking, Rong Jingnian coldly interrupted. "You know the young master of the Xia family's life is important, so get out of the way." The hospital director outside was drawn in by the sound of the machine. After he entered, he looked at the heart monitor. He asked nervously, "What's going on?" The large soldier said, "Our commander was fine at first, but His Highness just pulled out 1 silver needle." The director hurriedly looked at the head of the Xia family and spoke. "His Highness Jingyan's medical skills are better than the doctor's here, but he is young. After all, it's inevitable that his experience is insufficient." Temporarily stabilizing the young master of the Xia family's condition was already extremely difficult. Seeing this, Rong Jingyan looked at the head of the Xia family. He said self-reproachfully, "Aunt Xia, I am sorry, I've tried my best." After speaking, he glanced coldly at the two soldiers. The head of the Xia family was stunned. Then she looked stiffly at the director. "You mean Yuning can't be saved?" The director hesitated before speaking. "The doctors in the hospital are truly powerless. But I received news. The people from the Tianlang troop have arrived, and there are wounded soldiers among them. I've heard before that the Tianlang troop leader's medical skills are superb. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be on his way. If we take Miss Xia over now, we might just be able to let that troop leader try his hand. Miss Xia might still have a glimmer of hope." Hearing this, the anxious head of the Xia family immediately interrupted. "Where are the wounded soldiers of the Tianlang troop?" The director hurriedly said, "I'll take you and Miss Xia over now." The two soldiers placed the young master of the Xia family on a stretcher. They quickly carried him and followed. The director and Rong Jingnian hesitated. They also followed. At this time, I had already driven my flying car to the training ground to meet the Tianlang troop. In the center of the training ground was a large fighter jet. At this time, 3 stretchers were placed in front of the jet. 1,000 welcoming soldiers stared intently at the 3 stretchers, all with different expressions. Next to a stretcher was a 24-year-old female student. Her beautiful face was anxious. "Why aren't they here yet?" "Before, you went to chase me away, but Chu Zhen was urgently called back," she replied cautiously. "My lord, the military zone hospital has already sent people over. It will take time for them to arrive. Or should we take the wounded soldiers over first? We can shorten the time on the way." However, Qing Lang directly shook her head and refused. "No, their condition doesn't allow for another transfer. Tell them to hurry." Chu Zhen hurriedly replied, Okay, I'll urge them again." After saying that, she was about to make a call. However, just as she picked up the phone, I instantly appeared next to the stretcher, my hand directly pressed onto the wrist of the soldier on the stretcher. Seeing this sudden event, everyone was stunned. The next moment, Qing Lang and the other members of the Tianlang troop appeared at the same time. Their faces showed ecstatic joy. They understood that saving lives was important. None of them dared to speak and disturb me. However, Chu Jin didn't notice the expressions of the Tianlang troop members. She shouted coldly at me, "Stop what you're doing." Chu Zhen rushed to my side, raising her hand to grab my arm. However, just as she was about to touch me, a hand like an iron clamp grabbed her hand. The next moment, The sound of a dislocating wrist echoed. She looked at the female student in shock. My lord, what is this? The delicate female student stared coldly at her. If my comrades are in danger because of your reckless actions, I want you to pay with your life. Chu Zhen's heart tightened. She spoke respectfully and carefully. My lord, are you mistaken? He's just an entertainer from the art troupe. He's harming your team members. The surrounding welcoming soldiers came to their senses. They looked at me with disgust. It seemed I was just a suicidal show-off. The muscular man looked at me worriedly. He prayed in his heart that I could successfully save them. At the same time, Qing Lang sneered. He's an entertainer from the art troupe? An idiot like you. How did you become a mid-level commander? Xu Zhen was embarrassed. She suppressed the humiliation in her heart. She carefully replied, This lord, I contacted the art troupe and found him myself. There's no mistake. He wants to use this opportunity to show off. He wants to curry favor with you and get into the Tianlang troupe. As soon as she finished, Qing Lang looked at her, as if looking at an idiot. I don't have the authority to decide if he joins the Tianlang troupe. In other words, without him, there would be no Tianlang troupe. As soon as Qing Lang finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. Everyone stared at her, stunned. The muscular man was also shocked. He simply couldn't believe his ears. I never thought, I am that legendary figure from the Outer Realm battlefield. Everyone looked at Qing Lang in disbelief. Chu Zhen looked at Qing Lang and asked, My lord, what do your words mean? Could it be that the lord troop leader who founded the Tianlang troop has some relationship with him? Didn't he accidentally save the troop leader's life once? Is that why the troop leader was able to survive and establish the Tianlang troop? The soldiers who heard Chu Zhen's words immediately understood. The muscular man looked dejected. Qing Lang's expression turned cold. Don't you understand human language? Chu Zhen and the surrounding soldiers were embarrassed again. Chu Zhen quickly recovered. Her lips twitched. My lord, please don't joke with us. Even if we're stupid, we still know. The legendary figure who created legends on the Outer Realm battlefield couldn't possibly be a greenhorn like him. However, Qing Lang suddenly kicked her away. All the soldiers stared dumbfounded. After all, Chu Zhen is a mid-level commander. But in Qing Lang's hands, she had no power to resist at all. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Qing Lang slowly walked to Chu Zhen's side. She looked down at Chu Zhen. Her eyes carried killing intent. Who did you say was a greenhorn? Under the pressure of Qing Lang's aura, everyone was forced back several steps at the same time. They looked at Qing Lang in fear. At this moment, they clearly felt Qing Lang was not just a high-level warrior, but a war king. At this moment, Chu Zhen lay at Qing Lang's feet. She felt like she was about to stop breathing. She couldn't help but tremble. Qing Lang looked at her and asked coldly, Didn't you hear me asking you? Tell me, who did you just call a greenhorn? Chu Zhen trembled and said, I was wrong. Qing Lang sneered, useless. After speaking, she raised her head. Her gaze swept over everyone. Then she spoke lightly. I don't want to hear another word of disrespect towards our troop leader. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The next moment, everyone reacted strongly to how Qing Lang addressed me. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The muscular man was a bit dazed for a moment. A few breaths later, he suddenly smiled. At this moment, I finally stabilized the condition of the 3 wounded soldiers. I let out a light breath. Then I frowned and looked at Qing Lang. I asked, who injured them? How did they get hurt? Qing Lang respectfully replied. It was the vanguard of the Liu Empire. A star envoy suddenly joined their troop. We were caught off guard. 9 people were seriously injured. My face turned cold. Where are the other 6? However, the answer I received was silence. All the members of the Tianlang troop lowered their heads. I stared at Qing Lang and shouted, Speak. The killing intent in my voice terrified the entire field. The hearts of the surrounding soldiers trembled. Qing Lang lowered her head. She said sorrowfully and powerlessly, It was my incompetence. I couldn't protect them. As soon as Qing Lang finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers were all stunned. To think that even with a war king guarding the Tianlang troop, not only were 3 people seriously injured by the Liu Empire, but 6 were also sacrificed. I fell silent. I turned my head to look at the Tianlang troop member on the stretcher. A few seconds later, I suddenly smiled. The Liu Empire. What a fine Liu Empire. Just as my words fell, a group of people appeared at the edge of the training ground and quickly moved in this direction. Soon, someone recognized the attire of the newcomers. They gasped, It's the people from the Liu Empire. I watched the approaching people with hatred. The corner of my lips curled. I haven't even gone looking for them, and they've delivered themselves to my door. Saves me quite a bit of energy. The little fox on my left shoulder suddenly stood up and spoke. I sense the aura of a star relic. It's on the 3rd person from the left. The star relic is on them. Hearing that, my gaze immediately fell on the girl in her early 20s. Her skin was excessively pale. Initially, my search for the star relic, unlocking the fire attribute star card, and opening the book of star spirits wasn't that urgent. But now, the star envoys of the Liu Empire have joined the Outer Realm battlefield. I must quickly obtain more star cards. Soon, The 10-person delegation from the Liu Empire stopped in front of everyone. The woman in the lead wore the insignia of a 3-star high-level commander. She looked at the soldiers. She opened her mouth. Everyone, I am from the Liu Empire, the vice captain of the elite team that has come this time. We have come this time, mainly for the injured members of the Tianlang troop, to express our sincere condolences. A cold snort came from among the soldiers. Crocodile tears. The vice captain of the Liu Empire heard this. She looked at the person who spoke. Just one look made that soldier back up a few steps. Soon, he retracted his gaze and looked at Qing Lang. Vice Captain Qing Lang, he said with concern. I wonder about these 3 injured members of the Tianlang troop. How is their condition? Qing Lang looked straight at him. Thank you for your concern, Vice Commander. They will at least live longer than you. The vice captain of the Liu Empire nodded lightly. That's good, he said. He sighed and lamented. All the nations in the Outer Realm know the Tianlang troop is brave and skilled in battle, but they don't know that members of the Tianlang troop also die, and are also captured alive as prisoners of war. As soon as the Liu vice captain finished speaking, Qing Lang and all the members of the Tianlang troop had a bad feeling. Qing Lang clenched her fists. On the battlefield, they faced the Liu Empire. Suddenly, a star envoy was added to the vanguard. It was an emergency. We only managed to rescue 3 seriously injured members. In that situation, there was no way to bring back the other 6. They had basically stopped breathing. If someone among the 6 survived and fell into the hands of the Liu Empire's War Department, Qing Lang suddenly didn't dare to think further. She took a deep breath. She stared at the Liu vice captain and spoke. What do you mean by that? The Liu vice captain didn't speak. Instead, he lightly tapped on his device. The next moment, a transparent screen appeared before everyone. A video started playing. In the video was a dark room. A dying figure was tied to a torture post. The moment they saw that figure, a member of the Tianlang troop couldn't help but gasp. Next, the cold, coercive voice of a Liu Empire soldier reached the ears of all the Shy Nation soldiers present. However, until he was tortured to death with his limbs cut off, that Tianlang troop member named Yi Lang did not say a single word. At the end of the video, the image froze on the main gate of the Liu Empire's Central War Department. 6 corpses were hanging there. The Tianlang troop members with their limbs cut off. After watching the video, everyone from the Tianlang troop felt a rush of blood from their feet straight to their heads. A member of the Tianlang troop suddenly roared in anger. They were already dead, and you wouldn't even spare their corpses. Animals. You're a bunch of animals. At the same time, he charged madly towards the vice captain of the Liu Empire. However, before he could take 2 steps, Qing Lang pressed down on his shoulder. You are not his match. He subconsciously looked at Qing Lang. At this time, Qing Lang wasn't looking at him. Instead, she stared at the mutilated corpses on the screen. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her terrifyingly calm voice reached the ears of everyone present. They dared to come here to intimidate us. They're courting death. They have a star envoy among them. Not just you. Even I might not be a match for them. The soldiers, filled with hatred, heard Qing Lang's words. They were all stunned. The Liu vice captain showed disappointment. Then, he glanced over the furious faces of the Xia Nation soldiers. He smiled and said, Everyone, don't get excited. I showed you this video, not to show off the strength of my country, but to praise this member of the Tianlang troop for protecting the secrets of the Xia Nation. He was willing to have his legs and arms cut off by my countrymen. Although his strength was nothing compared to the warriors of my country, his spirit is very much worth learning from. Just as his words fell, I stepped out. I looked straight at the Liu vice captain. So you're saying hanging their corpses at the main gate of your Liu Empire's War Department is also for learning? The vice captain of the Liu Empire's face turned cold. He looked at me seriously and said, No, it's to make you people of the Xia Nation understand that my great Liu Empire is invincible. Your so-called invincible Tianlang troop is nothing before my great Liu Empire. If you continue to oppose my Liu Empire, these hanged prisoners of the Tianlang troop will be your fate. As his words fell, he was struck by a great force. His lower abdomen was immediately sent flying several meters. His body fell instantly. A few cracking sounds. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Along with it echoed my voice, cold enough to freeze. Since you want to learn, without experiencing it yourself, how can you learn well? After speaking, I tilted my head to look at Qing Lang. Tianlang troop, hear my order. Capture the other people from the Liu Empire. Today, I not only want them to learn the unyielding spirit of the Tianlang troop members, I also want them to know what's called reciprocity. They dared to hang the corpses of Tianlang troop members at the main gate of their war department. Then, I will hang the entire living elite team of the Liu Empire, sever their limbs, and hang them at the main gate of the Xia Nation's war department. My majestic voice was like a bomb. It exploded in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone felt a natural aura of majesty and dominance. They looked at the vice captain of the Liu Empire being trampled under my foot. Their gazes suddenly changed. There was no longer any prejudice or contempt, only endless respect and adoration. At this moment, All the soldiers looked at me. In their eyes, a fire called faith ignited. Suddenly, a soldier took a step forward. He roared with immense spirit. They dare to humiliate the heroes of my Shy Nation. Today, we will definitely return the favor, my grand Shy Nation. Since when is it the turn of this tiny, insignificant country to bully us as they please? Today, we want the small Luo Rai country to understand. The Xia nation cannot be humiliated. I am willing to risk my life to defend the dignity of our nation, the fighting spirit of all the Shy Nation soldiers. At this moment, it soared to its peak. The members of the Tianlang troop who wanted to kill someone just now felt incredibly satisfied. Xing Lang coldly ordered everyone in the Tianlang troop, "Everyone, attack now." The members of the Tianlang troop responded in unison. Instantly, an earth-shattering killing intent engulfed the people of the Luo Rai Empire. The people of the Luo Rai Empire were terrified. As for the young woman, the little fox mentioned who carried the star relic, she watched the Tianlang troop and nearly 1,000 Xia Nation soldiers charging over. She suddenly stepped forward and asked coldly, "We came here. The ruler of the Xia Nation personally guaranteed our safety. Do you dare to defy the will of your nation's ruler?" I curled the corner of my lips. "Whether we dare or not, you'll see." As soon as the words fell, my figure moved. I appeared in front of the girl with the star relic. Just as I flashed in front of her, her body had already appeared 3 meters away. Seeing me about to approach her again, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "You Shy Nation, fool. Since you're looking for death, I will grant you your wish." As soon as the words fell, an earth-yellow star card suddenly appeared. Then it floated above her fingertip. Seeing the girl reveal the star card, the soldiers' hearts tightened. They looked at me worriedly. But I looked at the girl indifferently and said, "The one who caused the sacrifice of 6 members of the Tianlang troop is the star envoy added to the vanguard of the Luo Rai Empire. Before I go looking for them, I'll first use you to pay respects to their restless souls." Hearing my words, everyone was shaken to the core. Their eyes held a bit more reverence as they looked at me. The girl sneered. "To become a tool to encourage the warriors of my Luo Rai Empire is their honor. At the same time, congratulations to you for being chosen by me as the 7th person from the Xia Nation to have this honor. After I kill you, I will personally cut off your arms and legs and have them specially sent to the Luo Rai Empire for display." After she spoke, the star card in the girl's hand flashed. The next moment, under my feet, suddenly appeared a circular swamp with a diameter of 1 meter. The swamp was bubbling like boiling water. Bubbles of gas rose to the surface. Everyone saw that I had no intention of avoiding it. They immediately shouted anxiously, "Dodge! Quick! Get out of the way! That's a star card attack. It's not something an ordinary human body can block." The girl looked at me, as if looking at a dead person. "Don't put up a useless struggle. After death, you can enter my Luo Rai Empire. That is the proudest achievement of your life." I smiled faintly. "Is that so?" As soon as the words fell, a phantom of an Earth attribute star card flashed in my hand. The next moment, the swamp visibly and rapidly shrank. The smile on the girl's face suddenly froze, as if she had seen a ghost. However, before she could figure out how I did it, a fierce burning sensation suddenly came from under her feet. She subconsciously looked down and discovered that the swamp that had just appeared under my feet had now appeared under her feet. Under that intense pain, the girl couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Then she began to struggle frantically. However, she quickly discovered in despair. Even if she used all her strength, she still couldn't move. Not an inch. Even more despairing, her legs were gradually losing sensation. At this moment, I sneered and said, "Your so-called honor. It's better if you fulfill it yourself. What do you think?" The girl's eyes widened. Her body stiffened into a sculpture. I continued, "Before you achieve your so-called honor, hand over the star relic on you." The girl looked at me, stunned. "How did you know?" The next moment, she seemed to realize something. She quickly asked, "What star relic?" I smiled faintly. "Since you can't remember, then it'll help you remember." I suddenly raised my foot and stomped on the girl's right leg. Then I applied a little force. Crack! The sound of breaking bones and a miserable scream rang out. The girl fell heavily to the ground. The entire lower half of her body slammed into the swamp. Like lava, the hot mud quickly enveloped her legs. Immediately, mournful screams rang out one after another. Everyone around was so shocked their scalps tingled. However, my gaze did not waver in the slightest. I calmly opened my mouth, remembered yet. The girl was about to faint from the pain, but she clearly heard every word I said. I saw she didn't speak. I frowned. "Still can't remember?" Before the girl could react, another sound of breaking bones rang out. However, this time the girl didn't scream. Instead, her eyes rolled back. She passed out. I unhurriedly moved my foot to her right arm. Then, with another crack, the girl was jolted awake by the pain. I looked at her and asked faintly, "Remembered yet?" She took a deep breath. She raised her only movable left hand, and with all her might, took out half a key-shaped pendant from her pocket. The little fox's excited voice rang in my mind. "The star relic. It's really the star relic. With it, You can open the book of star spirits. With your talent, those so-called geniuses of the great world will all be trampled under your feet. I looked faintly at the girl and bent down to pick up the star relic. However, just as I picked up the fallen star relic, the Earth attribute star card suddenly began to flash rapidly. An extremely violent aura emanated from the star card. All the soldiers held their breath. My hand hadn't picked up the star relic yet. I immediately grabbed the girl's neck. The girl's pupils dilated. She discovered in horror that her connection with the star card had been forcefully severed. I said coldly, "You want to self-destruct the star card and take me down with you? You don't have that right." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you do that?" I glanced faintly at her. Then, as if throwing away trash, I threw her 3 meters away. The girl stubbornly asked, "Tell me, what level of star envoy are you?" The soldiers looked at me in unison. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. After the shock, a bit of curiosity and probing was revealed. If I am not just a simple low-level star envoy, then for at least the next 20 years, the Shia nation can securely sit in the position of the world's top power. The Shia nation can truly become glorious because of me alone.